Chapter 1. A visitor comes to buy melons. Saturday. The weather is exceedingly hot, with not a cloud in sight. Watermelons for sale, watermelons for sale. In this scorching summer, a slice of watermelon will transport you to Siberia. Guaranteed ripe. Only 9.8 yuan per pound. Come take a look, all you handsome boys and beautiful girls passing by. The heat is unbearable. Ning Yi, clad in a pure white short-sleeved shirt and shorts, with a pair of flip-flops, sits on his tricycle. His enthusiasm for selling is hotter than the sun. Why hasn't he opened for business yet today? If he cannot sell these melons, he shall have nothing to eat but watermelon. Wiping the fine beads of sweat from his forehead, Ning Yi turns to Wang Ermatzi, who is buying apples nearby, and inquires, "Why are there so few people on the street today?" "I don't know either. My apples are about to rot," Wang Ermatzi replies. "Alas, it's all due to this weather. It's too hot, and no one is venturing out." "Ning, brother, could you slice one of your watermelons for me? I could use a refreshing bite." "Well, no melons sold yet, and now he's giving one away to Ning Cat." Ning Cat is selling watermelons to Ning Yi chats and eats watermelon with Wang Ermatzi. He looks up to find one of his female classmates approaching. "Come, have some watermelon." Ning Yi remains calm that what's wrong with selling watermelons. Earning a living through his own efforts is nothing to be ashamed of. One classmate takes a slice of watermelon, giggling, "Transform into a cat for us, so we can pet you." In a way. A century ago, 49 demon towers descended from the sky, evenly distributed across the earth, with the beings emerging from these towers known as demonic beings. The arrival of the demon towers not only brought war, but also allowed people to awaken extraordinary abilities. The sorrowful tale begins at the age of 15. Ning Yi was fortunate enough to awaken a beast transformation ability. Yet, he was unfortunate in that he could only transform into a small cat, which only made him a bit faster and cuter, without any other capabilities. What kind of man turns into a kitten to charm his enemies? Thus, Ning Yi vowed never to use his extraordinary ability unless absolutely necessary. "If you transform into a cat, we'll buy 2 watermelons." "All right." With a sweet smile, Ning Yi begins to change. First, cat ears sprout, then a tail, his mouth morphs into that of a cat, and whiskers emerge. His hands become paw-like, appearing plump point. One paw rests beside his head, while the other is on his waist, striking a particularly adorable pose. Meow! Instantly, the 2 female classmates are smitten. Hey, just look, but don't touch. Don't tug on my ears and don't pull my tail. It hurts." 2 watermelons weighing 13 pounds. Just 150 yuan will suffice. The 2 girls, carrying the melons, feel something is off with the weight and price, but it matters little. Those cat ears are so delightful. Once the money is received, Ning Yi promptly reverts from his beast form and declares solemnly, "I sell watermelons, not my body." The 2 female classmates giggle behind their hands as they walk away with the melons. Returning to school on Monday, he will have much to boast about. "Wang Ermatzi, you saw nothing?" Wang Ermatzi chuckles foolishly. "I will buy 2 melons too. Let me have a feel. They're adorable." Scram. As they chat, a motorcycle slowly approaches Ning Yi's stall. "Boss, how much for these melons?" Ning Yi glances at the young man, who has small eyes, a buzz cut, and wears a smirk that suggests he is no saint. Adhering to the principle that the customer is king, Ning Yi greets him warmly. 9.8 yuan per pound. What? Is the rind made of gold or the seeds? That's exorbitant. If you think it's expensive, I think it's even pricier. Look around. Where else can you find melons? These are greenhouse melons. Fine, let me have one. Ning Yi turns to fetch a melon from the back. He knocks on it, producing a crisp sound. "Boss, are these melons guaranteed ripe? Am I a melon vendor or a purveyor of unripe melons? I'm asking if this melon is guaranteed ripe." The atmosphere grows tense. Ning Yi realizes this man is looking for trouble. He thinks I'm an easy target because I'm just a student, doesn't he? "What do you mean?" The buzz-cut guy steps closer, still smiling insincerely, pulling out a long knife from seemingly nowhere. Before Ning Yi can react, the knife plunges into his abdomen. "This is it. I'm done for. What did I do to deserve this?" As a model student and a commendable youth in society, I am always eager to help and do good. Let me see this world's end. I refuse to die with my eyes closed. Why doesn't it hurt?" Ning Yi glances down. The knife is indeed embedded in him, then looks back at the young man, whose expression mirrors his own confusion. Is life so resilient? Beep! Pain absorption system has been activated. A voice echoes in Ning Yi's mind. Beep! Received ordinary attack. Pain value 666 points absorbed. Ning Yi is momentarily bewildered. What is this? Getting stabbed can trigger a system? The absence of pain might be linked to this system. Suddenly, Ning Yi feels a cool sensation in his abdomen. The young man has at some point withdrawn the knife. Then he stabs again. This time it's at the heart, a chilling sensation. My heart soars. Beep! Received fatal attack. Pain value 888 points absorbed. Now this is intriguing. This fellow is quite experienced. He twists the knife after inserting it into my heart. How vicious. Meanwhile, the buzzcut guy is also bewildered. I'm stabbing you. Why are you smiling? Could you show some respect for my profession? And why aren't you bleeding? Ning Yi glances at the stunned buzzcut guy and helps him pull the knife out. As the knife is withdrawn, the wound heals rapidly, leaving no scar, except for the damage to his clothing. Hey, not only can I absorb pain, but I can also heal wounds. I like this system. Come on, steady the knife, stab me again. Ning Yi points to his head, speaking arrogantly. Strike here, but the buzzcut guy is now petrified. Realizing he's up against an extraordinary being, he drops the knife and turns to flee. Ning Yi cannot allow him to escape. He grabs the man's arm, yanks him back, and delivers a kick to his groin, sending him sprawling to the ground. Why do I feel like I have gained some strength? Choose. Either keep stabbing me, or tell me why you attacked me. The buzzcut guy is at a loss. How bizarre is this request? I choose. I choose to keep stabbing you. Oh, the lad has some spirit. Let's accommodate him. Beep. Received ordinary attack. Pain value 555 points absorbed. Why has it decreased? Beep. Received ordinary attack. Pain value 550 points absorbed. Wang Ermatzi, selling apples nearby, stares wide-eyed, his jaw nearly hitting the ground. He initially intended to shout for Sari Lang, but upon turning around, he discovered that he was being threatened instead. Curiously, it seemed he was rather enjoying it. This lad, who typically appeared quite refined, how could he possess such a peculiar inclination? He hastily made his escape. Half an hour later, Ning Yi faced the street, continuing to call out, for his business could not afford any delays. Behind him, the crew-cut individual struggled to wield the knife, mechanically continuing his futile attempts to strike at Ning Yi. His arms were already fatigued to the point of immobility, and his blade had dulled, having left several marks in its wake. What kind of monstrosity had he encountered? The knife striking his back produced sparks. Can you believe that? Ding! Received a normal attack. Pain value 0. No absorption. Well then, this experience point had lost all value. All right, enough. Stop. Upon hearing Ning Yi's command, the crew-cut man felt as if he had been granted a pardon. He dropped the knife and gasped for breath, relieved that he could finally leave. Now speak. Who sent you? Brother, didn't you ask me to choose earlier? Yes, one to choose first and another later. It's merely a matter of timing. With a pained expression, the crew-cut man, feeling utterly helpless, realized that he could neither fight nor flee, and thus, he had no choice but to divulge the truth. This is a task I was assigned. As for who issued it, I do not know. Chapter 2. The Abundance System. After a thorough interrogation by Ning Yi, he finally unraveled the intricacies of the situation. The individual named Suanfu had, that very morning, selected a bounty task from his superior to eliminate Ning Yi. It was said that the bounty notice contained all pertinent information about Ning Yi, and Suanfu had chosen this task precisely because Ning Yi was merely 16 years old and possessed no martial prowess. Suanfu mentioned that his boss presented various bounty tasks every Monday, allowing his subordinates to choose based on their capabilities. However, as mere underlings, they were not privy to the origins of these tasks. Suanfu disclosed that he was a member of an organization called the Robbery Group, and they were simply the lowest tier in a hierarchical structure, akin to a pyramid, with Suanfu being the most basic brick, or perhaps even a small stone. What intrigued Ning Yi most was the identity of the person who had placed a bounty on him. Was he truly so valuable? A mere part-time watermelon vendor, his most prized possession being a dilapidated tricycle. Was this tricycle considered an antique, or perhaps it was a case of someone coveting his looks? It was certainly plausible, given his undeniable charm. Could it be that a wealthy woman had taken a fancy to him, only to be inadvertently spurned, and thus fueled by love, turned to hatred, sought to destroy what could not be possessed. Such a notion seemed implausible. Had he encountered such an opportunity, he would surely have seized it. It was perplexing how he had found himself on a bounty list. He queried, "What happens if you fail the task in return?" Suanfu replied nonchalantly, "No big deal. Our boss knows our capabilities well enough. We might just receive a few scoldings." "And what about my bounty?" "You currently hold an E-level bounty. If it remains unfulfilled within a month, it escalates to D-level. If after a year it remains uncompleted, it becomes C-level, and so forth. 2 years without resolution is B-level, and 3 years elevates it to A-level. Typically, once it reaches A-level, the headquarters of the robbery group dispatches experts to fulfill these high-level bounties. Are those who accept B-level bounties formidable? Much stronger than me, even more so than my boss." Was Ning Yi frightened upon hearing this news? To claim he was unafraid would be disingenuous. With his life perpetually under threat, how could he not feel fear? Yet, he felt a surge of excitement and anticipation. Excited by the prospect of someone coming to kill him, he looked forward to accumulating more pain points. Initially, he contemplated alerting the authorities, for one must never overlook those who pose a threat to their life. But upon reflecting on his newfound system, and considering that individuals like Suanfu would undoubtedly return the next day, he realized that this would only result in an even greater accumulation of pain points. With a smile, he then said, "All right, you may leave." Suanfu was momentarily taken aback, struggling to believe that, despite his failure to carry out the assassination, Ning Yi would so readily allow him to depart. "If you don't leave now, you might find it difficult to escape." Upon hearing this, Suanfu nodded vigorously and swiftly fled. This man was not only terrifying but also distinctly unhinged. He had no desire to linger in Ning Yi's presence. As for such a lowly underling, Ning Yi had little interest. His curiosity was piqued by the organization behind Suanfu, the robbery group. He resolved to uncover the truth behind it at all costs. Upon encountering today's incident, Ning Yi found himself devoid of the desire to continue selling melons at his stall, especially with a system awaiting his exploration. "Wang or Matzi, I shall take my leave. Do save a melon for me." Upon returning to his rented abode, he discovered that the landlady was absent, likely indulging in a game of mahjong. He decided to change his attire. With the protection of the system, he was impervious to harm, yet his clothes were in tatters and no longer wearable. "Alas, I forgot to collect my clothing money. What a loss." Reflecting on this, Ning Yi felt a pang of regret. Even a single coin holds value. He pondered how to summon the system. "System? System? System?" He called out several times, and to his astonishment, a response ensued. "Beep. The system is currently operational. The host need only call out." Simultaneously, a semi-transparent panel materialized before his eyes, resembling a holographic projection. Host name: Ning Yi. Pain value: 3,148 points. Realm: Black Iron 0-star. Physical strength: iron bones and copper skin. Note: originally among the weaker cohort, soul strength. Among the weaker cohort skills, none. Pain tolerance range: 1,000 to 2,000. Note: originally 0 to 1,000. Upon reviewing this, Ning Yi realized that the injuries he sustained today were indeed worthwhile. The system's voice reemerged. "Commencing an introduction, this system will accurately compute the impending damage you are about to endure from enemy attacks, converting pain into numerical values, thereby rendering the host impervious to pain. The accumulated pain value will facilitate the host's ascension in realms, equipment crafting, skill enhancement, and comprehensive support." "Oh, this system appears rather impressive," Ning Yi mused. "You claim to be a pain-devouring system. Can you truly absorb any kind of pain?" Beep. All types of pain can be absorbed. However, do remember, the host's current realm and physical strength limit the absorbable pain value to 1,000 to 2,000. Ning Yi acknowledged this. When faced with an adversary of significantly greater strength, a single punch could obliterate him entirely. Forget about pain values. One might as well be reduced to ashes. As for why his realm was so low, it was quite understandable. He possessed a beast transformation ability, yet transforming into a mere kitten bore no utility. Consequently, he garnered no attention from the school, which withheld all resources for cultivation, leaving him oblivious to any training methods. Meanwhile, some of his classmates had already reached Black Iron 3-star and 4-star. Both the school and families poured all resources into nurturing them, eager to ensure they triumphed from the outset. Such is the nature of society. The strong grow stronger while the weak become weaker. Upon completing his second year of high school, Ning Yi was to be transferred to a regular class. He had resigned himself to this fate, accepting the prospect of leading an ordinary life. Yet now, having acquired the system, he yearned to proclaim aloud, "My fate is mine to command, not dictated by fate." How excessively dramatic. Ning Yi continued to inquire. If I were to face an enemy significantly stronger than I am, with a realm that far exceeds mine, yet they suppress their strength to match my own while attacking, how would that be calculated? As long as the pain value remains within the tolerable range, it shall be entirely absorbed. Ning Yi comprehended. This was solely regarding the pain that would be inflicted, irrespective of one's identity. Suddenly, Ning Yi struck himself with a fist. Then, a profound silence enveloped the room. The stillness was almost palpable. Host, do not act foolishly. Any intentional self-harm will be deemed by the system as a trivial act. Thus, pain points will not be counted. If the system were capable of expressing emotions, it would undoubtedly roll its eyes in exasperation. Ning Yi silently withdrew his fist, as if nothing had transpired moments ago. System, how many pain points are required to elevate my realm? He contemplated ways to enhance his own level, striving to keep pace with the main group. Upon reflection, it seemed that in just a week, a significant assessment would occur. Originally, Ning Yi had no intention of participating, as this assessment determined whether one deserved to remain in the Awakener class. Did he truly need to participate back then? It was entirely unnecessary to squander his time. However, now, Ning Yi resolved to take part. Not only do I wish to remain in the Awakener class, but I also aspire to become the strongest. Beep. Elevating realm requires 2,000 pain points. Ouch, that is a bit steep. More expensive than my own fruit. Shall I upgrade? Yes. Instantly, Ning Yi felt a surge of warmth coursing through him. His vital energy roiled within, and he felt an inexhaustible vigor throughout his body. Merely ascending a small tier brought about such a significant transformation. What a delight. Beep. Host realm has been elevated. Skills are being extracted. Skill extraction complete. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the clone technique. Ning Yi's eyes sparkled with excitement. Such a benefit? This system is truly remarkable. A commendable system indeed, deserving of high praise. The enhancement of physical and spiritual strength required no pain points, allowing for free upgrades, and each elevation in realm granted skill extraction. What a bountiful boon. However, this skill, Chapter 3, you slice my melon, do you? Was rather peculiar. Strong enough to be noteworthy, yet weak enough to be considered somewhat superfluous. Nevertheless, upon further contemplation, the clone technique appeared to be slightly superior to transforming into a small kitten. How can I learn it? Beep. Close your eyes and sit cross-legged, maintaining calm and focus. Ning Yi settled on his bed, and as instructed by the system, he soon entered a meditative state. In an instant, all knowledge regarding the clone technique was fully grasped. Upon opening his eyes and exhaling a breath of stale air, he could not resist testing his newly acquired skill. A fleeting thought in his mind conjured a figure identical to Ning Yi standing before him, grinning broadly. Yet, this clone had drained all of Ning Yi's spiritual energy, rendering his limbs weak and feeling as though all strength had been siphoned away. The clone greeted him, "Hello there." This sensation was indeed extraordinary, as if he were conversing with himself. Currently, the clone technique could only produce one clone, endowed with independent thought, yet wholly obedient to the original. After dismissing the clone, Ning Yi inquired, "System, can this clone technique be upgraded?" With sufficient system points, it can. By the way, how can I acquire additional skills? Each time you elevate your realm by a small fraction, you will receive an opportunity for skill acquisition. The higher your realm, the stronger the skills you may obtain. I see. It seems this amount of pain points may be insufficient. Therefore, the host must engage in the most battles, endure the fiercest blows, and accumulate the maximum pain points. Onward. This may sound a tad peculiar, yet it is worth a try. Ha ha. As the evening descended, the landlord returned home. Aunt Lin, I will give you the rent in 2 days. Oh, that's not urgent. Aunt Lin, with her slightly plump visage, always wore a smile. Although her figure was somewhat robust, it did not detract from her charm. One could easily discern that she was a beauty in her youth. Have you had dinner yet? Ning Yi asked with a grin. Not yet. Come on, it's just the right opportunity to dine with Auntie. Eating alone is not enjoyable. With a cheerful acknowledgement, Ning Yi hurried to the dining table, scooping up his bowl to indulge in the meal. Auntie is truly kind. I've saved on another meal. The landlord's surname was Lin, and Ning Yi affectionately referred to her as Aunt Lin. seeing Ning Yi as a mere child, who appeared gentle and was an orphan. She had graciously offered him a room for rent at a reasonable price. She had a daughter named Ning, who was of the same age as Ning Yi. Ning was exceedingly adorable, with fair skin and exquisite features. She possessed a lowly face paired with a mature figure. Although Ning Yi had resided there for 3 years, he was not well acquainted with Ning. He only knew that she was also an awakened and attended the best school in the city. As a boarding student, she returned home only once a month or every few weeks, and their interactions were limited to brief greetings. After dinner, while Ning Yi was clearing the table, Ning entered through the door. "Mom, I'm back." Upon noticing Ning Yi, she casually greeted him. "Hello. Back already? Care for some melon?" Ning waved her hand dismissively, heading off to find her mother. Once he finished tidying up, Ning Yi returned to his room, pondering what to do the next day. He initially planned to accompany his friends to meet their leader and infiltrate the enemy's ranks to gather intelligence, but suddenly recalled his own bounty still loomed. "I am not foolish enough to walk into a trap." There was no hurry. Lying on his bed, Ning Yi took out his second-hand phone, scrolling through it in preparation for sleep, only to discover messages in the class group chat. "Ning cat, are you selling melons tomorrow? Your cat ears are so comfortable. Sob sob sob. Requesting a group to pet cats. Count me in. Add 10,086. It seemed they were eager to come and pet the cats. Don't be fooled by my appearance as just a cat. 30 per pound. And you can pet a cat if you buy 2 melons. Indeed. This was Ning Yi's online moniker, a form of self-deprecation. Spicy pepper. Where is Ning cat setting up to sell melons? Ning cat, prepare 100 pounds of melons. I'm on my way. Ning Yi couldn't help but chuckle. The user named Spicy Pepper was the class monitor, Su Hui, an absolute heiress from a wealthy family. Her personality as fiery as her name. With striking red hair and an alluring figure, she had many suitors at school. Her ability was fire, having reached the rank of Black Iron 4 stars, making her one of the strongest in the institution. Don't be fooled by my appearance as just a cat. Can I remain as a cat or revert back? Both are fine. Order is not an issue. Ning Yi quipped. My speed is not lacking. When will the experienced driver be replaced? Ning cat, clean up your language. A message popped up, followed by another. Su. If you want to eat melons, feel free to come to my house. The message was sent by Ji Yan, a suitor of Su Hui and also a classmate. What business is it of yours? I repeat, Su is not someone you can call. If you say it again, I'll twist your head off. What business is it of yours? Is Ning Meow Meow someone you can call? Say it again, and I'll twist your head off. As Ji Yan read the messages on his phone, he crushed it in his hand. Su can scold me, but what is Ning Yi? He dares to threaten me? My head is only meant to be twisted by Su. In the past, Ning Yi would never have dared to confront others. Provoking them would only lead to his own misfortune. However, now he has discovered a shortcut to brawling. It seems Su Hui has many admirers, which likely means there are numerous protectors of her flower. If he could get closer to Su Hui, perhaps he could turn the tables. Ning Yi, who often read novels, used to find such rival confrontations tedious, but now he found the prospect quite intriguing. Su Hui, indeed a tool for his ambitions. The following morning, Ning Yi pushed his tricycle to continue selling melons. Upon arriving at his usual spot, he saw Wang Ma Zi was already there. How did the apples sell yesterday? Not well. I ended up eating a few myself, which made it even worse. Ning Yi chuckled. This person was quite amusing. The morning passed swiftly, and business was decent. At noon, a group came to buy melons. Boss, how much are your melons? The familiar voice and the familiar buzz cut brought a smile to Ning Yi's face, which blossomed like a flower. You young men are quite astute. I knew you would return. I've been waiting for you to buy melons. Of course, they had no intention of buying melons. Oh, so you're feeling defiant and brought some friends? Ning Yi shot a glare and turned to the dozen thugs behind him, shouting, Brothers, overturn his cart and smash his melons. Ning Yi was furious. So you intend to smash my melons, huh? You can hit me, but don't touch my melons. A swarm of thugs rushed in, fists flying, kicks landing, and clubs swinging. As the saying goes, 2 fists cannot withstand 4 hands. But that refers to simultaneous defense and attack. Ning Yi's strategy was to attack without defending. You strike yours, and I'll strike mine. He seized one thug and pounded him mercilessly. Have you ever seen a fist the size of a sandbag? That's what you get for trying to smash my melons. After taking down one, he grabbed another. Ding. Received ordinary attack. Pain value 1010 points. Absorbed. Ding. Received ordinary attack. Pain value 1009 points. Absorbed. The system chimed 10 times. All due to the thugs using clubs. A bunch of amateurs, wasting my time. Half an hour later, several thugs lay on the ground, wailing, clutching their arms. Some holding their heads, while others cried pitifully. At that moment, the leader lay on the ground, eyes vacant, having lost all hope in life. He thought yesterday's failure was solely his fault. He believed today he could regain his dignity and fulfill the bounty task. Who would have thought he'd receive an even fiercer beating? Are today's youth really so fond of playing the pig to eat the tiger? The point of interest lies with us, does it not? Ning Yi kicked the object of his disdain. Do you have any idea how much my melons cost per pound? Chapter 4. The big cat Sunru first nodded. Then his eyes darted around as he recalled. 9 yuan and 80 cents per pound. Given that you have damaged so many of my melons, should you not compensate me? Indeed, you have delayed my business. Should you not purchase a few more? Because of your disruptions, my customers are too afraid to come. Should you not buy a few more? Should I not give you the entire truckload? Very well. Let us consider this a matter of familiarity. I will offer you a discount. Ning Yi squinted, his smile radiant. The more he looked at this Sunru, the more endearing he became. Not only did he enhance his own pain threshold, but he also assisted in purchasing melons. May the world be graced with more benevolent souls like him. 100% discount would be agreeable, wouldn't it? Sunru was momentarily taken aback, and the dozen or so ruffians around them gazed at Ning Yi in astonishment. A discount that exceeds the original price. This is nothing short of blatant bullying. You are robbing us. One of the ruffians shouted. What do you think I am doing? Without a moment's hesitation, Ning Yi launched a flurry of punches and kicks, causing the ruffians to wail on the street. You enjoy shouting, do you? You are defiant, are you? Do you truly believe being a thug is so easy? After a while, with hands on his hips, Ning Yi watched as Sunru collected the money one by one. It was truly a splendid scene. Those with cash paid in cash, while others transferred money via their phones. Brother, with cash and transfers combined, that totals 30,000 yuan. Is that sufficient? Is there nothing more? Ning Yi asked with a skeptical expression. There truly is nothing more. Everyone's pockets are cleaner than their faces. Very well. I shall not incur a loss. Ning Yi tucked the money into his pocket and instructed the 15 individuals to line up. I say ahem. Ning Yi cleared his throat, his face serious. Do you all despise me today? The crowd shook their heads in unison. Do not be afraid. Do not shake your heads. Ning Yi felt a twinge of regret. Having bullied them so thoroughly, how could they not resent him? Where is the youthful vigor of the modern generation? Listen to me. If you wish to reclaim your dignity, feel free to do so. Those with powerful connections should come sooner rather than later. Suddenly, Ning Yi remembered something and continued. Tomorrow, I must attend school. I finish at 6 in the evening at Lanbei High School number 7. Those wishing to confront me can wait for me at the school gate. However, when this message reached Sunru and his companions, its meaning transformed. Their hearts raced, believing Ning Yi was threatening them. They shook their heads in unison, saying, We will never dare again. Today, we were blind to the mountain's majesty. Please do not be angry, brother. Ning Yi instantly felt displeased. What is the matter? Can you not comprehend simple words? No, this must be pursued, and it must involve those stronger than yourselves. The group thought Ning Yi was merely testing them, shaking their heads once more in perfect unison, akin to a well-drilled troop. Ning Yi, infuriated, exclaimed, A slap for each of you. This is your performance. None shall escape. Lanbei City is not so large. Finding you will be quite effortless. Sunru, you are responsible for this. Starting tomorrow evening, I expect to see them come. Otherwise, do not blame me for my wrath. Yes, understood. I will ensure they comply. With a bow and a nod. He had learned the preferences of this elder brother through 2 days of lessons. Though somewhat peculiar, he would endeavor to accommodate them. Well then, clutching his melons, he decided to take his leave. Truly, what a charming group of children they were. After the ruffians departed with him, Ning Yi sat atop his tricycle, joyfully counting his earnings. The rent is covered. Tonight, I can indulge luxuriously once more, adding an egg and a sausage. Wangermatzi, I've finished selling my melons and will take my leave now. Ningzhenren, might you impart some of your martial skills to me? My father always told me that a true master does not reveal their prowess, and those who do are not genuine masters. I never expected the melon seller to be a true master. Despite Ning Yi's curiosity about why Wangermatzi referred to him as Ningzhenren, he had to depart at that moment. He had already spotted several female classmates, led by Su Hui, approaching with great fanfare. Ermatzi, I must take my leave. We shall converse again next week. With the creaking sound of the tricycle setting off, Ning Yi escaped from their view. Were they truly so idle? I refused to become a little kitten, having sold all my melons, only to allow them to enjoy my company for free. Upon returning to his rental apartment and securing the tricycle for the following week's ventures, he sensed that Aunt Lin was absent, though her daughter seemed to be home. Was that the sound of crying? What had transpired? Ning Yi felt a twinge of curiosity, but regrettably, he lacked the habit of eavesdropping. Bang, bang, bang. Since he did not eavesdrop, he decided to knock and inquire directly. Who is it? A slightly choked voice responded from within. It's me, Ning Yi. Are you all right? I'm fine. You go about your business. Why are you crying? What has happened? Silence lingered within the room for a considerable time. After waiting a while, Ning Yi returned dejectedly. What could he do? If she wouldn't speak, he certainly couldn't press her. That would only earn him her disdain. Back in his own room, Ning Yi opened the system panel and beheld the staggering pain value exceeding 10,000 points, which made him burst into joyous laughter. Yippee! The thrill is palpable, an overwhelming delight. System, elevate my realm. Ning Yi reclined on his bed, crossing his legs with a tone of bravado, exuding a certain nouveau riche flair. The upgrade to the next realm requires 5,000 pain points. Shall I proceed? Startled, Ning Yi straightened up, rubbing his ears. Surely he had misheard. 5,000? Wasn't the last upgrade only 2,000? Is your system made of gold, or is the realm itself gilded? Beep. Please remain calm, host. This is determined by the base value. As the threshold of pain value increases, the costs for future upgrades will naturally escalate. After a lengthy explanation that he scarcely comprehended, he thought to himself, fine, you make valid points. Let us upgrade. Beep. Upgrading the realm, upgrade successful. Feeling a surge of power within, Ning Yi could hardly believe he had ascended to the rank of Black Iron 2 stars. While others might require months to achieve this, he had accomplished it in merely 2 days. What unparalleled comfort. Beep. Skill extraction in progress. Skill extraction complete. Congratulations, host. You have acquired a one-time skill enhancement. You may choose to enhance either beast transformation or clone technique. Oh, this is an opportunity to enhance a skill without incurring any pain points? Surely. I must strengthen my beast transformation ability. Pain points can be utilized to enhance skills drawn from the system, yet they cannot augment one's inherent abilities. Perhaps this apparent partiality is not simply due to familial ties. System, enhance the beast transformation skill. Ning Yi silently hoped to transform from a small kitten into a majestic tiger or perhaps a lion. Beep, enhancement complete, beast transformation skill upgraded to a big kitty. Ning Yi was momentarily frozen in disbelief. System, you are utterly inhumane. The system, scratching its nose, replied, I was never human to begin with. How shameless can you be? What is the difference between a small kitten and a big kitty? My last moment of exasperation was during the last upgrade. Ning Yi spat out a mouthful of blood. This system was driving him to the brink of insanity. Sigh, let us see how this transformation looks. Cat ears, whiskers, and a tail appeared in succession. Gazing into the mirror, Ning Yi noticed a subtle change, transitioning from adorably cute to adorably fierce. He even gained a new skill, sharp claws. To be honest, he was somewhat excited about the prospect of further upgrades. Ning Yi chuckled to himself in delight. Your skill is transforming into a cat. How utterly charming. Turning around, he realized that Lin Ying was standing at the doorway, her eyes sparkling with heart-shaped excitement. As Lin Ying approached, Ning Yi thought to himself, please don't come any closer. Chapter 5. No one would say no to favorable rent. Beep, subjected to a confinement attack, pain points exceeding the threshold of tolerance. Unable to devour. Host, fend for yourself. What on earth? What is happening? Why can't I move? System, don't leave me. Come help me. Ning Yi felt tears welling up. What trick has this girl employed? This defies logic. She must possess the legendary sunflower pointing technique. Currently, Ning Yi could only silently endure Lin Ying's every action upon him, with her hands behind her back. Lin Ying's eyes sparkled with curiosity as she playfully tugged at Ning Yi's cat ears, yanked his tail, and gently stroked his head, which felt wonderfully soft. Woman, you have successfully irked me. Dare to touch my head, and you shall face dire consequences. Ning Yi's eyes could still move, glaring intensely at Lin Ying. Had his gaze the power to kill, he would have vanquished her hundreds of times over. Alas, it remained merely a wishful thought. Mother truly ought to have mentioned there was a cat-eared boy at home. He is so adorably fierce. How did I not notice this before? What a loss. Ning Yi retorted. Huh? In this world, there are only cat-eared girls, not cat-eared boys. You are the cat-eared boy. Your entire family are cat-eared boys. You seemed quite happy just now, didn't you? Ning teased, scratching Ning Yi's chin with a mischievous grin, knowing I'm in a bad mood, yet laughing so loudly. Therefore, I shall punish you. Let me play with you for 10 minutes. Hey, don't scare me. What on earth are you saying? How do you intend to play with me? Don't look at me with those pitiful, resentful eyes, like a little grievance-ridden woman. If you make me happy while petting this cat, I might just tell my mother to reduce your rent for half a year. Ning Yi's gaze immediately softened. Why didn't you say so earlier? He remarked casually. Subsequently, he remained motionless, enduring Lin Ying's torment for a full 10 minutes, stripped of any semblance of autonomy. Suppressing the anger brewing within, Ning Yi finally awaited the moment he could regain his freedom. Once liberated, he swiftly counterattacked, pinning Lin Ying beneath him, extending his feline claws. Eager to deliver a couple of solid punches. This is for tying my tail into a bow, for plucking my whiskers, for twisting my ears. However, fate often conspires against one's intentions. Before he could react, his body became uncontrollable, and in an instant, he was flung backward, crashing painfully to the ground. Ding. Normal attack received. Pain value too low, not absorbed. It seemed that this girl indeed knew how to modulate her strength. Ning Yi rose, a look of grievance upon his face. You must take responsibility, he exclaimed. Who told you to transform into such an adorable and dashing cat? I couldn't resist the temptation. Who in the world does not adore a charming feline? Lin Ying, now standing, showed no sign of anger towards his earlier actions, merely adjusting her attire. Come on. It was just a few playful touches. To imply responsibility is a bit excessive, don't you think? I was talking about my whiskers. You owe me for that. I've become less attractive. They should grow back swiftly, she chuckled, her eyes crescent-shaped with laughter. Her curiosity had gotten the better of her, and she had inadvertently plucked his whiskers while examining the difference between human-turned-cat whiskers and those of a genuine cat. I'm truly sorry, she said, glancing at the silver whisker in her hand. How about I stick it back on for you? Ning Yi shot her an irritable glance and hastily reverted from his beastly form, wary of what further antics this madwoman might conjure. Why didn't you mention that your ability was transformation into a cat sooner? Is that something to be proud of? With a sigh, Ning Yi retorted. Transforming into a tiger or lion is what defines a true king. Nonsense. Every ability has its own merits. For instance, Ning Yi shot back instantly. Lin Ying pondered for a moment before offering, you could act cute and charming, making it difficult for female adversaries to strike against you. Ning Yi burst into laughter. You should just leave, Lin Ying. I never anticipated you would be this type of person. By the way, could you do me a favor? Lin Ying suddenly turned, her face tinged with shyness, as if struggling to articulate her request. Spit it out quickly. After the recent cat debacle, the barriers between them had diminished significantly, their relationship improving, though they remained merely acquaintances. Next Wednesday evening, would you accompany me to a class reunion? Are you planning to flaunt me to boost your own morale? Well, can you transform? Declined, goodbye? The rent is negotiable. Ning Yi laughed in exasperation. This girl had thoroughly understood his weakness, leaving him unable to utter a refusal. Provide the specifics regarding time and place. Lin Ying's expression brightened. You finish school, and we shall go together. At the reunion on Wednesday. Is there not a male classmate who confessed to you only to be rejected? He turned you down. And now you wish to flaunt me in front of him to show that you too have a dashing suitor? Things are not as you perceive. However, the rejection indeed took Lin Ying by surprise, as she did not expect this fellow to possess such intelligence. From the moment you wept, I could surmise your intentions. Lin Ying felt a twinge of concern that he might become irate, and cautiously probed. So, will you still attend? As long as the rent can be negotiated. Everything is open to discussion. Ning Yi, on the other hand, was indifferent, even harboring a slight anticipation. Class reunions are the breeding grounds for discord. Where there is discord, there is conflict. Where there is conflict, there is the potential for confrontation, and with confrontation comes the inevitability of pain. By this reckoning, I ought to be grateful to Lin Ying. After they reached an agreement, Lin Ying left Ning Yi's room with a buoyant skip in her step. Meanwhile, Ning Yi summoned the system once more, ready to make some expenditures. After all, pain points are meant to be spent, they do not reproduce. And what is lost can always be regained. System, I wish to upgrade my clone technique. Beep upgrading the clone technique requires 3,000 pain points. Would you like to proceed with the upgrade? Ning Yi had grown numb to the cost. After all, it was a shrewd merchant. Debating with it would only diminish his worth. Upgrade. Beep skill upgrading in progress. Upgrade complete. A gentle reminder, host, do not curse at me, or it will result in a deduction of pain points. Ning Yi suppressed his urge to curse and calmly said, I wish to rename the clone technique to shadow clone for more appropriateness. Beep renaming successful. Why didn't you mention that earlier? You failed to clarify. Ignoring the system. Ning Yi examined his status panel. Host name, Ning Yi pain points, 2218 realm. Black iron 2 stars physical strength, iron bone. Copper skin soul strength, alarmingly weak skills. Beast transformation, shadow clone pain tolerance range, 2000 to 3000 given Ning Yi's current strength. He felt a tinge of apprehension regarding the upcoming assessment competition. His realm stood at black iron 2 stars, yet the average realm at Lanbei No. 7 middle school was black iron 4 stars. Notably, Lanbei No. 7 is the most mediocre institution in Lanbei City, while Lin Ying's school, Lanbei No. 2, barely qualifies as a first-rate institution. Despite being of the same age, Lin Ying's prowess far surpassed his own. Contemplating the finest high school in Lanbei City, Lanbei No. 1, only amplified his anxiety. Its students were exceptionally gifted, their abilities outclassing all peers by a considerable margin. The thought alone made his head throb, prompting him to swiftly dismiss such notions. What is there to fear? Each path is traversed step by step, and every conflict is faced blow by blow. Whether one emerges as a dark horse or a commonplace steed remains uncertain. Chapter 6. On being truly loyal like a dog today is Monday. After rising and performing a brief morning routine, I casually purchased a hand-grabbed pancake from a street vendor. While savoring my snack, I hurried towards school. Attending classes was imperative. Ning Yi firmly believed that knowledge constituted true power. Furthermore, with his unique abilities, it was essential for him to attain a diploma, otherwise, even the most menial jobs might elude him. As Ning Yi entered the classroom, the previously boisterous atmosphere quieted somewhat. His clean and handsome visage once again captured the attention of his female classmates. Unfortunately, after graduation this year, they would no longer see him. Just as he settled into his seat, Su Hui approached with fervor. Where were you yesterday? The city management came. You must have fled. Ridiculous. We all saw your silhouette pedaling away on your tricycle. Ning Yi stole a glance at Ji Yan, noting his pallor and the intensity of his gaze fixed upon him. Then come to my house tonight, he declared, ensuring his voice was loud enough for Ji Yan to hear. The other students naturally caught wind of this, erupting into a chorus of teasing. Ji Yan's complexion turned a peculiar shade of pale, tinged with a hint of green, an unsettling sight. Su Hui's cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Uft, you think I'll come alone? I'll be bringing the other girls with me. Ning Yi felt a wave of humiliation wash over him, realizing that thinking beautifully had a different connotation altogether. Ji Yan rose and approached Su Hui, first shooting a glare at Ning Yi before speaking to her with a tender gaze. Su, weren't you going to twist my head off? Come over to my house tonight. Get lost. Su Hui barely acknowledged him, landing a punch squarely on his face. Ji Yan went flying like a windmill, toppling several desks and chairs in the process. Ning Yi stood frozen in shock. Was his combat prowess truly that formidable? Clutching his swollen cheek, Ji Yan stammered. Su's little fists are still so soft. After our first intimate encounter, I shall never wash my face again. The entire class turned their attention to this notorious sycophant. Observing the golden retriever-like antics was merely for amusement, but in terms of flattery, he was indeed a true dog. That boy was beyond redemption. Brother Ji, why not teach Ning Yi a lesson? Warn him not to get too close to Su Hui, suggested by Shang, one of Ji Yan's lackeys. Ji Yan, a formidable figure with a strength rating of black iron 3 stars and possessing earth-based abilities, had considerable wealth, which attracted many followers. Ji Yan first slapped by Shang. Do you even have the right to call her by that name? Then, with a cold stare directed at Ning Yi, who was still engaged in conversation with Su Hui, he declared, he is merely a jester, a little cat that thinks it can stir up a storm. I don't regard him at all. Ning Yi cast another furtive glance at Ji Yan, who was seething with rage. Come on, hit me, he thought to himself. Before long, the class commenced. The first period was led by the homeroom teacher, an elderly gentleman surnamed Yan, affectionately referred to as Old Yan by the students. He rapped on the blackboard, emphasizing key points. Look at the blackboard. Why are you staring at me? Tomorrow is the major assessment. You should be prepared. It will primarily test your strength as awakened individuals in terms of speed, power, and various other aspects. The results will determine your eligibility for the extraordinary university. So take this seriously. Why are you staring at me? Focus on the blackboard. After taking a sip from the large porcelain jar of tea, spitting out a few tea leaves, he directed his gaze toward a particular individual. Some classmates should really focus on their studies instead of dwelling on supernatural abilities. When the time comes, if they fall behind in learning, they will regret it. Upon hearing the teacher's words, many students erupted in laughter, their eyes fixated on Ning Yi. Ji Yin wore an expression of schadenfreude, thinking, what good is being popular with girls? In the end, one still reverts to being an ordinary person. Meanwhile, Ning Yi remained absorbed in the scenery outside the window. Suddenly, a loud slap resounded as a hand struck the desk, startling the entire class. The stern teacher, Old Yen, shouted in anger, Ning Yi, are you rebelling? I apologize, teacher. You know it's summer, and the mosquitoes are buzzing incessantly, which is quite bothersome. Ning Yi quickly stood up to explain, feigning confusion as he asked, by the way, what did you just say? Old Yen, with a stern expression, understood Ning Yi's hidden meaning. The supernatural ability assessment. Are you going to participate? There was no way to opt out. Ning Yi's response elicited a roar of laughter, while Su Hui stared at him, incredulous. Had he lost his mind? Fine. If you wish to participate, the teacher won't stop you. Just be mindful of your safety. The class rushed by, with Ning Yi mostly dozing off. Ning Cat, you're quite arrogant today, even boasting about joining the assessment. Do you not know your own limitations? Bai Sheng, accompanied by 4 or 5 others, rapped on Ning Yi's desk to rouse him from his slumber. Clearly, they were sent by Ji Yin to torment Ning Yi. Squinting through his sleepiness, Ning Yi coldly uttered 2 words, get lost. Bai Sheng and his companions exchanged amused glances. Oh, who would have thought the once docile little cat would be so fierce today? No matter how fierce, he is still just a cat. Bai Sheng kicked Ning Yi's desk aside and, grabbing him by the collar with a ferocious expression, declared, from today onward, maintain a distance of at least 5 meters from my sister-in-law, or every time I see you, I'll hit you. Ning Yi was taken aback. Since when did I become your little brother? Bai Sheng, exasperated, clenched his fist and swung it toward Ning Yi, only to suddenly feel himself uncontrollably flying backward. And his backside hurt. Who kicked him? He landed with a thud, and only then did he see clearly. Su Hui, hands on her hips, was yelling furiously. You bunch of lackeys, all you know how to do is bully Ning Cat. If I see anyone bullying him again, don't blame me for turning you to ashes. A burst of flames appeared in Su Hui's palm, exuding an air of dominance. Su Hui's expression shifted rapidly, her fierceness transforming into gentleness in an instant. Ning Cat, are you all right? Huh, why did he look so regretful, as if he missed something? I'm fine, they can't hurt me. Ning Yi concealed his expression, then flashed a sweet smile, gently winking, exuding charm. Su Hui, covering her flushed face, returned to her seat. How annoying. Why did he have to dazzle me like that? I can barely stand. The morning passed swiftly, and in the afternoon, Ning Yi eagerly anticipated the time flying by, yearning for the class to end so he could leave. After all, a multitude of individuals were queuing to deliver their pain points. At last, the clock struck 6, and Ning Yi dashed out of the classroom with the swiftness of the wind. Ji Yin and Bai Sheng exchanged a knowing smile, one tinged with disdain. Humph. This lad is aware that once school is out, he is devoid of protection, hence his rapid escape. Yet, no matter how fast he runs, it is futile. We have long since arranged for individuals to intercept him at the school gate. On the curb across the street from the school entrance stood a motley crew, some with yellow hair, others with green, some bare-chested displaying tattoos, and others clad in leather jackets, wielding batons and baseball bats. And they were not alone. There were 4 or 5 groups in total. The passing students dared not steal a glance, hurriedly bowing their heads and fleeing, fearful of attracting trouble. Hey, isn't that a gang from the 3rd district? Are they here to ambush someone? One might wonder, is that high school student truly so formidable, even daring to call me dim-witted? Brothers, when we strike, show no mercy. Anyone who dares to bully our kin will pay. Among the crowd were notorious street thugs, and though it was unclear who had instigated the conflict, our people had been wronged, and it was time for them to recognize that we, too, were not to be trifled with. As Ning Yi exited the school, he suddenly found himself face to face with a figure. Goodness, you startled me, he exclaimed. The figure bowed and nodded, as if seeking praise. Big brother, I've gathered them. There are over 50 individuals, and their prowess is commendable. Only 50? You called in this many for just a handful of people? Ning Yi expressed his dissatisfaction. It hardly seemed sufficient. He envisioned a brawl lasting until dawn, with pain points soaring to unprecedented heights. You consider this few? Big brother, you don't understand the streets. After a while, you get to know everyone. A group enthusiastically rushes to a fight, only to discover they are all acquaintances. Today, every thug in the city has arrived. Ning Yi shrugged, conceding that having some support was better than none. As he observed the jubilant expression on his face while crossing the street, the figure scratched his head. Perplexed. Big brother, you are heading into a fight, not a wedding. Why are you grinning so broadly? Chapter 7. No rush. Form a line, big brother. That's him. Boss. The one who insulted you is that handsome lad over there. Brothers, the target has appeared. Charge. The adversaries were merely a few high school students of lowly rank. Yet they were determined to confront him. For groups rushed towards Ning Yi with fierce intent. Why is everyone headed in the same direction? Wang Chong, what brings you from the 4th district to this place? One of my high school peers has crossed paths with my brother. Taekwon, what brings you here? Have you seen that high school student? Come and confront him. A scoundrel struck my little brother. I'm here to help him reclaim his honor. Coincidentally, I am also here for revenge on behalf of my brother. After exchanging a few words, they realized they were all targeting the same individual. This simplifies matters significantly. With so many of them, a single spit from each could drown him. Ji Yin and Bai Sheng, mingling within the crowd, were already in fits of laughter. What has Ning Yi done? At this very moment, he has incited the wrath of every thug in the city while inadvertently calling in his own reinforcements. With such numbers, he is bound to meet his demise, or at the very least, suffer greatly. More than 50 individuals encircled Ning Yi, each one exuding a menacing aura as they gazed at him. Under normal circumstances, one might have been compelled to change their trousers in such a situation. Yet, Ning Yi appeared unfazed, a joyous grin adorning his face as he contemplated the upcoming brawl and how to allocate his pain tolerance points. Clearing his throat, he raised his voice, calling out, "Everyone, please calm down. There's no need to rush. You will all have your turn. Let us form an orderly queue. One group at a time, no cutting in line. First, let us find a more secluded spot. Follow me. I know just the place. Oh, and when the time comes, be sure to give it your all. Show your true abilities and don't give up." His words left the crowd in stunned silence. Was this child truly daft? He was willingly guiding them to a less populated area, suggesting they take turns to gang up on him, and even expressing concern that they might abandon the fight midway. They had encountered many brash individuals, but none quite as audacious as this. The original intention of the crowd had merely been to intimidate. After all, with so many of them, even a single punch could lead to dire consequences. However, since he was so brazen, they could hardly be blamed for being ruthless. Brothers, charge. Bystanders and fellow students were left in a state of disbelief. Hello, is this the law enforcement? There is a brawl occurring. Over 50 people are ganging up on one individual. And he is smiling. He can't be sane. I assure you, this is not a false alarm. Hello, media. Breaking news. A high school student is voluntarily taking a beating from over 50 individuals. What? He never claimed he wanted to conquer the world. How am I a fraud? Hey dear, come quickly. Students at our school have gone mad. One is challenging over 50 people. I'll return shortly, ready to face the consequences. Had it not been witnessed firsthand, few would have believed such a spectacle. A mere high school student, faced with a mob of over 50, not only remained unafraid but sought to engage them in direct confrontation. A scenario so far-fetched it could scarcely be penned in a novel. Ning Yi led the throng to an archway, indeed a place with sparse activity and no surveillance. Surveying the array of adversaries, he found himself momentarily at a loss for whom to select. After a brief scan of the crowd, he chose a burly man adorned with tattoos. You there? With the ink? Yes, you. The one with the pleasant goat tattoo on your chest. Come forward. You may be a fierce tiger descending from the mountains, but I see you as nothing more than a cartoon goat. Having navigated the treacherous waters of the underworld, he had never before encountered someone so audacious. Brothers, take him down. I will take responsibility for any consequences. With that command, the tattooed leader signaled, and a dozen of his comrades armed with blades and clubs surged forward. Ning Yi assessed their strength. Over half were ranked at the Black Iron 3-star level, while a few leaders boasted a Black Iron 4-star status. Their strikes should remain within the bounds of his pain tolerance. Ning Yi, opting for an aggressive strategy, chose to attack rather than defend. After all, why defend if it wouldn't hurt? He swung a powerful fist at the first assailant, sending him hurtling backward. It's important to remember that Ning Yi's physical strength was akin to iron and bronze. The force behind his punch was far from negligible. Naturally, he too endured some attacks. Alert. Sustaining a standard attack. Pain value. 1900. Already absorbed. Come on. Could you at least try a little harder? Beep. Subjected to a fire-based attack. Pain value 1900. Already devoured. There are also fire awakeners. Be careful not to scorch my garments. Within this throng, there are indeed numerous awakeners, yet their talents and resources are limited. Unable to attend the University of the Extraordinary, they find the thought of becoming ordinary too demeaning, ultimately relegating themselves to street ruffians. Their prowess is at best confined to this point, capable of ascending perhaps 1 or 2 more realms. This battle has raged for a full half hour, with the system's voice incessantly resounding, never ceasing. Ning Yi does not find the system's voice bothersome. In fact, the combination of the system's notifications and the enemy's wails forms a magnificent symphony, resonating with rhythm and emotion. The onlookers are left dumbfounded. Is this fellow impervious to pain? Blades striking his body spark like fireworks. How can he not be flesh and blood? This high school student appears to possess a modicum of strength. Amidst the crowd, Ji Yin and Bai Sheng have exchanged glances countless times, each gaze laden with unspoken sentiment. Isn't he merely a black iron 2-star? Isn't he of the beast transformation type? Could it be that a little kitten is remarkably resilient? Or has Ning Yi mastered the Meow Fist? Kung Wei bears an expression of rightful acknowledgement. Indeed, my brother revels in the fray, thriving on the blows he receives. The tattooed strongman now lies sprawled on the ground, wailing in defeat, his combat prowess utterly exhausted. On one hand, his stamina is depleted. Fighting is indeed tiring, you know. On the other, Ning Yi's might is overwhelming, despite being unarmed. A single punch feels akin to being struck by a steel pipe. The tattooed strongman foams at the mouth, his body bruised and battered, clearly having received special attention from Ning Yi. Next wave move. Ning Yi shouts, his commanding aura instilling a sense of trepidation among the onlookers, causing them to doubt their presence in this arena. If memory serves, he is merely a high school student, yet he behaves like a madman. Your guise of a pig eating a tiger has turned us into jesters. Why is no one stepping forward? I shall call names. The spectators seem to revert to their student days, feeling as though a teacher is about to call upon them to answer questions. Finally, someone can no longer bear Ning Yi's scrutinizing gaze and steps forth from the crowd, embodying a spirit of righteousness and daring. I, the Iron Fist, have yet to encounter such arrogance. A mere lad dares to regard us as ants. Brothers, this individual is ruthless, having grievously injured our comrades. Those who trust in the Iron Fist, follow me. No matter how strong he is, he cannot withstand the onslaught of so many. Such a fiend must be vanquished. The Iron Fist's grandiloquent speech stirs the emotions of many, rekindling their confidence. Have I unwittingly become the villain? A nefarious archfiend? Bah, I am the victim here. Fighting is fighting. Why all this superfluous chatter? Another wave of over 20 individuals charges forth alongside the Iron Fist. Some, noticing their hands empty of suitable weapons, hastily seize bricks and glass bottles from the ground. Once more, a battle ignites. Beep, subjected to a standard attack. Pain value 1500, already devoured. Beep. Under the onslaught of water-based attacks, the pain value reached 1500 and was swiftly devoured. Inside, Ning Yi exclaimed with exhilaration, "What a thrill! Bring it on!" This was the most exhilarating battle he had ever fought, though he had engaged in only a few. The system's notifications continued to echo in his ears, but the pain value gradually diminished. Half an hour later, Ning Yi remained steadfast while a multitude collapsed around him, groaning in agony. However, perceptive observers could discern that Ning Yi was panting heavily, his body slightly hunched. It was evident that these 2 battles had drained a considerable amount of his strength and energy. Brothers, he is at his limit. Follow me, he urged. Forget about lining up. We are ruffians. Can ruffians afford to queue? Take advantage of his weakness. Don't let him catch his breath. As Ning Yi watched the throng surge forward, he couldn't help but chuckle bitterly. This time, he had truly overstepped. While he was impervious to pain, he was bound to exhaust himself eventually. Chapter 8. For your own good system, elevate my realm. Ning Yi commanded decisively, without hesitation. This was undoubtedly the best course of action. The individuals before him could no longer provide him with pain value, and rather than squander time, it was wiser to intimidate them with overwhelming force. Beep. Elevating realm requires 10,000 pain value. Do you wish to proceed? Yes. At this juncture, the cost was of no concern. Beep. Realm elevation complete. The host is now at the Black Iron 3-star level. In an instant, Ning Yi's aura surged dramatically. All who had charged forward came to an abrupt halt, astonished as they gazed at him. How did he break through again? How can we possibly fight him now? Having already been a formidable foe at Black Iron 2-star, exhibiting near impenetrable defenses and ferocious attack power, he had been a challenge even for those at a higher level. If they charged him now, it would be akin to a mantis trying to stop a chariot or a moth drawn to a flame. Surrounded by the crowd, Ning Yi stood amidst them. To be frank, you are all far too weak. You are merely wasting my time. I will count to 3, disappear from my sight. Upon hearing this, they felt a wave of relief, discarding their weapons and fleeing. Those who had been lying on the ground struggled to rise and, with mutual support, limped away. In a world where strength reigns supreme, power grants one a voice. Strength is the ultimate truth. Authority lies at the tip of a sword, and reason exists only within the range of artillery. Ji Yin and Bai Sheng clung to each other, their legs trembling. Without support, they could hardly stand. They had witnessed the entire spectacle, where one had taken on the multitude and even ascended a level in strength. Is this still the same Ning cat? They wondered. This little kitten has transformed into a mighty tiger. Did you two enjoy the show? Ning Yi remarked, having finally approached them after most had dispersed, lifting their chins with a mischievous grin. Ning cat. I mean brother Ning. We were merely passing by to join the excitement. We meant no harm. Ji Yin forced a smile, her legs shaking. Though she too was at the Black Iron 3-star level, she felt utterly insignificant in his presence. May I inquire whether one can transcend their limits to confront the formidable opponents of the Black Iron rank? And not merely one, but several? Can one truly survive amidst the throng of over 50 individuals, given that one does not possess the strength of others? Would it not be wiser to concede sooner rather than later? I am, after all, your rival in this matter. Does that not stir a sense of indignation within you? Brothers are akin to one's own flesh and blood, while women are but garments. I cannot allow a mere piece of clothing to compromise the bond with my brethren. This notion is devoid of meaning. I did not come here to indulge in your flowery rhetoric. It is no wonder that Su Hui holds you in such disdain. Ning Yi scoffed. With looks inferior to mine, strength lacking, academic prowess wanting, and stature diminished, what, pray tell, do you truly possess? Ji Yin lowered his head, remaining silent. It was evident he was stifling his rage, torn between indignation and silence. You two are nothing but a pair of nuisances, marring my vision. One a coward, the other a sycophant. Begone. Observing their despondent retreat, Ning Yi shook his head in resignation. Do not blame me for my harsh words. I offer motivation for your own benefit, which, in turn, serves my interests as well. This is merely a strategy to reel in the bigger catch. As for the exposure of his own strength, Ning Yi remained unperturbed, for tomorrow marked the testing convention, where his prowess would inevitably shine through. Sun Quan, you have yet to depart? Just the person I wish to consult. Sun Quan had remained at the back, deliberately abstaining from involvement. For the might of his elder brother was beyond imagination. What business do you have? Seeking punishment? Brother, do you have further instructions? The ruffians had lost their utility, and he pondered the prowess of their leader. Sun Quan's expression turned bitter. Brother, my leader is an enigma, only appearing once a week. It seems he has attained the bronze level, though the specifics of his strength remain unknown. Bronze. That sounds precarious. I suppose patience is in order. Very well. Provide me with a means of contacting you for future correspondence. Once everyone was dismissed, Ning Yi finally relaxed, exhaling a long breath. He opened the system panel. Host name, Ning Yi. Pain value, 25. 189 points. Realm, Black Iron 3 stars. Physical strength, true gold. Body soul strength, severely weak. Skills, beast transformation, clone technique. Pain tolerance range, 3,000, 5,000. Gazing at his pain value and physical strength, Ning Yi smiled in contentment. Indeed, the best remedy for fatigue is to examine one's own attributes. After reviewing the details, he felt invigorated and full of vitality. Do not underestimate me simply because I appear as a mere cat. The strength of a feline is beyond your comprehension. Humming a tune, Ning Yi retrieved a brand new white short-sleeved shirt and trousers from his backpack. Having learned from his previous experience, he had taken to keeping fresh clothing on hand, unafraid of engaging in battle or sustaining injuries. Wait a moment, system. Have you forgotten something? While walking home, Ning Yi suddenly recalled that the system had yet to grant him skill acquisition. Ding. There were many people around earlier. It slipped my mind. The hostess' memory is quite commendable. Please proceed with the extraction. Ding. Skill extraction in progress. Skill extraction complete. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the shadowless step. A speed-based skill, quite pleasing and well-suited to my preferences. Ning Yi halted, and upon mastering the shadowless step, he immediately put it into practice. Suddenly, one could observe Ning Yi's legs trembling with remarkable speed, to the point where their form became indistinguishable, leaving behind only a blur, surpassing even a bicycle in swiftness. The elderly man riding the bicycle exclaimed, "What was that?" A large black rat just zipped past. What should have been a 15-minute journey was accomplished in merely 2 minutes. However, he emerged utterly drained of his spiritual energy. Upon returning home, he scarcely nibbled at his meal before collapsing into slumber. Chapter 9. Come on, let us continue the banter. The following day, Ning Yi arrived at school, brimming with vitality and fervor, ready to partake in the annual assessment conference. At Lanbei High School, there were 5 classes in the senior year, and Ning Yi belonged to Class 5. With over 40 students per class, the gathering comprised more than 200 participants. Among them, many were akin to Ning Yi of yore, possessing awakened abilities that were of little significance, lacking potency, yet stubbornly refusing to heed the teacher's counsel, insisting on attending. The assessment conference consisted of 2 segments. The first segment evaluated various physical attributes, with the school employing distinct methods tailored to the different types of awakened abilities. Registration commenced at the cafeteria entrance, where one needed to declare their affinity. The abilities were categorized into 7 major types: elemental, enhancement, control, beast transformation, support, mental, and special. While waiting in line, Ning Yi pondered what to claim as his ability. He promptly dismissed the beast transformation category, imagining himself turning into a kitten, which would undoubtedly result in his expulsion from the assessment. He could easily choose between the shadow clone and shadow step techniques, either of which could serve as a valid ability. Suddenly, a brilliant idea struck him. A smirk crossed his face. This was undoubtedly ingenious. Under the sunshade, the teacher responsible for registration had yet to raise their gaze, merely handling a table, a book, and a pen. What is your ability? Wind. Elemental. 3rd floor of the gym. Next. What is your ability? I can keep my eyes open indefinitely. Those with weak abilities, head to the classroom for self-study. Next. What is your ability? I am exceedingly swift. Those with enhancement abilities, proceed to the playground, 1st floor. Teacher, I'm not referring to running fast. It's a different kind of speed. Off to the hospital with you. The registration process was brisk, and before long, it was Ning Yi's turn. What is your ability? Defense. Enhancement. Head to the playground. Upon arriving at the playground, a fervent atmosphere enveloped the area, as various assessments were in full swing, with students pouring their passion and sweat into the endeavor, all in hopes of passing the evaluations. Awakened individuals with enhancement abilities were primarily assessed on 5 facets: defense, speed, strength, evasion, and endurance. Numerous regulations govern the process. Firstly, based on the results, scores would be classified as E, C, B, A, or S, representing 5 distinct levels. Furthermore, depending on the enhancement functions, different evaluation methods were employed. For instance, if Ning Yi claimed his ability was defense, he would need to achieve an A grade or higher in the defense assessment to qualify. Otherwise, he would be eliminated outright. The remaining 4 assessments also required a minimum of E grade to be deemed satisfactory. In other words, one must attain at least 1 A and 4 Bs to pass the assessment and qualify as an awakened individual. If you cannot achieve even a single A, or if any of the assessments result in an E grade, you are deemed unfit as an extraordinary being, and the school sees no necessity to provide resources for you. Upon arrival at the area designated for the defensive assessment, a line of over a dozen individuals had already formed. At the end of the queue stood a pitch-black apparatus, beside which 3 teachers were seated. The arrival of Ning Yi attracted the attention of his fellow classmates in line. This was primarily due to Ning Yi's notorious transformation into a cat, a tale that had spread like wildfire, making him a well-known figure throughout Lanbei High School, with many having come to witness him in action. Had he transformed into an ordinary cat, excelling in agility and clawing, he might not have drawn ridicule from the entire student body. Regrettably, his transformation resulted in a diminutive kitten, possessing little more than an endearing charm. Curiosity bubbled among the onlookers. How did he find himself in the area for the defensive assessment? Ning Cat, did you deceive the teachers? Asked Shin-Sanshan, a student from Class 1, who stood directly in front of Ning Yi. He was a robust figure, towering over Ning Yi, who stood at 183 centimeters. His muscles bulging like hills beneath his short sleeves, exuding an aura of strength. Laughter erupted around them as the crowd began to mock and taunt. What can your little frame defend against? You'd struggle to withstand the wind. Look at our physiques. This is what true security looks like. Ning Cat, I've heard the smell of cat urine is quite pungent. Don't go and foul the entire playground. Ha! Ning Yi's gaze remained fixed on the assessment apparatus, and as their laughter crescendoed, he retorted coolly, whose restroom is in disrepair. Leaving you here? Several individuals were momentarily rendered speechless, taken aback by his audacity. Shin-Sanshan, infuriated, shot back, what did you say? Indeed, he was taken aback, his ears seemingly deaf to reason. Ning Yi maintained an air of nonchalance, his focus elsewhere. Are you itching for a fight? Shin-Sanshan trembled with rage, his fists clenched. You dare insult us. Why are you so brazen? Yes. Come and take me down if you can. With a growl of frustration, Shin-Sanshan could no longer tolerate Ning Yi's demeanor. What right do you, a mere kitten, have to act so arrogantly? He raised his fist, charging towards Ning Yi's face at a brisk pace. Next one to engage in a brawl will have their assessment disqualified. A teacher overseeing the tests interjected abruptly. Shin-Sanshan's fist halted mere centimeters from Ning Yi's face, the anticipation in Ning Yi's expression extinguished by the teacher's words. Humph, just you wait, he muttered, feeling slighted. Shin-Sanshan stumbled forward, nearly losing his balance upon hearing Ning Yi's words. For someone of your stature, you should learn to walk properly. Turning back, Shin-Sanshan's face contorted with anger, yet recalling the teacher's admonitions, he begrudgingly resumed his course. I must truly be idle to engage in conversation with him. Observing Shin-Sanshan's disinterest, Ning Yi resumed his relentless verbal assault on those who had mocked him. Though the large intestine and the brain may bear a resemblance, it is hardly necessary for you to feign such similarities. As the weather turns chilly, people shiver and shudder. While I have already procured my thermal pants, do not forget to acquire your masks. It is evident that you are akin to hens taking flight. Not the most noble of creatures. You resemble dung beetles yawning, with foul mouths. Each one of you, without exception, shall not escape. Initially, others attempted to retort, but upon realizing their futile attempts to retaliate, they could only feign ignorance, pretending not to hear or see. They contemplated how to deal with Ning Yi once the testing concluded. Soon, it was Ning Yi's turn for the examination, and those whom he had scolded remained, eager to witness what folly he might exhibit. Chapter 10. Have you heard the whoosh? Having completed the simple paperwork, Ning Yi stood in the center of the apparatus. As two clamping plates gradually approached, pressing against his chest and back, securing him tightly. From the moment he laid eyes on the device while queuing, Ning Yi felt an inexplicable affinity towards it. Are you prepared to activate your extraordinary abilities? A teacher inquired. I am ready. For the first intensity of attack. It was designated as Black Iron 1 star. Ning Yi sensed a slight movement from the clamping plates, yet felt no discomfort. For the second intensity, it was Black Iron 2 stars. The third intensity registered as Black Iron 3 stars. The fourth intensity was marked as Black Iron 4 stars. Observing Ning Yi's composed demeanor, the three instructors glanced at the information he had just submitted. Indeed, it was confirmed as Black Iron 3 stars. How could he exhibit such resilience against an attack of Black Iron 4 stars? Let us proceed. For the fifth intensity, it was Black Iron 5 stars. Ding. Sustained standard attack. Pain value 3100 absorbed. The familiar sound of the system echoed once more. Ah, I see now why I felt such a kinship. This device is tailor-made for me. The teachers exchanged glances, bewildered by the child's unexpected enthusiasm. His defensive capabilities are remarkable, indeed, one of them remarked. Old Wong, can you discern the essence of this child? Inquired a teacher seated in the center. Yes, I can feel he is indeed Black Iron 3 stars. He is extraordinarily formidable. Ning Yi, shall we continue? Yes, please. Ning Yi replied eagerly. Had I known about such an instrument, I would not have sought out brawlers for combat. For the 6th intensity, it was black iron 6 stars. Ding. Sustained standard attack. Pain value 3900, absorbed. Teacher, let us proceed. The child seemed to be reveling in madness. For the 7th intensity, it was black iron 7 stars. Ding. Sustained standard attack. Pain value 4800, absorbed. Was this his limit? The attack intensity of black iron 8 stars surely surpassed 5000. Teacher, can we attempt the black iron 7 stars a few more times? The instructors exchanged glances and nodded. But soon Ning Yi felt the apparatus cease its operations. Hey, what is going on? Did you not all nod in agreement? Why has the device stopped? Congratulations, student. Your defensive extraordinary ability has reached S rank. Additionally, congratulations on breaking the record by withstanding black iron 7 with black iron 3. Ning Yi nodded, finding the answer unsurprising. With a system in place, it would indeed be strange if it were not of S rank. What disappointed him further was the thought of why there weren't more opportunities. Before departing, Ning Yi, unwilling to give up, inquired, Teacher, is this instrument for sale? Such testing devices are strictly regulated and in limited supply. How could they possibly be sold? Naturally, Ning Yi was ushered out. What about Shin Sanshan and the others? Meanwhile, Shin Sanshan, having already distanced himself, glanced back at Ning Yi. When Ning Yi withstood the pressure of the black iron 6 stars, their jaws dropped in astonishment. It was terrifying. Had he transformed into a beast? All of them possessed defensive abilities. Why, under the same circumstances, could he endure up to black iron 7 stars while they could only manage black iron 4 stars? It was best to flee quickly. Who would stay and allow him to mock them and deliver a scathing defeat? Ning Yi squinted as he surveyed the playground. There you are. I found you at the speed testing area, little Shan. Here I come. The method for speed testing was delightfully simple, running. The 800-meter track required 5 laps, with the time taken determining the results. Oh, right. I must first take care of something important. Since I am to run, I must prepare adequately. System, upgrade shadowless step. Beep, upgrading requires 10,000 pain points. Would you like to proceed with the upgrade? Yes. Beep, upgrade successful. Shadowless step has been upgraded to phantom skill. Nice. It would be a shame not to achieve an S-rank score after spending this 10,000 pain points. At the speed testing registration desk, after Shin Sanshan completed the form and registered, Ning Yi followed closely behind. Hey, little chick, why didn't you wait for me? Upon seeing Ning Yi's beaming smile, which was undeniably pleasant, Shin Sanshan instinctively took a few steps back. What are you planning? Don't think that just because you have strong defense, I am not swift. Oh, is that so? I eagerly anticipate your performance, little cannonball. In the next group, Ning Yi, Shin Sanshan, and 8 others lined up according to the designated track. At the sound of the gunshot, all but Ning Yi shot off like arrows from a bow. Students with abilities related to speed had already completed half a lap. Phantom skill activate. With a whoosh, Ning Yi vanished from his spot, quickly catching up with the others. Shin Sanshan, focused on the ground, sensed a dark figure beside him. He looked up to find Ning Yi beside him once more. TSK, you're too slow, little tank. Shin Sanshan was momentarily taken aback, his speed noticeably reduced. Just as he was about to retort, Ning Yi disappeared from sight, and when he looked again, Ning Yi had already surpassed him by more than half a lap. 5 seconds later, Shin Sanshan heard another whoosh by his ear. The shadow zipped past him again. Hey, what is going on? I haven't even finished 1 lap. Whoosh. Another lap completed. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Referee, I'm done. The referee had yet to comprehend the situation. He merely saw a shadow and heard the swift sounds. In the blink of an eye, Ning Yi stood before him. 5 laps of 800 meters completed in under half a minute. Was he an awakened being or a deity? Name? Ning Yi. Ning Yi, your ability is defense. Defense? The referee glanced at the clock and then at Ning Yi. Could it be a mistake? A defender awakened could run faster than one specialized in speed. Teacher, this is what I call being well-rounded. After receiving the score sheet from the trembling hands of the referee, Ning Yi exclaimed, yes, yet another S rank. Sitting on a nearby chair, he observed Shin Sanshan, who was still exerting himself in his run, as he took a moment to rest and wait for him. During the defense test, Shun had mentioned, just you wait. A remark that Ning Yi had etched in his memory. He pondered what Shun might want him to wait for. Perhaps he wished to add a touch of excitement to his otherwise mundane life. Chapter 11. The Pentagon warrior Shin Sanshan, holding a mere C-rank score in his hands, felt a wave of despondency wash over him. The sight of Ning Yi, grinning with delight, only deepened his gloom. I regret ever provoking him when I had nothing to do. He felt tears welling up. The area designated for strength testing lay at the far end of the playground. Why are you following me? Shin Sanshan, glancing back at the beaming Ning Yi, felt his sanity fray. Oh, stop with your nonsense. Who's following you? Is the playground your home or the school yours? Can you please just go around me? You said to wait for you. So I am, Ning Yi replied. Let me make it clear. Although your defense and speed surpass mine, do not think I fear you. In terms of strength, I can undoubtedly overpower you. What does it matter if you're strong? Go lift bricks instead. Shin Sanshan retorted. I can't argue with you. I'll just ignore you. As they arrived at the strength testing area, there were already 5 or 6 individuals present, with a teacher beside a machine. This apparatus, known as the punch force tester, featured a target in the center and a display to indicate one's ranking based on the force exerted. Sanshan, why the long face? Did you fail the test? Or has someone upset you? Among the crowd stood a muscular figure, about the same height as Shun, his classmate Wan Chong. Rumor had it that he had reached the 6th star of the Black Iron rank and possessed the ability to enhance his arms, making him exceptionally strong. Students in the body enhancement category were generally more robust in stature than other awakened individuals. Except for me, Ning Yi interjected. Upon hearing Wan Chong's comment, Shin Sanshan hurried over to cover his classmate's mouth. Leaning in close, he whispered, You didn't see anything, and you didn't say anything. Shoo, I'm the only victim here. Please don't drag our classmates into this. What's wrong with you? Wan Chong pressed the back of his hand against Shin Sanshan's forehead. No fever, yet you're rambling on. Shin Sanshan glanced at Ning Yi and whispered, Do you see that guy? That's Ning Yi, the celebrity who can transform into a feline. Are you afraid of cats? Wan Chong asked. It's not what you think, Shin Sanshan replied, recounting everything he had witnessed. After hearing Shun's account, Wan Chong shook his head vigorously, as if trying to dispel a persistent drumbeat. Impossible, absolutely impossible. I wouldn't lie to you. His defense is S rank, his speed is S rank. These are factual data. Shin Sanshan insisted. Wan Chong finally grew wary and cast a sidelong glance at Ning Yi. Oh, he's looking at us. What are you two chatting about so cheerfully? Ning Yi inquired. Nothing at all, Shin Sanshan stammered. 2 individuals waved their hands in unison, exclaiming together, Little steel ball, should you seek vengeance? I am ever ready to accompany you, but I fear you may not dare. Indeed, modern students have become exceedingly dull, far less interesting than those few delinquents. Soon, it was Wan Chong's turn to showcase his abilities. He assumed a horse stance, and with a resounding shout, his extraordinary power was unleashed. His arms began to transform, gradually thickening and bulging with muscle, exuding an overwhelming sense of strength that even supported his entire frame. Isn't that reminiscent of Popeye? Ning Yi nudged Shin Sanshan's arm. Does your classmate have a penchant for spinach? Shin Sanshan ignored him, remaining focused on Wan Chong's display. Wan Chong raised his right hand into a fist, its size comparable to the watermelons Ning Yi was selling. With a swift motion, his fist tore through the air, accompanied by a whooshing sound, as it struck the target with tremendous force, causing the apparatus to tremble violently, loosening its force supports significantly. Ning Yi marveled. Impressive, truly impressive. His strength is at the Black Iron 6-star level, yet that punch possesses the might of an 8-star. A part of him longed to experience such power firsthand. Meanwhile, a display on the side flashed hands. The supervising teacher announced, Congratulations, student. You have achieved an S-level evaluation. Your extraordinary ability is arm enhancement. No wonder. A smirk crept onto Wan Chong's lips as he cast a disdainful glance at Ning Yi, intending to provoke him with a few words, but was pulled back by Shin Sanshan. Best to hold your tongue for now. Let him complete the tests and reveal the results first. After uttering this, Shin Sanshan took the stage, achieving an A grade. For a primary defensive awakener, attaining an A in strength was commendable. It was now Ning Yi's turn. Approaching the strength testing machine, he crouched slightly, with his left foot forward and his right hand clenched into a fist, his muscles coiling like steel cables. At that moment, a barely perceptible golden aura enveloped him, unnoticed even by himself. With a twist of his waist and a thrust of his hips, his iron fist was unleashed, producing a resounding blast. Bang! The force supports were violently torn apart, and the strength testing machine was sent flying as if struck by a truck, spinning through the air and crashing into the campus wall with a tremendous thud. The supervising teacher was left dumbfounded, as were Xin Sanshan, Wan Chong, and all the surrounding students. Even Ning Yi was somewhat astonished, wondering if his earnest punch was truly that powerful. Brother Sanshan, I owe you my gratitude. Your intervention was a lifesaver. Wan Chong felt as if he had narrowly escaped disaster, his heart still racing. Xin Sanshan swallowed hard, trembling as he said, I've read enough novels to have experience with such matters. I'm not afraid. We should make a swift exit. Someone, fetch me a new pair of trousers. The crowd buzzed with speculation. Isn't that Ning Yi from Class 5? Though equally handsome, is he truly that powerful? If it is indeed Ning Yi, it would be terrifying. Let us not forget he is a beast transformation type, and yet he has always been a small kitten. The sheer force that sent the strength testing machine flying is nothing short of explosive. Is it really Ning Yi? Several classmates carried the smoke-emitting strength testing machine back. Ning Yi cast a glance at the discarded instrument, its target deeply indented, with a clearly visible fist imprint at its center. With a look of grievance, he turned to the testing instructor, innocently pleading, Teacher, it was not intentional. Could you possibly waive the compensation? You certainly won't have to pay, the instructor replied. Although it was his first encounter with such an incident, he understood that damaging a power testing machine was trivial compared to discovering a promising talent. After all, it was merely a power testing device. The school had others. Ning Yi felt a twinge of guilt as he glanced at the similarly discarded monitor. My level? It must be an S. Others understood that his S rank was inevitable, while someone else's S rank stemmed from the fact that it was the highest attainable. As he departed the strength testing area, he noticed that Xin Sanshan was nowhere to be found. Never mind, I won't toy with him any longer. I should hasten to the other two events. The next event was evasion, which assessed agility and positioning, and Ning Yi effortlessly secured an S rank through his elusive prowess. The final event was endurance, requiring a 10-minute period of stillness. Ning Yi breezed through it while conversing with the system, earning another S rank. It was during his discussions with others that he learned about the various discomforts, burning, cold, itching, one had to endure during the stillness. Why didn't I feel any of that? With that, Ning Yi had completed all 5 assessments for enhancement students, firmly establishing himself as a quintuple threat warrior. That evening, in the principal's office, the principal perused the disheveled results of the day's tests, a look of satisfaction gracing his features, with a smile playing at the corners of his eyes. The current students were increasingly impressive, with half of them meeting the standards. Who is this? All S ranks in the 5 tests. Upon seeing the name Ning Yi, the principal pondered, isn't his anomaly ability related to beast transformation? How did he end up in the enhancement category? Moreover, he managed to damage a strength tester. This seems to be an interesting young man. I shall pay him special attention. Chapter 12. Please do not waste my time. Thank you. The following day, on the first floor of the physical education building, the 5 classes of seniors assembled in neat lines. Ning Yi stood at the back, allowing him to secretly enjoy the hand-grab pancake he had purchased that morning. Indeed, it was delicious. Just as he was savoring it, he was suddenly startled by a slap that nearly choked him. Oh no, has the teacher discovered me? He turned nervously, only to breathe a sigh of relief, swallowing the morsel in his mouth. You scared me to death. Su Hui covered her mouth, laughing uncontrollably. You are incredibly bold. The teacher is right in front, and the principal is on the stage. Come on, let me have a bite. I've already eaten, he retorted. I'll take a bite from the bottom. Watching you eat is truly tempting. No way. Ning Yi stuffed the remaining pancake into his mouth. Greedy pig, enjoy your cold water. Su Hui puffed out her cheeks adorably and continued. By the way, congratulations on passing the tests. Su Hui felt both surprised and delighted at Ning Yi's success in the assessments. Of course, I know I am strong. The tests for your elemental category must have been quite simple, considering you were able to pass. Who are you looking down on? Su Hui playfully punched Ning Yi with her small fist. It merely involves the mastery and magnitude of elemental control. For me, it is a piece of cake. Su Hui continued to inquire. I have heard that the testing for beast transformation abilities is exceptionally challenging. How did you manage to pass? Ning Yi scratched his head and replied, I participated in the enhancement ability test. Ning Yi leaned in closer and whispered, I awakened 2 extraordinary abilities. One is the beast transformation ability of a cat, which you already know about, and the other is an enhancement ability for defense. Su Hui's eyes gradually widened, her mind buzzing as if struggling to comprehend the revelation. What did she just hear? 2 extraordinary abilities? Is it truly possible for someone to possess dual extraordinary abilities in this world? The principal took the stage to deliver his speech, prompting Ning Yi to gesture towards the front. The speech has begun, we should return. He pulled Su Hui back from her astonishment. This girl, it seems, was easily captivated by just a few words. On stage, the principal commenced his address. Good morning, students. Following yesterday's first round of testing, a total of 104 students have qualified as Awakened Ones. Congratulations to each of you. Every student will receive resources from the school, and we will do our utmost to nurture you. We anticipate your bright futures, bringing honor both to yourselves and to the school. However, remember that in scholarship there is no first, and in martial arts, no second. The resources in this world are limited. Only the strong can claim more. The first round of testing was akin to selecting a sharp blade, while today's second round, a competition, will determine whether that blade can vanquish foes. Show your true abilities, give it your all, and strive for the first place. The principal's succinct remarks sparked a surge of enthusiasm among the students, each one eager to showcase their prowess. Under the guidance of their teachers, they all made their way to the playground. In the center of the playground, 10 simple arenas had been set up, surrounded by spectator seating and a medical team. The stands were filled with spectators, including first and second-year students, as well as those eliminated from the previous day. Ning Yi gazed at the sea of faces in the audience, filled with emotion. He too had once sat among them as a first year, watching the matches of his seniors. He had believed he would spend 3 years in the stands. For with his extraordinary abilities, it seemed impossible to reach this stage. Now that he was here, he was determined to reveal his most formidable self. Greetings to all the esteemed participants and audience. I am Yang Yichun, the host for this martial arts competition. A total of 104 students will compete, and we eagerly await to see who will emerge victorious. The path to victory is straightforward. Defeat your opponent by pushing them out of the arena, incapacitating them, or by forcing them to surrender. The first round of matches officially commenced, and the audience's attention turned to the large screen. As the host concluded his words, the names of all contestants appeared on the big screen. Scrolling to randomly select 20 individuals. After establishing connections, the respective opponents were determined. Alright, the first round's roster has been confirmed. We await the contestants to take the stage and look forward to their performances. Ning Yi kept his eyes fixed on the big screen, hoping to see his name appear, anticipating the moment he would step onto the arena. He had already envisioned how he would showcase his skills in his inaugural match. If the conclusion had arrived earlier, one could still venture out to sell melons, hoping for a kindred spirit to inquire about their ripeness. Alas, his name was absent from the first round's roster. Ning Yi sighed and slumped into his chair, resigning himself to observe the ensuing battles. Yet, he found the spectacle rather dull. This competition marked the debut for many of these children. Their fighting techniques were rudimentary, bordering on naive, leaving Ning Yi on the verge of slumber. Before long, the first round concluded, revealing 10 victors. As the second round commenced, Ning Yi's name remained absent. He had washed his face that morning, yet his complexion appeared unusually dark. However, upon seeing Su Hui take the stage in the second round, he felt a surge of energy. Just how formidable was our class leader now? On the arena, Su Hui, is it? Your ability is fire, correct? Unfortunately for you, my power is water, which naturally counters yours. It would be wise for you to surrender early. The opponent, a boy with blue hair, was renowned at school. Unlike Ning Yi, whose fame stemmed from prowess, Su Hui let out a disdainful snort, flames erupting from her body, her crimson hair igniting fiercely, and she began to levitate gracefully. The sight was utterly breathtaking and imposing. Although Bai Sa on the stage trembled in fear from Su Hui's aura, he steeled himself and unleashed his ability. A column of waters surged from behind him, racing towards Su Hui. She did not evade. Before the water could reach her, it transformed into vapor. You dare to provoke me, you insignificant insect. As her voice echoed in the air, it heightened the tension among the spectators. With a resonant roar, 2 fire dragons materialized, hurtling towards Bai Sa with incredible speed, scorching the very air around them. Bai Sa hastily conjured a curtain of water, but mere droplets could not extinguish such raging flames. The 2 fire dragons encircled Bai Sa, a fierce warning. Surrender, or I shall show no mercy. I surrender. The display of elegance, immense power, and her striking beauty elicited gasps from the entire student body. So handsome, so captivating, Su Hui, I adore you. She is the fire queen of reality. I would gladly bow beneath her skirts. I found myself somewhat envious of the boy battling Su Hui. able to witness her magnificence up close. I would willingly risk being scorched just to exchange a few words with her. Among the spectators, Ning Yi was momentarily stunned, struggling to comprehend the allure of Su Hui. Her charisma had ensnared him unexpectedly. Moreover, her rapid ascent to the rank of Black Iron 6 stars indicated she had been concealing her true capabilities. Soon, the second round concluded. Su Hui sat beside Ning Yi. So how did I do? Am I strong? Ning Yi gave a thumbs up. Indeed, formidable. Are you enamored with me? Ning Yi felt his eyelids twitch. Was she really asking such a pointed question? A bit, yes. You're quite impressive, striking, and beautiful. A blush crept from Su Hui's cheeks to her ears, revealing that this fellow possessed a way with words. Ning Yi continued to gaze at the large screen as the third round's list emerged, absent. The fourth round, absent. The fifth round, absent. The entire morning passed, and Ning Yi had dozed off once again. Hurry, hurry, hurry. Su Hui shook him awake. It's your turn. She was eagerly anticipating Ning Yi's performance, as it meant she would once again witness his transformation into a feline creature, a sight she greatly looked forward to. Ning Yi glanced at the large screen. To his astonishment, only 4 contestants remained. If he did not make an appearance soon, it would indeed be peculiar. Finally, it was his moment to shine and exhibit his prowess. He dashed eagerly onto the stage, anxiously awaiting his opponent's arrival. However, Ning Yi was utterly unprepared for the fact that his opponent was Ji Yan. To add insult to injury, that fellow didn't even step onto the stage, but shouted his surrender and fled. He ran away. Ning Yi was bewildered, Su Hui was bewildered, and the entire audience was left in a state of confusion. Chapter 13. The Dark Underbelly. I suspect a conspiracy victory was achieved in a most inexplicable manner. Dejected, Ning Yi descended from the stage and slumped back into his seat. This was not the process I desired. Observing the despondent expression on Ning Yi's face, Su Hui couldn't help but chuckle. There are more matches this afternoon. Your luck is bound to improve. Although many female classmates, including her, had not yet seen Ning Yi transform into a cat, there was no cause for concern. More matches lay ahead. No need to rush. After a brief afternoon rest, the second round of the elimination tournament commenced. Hello, fellow students. Welcome back. Following the first round of competition in the morning, 52 students successfully advanced from the initial elimination. Now, the second round awaited, and we were eager to see how they would perform. In the audience, Ning Yi and the other 51 students were drawing lots to determine the order of appearance based on numbers. Ning Yi looked at the number he had drawn, 25. A sense of foreboding washed over him. Su Hui, what number did you get? I'm number 1, likely the first to compete. Shall we switch? Haha, I decline. Just wait and see me obliterate my opponent. A moment of silence for Su Hui's adversary was observed. I trust that all contestants have drawn their numbers. Please take note of the numbers in your hands. Contestant 1 will face contestant 52. Contestant 2 will face contestant 51, and so forth. Contestants numbered 1 through 10, as well as those numbered 43 through 51, please proceed to the stage. Well, it seems I am once again last. Time for a nap. In less than a minute, Su Hui returned to the audience. Her opponent was a classmate who, upon seeing Su Hui, immediately stepped down and surrendered. As Ning Yi slumbered peacefully, Su Hui gently draped her clothing over him, concerned he might catch a chill. The first round of combat concluded. Contestants numbered 11 through 20, and those numbered 33 through 42, please take the stage. Another round of combat came to an end. Next, contestants 21 through 26, and contestants 27 through 37. Ning Yi. Hurry, hurry, it's your turn. Ning Yi was jolted awake. What? The melons are sold out? Hurry up, you are number 25. Oh. Ning Yi replied, still groggy. As he stepped onto the stage, clarity dawned upon him. It was indeed his time to perform. His great sword was already yearning for action. Come forth, my esteemed opponent. Where's my opponent? The host, Yang Yichun, called out, contestant 28, it is your turn. Ning Yi craned his neck in anticipation, curious as to who his adversary would be. I merely wish for my opponents to possess a modicum of strength. Referee, I suddenly recalled that I left the gas on at home. I shall not continue. A voice echoed from afar as the speaker's figure darted away from the playground, racing toward the school gates. Ning Yi focused and realized, is that not Wansheng? How is it that none of you embody the spirit of sportsmanship? Ji Yan. Wansheng, none of my adversaries possess it. Frustrated, Ning Yi stamped his foot and reluctantly descended from the platform. Su Hui was quite curious. They ought to be aware that Ning Yi's beast transformation is into a cat. Should they not be secretly amused upon encountering him? Why then do they all concede defeat? Su Hui glanced once more at Ning Yi's refined visage. He is not so intimidating after all, rather handsome. Ji Yin and Wan Chong thought. We certainly do not wish to be humiliated beneath his prowess. It is far more dignified to concede gracefully. Ning Yi sighed deeply. How solitary it is to be invincible. What have you done? They must believe this is a contest of appearances. Upon seeing me, they simply surrender. In a contest of resilience, you would undoubtedly claim victory. Su Hui regarded Ning Yi's vacant expression. Cheer up, trust me, your fortune will surely improve. Perhaps it is merely a matter of luck in the next round. Do not blame me if I singe your fur. Let us hope so. Amid their conversation, the second round of the elimination tournament concluded. Attention, fellow students. The second round has come to a splendid close, and 21 students have emerged victorious. Next up is the third round of eliminations. As there are 21 contestants, one student will receive a bye. Now, who shall be that fortunate individual? Please direct your gaze to the big screen. Ning Yi and the others looked up as the screen displayed the numbers of all participants. The figures corresponding to the previous round. The numbers began to scroll across the screen. For the sake of fairness, it will scroll for only 10 seconds before halting automatically. Other students whispered, "May fortune smile upon me. I wish to receive a bye. I wish to be the lucky one." Ning Yi thought, "May fortune smile upon me. I do not desire a bye. I do not wish to be the fortunate one." As the scrolling concluded, the host announced, "Number 25. Who is number 25? Congratulations. You have received a bye and advanced directly to the next round." Ning Yi exclaimed, "Su Hui, I thank you. My luck has indeed improved." Glancing around, he tore the paper in his hand into shreds and tucked it into his pocket, calling out, "Who is number 25? How fortunate." As a witness, Su Hui observed Ning Yi's antics, unsure whether to laugh or cry, feeling a twinge of envy. Have my words been blessed? Through a back-end inquiry, it was revealed that number 25 is indeed Ning Yi. Congratulations to him for receiving a bye directly into the next round. Ning Yi's name and avatar illuminated the big screen. There was no escaping it. The spectators gazed upon his face, finding it strangely familiar. Such a familiar name. Goodness. Is this not the individual whose last two opponents conceded defeat? And now he receives a bye. This means he did nothing and advanced straight to the third round? There must be some foul play at hand. Many students began to speculate about Ning Yi's relationship with the principal. A chorus of boos erupted from the audience. Ning Yi expressed his own helplessness. "I, too, yearn to engage in a battle more than any of you. Do you comprehend the sensation of initial vigor gradually diminishing and ultimately depleting?" The host gazed at Ning Yi with a look of curiosity, his eyes brimming with intrigue. Yet his professional integrity urged him to focus on his role. "Next, we shall determine the order of appearance. The remaining 20 students will be arranged backstage according to the number of strokes in their names, from fewest to most. Now, I announce the matchups. Ning Yi versus Yuan Er, Su Hui versus Su Yun, Wu Qian versus Huang Tao." Ning Yi surveyed the match list with a look of regret. Had he not been granted a bye, he would surely have taken the stage earlier. By the way, what was the name of that last individual? Chapter 14. Who granted you the courage? The joys of humanity are universally shared, yet sorrow is not. How many rounds have the matches progressed? Were they thrilling? Who triumphed? And who faltered? Do not inquire. The answer is simply unknown. A day has passed, and Ning Yi has scarcely felt the excitement and joy of this martial arts tournament. Life, at times, can be exceedingly dull. Dear students, the third round of eliminations has concluded. From an initial count of 104, only 11 competitors remain. They have reached this pinnacle through their own dedication and perseverance. Let us give them a round of applause. The applause resounded like thunder, enduring and fervent. To Ning Yi, it was somewhat grating. This applause is undeserved. What sweat and effort! I have hardly awoken today. Today's martial arts tournament concludes here. Tomorrow, we shall witness the battles of the top 11 and the final showdown. See you all tomorrow. As night fell, compounded by the exhaustion of all the competitors, physically, mentally, and spiritually drained, they would rest for the night, regrouping to face the challenges of the morrow. Do not be despondent, Su Hui reassured as she patted Ning Yi's shoulder. You are the true victor. Look into their eyes, listen to their words. What connection do I have with that bald principal? You simply had misfortune when fortune should have favored you, and vice versa. If deities truly exist, the goddess of luck must surely be my mother. Come, allow me to treat you to a meal. Another time, Ning Yi replied. What are you thinking? Su Hui exclaimed with widened eyes. Her cheeks suddenly flushed like a ripe apple, whispering, rogue. With a shy glance at Ning Yi, she turned and fled, leaving him bewildered in the wind. What were you thinking? I have matters to attend to tonight, yet your meal cannot be delayed. What is this girl perpetually pondering? Upon returning home, Lining had already arrived early, awaiting him in the living room. Why have you been coming home so frequently these past few days? Our school just finished a major assessment a couple of days ago, so we have a break now. Ning Yi understood. It appeared all high schools were conducting assessments during this period. He wondered if their school was on break. If so, he would need to procure some watermelons early. Here, change into this outfit. It was specially prepared for tonight's gathering, Lining said with an expectant expression. Do you want me to pay you? Hurry and change. This time, Ning Yi took the precaution of checking the door lock. Last time, his negligence had allowed her to take advantage. He quickly changed his clothes. How does it fit? I feel it might be a bit snug. Ning Yi stepped out of the house, fiddling with his tie, a contraption he had never worn before. Struggling to master it. Hey, you have a nosebleed, Lining remarked. At that moment, as Ning Yi emerged, Lining was momentarily taken aback. Clothes make the man. And Ning Yi, already handsome and refined, with his short hair exuding a sunny charm, appeared even more striking in the suit Lining had chosen for him. Tailored trousers and a neat shirt. He radiated an air of dignified elegance, a high and profound aura emanating from him. Lining quickly composed herself, realizing that while she thought the boys at her school were handsome, they paled in comparison to Ning Yi. Why do you usually wear white short sleeves? She inquired. They're inexpensive, he replied, looking at her as if she were foolish. Her question reminded him of a host asking, why don't you eat meat? Is it because you can't afford it? Let us go, we'll be late. They hailed a taxi, heading straight for their destination. Lining explained that they were celebrating the conclusion of a significant examination, which prompted this gathering. The venue chosen for the celebration was the most renowned entertainment club in the city, the luxurious entertainment hall. As Ning Yi followed Lining inside, he realized that he had never set foot in such a place before. The decor of the luxurious entertainment hall was distinctive, opulent without being gaudy, blending classical beauty with a touch of modernity, while statues proudly displayed the grandeur of the establishment. Ning Yi couldn't help but marvel at the lavish lifestyle of the wealthy. Upon entering the private room, the atmosphere remained lively despite their arrival. Dim lighting illuminated a marble table laden with bottles of alcohol and platters of fruit. The room held 7 people, 4 men and 3 women. One girl in the corner swayed her hips, passionately singing, while 2 others played dice. On the leather sofa, the 4 boys were exchanging drinks, laughing and joking. Ning Yi furrowed his brow. He truly disliked such settings and would have preferred a conversation with Wang or Matzi. Lining scanned the room and spotted her target. Rushing over to lean down and shout, her voice cutting through the music. Zhangqi, I don't want to escalate things. All I need is an apology. The room fell silent. The man named Zhangqi, slightly inebriated, squinted and took a moment to recognize the person addressing him. Oh, it's you. What nonsense are you spouting? Apologize? You confessed first. Why should I apologize? Only a blind person would be interested in you. I was merely asking for your number from my friend. Besides, does asking for a number equate to a confession? Ning Yi found an empty seat and sat down. Come on, classmate, scoot over. He intended to grab some fruit, but was deterred by the sight of spilled alcohol and vomit on the table. Classmate, do you know what is happening? Who are you? I'm Zhang San from class 3, here with my friends. Oh, so you're Zhang San. The person conversing with Ning Yi burped. Wow, you really don't know the big news? I usually focus on my studies. Enlighten me. Upon catching sight of that girl, the belle of our school, one cannot help but notice her peculiar temperament that has rendered her unpursued. On that particular day, for reasons unbeknownst to anyone, she approached Zhangqi to request his phone number. Zhangqi, a fellow classmate, is someone you may not be familiar with. Please, continue. Were it an ordinary person in that situation, one might imagine their heart racing to the point of fainting with joy at receiving such attention from the school beauty. Can you believe it? Yet Zhangqi, possessing a rather twisted psyche, not only declined her request, but also unleashed a torrent of insults and profanities. Is there truly such a person? Indeed, he likely revels in the exhilaration of rejecting someone so esteemed, relishing in the opportunity to trample upon her elevated status. Ning Yi was astounded, questioning the existence of such eccentricities in the world. It is no wonder that Ning demanded an apology from him, bringing herself along to demonstrate that she too is worthy of pursuit. Alas, such superficial remedies do not address the root of the problem. Whoever you are, I will scold you. You are undesirable, unattractive, with a peculiar disposition, a foul temperament, and a poor background. Who would be foolish enough to fancy you? Prepare for a lifetime of solitude, Zhang Qi declared, jabbing his finger at Ning, his intoxication fueling his escalating tirade. It was evident that Ning was at a loss for words, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, appearing quite pitiful. She contemplated resolving the matter through force. Yet the numbers were not in her favor, and she would undoubtedly be at a disadvantage. The other classmates merely observed the spectacle with indifference, witnessing the once exalted school beauty being brazenly bullied by Zhang Qi. Where else could one find such entertainment? It seemed best to simply enjoy the show. Ning Yi shook his head, feeling a sense of resignation. Typically so carefree, why was he now seemingly hesitant? He quickly stepped forward and embraced Ning. Which of your trousers has a zipper undone, revealing your unmentionables? Ning felt a sudden warmth and turned to find Ning Yi's handsome face before her. A sense of comfort enveloped her, allowing her to submit to his embrace. Who are you? Zhang Qi squinted suspiciously. I am her boyfriend, or perhaps your father. Ning Yi retorted. Goodness, you're my grandson. What should I call you then? Grandfather. Ah, my dear grandson. Laughter erupted from within the private room, as it was a rare sight to witness Zhang Qi falter in verbal sparring. Zhang Qi's face flushed crimson with rage as he glared at Ning Yi, who stood his ground, unwavering. Let us leave. I can't be bothered to argue with him any longer, Ning Yi suggested, casting a concerned glance at Ning, who was apprehensive about a potential altercation. Despite Zhang Qi's reprehensible character, his physical prowess was formidable, having reached the level of a Black Iron 7-star, with a particularly troublesome psychic ability related to fear. Though she was a Black Iron 8-star and unafraid, Ning Yi held only the rank of a Black Iron 3-star, with a shape-shifting ability limited to that of a cat. He was simply too weak. If a confrontation erupted, Ning Yi would surely be harmed. He had already stepped up for her. She could not allow him to suffer further injury. Do not worry. Everything will be fine. Ning gazed at Ning Yi's reassuring smile, which instilled a sense of reliability within her. A rejected suitor. Yet you dare to pick up the scraps? Merely a toad, unable to reach the grapes, and now claiming they are sour? Her request for my number was nothing less than a confession. That is an undeniable fact. From whence do you draw such audacity to utter these words? You, an incomplete evolutionary being, a mutant alien? A high school student with a kindergarten mentality, the perpetrator behind the clogged sewage tank? An ultra-individual coexisting with cockroaches? A half-plant with a decayed vitality? A primitive man devolving 3 times a day, the most formidable waste in human history? Chapter 15. A fair game. Zhang Qi was left speechless by Ning Yi's scathing remarks, trembling with anger, his mouth agape like a fish gasping for air. After much stuttering, he managed to utter a single word. You? What about you? You are the source of filth, the epitome of disgrace. You made the old lady lose her undergarments. You caused the sow to wail in the dead of night. You are electricity. You are light. You are the one and only fool. What about I? I am your father and your grandfather. I shall elevate your family tree to the heavens. I will ensure that your son bears the surname Wang. Inside the private room, 3 male classmates pulled out notebooks and pens. Brother, could you repeat that? We haven't taken notes yet. Meanwhile, 3 female classmates gazed starry-eyed at Ning Yi. This handsome young man, so eloquent, had a tongue that moved too swiftly. Zhang Qi was drenched in humiliation, his face turning the color of liver, steam practically rising from his head in fury. When had he ever been subjected to such insults? Enraged and ashamed, he kicked the marble table aside and lunged at Ning Yi, baring his teeth. I will kill you. Seeing this, Ning activated her extraordinary ability, confinement. She then raised a middle finger at the immobile Zhang Qi. You dared to insult me. Now you shall face the consequences. Listening to Ning Yi hurl insults was utterly exhilarating. Finally, a release of pin-up frustration. Let us go. Ning grasped Ning Yi's hand and headed for the door. At that moment, the 3 male classmates stood up to block the exit. Ning, you've gone too far. First, you disrupt our gathering. Then you berate Zhang Qi. And now you intend to leave? Zhang Qi remained trapped. Release him. Ning stood defiantly in front of Ning Yi, her aura unyielding. You pitiful black iron 7 stars. Do you really think you can stop me? Indeed, you are black iron 8 stars, but so what? We have 3 people. Don't think that just because you ranked second in the competition, we won't dare to act. Free Zhangqi and apologize. Ning burst into laughter. I came here for Zhangqi to apologize, yet now I am the one supposed to apologize? The other 3 female classmates rushed over, shielding Ning. We are all girls. We should look out for each other, especially with such a handsome young man behind her. Gu Ming, can you not grasp the situation? It was Zhangqi who insulted Ning first. Exactly. Ning Yi chuckled from the back. Aren't you 2 out of words? It seems I must step in at this crucial moment. Hey, let us not rush. Ning Yi maneuvered around the 4 women, positioning himself between both factions, adopting a mediator's demeanor. As we are in an entertainment venue, let us resolve this through a game. If you win, Ning and I will heed your wishes. If we win, you will follow our commands. The leader, Gu Ming, inquired, what game? I will stand still. Each of you may strike me once. If any one of you makes me cry out in pain, that counts as your victory. If none of you are willing to let me cry out in pain, what if we win? Isn't that quite fair? Observing Ning Yi's signature radiant smile, Gu Ming and the others exchanged puzzled glances. They keenly sensed Ning Yi's realm. This fellow was merely a black iron 3. How could someone of such humble standing propose such an equitable game? What is this? A self-destructive act of appeasement? Are you out of your mind? Ning tugged at Ning Yi's sleeve, her hand trembling with anxiety, her eyes brimming with concern. We can definitely escape. Please say you were just joking. Even if we manage to flee tonight, what about school afterwards? It won't just be the 3 of them then. I cannot allow you to be harmed. You are merely a black iron 3. Ning was on the verge of tears. Her original intention had been simply to have Zhangqi apologize and showcase that her friend was a handsome and charming young man, dispelling the notion that no one liked her due to her temperament and personality. How did things turn out this way? It must be Zhangqi's fault. I must go and eliminate him. That is the only way to protect Ning Yi from harm. Ning Yi pulled Ning into an embrace and gently patted her head. Be good, sit tight, and quietly watch my performance. Ning Yi instantly recognized the murderous intent in Lin Ying's eyes. If he did not intervene, she would undoubtedly cause a disaster. An awakener must never use their abilities in public, especially for the purpose of killing. If discovered by the ability enforcement team, the consequences would not be trivial. You 3 young ladies should also sit tight and help calm her emotions. It was unclear what drama Lin Ying had conjured in her mind, resulting in such emotional turmoil that even her murderous intent permeated the air. I just haven't fought for a day, my hands are itching, and my skin is restless. Finally, I can vent the frustrations accumulated throughout the day at school. Come on, who will go first? I'll go first. Gu Ming leaped forward, pointing at Ning Yi and demanding loudly, what if you die? You won't be responsible. All right, brother, straightforward. Let us go. Take this, electric poison dragon drill. As Gu Ming finished his words, his head began to rotate slowly. Ning Yi was taken aback. Among countless abilities, his was the most peculiar. Doesn't your neck hurt? On Gu Ming's side, his head spun faster and faster, causing his entire body to whirl, forming a conical drill, narrow at the top and wide at the bottom. The electric drill surged towards Ning Yi with lightning speed, crashing directly into his chest. A sizzling sound echoed, akin to a drill penetrating iron. The immense force pushed Ning Yi backward, and he was about to collide with the wall behind him. With a powerful thrust of his legs, he bent slightly, managing to halt his movement. If the wall were damaged, he would surely have to pay for it. Beep. Suffered normal attack. Pain value 4100, absorbed. Beep. Suffered normal attack. Pain value 4100, absorbed. Beep. Suffered normal attack. Pain value 4100, absorbed. Ding. This attack is a relentless and uninterrupted assault, not to be devoured. Farewell. System. You scoundrel, are you playing tricks? Ding. The host berates the system, leaving the system quite disheartened, deducting 10,000 pain points. Ning Yi, with a fierce resolve, firmly grasps the spinning drill bit, causing sparks to fly. The system no longer devours pain points. Are you still spinning? Spin away, you wretched fool. The high-speed rotating drill bit gradually comes to a halt under Ning Yi's strong grip. Gu Ming, oblivious to the situation, mistakenly believes he has pierced Ning Yi. Laughing heartily, isn't there a great hole in your chest delightful? Ning Yi, with a darkened expression, kicks him away. You've muddled yourself up. How dare you stand there? My good mood has been ruined by the system. Do not blame me for unleashing my anger on you. Gu Ming, bewildered, gazes at the unscathed Ning Yi. Aside from a torn shirt and slightly reddened skin, he is entirely unaffected. He scratches his head in confusion. Just a mere black iron level. Could he possibly withstand his own attack? Why is my head so bald? What has happened to my hair? Have I turned into a Mediterranean? Did I drill away my hair? Chapter 16. Fear. Ning rushes over to check on Ning Yi's condition. Are you alright? Where does it hurt? Should I call an ambulance? Ning Yi responds with a sunny smile. Do I look like I have a problem? Ning lifts Ning Yi's shirt, exclaiming, wow, 8-pack abs. I want to touch them. No, there are indeed no wounds. Ning Yi is fine. This is impossible. Gu Ming's ability is to transform his head into a drill. And his move, the electric poison dragon drill, is indeed quite formidable. It looked painful when he drilled into Ning Yi just now. Isn't your ability to transform into a cat? Could it be that your cat has thick skin? What do you mean by thick skin? Ning Yi replies, his manner of speaking indeed peculiar. Who told you I possess only one ability? Upon hearing Ning Yi's words, Lin Ying's expression mirrors that of Su Hui's earlier. She stares blankly at Ning Yi, her mind racing to process the revelation. No, it can't be. Why not? Ning Yi straightens his clothes. Brother, I am simply that strong. If the system can manifest, why can't I have dual abilities? Hurry back. I'm still waiting for them to come and fight me. Their voices were not loud. But Gu Ming and his companions were completely oblivious, still speculating if Ning Yi possessed some sort of defensive artifact. Come on next. I'm in a hurry. I shall come. The speaker is Gu Hui. I refuse to believe you possess unbreakable skin. Why so much idle chatter? Don't you know that villains perish due to excessive talk? Come and take my life. Gu Hui roars, and suddenly his legs vanish, replaced by a spherical roller. Behold, the Dark Destruction Turtle Push. Wow, your technique names are quite impressive. Gu Hui, transformed into a human-shaped roller, charges fiercely at Ning Yi, aiming directly for his legs. Hey, why can't I knock you down? Ha. Still standing? How are you not falling? What on earth? Why are you still upright? Ancient Hui's maneuver involved toppling his adversary to the ground and then subjecting him to a relentless friction, aptly described as grinding him into the earth. Yet, presently, Ancient Hui felt akin to a mayfly attempting to shake a tree, while Ning Yi's legs appeared as if they were welded to the ground, impervious to the winds from any direction. Beep. Sustained a standard attack, pain value 4000, already consumed. Beep. Sustained a standard attack, pain value 4000, already consumed. Beep. Sustained a standard attack, pain value 4000, already consumed. Beep. This assault constitutes a continuous, uninterrupted attack, no consumption, as Ancient Hui's legs morphed into spherical wheels. His stature diminished considerably. Ning Yi glanced down at the bewildered Ancient Hui and slowly uttered 2 words. Is that all? With a casual push, Ancient Hui's entire body toppled downwards, only to bounce back up when merely an inch from the ground. Ning Yi chuckled. Was this not akin to a weeble? Ning, can you still confine him? If we confine him, he will be unable to dispel his supernatural abilities. All right, you are certainly more useful than that Ancient Ming. While toying with the weeble in his hands, he called out, there's another, hurry. On the sofa, Ancient Jia anxiously looked towards his elder brother. Brother, what should we do? Despite possessing only a black iron 3-star rating, his supernatural ability was presumably defensive. I deduce that the initial 2 attacks have exhausted his spiritual energy. He is currently holding on by sheer will. Are you familiar with the empty city stratagem? Yes, precisely. If he concedes now, he will have ensnared us in his scheme. Go forth. We all believe in you, and we must rescue your second brother. Understood. Ancient Jia leaped from the sofa and positioned himself before Ning Yi. I am Ancient Jia, here to challenge you. What is this? A performance? Ancient Jia exhaled forcefully through his nose. Prepare yourself. Radiant Fire Phoenix Shovel. Ancient Jia's arms began to contort, folding and bending until they transformed into 2 excavator shovels. Witness as I cleave your head off. Beep. Sustained a standard attack. Pain value 3900, already consumed. Beep. Sustained a standard attack. Pain value 3900, already consumed. Beep. Sustained a standard attack. Pain value 3900, already consumed. This is not a continuous attack. He is methodically striking me. In this regard, you are indeed the most effective. Just as Ning Yi braced for the 5th strike, Ning called out to him. Ning Yi turned his head and inquired, what is it? Zhang Qi's confinement time is nearly over. It will soon reach 10 minutes. All right. Understood. Why is there no system notification sound? Suddenly, a loud thud echoed. Turning his head, Ning Yi saw Ancient Zhe, his shovels drooping, lamenting in agony. Each time Ancient Zhe thrust down his shovel, he would charge it with power before delivering a fierce blow to Ning Yi's neck. During the fifth encounter, Ning Yi, having turned his head, inadvertently shifted his position, causing the shovel to miss his neck and resulting in a collision between the two shovels. The sound of impact echoed, leaving visible scratches and dents. Third brother, Gu Ming exclaimed, approaching Gu Zhe with concern. Gu Zhe, having lost his extraordinary abilities, wore a sorrowful expression, his hands hanging weakly by his sides, fingers severely deformed. We concede. We have lost and will no longer pursue this matter. Gu Ming said sincerely to Ning Yi and Lin Ying, guiding Gu Zhe along. Our second brother? He is returned to you. With a swift kick, Ning Yi sent the unsteady Gu Hui tumbling forward, inadvertently knocking over Zhang Qi. Whether intentional or not, the collision occurred, and Gu Hui rolled over Zhang Qi. From his toes to his hair, this unintentional roll completely freed Zhang Qi from his restraints. The private room was already cramped, and after colliding with the wall, Gu Hui bounced back. As Zhang Qi struggled to his feet, intending to deliver a few harsh words to Ning Yi, he was once again knocked down by Gu Hui, landing face first on the ground. The sight was truly pitiful. One cannot trip over the same stone twice, yet can certainly be crushed by the same rolling figure more than once. Gu Ming grasped Gu Hui firmly, admonishing him to cease his reckless rolling. While it was harmless to crush Zhang Qi, harming one of their own would be disastrous. Zhang Qi, having coughed up blood, managed to stand, his legs now resembling those of a bow-legged individual. With bent fingers, he defiantly pointed at Ning Yi, his mouth revealing two missing teeth, speaking through a winded voice. Is Lei Lei still developing that game? Of course, came the reply. Lin Ying shook her head at Ning Yi, cautioning him. Zhang Qi's abilities are not like those of the Gu family's three brothers, who possess strengthening powers. His abilities are of a psychological nature, instilling fear in others. Those of lower realms cannot withstand his terror and thus submit to him out of fear. Oh, that sounds intriguing. I shall certainly test this, Ning Yi replied confidently. Rest assured, while my defensive abilities may not be the strongest, they are more formidable than you might imagine. The Black Iron 8 stars truly cannot withstand them. Come, Zhang Qi, show me your abilities. Ning Yi beckoned with his finger. Use your powers, if you dare. Is Lei Zhuan doomed to die? Zhang Qi questioned. What is he mumbling about? If your mouth is leaking, perhaps you should refrain from speaking, Ning Yi scoffed. Suddenly, a sharp pain gripped Ning Yi's heart, not of a physical nature, but an emotional agony. The pain of being ruthlessly abandoned by one's parents. The anguish of a decade-long girlfriend resolutely ending the relationship. The sorrow of a young son's passing. A white-haired person mourning a black-haired one. This profound sense of helplessness felt akin to sinking into a mire, exerting every ounce of strength, yet still succumbing. Why? Why must I endure such suffering? Suddenly, a figure materialized before him. Was it Zhang Qi? Everything stemmed from him. Confronting him, Ning Yi was engulfed by an overwhelming terror. An ingrained fear etched deep within his very bones. Fear of Zhang Qi. Fear of the world. Fear of everything. Only death could liberate him from this dread. Ding. Soul attack received. Pain value 4,999 points. Absorbed. Ding. Soul attack received. Pain value 4,999 points. Absorbed. The system's alarm echoed 10 times before Ning Yi finally awoke. His clothes were drenched in sweat, and his heart raced uncontrollably. Phew, that was close, just a hair's breadth away. Chapter 17. Come, let us toast. Just a fraction away from falling into your trap. The difference between 49.99 and 50 is indeed a mere sliver. Ning Yi wiped the sweat from his brow and approached Zhang Qi, throwing an arm around his neck. The young man possesses quite the talent. Zhang Qi gazed at Ning Yi in terror. Why is he smiling? This is impossible. How could my abilities have failed so completely? With a full force strike, even a Black Iron 6-star would not withstand it. He is merely a Black Iron 3, a worthless opponent. How can he still be smiling? Come. Everyone take a seat. The game is over, and it is time to eat and drink, Ning Yi declared, plopping down in the center of the sofa. Lin Ying settled to his left, while three girls took their places beside her. To the right sat Zhang Qi and the three brothers of the Gu family. Who would dare indulge in merriment now? Everyone awaited the next command from this formidable figure. Do you remember the rules of the game? Ning Yi inquired. Zhang Qi nodded vacantly, his mind struggling to comprehend. How could Ning Yi withstand his attack? His physical defenses were formidable, but how could he also resist his psychic assault? Are you dissatisfied? Ning Yi slapped Zhang Qi playfully on the head. Knowing the rules, yet remaining silent. Are you pretending to be foolish? Zhang Qi, feeling choked, stammered. I am sorry, Lining, I apologize. Upon hearing his words, Lining nodded gently in acknowledgement. With her objective achieved, she had no desire to linger any longer. Rising to say, Ning Yi, let us depart. Since we are here, we should enjoy ourselves a bit longer. Sit down, why the rush? Ning Yi replied, winking. In an instant, Lining grasped his intention and, with a sly smile, sat back down. Ning Yi turned to Zhang Qi, his expression warm and inviting, reminiscent of old friends reuniting. Am I strong? Indeed. Zhang Qi replied with a forced smile. Shouldn't you be penalized with 3 drinks? Absolutely. Bang, bang, bang. 3 glasses were downed. What a capacity for liquor. Ning Yi praised, giving a thumbs up. The Gu brothers are also brave men. Shouldn't you drink one more for them? Zhang Qi hesitated. What does their bravery have to do with me? Yet, seeing Ning Yi's piercing gaze, he felt like meat on the chopping block and resigned himself to drink. Bang, bang, bang. Another 3 glasses disappeared. The Gu brothers, sitting beside Zhang Qi, were astonished. What a shock. The reason 1 cup turned into 1,000 without inebriation was sheer desperation. Indeed, when pressed, a person can achieve remarkable feats. What was your ranking at the school's assessment competition? At this moment, Zhang Qi's eyes began to glaze over, his complexion flushed. Fifth. Had I not been careless and failed the dodge, I would have surely made it into the top 3. Ning Yi chuckled. Ah, you're getting tipsy. And your words are flowing freely now. 5th place is commendable. You should celebrate yourself with another drink. Zhang Qi lifted his glass, declaring, I can no longer drink. Clink. The contents of the glass disappeared in a single swallow. Zhang Qi leaned against Ning Yi, tears streaming down his face, exclaiming, Why are you so formidable? The 3 brothers of the Gu family cannot contend with you, nor can I. Is this fellow, inebriated, becoming so familiar? Ning Yi pushed Zhang Qi away and filled another glass. Would you like to know? Yes. Zhang Qi replied eagerly. Once you drink this, I shall reveal it to you. Clink. Down it went. The secret lies in consuming more snacks and sleeping less, in having more children and reading fewer newspapers. Brother, you are deceiving me. Zhang Qi protested. Come, let us toast to this. From now on, I shall protect you. If anyone bullies you, just invoke my name, Zhang San. Brother, we are still of the same clan. I must drink even more. Clink. Come. After this glass, there is another. I shall drink, for if I do not, my brother will think less of me. Bang, bang, bang. Why not clink? This time, it was a direct chug. Is Zhang Ling your relative? Ning Yi suddenly inquired. Oh, brother, you know Zhang Ling too? She is my distant cousin. If you wish to meet her, I can introduce you. After speaking, Zhang Qi looked bewildered at the group. Huh, brother, why are you no longer smiling? Why do you all look so serious? Is it because I have not drunk enough? I shall continue drinking. You all keep laughing. Ning Yi turned to Lining and said, You see, the situation is not so simple, is it? Lining and the others then realized that this was a scheme long in the making. It was no wonder that her dear friend Zhang Ling had suddenly implored her with myriad reasons to help procure Zhang Qi's phone number. It turns out she wished to stage this little drama herself. Do not fret, the surprise is yet to come. Zhang Qi, pass me your phone. I shall record my number. Of course, brother. Ning Yi took the phone, opened the gallery, and clicked on the first video, which depicted Lin Ying asking Zhang Qi for his number, only to be met with a barrage of insults from him. Lin Ying covered her mouth, incredulous as she watched the video. Zhang Qi, why did you do this? She demanded angrily, seizing his collar. I shall not speak. Ning Yi cleared his throat. Speak quickly. If my brother asks me, I must answer. This is one of the tasks assigned to me by the robbery organization. As long as I complete it, I can join their ranks. Ning Yi furrowed his brow. The robbery organization? Is this some kind of kindergarten? Such trivial tasks? The atmosphere in the room grew decidedly frosty. Brother Zhang San, we must take our leave. The Gu brothers hurriedly rose and, in a flurry, opened the door to escape. Sister Lining, we too shall depart. The other 3 girls echoed, their expressions betraying their alarm. It was as if they had heard something dreadful. Wait, you may leave, but settle the bill first. Ning rubbed her forehead, still concerned about settling the account at such a moment. Ning Yi, we should hasten our departure. What is going on? I shall explain when we get home. By the time they returned home, it was already 10 in the evening. Aunt Lin's house was brightly lit, and she was engaged in a game of mahjong with her old friends. You two are back? If you haven't eaten, there is food in the kitchen. Help yourselves. A joyful voice echoed. Who has won? Zhang Ma, you've deceived again. Ning Yi rubbed his belly, realizing that after a night of bickering, he had neglected to satisfy his hunger. As the two dined in the living room, a thought struck Ning Yi. By the way, why did Zhang Qi mention? Before he could finish, Ning swiftly covered his mouth. Shoo, are you mad? How dare you utter that name aloud? What on earth is going on? Ning Yi pondered. Zhang Qi is as good as dead, for he has disclosed the name of that organization. He has at most 3 days to live. Is it truly that grave? I recall that Cun Pao mentioned the name multiple times without any repercussions. Wait, Ning Yi reflected, mentally sifting through all his conversations with Cun Pao. It seemed he had never spoken the name himself, while Cun Pao had mentioned it 2 or 3 times. I should call Cun Pao tomorrow and inquire about this. Ning shook her head. Let us not discuss this topic any further. She picked up a chicken leg and placed it in Ning Yi's bowl. Consider this a reward for the tremendous help you've given me today. Hey, it's a trivial matter. It's a win-win situation. I've gained quite a bit too. May I ask you something? Ning Yi set down his chopsticks, his gaze turning shy as he struggled to meet Lin Ying's eyes. Well, what is it? Speak up. Lin Ying observed Ning Yi's bashful demeanor and fidgeting movements, suddenly realizing his intention. This was a confession of feelings. Chapter 18. I plan to reward myself. What should I do? Should I refuse? If I agree, will it seem too hasty, as if I were a frivolous girl? If I decline, would that be ungrateful? He is quite handsome, treats me well, and is a person of responsibility. My mother approves of him and has spoken highly of him. More importantly, he can transform into a cat-eared boy. Oh dear, I am so nervous and excited. Perhaps I should just embrace being single. Such a wonderful boy is a rarity. If he asks, I will accept. Why hasn't he asked yet? Should I give him a little nudge? Ning cleared her throat. Go ahead and ask. I will say yes. Will you really agree? Ning looked at Ning Yi with utmost seriousness. Absolutely. Can the rent be halved? Ning Yi, go to hell. Ning stomped her foot in frustration, casting a resentful glare at Ning Yi before storming back to her room in a huff. What just happened? Ning Yi was utterly bewildered. Wasn't it said that she would agree to anything? Why did their feelings seem so fragile when it came to money? Never mind. He would address it when rent was due. Upon returning to his own room, Ning Yi opened the system panel. Host name, Ning Yi. Pain value, 71. 312 points. Realm, black iron. 3 stars. Physical strength, golden body. Soul strength, pure refined soul skills, beast transformation, clone technique, phantom technique. Endurance range, 3000 to 5000. My soul strength has finally improved. Splendid indeed. It seems that I must seek out more spiritual awakeners in the future. System, elevate my realm. Ding. Elevating the realm requires 50,000 pain points. Ning Yi gasped in astonishment, swallowing back a curse that almost escaped his lips. You truly do not realize the value of salt and rice until you are in charge. Do you understand? I have sacrificed my flesh to acquire these pain points. Ding. Will you elevate or not? If not, I shall retire for the night. Elevate. Ding. The host's realm is being elevated. Elevation successful. Current realm, black iron. 4 stars. Ning Yi once again felt the tumultuous surge of power within him, a notable increase in spiritual energy. Clenching his fists, the sensation of enhanced strength was quite gratifying. Fighting is akin to rowing upstream. If one does not fight, one regresses. Ding. Extracting skills now. Skill extraction successful. Congratulations to the host for acquiring a pair of trousers. Ning Yi rubbed his ears in disbelief. What is this nonsense? System, have you made a mistake? Trousers? Ding. I truly made an error. A black pair of long trousers descended from above, landing atop Ning Yi's head. He yanked them down and inspected the garment in his hands. I must ask if you could exhibit a bit of professionalism. Look at me. I sell melons and nothing else. And yet you, when extracting skills, have begun to dispense items? Ding. Please do not be agitated, host. Have you not heard the saying? Products of the system are guaranteed to be top-notch. Even if it is merely a pair of trousers, they are high quality indeed. The melons may come from the greenhouse, but how do the clothes come from there? Pray tell. What makes them so practical? Ding. First, This outfit can transform into any style. And secondly, it possesses the power of laws. This law ensures it will never be damaged. As the saying goes, one pair of trousers can be passed down for 3 generations, and the trousers remain intact. This sounds rather formidable, indeed highly practical. Let us give it a try. The length of the trousers adjusts to Ning Yi's legs, and the fabric is comfortable. He retrieved scissors from a drawer and snipped at the hem. The moment he cut, it immediately restored itself. Using my own skills to create such trousers seems like a worthwhile endeavor. These trousers are commendable. Do you have a matching top? Ding. This was a mistake from the system. The top will have to be left to chance. Perhaps you could make a few more errors? Suddenly, Ning Yi remembered. How many pain points are required to upgrade the shadow clone? Ding. As this is the 3rd upgrade, it will require 20,000 pain points. Ouch. That stings. Upgrade the shadow clone. Ding. Upgrading the shadow clone now. Upgrade successful. Ning Yi assessed the newly upgraded shadow clone. How shall I put this? This represents a tactical weakening, but a strategic strengthening. Post-upgrade, the number of clones is fixed at 5. Regardless of strength, only 5 clones can be produced. Simultaneously, the present clones possess all the skills of the host and can also absorb pain points. This signifies that in future battles, one need not engage directly. One can sit at home while pain points rain down from the heavens. Splendid. Once more, he opened the panel. Host name, Ning Yi. Pain level, 13 12 points boundary. Black iron 4 stars physical strength. Golden body soul strength. Pure refined soul skills. Beast transformation, level 2, shadow clone. Level 3, ghostly technique. Level 2, endurance range, 50-100 to 70-100 remarkable. Indeed, tonight's gains are substantial. I should be able to enjoy a peaceful slumber. The following morning, Ning Yi arrived at school, finished his soybean milk, and then stepped onto the playground. Am I truly the last to arrive? The stands were packed, with some spectators even standing, unwilling to miss the final competition. There is great anticipation for this year's champion. Su Hui waved to him, signaling him to sit beside her. Ning Yi smiled back, though his gaze was drawn to the grand arena at the center of the playground. The original 10 arenas had merged into one, designed for the convenience of the competitors. Ning Yi took a seat next to Su Hui. Have you eaten breakfast? Su Hui disregarded his trivial question and scrutinized him up and down. You've reached Black Iron 4 stars? Yes, I broke through last night. Did you stay up all night training? Not at all. I woke up naturally. Ning Yi felt it inappropriate to divulge the truth and merely responded, yes, training all night was exhausting. Alas, the competition is so fierce nowadays that no one sleeps. I haven't slept for a week, meditating and training. It's quite tedious. Ning Yi was taken aback. Are you all so unfortunate? My system is quite splendid. Hello, everyone. Welcome to the martial arts competition. Following yesterday's intense battles, 11 students have advanced to the finals. Allow me to formally introduce the 1st and 2nd year students. From class 1 of the 3rd year, Wang Yuan, strength, Black Iron 5 stars. From class 1 of the 3rd year, Sua Yi, strength, Black Iron 5 stars. From class 2 of the 3rd year, Ma Feng, strength, Black Iron 6 stars. From class 2 of the 3rd year, Li Tian, strength, Black Iron 5 stars. From class 3 of the 3rd year, Wang Yixing, strength, Black Iron 5 stars. From class 3 of the 3rd year, Lin Fei, strength, Black Iron 4 stars. From class 3 of the 3rd year, Wu Ming, strength, Black Iron 5 stars. From class 4 of the 3rd year, Gao Bentian, strength, Black Iron 5 stars. From class 4 of the 3rd year, Zhang Yi, strength, Black Iron 6 stars. From class 5 of the 3rd year, Su Hui, strength, Black Iron 6 stars. From class 5 of the 3rd year, Ning Yi, strength, Black Iron 3 stars. Upon hearing Ning Yi's ranking, several competitors exchanged amused glances. You've coasted to the finals, and now you're flummoxed. Your strength is the weakest among us. As the competition was about to commence, with 11 students participating, we will once again employ a buy system. Before Yang Yichun could finish his statement, he was met with discontent from the crowd, erupting in complaints. We all guessed it, it must be Ning Yi. Forget the buy system. It's clearly designed to favor Ning Yi. Ning Yi lacks sportsmanship. Ning Yi, get out of the competition. Listening to the uproar, Ning Yi gradually rose, calmly ascending the arena. May I borrow the microphone, dear teachers? Yang Yichun had yet to respond when the microphone in his hand was abruptly seized by Ning Yi. After years of hosting, it was the first time someone had snatched the microphone from him. Moreover, my name is Yang Yichun. not a herd of sheep. Hello, dear classmates. I am the one who effortlessly advanced into the top 11, Ning Yi. I understand your frustration, but your anger is futile. Luck is merely a facet of skill. Are you envious of me? Ning Yi's voice resonated through the microphone, reaching both the audience and the spectators, provoking a wave of indignation and curses. Don't be mistaken. Even I find myself envious of my own achievements. Therefore, I shall reward myself with a challenge. Ma Feng, Zhang Yi, come here. Chapter 19. I can no longer conceal the truth. Ning Yi maintained a composed demeanor, hands clasped behind his back, arrogantly gazing at Ma Feng and Zhang Yi as if to say, "Come and take your best shot." Silence. The venue fell into an eerie stillness, only to erupt into laughter moments later. To the audience, Ning Yi was merely cracking a joke, albeit a rather delusional one. You, a mere black iron 3-star, would struggle to take on even one opponent. Why not challenge 10? His audacity was unbearable. Ma Feng, Zhang Yi, teach him a lesson. Beside them, Yang Yichun was struck dumb. Ning Yi, this is not mere play acting. Do you think the medical team surrounding us is merely for show? Yang Yichun hastily reclaimed his microphone. Ning Yi, hold your horses. The specific rules are set by the school, and your word does not hold weight here. Just as Ning Yi opened his mouth to argue, a voice drifted from afar, growing ever closer. It sounded as though it originated from the mountains, yet distinctly reached the ears of every student. Yichun, let us proceed as he suggests. Was that the principal? Everyone glanced around, searching for the principal's presence. If he were here, he would be easily identifiable, as he was the only bald individual in the entire school. Yet, no bald head was in sight. On the rooftop of the office building, the wind howled, threatening to topple anyone who lost their footing. The sunlight glinted off the principal's head as he stood there, gazing at the playground. For an ordinary person, it would be nearly impossible to discern the events on the field, let alone hear the conversations. However, this seemed to have no effect on him. A smile crept across the principal's lips. Let me see what surprises this 5-time S-rank, dual ability little fellow can bring me. In the spectator area, Ma Feng and Zhang Yi were laughing uncontrollably. Ma Feng exclaimed, "Thanks to my mom for cooking me a lucky egg this morning." Zhang Yi added, "And my dad for securing a good fortune for me last night. Is he not inviting his own demise? Not just the two of us, but even a single person could easily subdue him. Since he seeks his own end, we shall oblige." Receiving the principal's directive, Yang Yichun had no choice but to comply. First match, Ning Yi versus Ma Feng and Zhang Yi. The two stepped onto the stage, immediately sensing Ning Yi's prowess. Oh, so he is a black iron 4-star. How intimidating. Ma Feng sat directly on the ground, not intending to take action, as he deemed it entirely unnecessary. Meanwhile, Zhang Yi beckoned Ning Yi with a casual flick of his finger, urging him to come forward. I won't even need to use my abilities to deal with you. Without uttering a word, Ning Yi activated his phantom technique, instantly shifting his form, a dark shadow rapidly approaching the two. It was only then that they ceased to underestimate him. Ma Feng hastily rose, standing back to back with Zhang Yi, preparing to unleash their powers. However, before they could successfully activate their abilities, Ma Feng felt a tremendous force strike his chest. A sweetness surged in his throat, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Immediately afterward, he sensed himself being uncontrollably propelled backward. Bang! He was flung out of the ring, clutching his chest in disbelief. Ma Feng wondered how he had lost so swiftly, gazing down at the size 43 shoe print on his chest. He couldn't help but marvel at the sheer power behind that kick. Oddly, he felt no pain upon landing. The ground felt strangely soft. Turning around, he saw that Zhang Yi behind him had already fainted, most likely knocked out by his own force. Oh dear, how unfortunate for us both. We barely made it onto the stage, and we couldn't even utilize our abilities. We haven't even begun, yet it's already over. Referee, I refuse to accept this. We demand a rematch. The surrounding judges paid no heed to Ma Feng's pleas. The truth remained indisputable. Ning Yi had emerged victorious, and with such decisiveness. This arena spanned a full 50 square meters. How had he managed to kick both of them out in one blow? Ning Yi stood at the edge of the stage, raising an eyebrow at Ma Feng and Zhang Yi below. Initially, he had hoped to interact with them as an ordinary person, but the result had been one of alienation. I am a master. I no longer need to pretend. Moreover, they had even mimicked his speech. All right, I'm coming over. Can you stop me? Now. He introduced them to a new phrase, gathering his strength to shout, Is there anyone else? In the audience, The spectators exchanged glances, stunned by the rapidity of the preceding events, which had unfolded too swiftly to react. It seemed that he truly possessed some skill. Why was I uncertain about those two stepping onto the stage? One kick to send both flying. Was that like a hydraulic press on their legs? They had referred to Ning Yi as Ning Cat, but now it seemed he had transformed into Ning Cat God? Ning Cat God! Ning Cat God! The crowd erupted in unified cheers, emotions reaching a fever pitch. With great strength, one is exalted to the mountaintop. With weakness, one is cast into the abyss. Ning Yi strode off the stage, his face radiant with sunlight. The title Ning Cat God was rather intriguing, and he found himself quite fond of it. Ning Cat God, can I have your autograph? Su Hui jested, her eyes sparkling with pure excitement and joy. The class monitor desires an autograph. I shall provide a signed photo. Haha. Then I shall find a frame to display it, lighting 3 incense sticks daily. For reasons unbeknownst to her, witnessing Ning Yi's ascent in strength brought her immense happiness. The distinction between Ning Cat and Ning Cat God was subtle, yet Su Hui understood that it represented 2 different paths of Ning Yi's life. In the next match, Su Hui faced off against Wu Ming. Good luck. His name alone indicates he is a nobody. Indeed, just give me a minute. The two ascended the stage. Su Hui resorted to her old tactics, soaring through the air as 2 fiery dragons surged towards Wu Ming. However, Wu Ming remained remarkably composed. Targeted detonation. His extraordinary ability was explosive in nature. Before the 2 fierce fire dragons could approach, they were obliterated by Wu Ming's explosive force, leaving only a few flickering embers struggling against the wind before vanishing entirely. He glanced up at Su Hui in the sky, thinking to himself, did she truly believe she was untouchable up there? With both hands stacked, he aimed at Su Hui above. Triad explosion. With a fierce roar, 3 successive explosions resonated through the air. After the blasts, Su Hui descended like a kite severed from its string, crashing to the ground with a thud. In the audience, Ning Yi stood up anxiously, casting his gaze towards the arena. At that moment, no one could fault Wu Ming for being overly aggressive in his approach. This was a critical juncture, and everyone was eager to exert their utmost to claim victory. Panting heavily, Wu Ming felt his spiritual energy completely depleted. Yet, victory was within reach, making it all worthwhile. In his eyes, Su Hui had lost her combat effectiveness. His triad explosion had severely wounded her. And this fall was merely the icing on the cake. Just as the judges prepared to declare Wu Ming the victor, Su Hui's entire body suddenly ignited into flames. The fire spread, consuming the entire arena, leaving Wu Ming with only a small patch to stand upon. From above, Su Hui's ethereal voice echoed, "Surrender, or do not blame me for reducing you to ashes." Cold sweat trickled down Wu Ming's back. Was there truly such a technique? The surrounding inferno scorched the very air he breathed. He wished to retaliate with an explosion, but who could he target? He could not discern Su Hui's physical form amidst the flames. Left with no choice, he surrendered. Descending from the arena, the flames slowly coalesced into a humanoid shape, and as they dispersed like a magic trick, Su Hui reappeared, unscathed by the earlier explosion. Ning Yi breathed a sigh of relief, as long as she was unharmed. That was what mattered. In the audience, some recognized this phenomenon as elementalization. It was a skill that could only be mastered by those above the bronze rank. Yet here it was exhibited by Su Hui, who was merely a black iron 6-star. What divine talent was this? Truly, the goddess Su Su. As Su Hui stepped down from the stage, Ning Yi couldn't help but exclaim, "Impressive. Your transformation trick is remarkable. It sends shivers down one's spine." Chapter 20. A good fight. No more striking next time. Do you think I'm performing magic? This is elementalization, the second stage of ability awakening. The second stage of ability awakening? Ning Yi responded in astonishment. Isn't this only attainable at the silver rank? The extraordinary abilities function like tools. The first stage involves the user wielding the tool. Every awakened individual can utilize their abilities regardless of their rank, even if they are merely black iron 0-star. The second stage signifies a fusion between the user and the tool, allowing for a more potent application of their extraordinary powers. However, only those who reach the silver rank possess sufficient spiritual energy to awaken their abilities to the second stage. Theoretically, all extraordinary abilities can be developed to a second stage, and even to third or fourth stages. However, the elemental affinity is the most conducive to awakening the second stage. Su Hui elucidated that it was resources procured by her elders, a treasure that could forge a closer bond with fire. This enabled her to manifest elemental transformation while in the Black Iron realm. As for the nature of this treasure, Su Hui did not elaborate, and Ning Yi refrained from probing further. He pondered how he might triumph over her, not to mention elemental transformation. Even Su Hui's ability to soar into the sky posed a formidable challenge for him. In the next match, Wang Yixing faced Li Tian. Wang Yixing was arguably the one who had secured victories with the greatest ease, aside from Ning Yi. His ability was adhesive. During each battle, he would hurl a glob of glue beneath his opponent's feet, effectively immobilizing them and rendering them incapable of combat. However, Li Tian's ability was that of a domain. Domain abilities belong to the control type, and all awakened individuals harbor a deep-seated fear of encountering such powers. Control abilities are akin to cheat codes. One cannot report them, and doing so might even lead to one's own account being suspended. Currently, Li Tian's domain spanned a mere 5 square meters. Yet, within this confined space, he was the sole sovereign, an absolute king. Within his domain, he could manipulate anything, air density, gravity, and so forth, provided that the individual was of equal or lesser rank. Wang Yixing maintained a distance of 5 meters, hurling glue with reckless abandon. However, every glob he threw was effortlessly transformed into water by Li Tian, rendering them utterly ineffective. Thus, the scene unfolded on the arena. Li Tian pursued while Wang Yixing fled. If he managed to catch up, it would lead to a troubling fate. The most vexing aspect lay in the fact that while others were powerless against him, he too found himself at a standstill against Li Tian. To achieve victory, he needed either to force Wang Yixing to the edge of the arena, pushing him out, or to draw him into his own domain. Ultimately, Wang Yixing stood panting at the edge of the arena. Li Ge, stop chasing. I promise. I can jump down, is that all right? He could afford countless mistakes, while Wang Yixing could only afford one. He could meander leisurely, while Wang Yixing was engaged in a life-or-death chase. A single misstep had driven him to the brink of the arena, with no escape in sight. Li Tian emerged victorious. Ning Yi observed Li Tian with a hint of envy. Now that was a protagonist. Just look at the grotesque and formidable nature of his ability. Su Hui, how would you contend with this? He understood that encountering a control-type ability was indeed troublesome. A well-known adage echoed in his mind. If one cannot win, then one might as well join. Ning Yi nodded in agreement. Joining forces was indeed a prudent strategy. In the subsequent match, Lin Fei faced off against Gao Bantian. Gao Bantian was of the enhancement type. His very name suggested an aspiration to leap skyward, standing shoulder to shoulder with the sun. Hence, his ability was that of jumping. As Gao Bantian ascended the arena, he clasped his fists and addressed Lin Fei. Make sure to reserve a bed in the infirmary. It will be too late otherwise. With that, he activated his ability. Human Cannon, Level 1 Preparation. Gao Bantian's legs instantly expanded and thickened, muscles threatening to burst through his trousers. Human Cannon, Level 2 Preparation. His legs grew more robust, tearing through his trousers, muscles pronounced like iron. The Human Cannon, readying for launch. With a stoop and bent knees, he gathered his strength. The Human Cannon, Fire. A resounding bang echoed, leaving a deep crater in his wake. His body soared like a projectile into the heavens. Ning Yi could only discern a tiny speck above, which rapidly enlarged as it descended with astonishing speed. The impact zone was vast, leaving Lin Fei no avenue for escape. Ning Yi speculated that despite Lin Fei's slender frame, he would not be reduced to mere pulp upon impact. Yet, Lin Fei remained remarkably composed, extending his fingers before gradually closing them. As the impending collision approached, Gao Bantian felt his innards and limbs subjected to intense pressure. A wave of excruciating pain enveloped him. A mouthful of blood erupted forth, and with a thud, Gao Bantian plummeted to the arena floor as if bereft of weight. His visage contorted, he gasped for breath, an uneven rhythm marking his struggle for life. The referee rushed in, declaring Lin Fei the victor, promptly escorting Gao Bantian to the medical room. Inside the infirmary, Vice Principal Lin frowned as he surveyed Gao Bantian's severely deformed body. It was that Lin Fei again. Indeed. This time he had compressed his internal organs to the brink of explosion, causing grievous harm to his limbs. Lin, possessing a golden-level ability in healing, found this severe injury quite challenging. In this competition, every individual sent to the infirmary bore the marks of Lin Fei's assault, each instance more brutal than the last. It seemed imperative to report this matter to the principal post-haste. Otherwise, Lin Fei would become a significant threat. On the playground, Ning Yi glanced at Lin Fei, who was resting with his eyes closed, then turned to Su Hui, inquiring, "What is that fellow's background?" "You don't know the king of class 3? Su Hui replied, somewhat astonished. Ning Yi shook his head, stating he had neither the privilege nor the time to know. His ability is extraordinarily perverse. He can compress objects. Oh, I see. The strength of these individuals' abilities was remarkable. Compared to them, my little kitten truly seemed fit only for admiration. Lin Fei, however, was excessively ruthless. I hope I don't encounter him. In the next match, Wang Yuan faced off against Sua Yi. Both were class leaders from class 1. One the head and the other the deputy, and both were enhancement-type abilities. Their camaraderie was strong. Wang Yuan could transform his arms into long blades, while Sua Yi could morph his hands into guns. This bout was a splendid clash of cold weaponry against firearms. The audience relished the spectacle. Such battles were far more engaging, devoid of absolute domination or counteractions, unlike Ning Yi. Wang Yuan wielded his blade with finesse, while Sua Yi's marksmanship was equally formidable. The two engaged in a fierce contest, the sounds of clashing reverberating throughout. After 10 minutes, one was covered in lacerations, while the other bore numerous bullet wounds. Despite their robust physiques, they could not withstand such a relentless onslaught. Ultimately, both succumbed, losing their combat capabilities simultaneously. The host, Yang Yichun, ascended the stage once again, fervently exclaiming, "We are about to witness yet another round of intense and fierce competition, with only 4 contenders remaining in the stands, finally reaching the semifinals." As the audience awaited the grand screen to reveal the matchups, do not forget to check your phones and pay attention to the enticing promotions from Pinduoduo. Such an opportunity should not be missed. This event is graciously supported by Pinduoduo. Is our principal so financially strained that we need to solicit sponsorship? Su Hui and Ning Yi exchanged glances. Ning Yi, with a cheerful demeanor, remarked, "I hope we do not face each other in the semifinals. I am indeed a master of internal strife." Su Hui nodded with a smile, choosing not to elaborate. In truth, she hoped to compete against Ning Yi. This way, he would at least secure second place, and the resources available for cultivation from that position would be double those of third place. Before long, the screen displayed the lineup for the first semifinal match, Su Hui versus Lin Fei. What? Su Hui against Lin Fei? The announcement left the audience in shock, and concern rippled through the crowd. "Miss Su, please do not get hurt. Goddess Su, surrender. It's all right. Go, Su. You are the best." Lin Fei, "If you so much as harm a single hair on Goddess Su, I will ensure you face dire consequences." Someone nearby questioned, "Can you even compete with Lin Fei?" "Lin Fei, I implore you, do not harm Goddess Su." Although Su Hui's realm surpassed Lin Fei's by a level, Lin Fei's abilities were undeniably formidable, capable of compressing and countering nearly all supernatural powers. "Stay strong, but don't overexert yourself." "I will be fine," Su Hui responded with a sweet smile. She soared into the air above the arena, unleashing 2 roaring fire dragons that charged toward Lin Fei, who awaited her arrival on the stage. With a mere extension of his arms and a gentle curl of his fingers, Lin Fei effortlessly compressed the fire dragons until they erupted. No directional skill could approach him. Having dealt with the fire dragons, Lin Fei turned his gaze towards Su Hui hovering above. "Su Hui, huh? At last, an opportunity has presented itself. I have long desired to compress you, the campus belle, until you explode. I am certain you will transform into the most exquisite firework. Explode for me." Lin Fei's arrogant voice resonated, audible even to Ning Yi and the audience. Ning Yi clenched his fists, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. He was genuinely concerned. Observing previous matches, he knew Lin Fei meant business. At that moment, Su Hui in the air felt a sudden jolt of alarm. She could distinctly sense her arm being compressed. She had reached her utmost height and was taken aback that his compression could reach her. With no other choice, she resorted to elemental transformation. Su Hui transformed into a massive fireball, hurtling toward Lin Fei. Unfazed, Lin Fei extended his hands forward, halting the fireball just a centimeter from him. Compression. The immense fireball could not withstand the force of compression, bursting apart into scattered embers upon the arena. Yet, these sparks rapidly expanded, igniting into roaring flames, with tongues of fire surging toward Lin Fei. He had no choice but to compress all the flames surrounding him. "Cursed be," he muttered. "The flames are exceedingly vexing. Even if my flesh withstands the searing pain, my garments cannot. If my clothing is reduced to ashes, I shall be left utterly bare. Even in victory, it would be a most undignified affair. The tongues of fire surge in relentless waves. And just as Lin Fei compresses the flames, more ignite anew. This shall be a protracted struggle. Su Hui, cease your futile resistance. Elemental transformation is a tremendous drain on spiritual energy. Once your energy is depleted, I shall relish your predicament. Yet, despite all precautions, one cannot evade the encroaching flames from all directions. Lin Fei feels the singeing of his hair and eyebrows, and several holes mar his attire. If this continues, I shall be left without covering. Su Hui, if this is your strategy, you are already defeated. A fierce glint flashes in Lin Fei's eyes. With a thunderous roar, he unleashes a torrent of spiritual energy. Extreme compression. A resounding boom reverberates as cracks appear in the space above the arena, the colors shifting to a ghastly gray. What is he attempting to accomplish? The onlookers are bewildered. Ning Yi senses the atmosphere growing thin across the entire playground and instantly deduces Lin Fei's intent. This rascal is compressing the very air of the arena. Without air, the flames cannot sustain their blaze. In this moment, Lin Fei has succumbed to madness, erupting in laughter. He perceives the fire's ferocity diminishing. When all flames extinguish, it shall herald your demise, Su Hui. When you can no longer maintain your elemental form, I shall expend my final vestige of power to transform you into the most exquisite fireworks. Ning Yi watches the arena with bated breath. Su Hui finds herself in a perilous predicament. Should she continue her elemental state, her spiritual energy will falter, and the dwindling air will inevitably snuff the flames. If she reverts to her original form, Lin Fei will assuredly compress her. What to do? Ning Yi begins to fret, pondering how to save Su Hui. Over the 3 years of high school, who has treated him with the utmost kindness? Only Su Hui. In the wake of his awakening to extraordinary abilities, it was also when he felt most insecure. His male classmates looked down upon him, unwilling to engage, while the female classmates only spoke to him because of his endearing cat-like transformation, regarding him merely as a mascot. Only Su Hui has never regarded him with disdain. She always stood up for him when he was bullied. Although she sometimes joked about wanting him to remain a cat, she never pressed the matter. Lin Fei, dare you lay a hand on Su Hui? Ning Yi first sought out the 3 judges. Did you not see that scoundrel attempting to take a life? He seeks to kill. Fear not. We shall intervene before he can do so. You are being foolish. By the time you act, Su Hui will be gravely harmed. If not dead, I must take matters into my own hands. Lin Fei, Ning Yi shouted towards the arena. It is merely a duel. Must you resort to lethal force? If you wish to fight, let it be with me. Huh. You are unworthy. Lin Fei cast a disdainful glance at Ning Yi, replying coolly. How dare you? Ning Yi's temper flared, rolling up his sleeves, prepared to charge onto the stage, but was promptly restrained by the 3 judges nearby. Ning Yi initially intended to break through the referee's blockade, but the weakest among them possessed silver-level strength. If you continue to disrupt the competition, your qualification will be revoked. Fine. I want to go up. I'll stand here at the edge of the ring. Is that acceptable? As long as I don't interfere with the match. It's all good. Ning Yi circled to the other side of the ring, placed his hands on his hips, and pressed his lips together. You're worthless. You say I'm unworthy? Come and face your grandfather Ning in a fight, if you dare. Coward. You only bully young girls, raging impotently from the sidelines. Here I stand. Come at me if you have the guts, and I'll admit defeat with a single sound. Look at your face. You're already an eyesore. And yet you dare to wander around. This is a crime. Your head resembles an egg, a rotten one at that. Just a glance makes me want to vomit. Your father regrets not slamming you against the wall, and your mother regrets not flushing you down the toilet. And you dare say I'm unworthy? You are not even worthy of existing. Living is a waste of air, dying is a waste of land, and cremation pollutes the air. Being half alive wastes RMB. One of the referees approached Ning Yi, unable to bear the insults any longer. Student, you are affecting the competition. If you continue to insult the contestants, you will be disqualified. Who said I insulted him? Did I mention Lin Fei even once? What is wrong with reciting my lines here? Besides, with his foolish demeanor, does he even deserve to be insulted? With that, he spat towards Lin Fei. At that moment, Lin Fei could no longer contain himself. The barrage of words from Ning Yi had filled his anger to the brim. His teeth clenched tightly. The last remnants of rationality held him back from charging forward. Ignore him. Just ignore him. The flames of competition on the stage had dwindled. If he could just hold on a little longer, victory would be within reach. Yet, Ning Yi's final taunt and gesture ignited a powder keg. "Ah, I will kill you. I will tear that filthy mouth of yours apart." Lin Fei charged at Ning Yi recklessly, disregarding the stakes, victory or defeat. Even Su Hui was no longer important. All he wanted was to see Ning Yi dead. As he sprinted towards him, he aimed directly at Ning Yi's head. "Explode. Just explode." Ding. Received normal attack. Damage value 6,000. Absorbed. Arriving right in front of Ning Yi, Lin Fei suddenly froze. "Huh. Why didn't it explode? Let us see if it works this time." "Hey, why did you jump down?" Ning Yi greeted Lin Fei with a smile. "Ah." Lin Fei's expression twisted in rage. "You dare ask me why I jumped off the ring? Are you that clueless?" The referee, who had earlier tried to dissuade Ning Yi, seized Lin Fei in an attempt to calm him down. But at that moment, Lin Fei was too enraged to think clearly. He poured all his spiritual energy into targeting Ning Yi's head again. "Explode." Ning Yi haughtily snorted, choosing silence over a response, then turned away, humming a tune as he walked off. Ding. Received normal attack. Damage value 6,500. Absorbed. My head isn't made of dough. Explode, just explode. Watching Ning Yi remain unscathed, Lin Fei spat out a mouthful of blood in frustration. At this moment, two judges who had rushed over from the other side of the arena tightly restrained Lin Fei and sent him to Vice Dean Lin. Another judge approached Ning Yi, intending to inquire about the matter. Ning Yi, maintaining his composure, curiously asked the judge, "Why did he jump off the stage for no reason? When I questioned him earlier, he refused to answer." The judge shot Ning Yi a disdainful glance, remarking that it was not surprising Lin Fei's mental state had exploded, given Ning Yi's earlier reprimand. "Do not speak recklessly," he cautioned. Ning Yi, seemingly discerning the judge's thoughts, replied, "If I had truly scolded him, shouldn't he have sought me out for trouble? Look at me. I'm perfectly fine standing here, which clearly indicates that the cause is not me." The judge scrutinized Ning Yi closely. Indeed, there were no visible injuries on him. Given Lin Fei's temperament, it was implausible for him to remain unscathed. The judge understood that Lin Fei's descent from the stage was somehow related to Ning Yi, yet the evidence was insufficient. His earlier outburst had not explicitly named anyone, and with no injuries on Ning Yi, there was no connection. The judge reluctantly uttered a resigned remark. "In the future, refrain from hurling insults at others during matches, as it may lead to misunderstandings." Chapter 22. I am quite fond of you. At this moment on the stage, Su Hui had reverted to her human form, wearing a smile and waving at Ning Yi. In the audience, Yang Yi and his group, upon seeing Su Hui, managed to stand. Immediately seized the microphone to announce, "Su Hui is victorious and advances to the finals." The crowd erupted in cheers. Surviving Lin Fei and winning the match was a testament to her strength. Indeed, she was the goddess Su Su. "Su Su, Su Su, we adore you. Just like mice love rice." They had also witnessed Lin Fei's reckless dash towards Ning Yi. The consensus among the spectators was that the underlying reason for Lin Fei's retreat was undoubtedly his fright from Su Su's overwhelming flames, rather than any connection to Ning Yi. At that moment, Ning Yi noticed that Su Hui's smile was forced. Indeed, right after Yang Yi's announcement, Su Hui suddenly collapsed backward. Ning Yi was startled and rushed onto the stage. Upon seeing her condition, he couldn't help but chuckle. "Haha, how did you turn into a 7-year-old child?" Although Su Hui had transformed into an adorable little girl, her breathing was steady, and her complexion appeared normal. Ning Yi squatted beside her, gently pinching her round, soft cheeks. "What happened? Can you still stand?" "I can't. My limbs feel weak and my entire body is fatigued." This was the greatest drawback of elemental transformation. The drastic reduction of flames made it impossible for her to revert to her original form. "But how did you return to your original self just now?" Su Hui puffed out her cheeks, her large eyes sparkling with innocence, appearing exceedingly kawaii. "If I don't revert to my original form, I would be deemed incapable of combat. You have done so much for me. I must certainly strive harder." Even in her fiery state, she had witnessed every move Ning Yi made. It was precisely because of him that she had insisted on keeping the flames alive. "Hee. Even if they think my actions are extreme and despicable, I couldn't care less." Su Hui gestured for Ning Yi to come closer, weakly managing to utter her last words. "You are so bad. Oh, how I adore you." After saying this, she fainted. A rare flush appeared on Ning Yi's face, but it quickly vanished. "A group of sheep teachers, just a few minutes. I'll be right back." He then picked up Su Hui and carried her to the infirmary before returning to participate in his semifinal match. Su Hui merely fainted from exhaustion of both physical and spiritual energy. She was not seriously harmed. A period of rest was all that was required. In the next match, Ning Yi was to face Li Tian. On the arena, Li Tian observed Ning Yi, who was grinning foolishly. A sense of wariness arose within him. He was surely attempting to lower Li Tian's guard, but he would not be deceived. It was undeniable that, despite being only a Black Iron 4-star, he was remarkably strong, absurdly so. Information about Ning Yi rapidly circulated in Li Tian's mind as he pondered how to secure victory. It was evident that Ning Yi belonged to the enhancement category, but the nature of his extraordinary abilities remained unknown. All he understood was that Ning Yi possessed formidable defense, remarkable speed, and immense strength. However, in his own domain, these attributes could be easily disregarded. He only needed to be wary of Ning Yi's sharp tongue. If he resorted to insults out of frustration, Li Tian would find it intolerable. Thus, the best strategy was to draw him into his domain as swiftly as possible. Having devised a plan to defeat Ning Yi, Li Tian activated his domain and charged towards him. Ning Yi, in high spirits with Su Hui unharmed, was also aware of Lin Fei's growing resentment towards him. Once Lin Fei recovered, he would undoubtedly seek revenge. And Ning Yi could already sense a wave of pain beckoning him. What a double blessing indeed. At that moment, Ning Yi heard someone in the spectator stands shouting for him to dodge. It was then he noticed Li Tian was merely 6 meters away. Dodge? Why should he evade? Society often expects men to be fearless. Come on, let me plunge into your embrace. Li Tian, seeing Ning Yi spreading his arms and standing calmly, felt a surge of joy. Could it be that fortune was finally on his side? Did Ning Yi not comprehend the power of the domain? Whether he knew or not, Li Tian had already envisioned the championship beckoning him. Tenfold cultivation resources awaited him. He was destined to become the CEO, marry a wealthy beauty, and ascend to the pinnacle of life. Oh ho ho! Ning Yi frowned. Though he appeared to be a refined young man, his smile was rather lewd. The instant he stepped into Li Tian's domain, the system's voice rang out. Beep, soul attack received. Pain value 6,000, absorbed. Beep, soul attack received. Pain value 6,000, absorbed. Beep, soul attack received. Pain value 6,000, absorbed. The system's notifications echoed 5 times. Li Tian chuckled. Kneel down and sing for me. Beep, soul attack received. Pain value 6,000, absorbed. Ning Yi activated his ghostly technique, almost teleporting behind Li Tian, wrapping his arms around his neck. Who is singing? What should I sing? Say it again. Li Tian felt a blur before Ning Yi was already behind him, his neck ensnared. Ah, I'm going to die. I'm going to die. It's me, I'll sing. Ning Yi finally released him, gazing provocatively as he said, Come, give me a smile, and then sing another song. Li Tian rubbed his neck, still unwilling to concede, and attempted once more to dominate Ning Yi. He exclaimed, Father, I was wrong. No sooner had the words left his lips than a dazzling light flashed before his eyes, accompanied by an overwhelmingly oppressive voice. You squander the opportunity. Panic-stricken, Li Tian realized that Ning Yi's strength far surpassed his imagination. His own domain was utterly ineffective against him. Father, I was wrong. One must acknowledge their mistakes. One must stand firm to accept punishment. If not now, when shall I plead for mercy? Li Tian's voice quivered with distress as he began to sing his salvation song. My domain often opens wide, eagerly awaiting my elder brother's arrival. With each visit, it is as if joy knocks upon my door. The domain welcomes you, serving tea and water. The domain welcomes you, offering the most sincere embrace. Trembling, Li Tian completed his song, awaiting his fate. Would he be cruelly cast aside or callously discarded? Ning Yi responded with a thoughtful hum. Not bad, not bad. It appears you possess quite the talent for singing. I must say, this lad is rather perceptive. At the very least, his attitude is commendable. Suddenly, Ning Yi recalled Su Hui's admonition. As the saying goes, if you cannot defeat them, join them. Have you considered joining me? I rather fancy you. Su Hui, is that truly my intention? Li Tian, in disbelief, questioned his own worth. Why? Ning Yi gazed deeply at Li Tian. When I first laid eyes upon you, your unexpected visage, rebellious hairstyle, unrestrained character, unique ability, and that heavenly voice captivated me. As the saying goes, true heroes recognize each other. If possible, I would like to call you second brother. Could you address me as elder brother? It truly felt like a fortuitous encounter, discovering an ability that could enhance the soul so swiftly. Li Tian, Dazed, felt tears streaming down his face, overwhelmed with emotion. He sensed his very soul being elevated. A song of heart-wrenching sorrow. Where shall I find a kindred spirit in this vast world? At that moment, he had completely forgotten to guard against Ning Yi's verbal prowess. With tears and mucus streaming, Li Tian tightly embraced Ning Yi. Elder brother. Second brother. The audience was left bewildered. Was this not a battle? Was this not the semifinals? The previous match had been thrilling, yet the atmosphere had inexplicably shifted. Why did strange background music resonate in their ears? This bow, whether in life or death, is unaltered. Is something amiss? Second brother, you step down first. I shall follow closely behind. Elder brother, I shall scout the way for you. Second brother, be cautious. Li Tian glanced at Ning Yi, resolutely leaping off the stage, undeterred by any peril. Congratulations to Ning Yi for his victory. Yang and the others exchanged a glance at Li Tian, feeling pity for the lad, so easily played. Yet here he was, proclaiming brotherly love. Li Tian quickly shot back. You do not understand the bond we share as brothers. As we await the arrival of the finals, let us turn our attention to Chapter 23. The sunset is incredibly beautiful, yet shadowed by dark smoke. Before long, all eyes were drawn to a petite figure crossing the playground, making her way directly to the arena. Who is this? A relative of one of the teachers, perhaps? That striking red hair and familiar attire seemed quite recognizable. This little girl is simply adorable. How I wish she were my sister. Could she possibly be the principal's daughter? Are you questioning the principal's genetics? His hereditary traits are quite formidable. This little girl clearly does not resemble him. The principal remarked, I have already taken note of you. However, as everyone witnessed the little girl struggle to ascend the stage, realization dawned upon them. This was the Su goddess they idolized. A great question mark loomed above the playground, formed by the collective bewilderment of the onlookers. How has Su Hui become so small? What on earth is happening? Is this truly how the Su goddess appeared in her childhood? Adorable indeed. Once Su Hui realized her height was no match for the stage, she felt quite speechless. Ning Yi laughed heartily as he approached, effortlessly lifting Su Hui onto the platform. Little girl, how dare you come to such a perilous place? He teased, lowering his voice playfully as he grinned at her. With wide, tearful eyes, Su Hui gazed up at Ning Yi, her expression one of utter innocence, as she coyly pleaded. Brother, I'm scared, please don't bully me. Ning Yi felt a shiver run down his spine. He had always found the charms of women, coquettishness, sweetness, and endearments, overwhelming. The typically boisterous and fiery Su Hui had taken him by surprise today, leaving him flustered and unsure. To engage in a scuffle for first place? Impossible. Even the usual Su Hui was not someone he would dare confront, let alone this diminutive version of her. Should he act now? He would surely earn the ire of the entire school. Perhaps it is not entirely out of the question. Yet, what if he were to be charged with endangering a minor? That would be catastrophic. With a resigned shrug, Ning Yi asked, So, how do we proceed? Su Hui's eyes sparkled with mischief. She had discovered Ning Yi's Achilles heel. With her fingers poised before her chest, she tilted her head slightly, casting glances at him as she sweetly said, I want to see your special abilities. Ning Yi felt his heart race, nearly losing control. He quickly shut his eyes, afraid to look further. Oh, dear maiden, that would not be appropriate. You are still quite young, and I am much older. Su Hui tugged at Ning Yi's arm, calling him Geijai endearingly. Should he indulge little Su Hui just this once? But in front of the entire school, he felt too shy. As he hesitated, she sweetly added, All right, I'm scared of you now. Ning Yi's reluctant expression caused Su Hui to stifle a giggle, making her even more endearing. As he activated his abilities, Ning Yi transformed only his head, sprouting cat ears, whiskers, and a nose. This transformation naturally sparked a buzz among the crowd. Wow, we finally get to see Ning Cat again. So handsome. Ning Cat God is indeed striking. Sister, I shall support you. Is this finals about who is the cutest? Worth every bit, even a profit. The insufferable Ning Yi, who had never utilized his extraordinary abilities during the martial arts competition, resorted to them solely to please the goddess. Astonishingly, this young man from a certain university employed his powers for the first time in a bid to win the affection of the campus belle. With the intention of charming her, I reluctantly activated my extraordinary abilities. Is there anything else to add? If not, I shall commence my narrative. On the arena, Su Hui raised her hand and continued to act adorably towards Ning Yi, saying, Hug me. Ning Yi, visibly perturbed, thought to himself, How outrageous. How could I, Ning Yi, be so easily manipulated? Yet, her gaze and expression rendered him powerless. System, does the damage inflicted by her cuteness not count as pain? The system retorted, get lost. With a sigh of resignation, he lifted the petite Su Hui effortlessly. She playfully brushed her fingers against his cat ears and whispered, thank you. Ah, it's nothing. I never did fulfill my promise from last time, he replied. All right, you can put me down now. As Su Hui leapt down, she deftly plucked one of Ning Yi's whiskers, cheerfully displaying her trophy before dashing away from the arena. Her voice echoed back, I need to go home to recuperate. See you next week. Are you fleeing? Come back. I promise I won't hit you. Ning Yi lamented, oh dear, my freshly grown whisker. Suddenly, a revelation struck him. Su Hui's departure meant he had inadvertently secured the championship of this competition. Had the title fallen into his lap so effortlessly? Su Hui, don't come back. Yang Yichun stepped onto the stage, placing a floral garland around Ning Yi's neck, proclaiming, let us warmly congratulate student Ning Yi for winning the championship of this competition. He achieved this through sheer determination, battling fiercely till the end. This is the essence of a champion. Ning Yi chuckled, feeling bashful as he scratched his head. You exaggerate. In the span of 2 days, he had spent no more than half an hour in the arena and had barely engaged in any combat, his extraordinary abilities remaining untested. I apologize to the audience. I apologize to the readers. Yang Yichun continued, do you have anything to say, Ning Yi, perhaps to your fellow students? Ning Yi cleared his throat. Now that you mention it, I feel invigorated. Why did I achieve victory? My prowess is evident to all, yet strength is merely one facet. I won with ease, undoubtedly linked to my personal charm. As the model student of my class, a paragon of virtue in society, I am affectionately dubbed the warm-hearted knight and the benevolent young lord. Indeed, Ning Yi's speech is truly impressive, Yang Yichun thought, feeling dizzy from his words. Realizing further inquiries were unnecessary. If time permits, please collect your award from the principal's office. In a flash, Ning Yi was nowhere to be seen. The competition came to a close, with the school announcing a holiday tomorrow and classes resuming on Monday. The crowd erupted in cheers. At the principal's office, Ning Yi knocked on the door, and a voice called from within, come in. Good day, principal. I am here to collect my award. It's on the desk. Help yourself. Ning Yi glanced over and noticed 3 items placed upon the table. The first, on the left, was a box inscribed with a name and quantity, 10 essence cleansing fruits. The second was also a box, containing 10 spirit refining pills. The third was a check. At the forefront was a sum followed by a string of zeros, units, tens, hundreds, thousands, 10,000s, and so forth. Ning Yi gasped in astonishment. Goodness gracious. This could cover my tuition and living expenses. The future is promising. He neatly folded the check and carefully placed it into his pocket. Then, with a playful pat and a beaming smile, he said, Principal, I have made my selection. I could just kiss your bald head. I adore you. Ning Yi's exuberance left the principal utterly perplexed. Indeed, you have surprised me greatly. Taking a deep breath, he gestured toward the other 2 boxes. In fact, those 2 are also yours. Moreover, you wouldn't choose them, as the essence cleansing fruits and spirit refining pills are of far greater significance. They are treasures, valuable yet hard to come by. Ning Yi scoffed. What a grandiose statement. The Huaxia coin may not be omnipotent, but lacking it is utterly unthinkable. Note, Huaxia coin is the circulating currency of Huaxia. As he derided the principal, he gathered his belongings. Thank you, principal, for your generosity. I must take my leave now. Ning Yi, shall we converse? He paused. About what? Your extraordinary abilities? I possess the beast transformation ability, which allows me to transform into a cat. What of it? Yet, I have not witnessed you employ it even once in competition. Instead, your physical strength is remarkable. All right, I'll be candid with you. I have awakened 3 extraordinary abilities. Were it not for your advanced age and poor heart, I might even claim to have awakened 7 or 8. The principal smiled calmly. If you choose not to disclose your true abilities, I shall not press you. I merely hope you do not forget your original intent. The demons are always lurking. Understood. Arthur, my current strength is insignificant before the demons. If they refrain from seeking me out, I count myself fortunate. Must I pursue them? Unless there is nothing else. I shall take my leave now. One more thing. Today is Friday, and next Friday, Lombay No. 1 High School will host the citywide Awakener martial arts competition. I hope you can represent the school. Really? Absolutely no problem. Leave it to me. Ning Yi's heart soared at the delightful news. It is impossible to avoid competition in this lifetime. It is through competitions that I sustain my existence. Alone, life is dreadfully dull without anyone to spar with. The individuals involved are all talented, fierce in combat, and eloquent in speech. I adore the atmosphere. The principal observed Ning Yi, who was beaming with joy. Indeed, this fellow is a warrior at heart. This time, it's a team battle, and you will need to gather 5 individuals to form a 6-person team for the competition. What? They must all be students from our school? The matter is now entrusted to you, and I hold great faith in you. Ning Yi nodded in a daze as he exited the principal's office and departed from the school. Where on earth will I find 6 people? No matter. I shall figure it out later. Tomorrow is a holiday. Selling melons. Yes, selling melons will surely lift my spirits. As the sun dipped toward the horizon, Ning Yi ambled along the path leading home, captivated by the scenery, and involuntarily recited a famous line by Li Shangyin. The sunset is infinitely beautiful. Yet it is close to dusk. However, the plume of black smoke marred the picturesque view. To his dismay, he realized it was his own house engulfed in flames. Chapter 24. I eat vegetables. You feast. Ning Yi summoned his ghostly powers to their maximum potential and dashed toward his home. A house on fire could still be salvaged. But he had some magazines in his bedroom that must not be discovered. No fear of being shattered into pieces. One must preserve their innocence in this world. Upon entering, he rushed straight into his bedroom, carefully placing the detoxifying fruit and spirit-refining pills, and after a thorough inspection, he felt a wave of relief. In the living room, he paused. Why is there no sign of a fire? The living room appeared unchanged. The mahjong table still stood on the balcony. Ning Yi's gaze shifted toward the kitchen. If memory serves, Lining was home. What clandestine experiment was she conducting there? He flung open the kitchen door, and a billowing cloud of black smoke surged forth, choking him into a fit of coughs. Lining, what on earth are you doing? I thought you were conducting an experiment. Turns out you're burning the house down? Arson can land you in jail. Ning Yi, you're back. My mom isn't home today, so I decided to cook myself. I'm frying some dishes. Please have a seat. What on earth, Lining? Why are you so dirty? At that moment, Lining appeared quite disheveled. Her once lustrous black hair was now tousled and unkempt, and her face was smudged with soot. This is my badge of honor for cooking. I wouldn't dream of washing it off. Lining beamed, revealing her eyes and teeth just barely through the grime. Please sit down and taste my culinary skills. She ushered Ning Yi to a chair and presented him with a bowl of rice and a plate of dishes. Ning Yi hesitated, holding his chopsticks with trepidation. Given your cooking style, I have serious doubts about your culinary prowess. Tentatively, he picked up a grain of rice with the tips of his chopsticks and sampled it. To his astonishment, the rice was plump, fragrant, and utterly delectable. Glancing at the dish, he noted it was stir-fried potato shreds. The colors were vibrant, the presentation exquisite, and the taste promised to be delightful. I didn't expect you to have such a hidden talent. I apologize for underestimating you, Lining. Ning Yi took a generous mouthful of the dish. Instantly, he felt as if he had been struck by lightning. His mind was in turmoil, and his mouth was overwhelmed by a sharp bitterness that rendered his tongue numb. He nearly gagged, desperate to save his taste buds, yet upon seeing Lin Ying's eager expression, he forced himself to swallow. Chef Lin, may I ask the name of this first dish? Stir-fried potato shreds with ginger, Lining enthused, explaining, I read that ginger is beneficial for the human body, but I wasn't sure what to pair it with. I thought potatoes looked similar, so I decided to fry them together. How does it taste? It's delightful. A single bite of ginger feels like poison. Ning Yi chuckled awkwardly. What is the next dish? I'll fetch it right away. Lining dashed back into the kitchen, only to be met with a shriek. Oh no, my braised beef. Ning Yi instantly felt a wave of foreboding wash over him, anxiously shifting in his seat. I yearn to escape, yet find myself unable to do so. This evening, you truly have a delightful feast awaiting you. Behold, the second course has arrived, steamed fish and freshly prepared braised beef. Lining, balancing a platter in her hands, places the dishes before Ning Yi. You start eating. The soup is still simmering. I shall check on it. The steamed fish appears quite presentable, but is it possible that the skin is so thick? As I scrape with my chopsticks, the scales finally come off. And the braised beef? It looks nothing short of a plate of coal. Ning Yi, holding his chopsticks, finds himself at a loss. The 3 dishes before him resemble vengeful spirits, cackling ominously. Consume me, finish me, and I shall take you to meet the king of hell. Casting a glance at Lining, who remains busy. He sighs in resignation, resorting to a tactic he never anticipated employing for such a purpose. Who would have thought that his first use of the shadow clone technique would be for this? This technique, always regarded as his trump card, had yet to be employed. Alas, no one in the martial arts competition had ever forced him to reveal his secret move, yet here he is, compelled by Lin Ying's 3 dishes. How tragic. Summoning a clone, Ning Yi instructs it to act stealthily. He first directs it to procure a plastic bag, into which he dumps the dishes before discarding them in the outside trash bin. Just as the clone sneaks away, Lin Ying emerges with the soup. "Oh, you finished everything?" she exclaims with surprise, believing her inaugural culinary attempt might not have been perfect. To her astonishment, she discovers her innate talent for cooking. As Mother always said, to win a man's heart, one must first capture his stomach. It seems I have a considerable advantage in this regard. After the meal, she offers a bowl of tomato soup. Ning Yi glances nervously at the soup. Its normal appearance raises his suspicions. The more ordinary it looks, the more peculiar it becomes. What to do? He cannot resort to the shadow clone now. Who can rescue him? Hesitation grips him, rendering him immobile. Thinking Ning Yi has eaten too much and is now embarrassed, Lin Ying proactively serves him a bowl. "Ning Yi, do drink this." He jumps in surprise, feeling as if he is being fed medicine by Jin Lian to Wu Dalong. "Dalong, do drink." Trembling, Ning Yi accepts the bowl, contemplating for a long moment before steeling himself, closing his eyes, and gulping it down. What am I afraid of? The system is indifferent to me. Where could it find such an exceptional host? Drinking it feels akin to sipping plain water. Thankfully, she did not concoct any other peculiarities with this soup. By the way, I must commend you on this rice. It is quite splendid. The rice was ordered from a delivery service. I had no time to cook it myself. Ning Yi inquires. Did we leave any dishes for Aunt Lin? You're fortunate to have finished. I must quickly dispose of the evidence, as she has strictly instructed me to stay out of the kitchen. With that, Lin Ying hurriedly collects the dishes and begins to clean up the battlefield with a clatter. Ning Yi cannot help but applaud Aunt Lin's wisdom. Returning to his bedroom, he rubs his stomach, still feeling a touch hungry after only a bowl of rice and some soup. Something seems to be lacking. Oh, did not the principal reward me with a cleansing fruit and a spiritual elixir? It is the perfect opportunity to try them out. First, he took out the washing marrow fruit, which bore a striking resemblance to the Buddha fruit, its hue of vibrant red that appeared quite appetizing. With a crunch, he bit into it, only to find himself chewing on what felt like wood, dry, lacking moisture, and the flesh was tough and difficult to gnaw, far inferior to the apples sold by Wang or Matzi. Next, he retrieved the spirit-repairing pill, resembling sheep dung eggs in both appearance and flavor. Do not inquire how Ning Yi knew the taste of sheep dung eggs. In his childhood mischief, he had tasted them while playing with the children from the orphanage. That flavor was indelibly etched in his memory. Ning Yi looked disdainfully at these 2 items. Either the principal had been deceived, or he had been the one misled, with the latter being more probable. Ultimately, he had fallen victim to youthful naivety. He decided to put the fruit away and give Tsunru a call to inquire about the situation. Beep, beep, beep. Hello, brother Ning Yi, what is the matter? What have you been up to lately? Not bad. Life is treating me well. That is good. Just as Ning Yi was about to hang up, a blood-curdling scream echoed from the other end of the line. A sense of foreboding washed over him. Hello, Tsunru. Speak to me, Tsunru. Ning Yi was taken aback. This was disastrous. The robbery organization must have struck. Tsunru was likely in grave peril. Chapter 25. Those people are not urban management officers after hanging up. Ning Yi felt a whirlwind of confusion, strange thoughts racing through his mind. Was Tsunru really dead? Had he inadvertently caused his friend to reveal the name of the robbery organization, which led to his demise? Did that mean he had indirectly contributed to his death? Agitated, Ning Yi knocked on Lin Ying's door. Come in. Lin Ying was happily tidying her room, but upon noticing Ning Yi's furrowed brow, she inquired with concern, What's wrong? I have a friend who was ambushed by a passerby, but the passerby failed in the attempt. Under duress, my friend extracted the name of the organization from him. Then, 2 days later, the passerby was murdered. Isn't it strange to blame my friend? What are you questioning? Lin Ying replied. The passerby's death has nothing to do with your friend. What was the passerby's initial intention? Isn't it entirely normal for your friend to press for answers? And if he revealed the name of the organization, that's on him. Ning Yi continued. Just a couple of days ago, my friend had contact with the passerby, who called him Big Brother. Lin Ying interrupted. Can you imagine, if your strength is inferior to that of the passerby, Would he still call you big brother? When your strength is less than his, he would still seek to kill you. Do not forget, that person's primary objective was to kill you. Calling you big brother was merely for his own benefit. Am I overthinking this? No, I'm referring to my friend, not myself. Creating enemies from thin air. Ning chuckled, continuing. Whether it's you or your friend, stop overthinking. Besides, Zhangqi will also meet his end, but what business is that of ours? Should we apologize or seek revenge for him? You must understand, associating with that organization is a grave error. At that moment, Ning Yi experienced a moment of clarity. Indeed, why had he been contemplating such things? Why had he allowed himself to become so overly sentimental? Ning was indeed correct. Any association with that organization is inherently erroneous. It is only fitting that one meets their demise in such a manner. Ning reclined upon her bed, applying a facial mask while elegantly swinging her long legs. Ning Yi, however, chose to disregard this spectacle, instead noticing Lin Ying's apparent familiarity with the robbery organization. Could you elaborate on what that organization actually entails? He inquired. My knowledge is rather limited. During high school, students are deliberately kept in the dark, with all information regarding that organization being tightly suppressed. Discussing it would only pique your curiosity. The more you learn, the deeper the entanglement. And how do you come by this information? Ning Yi pressed. There's a classmate of mine whose father is part of the ability enforcement team. He often relays snippets of information he hears from his father to us. That organization worships the Demon Tower, only accepting the most nefarious individuals, engaging in illegal activities and various taboos. Ning Yi nodded, gaining a slight understanding of the organization. However, details concerning the bounty missions and the profiles of individuals eligible for such tasks remained elusive. He resolved to investigate further once he had acquired greater strength. He then retired to his room for the night. Early the next morning, Ning Yi pedaled his tricycle to the greenhouse to wholesale watermelons. Before heading to his familiar street to sell them, he secured the handbrake of his tricycle and hung up his sign. If you're unfamiliar, I'll take a bite. Wang you're here quite early. How has business been these past few days? My sales are dismal. I lack your handsome looks. So no lovely ladies come to buy? Ning Yi chuckled, relishing the banter. I appreciate your words. Here's a little reward. He tossed a rejuvenating fruit to Wang having brought it specifically to observe his reaction after consumption. How much can a bag of rice lift? Only through suffering can one truly understand pain. What's this? I've never seen it before. Wang exclaimed, his face a mask of confusion as he inspected the fruit. It grows in my backyard. Give it a taste. Once Wang bit into it, Ning Yi could not suppress a mischievous grin. As it turned out, Wang continued to eat until the fruit was entirely consumed. Wiping his mouth with his sleeve, he beamed. This fruit is exceptional, sweeter than my apples. Ning Yi was left bewildered. This was not how he envisioned the outcome. Undeterred, he tossed a spirit-replenishing pill toward Wang This is a new chocolate egg. Try it. You're deceiving me. This looks like sheep dung. Just take a bite and you'll see. After a few chews, hey, this is delicious, tangy and sweet. Do you have more? I still have a watermelon. Ning Yi huffed as he returned to his tricycle, sinking into a prolonged silence. It must be Lin Ying's influence. Her taste has dulled my palate, preventing me from truly savoring flavors. I shall try again tonight at home. Casting another glance at Wang lingering expression of satisfaction, Ning Yi felt increasingly irked. Morning passed swiftly, and he managed to sell a few watermelons. Under normal circumstances, he would have been shouting to attract customers, but now, he was a person of considerable wealth. Whether the watermelons sold or not was inconsequential, as he primarily sought to experience life. At noon, Ning Yi ordered takeout, indeed, from the rice shop he had visited the previous night. As he set down his phone, he caught sight of 4 individuals clad in black uniforms approaching from a distance. Goodness, the urban management. Quick, make a run for it. Wang stop loitering. The urban management is here. Don't think I wouldn't recognize you just because you've donned a uniform. The local urban management is quite cunning, frequently changing their attire. They employ every trick in the book to apprehend their targets. Ning Yi observed, they don't seem to be the urban management. Rather, they appear to be members of the special enforcement team. Upon turning to glance, he realized they were indeed unfamiliar faces, unlike the old guards he knew. But what could their purpose be? Wait, it seems they are targeting me. Goodness, they truly are after me. Ning Yi, greetings. We are from the special enforcement team, and we require your assistance in an investigation. The foremost individual, appearing to be in his 40s, possessed a square face, with a stern gaze that exuded righteousness, and an air of profound experience. His strength was palpable, and Ning Yi could not discern his level of power. Behind him stood 3 young men, all in their 20s. Yen Su revealed his identity with a black badge, featuring an imposing emblem of a 5-clawed golden dragon coiling around a pillar. Below it were the words, Enforcer, Yen Su Enforcer ID, 52011. Instantly, Ning Yi felt his legs weaken. Grasping the handlebars of a tricycle, he weakly inquired, I haven't committed any offenses, have I? You may ask my neighbors. I, Ning Yi, have always been well-behaved, respectful of the elderly, and caring towards the young, never causing trouble, nor seeking the limelight. My life has always revolved around home and school. I wouldn't even recognize a delinquent if I saw one. I've never intentionally provoked anyone, let alone gotten into a fight. How could the special enforcement team come knocking at my door? I certainly do not wish to be taken in for tea. Did my use of shadow clones constitute a crime? He pondered. Gentlemen, please hear me out. I was left with no choice. Lining's cooking is utterly inedible. There is a case related to you that necessitates your cooperation, Yen Su reiterated. His tone was calm, yet authoritative, imbued with an innate gravitas that instilled fear and discouraged defiance. Ning Yi could only acquiesce with a soft Regardless of the grievances and injustices swirling within him, he had no option but to obediently follow the 4 enforcers away. What will happen to my fruit stall? He lamented. Leave it to the person beside you. Let us be on our way, came the response. Please, don't frighten me like that. What do you mean by on our way? Can someone clarify? As he departed, Ning Yi overheard a young enforcer remark, I wonder if those melons are ripe. Chapter 26. The situation is true. Ning Yi boarded a white van with Yen Su and the others, heading towards the special enforcement team. The van twisted and turned, jostling them along as it entered a narrow alley. Were it not for the sight of Yen Su's enforcement badge, Ning Yi might have believed he was being abducted. The special enforcement team was located in a traditional courtyard. From the exterior, it is utterly inconspicuous that this is the institution responsible for overseeing the extraordinary individuals of the city. Upon crossing the threshold, one encounters a lush tree planted in the center of the courtyard. To the north stands a modest 2-story building, while the remaining structures are quaint single-story houses, exuding an air of simplicity yet imbued with a sense of warmth. Ning Yi was assigned to a small room, waiting patiently. Inside, a solitary incandescent bulb flickered above, casting a dim glow. Aside from an iron table and 2 wooden chairs, the room was devoid of any other furnishings. As Ning Yi rested his head on the iron table, lost in a hazy slumber, Yen Su entered, armed with a pen and notebook. Without uttering a word, Yen Su took a seat opposite Ning Yi and promptly stated, Last night, we uncovered a homicide in a rental unit. The deceased, named Cune, was last known to have made a phone call, with you being the individual on the other end. We wish to ascertain the nature of your relationship with the deceased. Ning Yi responded, Our relationship was rather intimate. We had indeed engaged in physical relations. A rare look of surprise flickered in Yen Su's typically stern gaze. The youth of today truly indulge in remarkable pursuits. Ning Yi hastily clarified, He stabbed me with a knife. That's what I mean. Did he attempt to kill you, but fail? Ning Yi nodded in affirmation. And you still communicate with the person who tried to take your life? I merely wish to inquire whether he harbored any further intentions of harming me. Yen Su's hand trembled slightly as he held his pen, his expression growing increasingly astonished. He gently shook his head before producing a piece of paper inscribed with the character for robbery. Are you familiar with this organization? Indeed, Cune was affiliated with that group. How do you know? I accepted one of their bounty missions. However, the reward level was quite low, merely E rank. Cune underestimated me, believing he could easily complete the task. Ultimately, he failed, and under my pressing inquiry, he divulged the organization's name. Of course, it is also possible he was unaware of the organization's taboos. A look of anticipation crossed Ning Yi's face. Do not be deceived by my current E rank. In 3 weeks, I shall ascend to C rank. Yen Su regarded Ning Yi with a puzzled glance, questioning what this individual could possibly be thinking. A higher bounty level merely indicated increased peril, not a commendation. According to our intelligence, you were raised in the Lantian orphanage and later rented a place from Lin Xiaoling while attending high school. How did you come to accept a bounty mission? Truthfully, I am more curious than you are. Why did he fail? Ning Yi fell silent. If he had succeeded, would you not be questioning why Siyuan succeeded? Because my extraordinary ability is defensive. Is this true? Indeed. Please place your thumbprint here. Ning Yi glanced at the document, an account of their earlier conversation, and confidently pressed his thumbprint upon it. May I take my leave now? Please wait just a moment. Yen Su exited the room, clutching the testimony, and hurried up to the second floor without knocking, simply pushing the door open. Captain, the information is accurate. Siyuan was indeed killed by that organization, and the testimony is here. The commander in Yen Su's discourse is a slightly stout middle-aged man named Meng Yongfu. He held a cigarette in his hand, flicking off the ash before squinting to read through the document thoroughly. All right, let us close the case, he exclaimed. Are we just going to disregard that organization? Allow them to act with impunity? How can we manage it? Not just us, but the entire world seems powerless against that organization, especially with the individuals who have met their demise due to forbidden acts. Their methods are so sophisticated that not a single clue can be uncovered. If not for the distinctive mark left behind each time, we would be utterly lost. Each body that has died from a forbidden act bears a unique sign of the calamity. Gradually, we have deciphered one of these taboos. But countless others remain unknown and entirely unpredictable. However, an opportunity has presented itself. Yen Su took a seat at Meng Yongfu's desk. The student providing testimony is named Ning Yi. He undertook a bounty task from that organization and, remarkably, he survived. Someone actually lived? Meng Yongfu was taken aback, his hand trembling, causing the cigarette to fall to the ground. The most terrifying aspect of bounty tasks is that no one knows if they have been marked by that organization. To date, not a single individual who has accepted a bounty task has managed to survive. The anomaly enforcement team can apprehend the culprits, yet every lead invariably leads to a dead end. Those killers who take on bounty tasks are utterly oblivious to the true nature of the calamity organization. Ning Yi is, thus far, the only survivor of such a bounty task. Yen Su picked up the cigarette, extinguished it, and remarked, "Do you grasp my intention now?" "What do you mean?" "To use Ning Yi as bait to lure out individuals from that organization. We will assign an enforcer to protect him until the bounty on Ning Yi rises, ensuring we can catch a significant fish. At that point, we can apprehend him and, through interrogation, glean further intelligence regarding that organization. Perhaps we might even have the chance to dismantle them entirely. As long as Ning Yi remains alive, that organization will be acutely aware he is bait and will continually take the hook. This tactic of baiting is bound to provoke a fierce backlash. I fear that our classmate Ning Yi may find himself in even greater peril. Yet, this is indeed the best opportunity." Meng Yongfu sat back in his chair, lost in thought. Is it worth risking Ning Yi's personal safety for a mere fragment of intelligence and a slender chance against the Calamity Organization? However, as Yen Su asserted, it truly is a prime opportunity. You go ahead. I will make a call to consult with my superiors. Understood. As Yen Su descended the stairs, he noticed Ning Yi in the courtyard, animatedly conversing with others, appearing quite at ease. Are you the top student in your school? I earned that top spot by breaking 2 bones. Share with us how you achieved that victory. If you're buying melons, make sure to come to me. I guarantee they are ripe. Ning Yi, can we get a discount since we are so many? Haha, of course. Next time you come, I'll introduce you to our police flower. She is stunning. Really? I'm not exaggerating. Our class monitor is also very beautiful, but I still managed to win her over. You must teach us your ways. Several individuals engaged in lively banter, evoking a sense of regret for their late acquaintance. Suddenly, a cough pierced the air. The other enforcers surrounding Ning Yi scattered like mice fleeing from a cat, vanishing in an instant. Ning Yi, you may leave now. Before I depart, could I inquire about something? What is it? I wish to join the Special Abilities Enforcement Team. Yen Su's expression flickered. How could this lad always be jesting? You little rascal, barely out of your childhood. Care to take a look? Yen Su clenched his jaw. Do you believe I wouldn't set you ablaze? First condition, hunt down 100 demon beings. Farewell. Before the words had fully escaped his lips, Ning Yi had already disappeared from Yen Su's sight. What a joke. 100? I would struggle to take down even 1 demon. Yen Su glanced toward the door, astonished by how swiftly he departed. I had planned to find someone to escort him home. On his way back, Ning Yi kicked at pebbles by the roadside. So stingy. Only cares for the outward journey, not the return. No wonder no one wishes to join the enforcement team. As he arrived at the street market, dusk was settling in, and the streetlights had begun to glow. I hope my tricycle hasn't been stolen. Beneath the dim light, he spotted a familiar figure. Wang Ermatzi was already asleep on his tricycle. A warmth spread through Ning Yi's heart. Wang Ermatzi proved to be quite reliable in crucial moments. Wang Ermatzi, I'm back. Ning Zhenren, why are you so late? I thought you were imprisoned. Imprisoned, my foot. I was receiving accolades. Ning Yi placed 2 watermelons onto Wang Ermatzi's tricycle. Thank you for watching over my vehicle today. Wang Ermatzi responded with his customary goofy grin. Upon returning home, Ning Yi found Aunt Lin and Lining watching television in the living room. Ning Yi, you're back. How did the watermelon sales go? I saved dinner for you in the kitchen. A sense of home enveloped him, washing away his fatigue in an instant. With a silly grin, he hurried to the kitchen to fetch a bowl of rice, planning to enjoy some television together. The news was on. Yesterday, an elderly scavenger suddenly collapsed on the street, only regaining consciousness with the help of kind-hearted strangers. Let us go pay him a visit. As the camera panned, an elderly scavenger appeared on screen. Sir, are you feeling all right now? I am well, but I intend to return to my hometown to farm. The city is too perilous. What transpired? Our television station can assist you. Strangely enough, I didn't eat last night and happened upon a plastic bag atop a garbage can, which contained some vegetables. I thought it a waste, yet upon consuming them, I ended up in the hospital. Ning Yi, watching the news, suddenly felt a choking sensation. Sir, I apologize. Chapter 27. A return to the palace. It was unexpected that there exists a person capable of crafting food as toxic as poison. Truly a remarkable talent. Lining wore an expression of disdain. Ning Yi shot her a silent glance. You are the true perpetrator. Do you not possess any self-awareness? After finishing his meal, Ning Yi retreated to his room once again, retrieving the marrow-cleansing fruit and spirit-repairing elixir. The washing marrow fruit and the marrow-refining elixir enhanced the physical constitution of the transcendent beings, rendering their extraordinary abilities even more potent. However, for Wang Ermatzi, an ordinary individual, these items merely serve as a fleeting taste, devoid of any tangible benefit. Being a transcendent himself, he finds it disheartening that even consuming them yields no effect. Pondering over the remaining washing marrow fruit and refining elixir, he realizes he can no longer indulge, lest it be a waste. He must find an opportunity to sell them. Conversion to tangible assets is the undeniable truth. At that moment, a knock resounded upon his door. Come in, Ning Yi called. Lining burst in, clutching her phone, and leaped onto Ning Yi's bed, thrusting the device into his hands. Ha ha ha, look at this. Zhang Qi has died on his way home, and the entire class is in an uproar. Ning Yi slapped his thigh, exclaiming, well then, it seems I won't be selling any melons tomorrow. Congratulations to myself for entering the palace again. Laugh all you want, but you too shall find yourself summoned by the enforcement team for a chat, Lining retorted. Ning Yi grasped the phone, his screen inundated with messages. Is it true? Did that Zhang Qi really perish? He mused, recalling how they had dined together, only to return and discover him lifeless on the roadside. It terrified me, Lining exclaimed. I was there too. My legs turned to jelly. That guy seemed to have lost his mind days prior, engaging in all sorts of bizarre antics. I can't sleep now. Boo-hoo. I keep waking up laughing, Lining lamented. With one less troublemaker, perhaps we can enjoy a few peaceful days. Returning the phone to Lining, Ning Yi inquired. Was Zhang Qi so unpopular at your school? He started off quite well, but as time progressed, he became increasingly strange, exhibiting inexplicable behavior, setting curtains ablaze during class, assaulting teachers, and bullying classmates. Gazing out at the moon, Ning Yi remarked, he must have been influenced by that organization's mission. Indeed, Lining agreed. By the way, just a friendly reminder, get to bed early tonight. We need to rise early tomorrow. Early to bed and early to rise is impossible. Tomorrow is a holiday. And I shall surely sleep until I awaken naturally, she countered. Ning Yi chuckled, you will come to regret those words. The following morning at 6 o'clock, Lining was hurriedly washing up. Naturally, she had been awakened by the enforcers knocking on her door. They waited for her in the living room. Ning Yi busied himself in the lounge, attending to their needs, perceiving it as merely a visit from relatives. It's just a matter of getting accustomed. There's no need to be anxious, he thought. Aunt Lin, fret not. We haven't done anything wrong. We merely need to assist with an investigation. Brother Zhang, please grab a couple of melons from the tricycle in the yard when you head down, he instructed. Brotherly, just yesterday we were discussing this, and look, here we are again. Everyone understands when a woman steps out. Let me go nudge them along. You all take a seat, he added. On the sofa. Yen Su wore a stern expression. Ning Yi, I never would have imagined you were involved in Zhang Qi's case. Big brother, I merely attended a gathering with Zhang Qi. Ning Yi replied, feeling the weight of Yin Su's words. What do you mean I'm involved? You speak as if I am one of the murderers who took Zhang Qi's life. Do not falsely accuse the innocent. 5 minutes later, Lin Ying had prepared herself with unprecedented speed, standing obediently beside Ning Yi, daring only to steal glances at the enforcers. Why was she dressed in such somber attire? Was it meant to instill fear? Ning Yi gently patted her shoulder and reassured her, relax, it's all right. They are quite amiable. After offering a few more comforting words to Aunt Lin, the group finally departed. As they made their way, Ning Yi engaged in light-hearted conversation, laughing and jesting, eliciting hearty chuckles from the other enforcers. The atmosphere was reminiscent of a cheerful picnic or a joyful gathering. In stark contrast, Lin Ying remained silent, her complexion pale, her mind racing with anxious thoughts. Would they resort to brutal interrogation? What if she were found guilty? Would she ever return from this? She could only lean closely against Ning Yi, seeking solace in his presence. Amid the tension and trepidation, curiosity also stirred within her. How was Ning Yi so familiar with them? Did he harbor some hidden secret? The vehicle gradually approached the alleyway, and upon stepping through the familiar gate, they found 8 individuals already present in the courtyard. Each one appeared dejected, their legs trembling, and they were utterly silent, afraid to meet anyone's gaze. Ning Yi scanned the group and recognized several familiar faces, the 3 brothers from the Gu family and the trio of girls from the entertainment venue that night. 2 other boys, Ning Yi surmised, were classmates of Zhang Qi. In stark contrast to the others, Ning Yi exuded warmth and exuberance, as though he had returned to his own home. Ma Gu, you worked late again last night, didn't you? You must be exhausted, he exclaimed. Tangu, isn't fate remarkably whimsical? Today, I must share with you some tips on charming the ladies. He continued, don't worry about my melons. They're sweet and juicy, specially picked this morning. The others looked on in astonishment at Ning Yi, those who knew him filled with admiration. He was indeed formidable, even among the enforcers. Yin Su initially intended to reprimand him, to rein him in, as his presence had transformed the courtyard into a bustling marketplace. However, recalling the plans ahead, he decided to let Ning Yi be. While Ning Yi conversed with the other enforcers, Yin Su commenced the questioning. The first to be summoned was a classmate of Zhang Qi. You were with Zhang Qi and another classmate in the hour before his death. What do you know? We 3 had dinner together. After leaving the restaurant, we reached an intersection when I suddenly remembered I had forgotten my phone. So I called the other classmate to go back for it. When I returned, he was already lying by the roadside, lifeless. That was when we called you. Were there any other people around at that time? I didn't notice. I wasn't paying attention. All right, you may leave and call in the other classmate. As anticipated, each individual who had encountered a forbidden death reported a lack of witnesses in their vicinity. This was undoubtedly the manifestation of an extraordinary ability. The second classmate who entered recounted an identical narrative. The third individual summoned was Gu Jia. A few days ago, Zhang Qi visited the Haohong Entertainment City with you. What transpired there? That day, after the school's assessment conference concluded, Zhang Qi insisted we venture out for some leisure, and we acquiesced. Subsequently, Zhang San and Lin Ying joined us. Who is Zhang San? He is the individual who arrived with Lin Ying this morning. His name is Ning Yi. I must say, I had always thought he was called Zhang San. Well, please continue. After Gu Jia relayed all he knew, Yin Su furrowed his brow. It appears he is once again entangled with that organization. Yin Su understood that further inquiries would yield little information, so he directly summoned Ning Yi. You deliberately got him intoxicated, but how did you ascertain Zhang Qi's connection to that organization? If I claim it was mere speculation, would you believe me? Yin Su shook his head. Unusual occurrences often herald something amiss. His every action is incomprehensible, whether it be rejecting Lin Ying or filming videos. He must have his own motives. However, I never anticipated that his aim was to join that organization. Has that organization infiltrated the student body? Yin Su gazed at the students outside, who were relieved to have narrowly escaped disaster, and expressed his concerns. Just then, an ear-piercing voice reminiscent of a scornful shrew resonated from outside the gate. I don't care. Why is it only my son who has perished? I want those little rascals to accompany him in death. Chapter 28. The descending mastery of the palm as the voice faded. Everyone noticed a foot stepping through the courtyard gate. The foot was adorned with high heels, which evidently bore an undue burden, causing excess flesh to spill from the instep like gelatinous blobs. Soon after, the owner of that foot appeared before everyone. Ning Yi looked up and up and up. only to behold a visage as expansive as a pancake. This extraordinarily corpulent woman stood over 2 meters tall. Her entire form resembled a mountain of flesh, with limbs as thick as tree trunks. She exuded an overwhelming aura. Suddenly, the woman took a deep breath, compressing her once prominent belly into a slim silhouette. 2 seconds later, with a thunderous shout, she bellowed, "Meng, come out here. I demand an explanation." Everyone felt as though the earth were shaking. The large tree in the courtyard was abruptly severed in half, and the buildings trembled precariously. The force of her voice resonated painfully in Ning Yi and the others' ears. Ning Yi rubbed his ears, still ringing from the sound, pondering a singular question. Is this the long-lost lion's roar technique? This hefty woman is formidable. Her roar inflicted genuine harm upon me. Yet, the system indicated that the pain level exceeded the threshold of tolerance and could not be absorbed. When the woman's voice finally ceased, the 5 young enforcers in the courtyard experienced a sudden shift in momentum, charging towards the corpulent woman. This is the anomaly enforcement team, not your backyard. You cannot wreak havoc here. The woman's strength evidently surpassed theirs, and with a mere flick of her body, a powerful whirlwind encircled her. The young enforcers were utterly incapable of withstanding the assault from the corpulent woman, being directly hurled away by her formidable force. Those of lesser strength fainted instantly, while those slightly stronger were left spitting blood and collapsing to the ground, having broken several bones. Ning Yi hurriedly shielded Lin Ying behind him, and upon witnessing the chaos, the other students quickly sought refuge behind him as well. "Brother, if we're to protect, let us protect together." It was at this moment they realized how inconsequential their own strength was. In the presence of true power, they were but mere ants. Suddenly, a figure darted through the air like a bullet, crashing into the rotund woman. The mass of flesh quaked and rippled from the impact. Team leader Yin, you dare challenge me? A whirlwind, centered around the hefty woman, repelled Yin Su, who had transformed into a projectile. Each time, Yin Su was sent flying. He would rise again before even touching the ground. As the two engaged in a fierce confrontation, a voice echoed from the second floor. The onlookers turned to see a plump, greasy old man standing at the window, a cigarette dangling from his lips. "Yang Chunhua, your audacity knows no bounds. Daring to cause a ruckus here?" As he spoke, a colossal hand descended from the heavens, pinning the corpulent woman, Yang Chunhua, to the ground, casting a massive shadow upon the earth. Ning Yi was taken aback, astonished by the sudden strength of the greasy figure. "Lin Ying, have you ever heard of the legendary palm technique, the Buddha's palm?" The hand transformed again, with the index and thumb coming together, then snapping apart, sending Yang Chunhua flying. When she hit the ground, a thunderous crash resonated. Not long after, the corpulent woman re-entered the courtyard. "I refuse to accept this. You, Meng, have always had your way. Do not think others will cower in silence." "What do you refuse?" Meng Yongfu inhaled from his cigarette, his patience wearing thin. "Why is it only my son who has perished?" The woman cried hoarsely, raising her thick finger to point at Ning Yi and the others. "Why do they still live? Your son chose to associate with that organization. What can we do?" "Impossible. My son was undoubtedly murdered by one of them. Or perhaps it is your incompetence that failed to uncover the true culprit, merely shifting the blame onto that organization. It seems every homicide is attributed to them. Do you think I am unaware of your schemes? I will bring you before the Spirit Enforcement Bureau to seek justice for my son." Indeed, such occurrences had happened before. Many who committed murder would claim the victim was slain by the robbers, with some even forging the organization's insignia to shift the blame entirely onto them. After all, everyone was powerless against the organization. The robbers themselves welcomed the notoriety, relishing the idea that more would follow suit. Meng Yongfu felt a headache coming on. How had this woman descended into such irrationality? Even if her son had been wronged, it could not possibly be at the hands of these individuals, who possessed alibis. Moreover, she needed to provide other evidence. "I care not. My son's death was absolutely caused by them." Ning Yi stepped forward, declaring, "How can a virtuous youth like me allow you to tarnish my name? Aunt, we fully comprehend your sentiments. The anguish of losing a child is a burden that no one can easily bear. We can only extend our condolences. However, I possess a gift for you." With that, I produced my second-hand mobile phone and opened a recorded file, which contained the dialogue between Ning Yi and Zhang Qi. The recording elucidated Zhang Qi's motivations for recording the video, including his intentions to join a robbery organization, among other matters. As the recording concluded, A profound silence enveloped the room as everyone turned their gaze towards Zhang Chunhua. The evidence was irrefutable. How could she continue to obfuscate the truth? Yang Chunhua's expression dimmed, her eyes devoid of light, seemingly resigned to her fate as she turned away. Just when everyone anticipated her departure, she abruptly raised her palm, summoning a fierce whirlwind directed at Ning Yi's phone. Panic ensued, with Yen Su rushing towards Ning Yi, but the wind's velocity was too swift for him to intervene. She aimed to obliterate the evidence. Without it, she could distort reality and persist in her chaos. Ning Yi, noticing the impending whirlwind, instinctively cradled his phone to his chest and swiftly turned his back to Yang Chunhua. The whirlwind struck him squarely in the back, delivering a powerful tearing sensation that instantly stained his spine with blood. Unable to suppress his pain, Ning Yi exclaimed, "Damn it!" Fortunately, having attained a body of true gold, he was not completely torn apart by the tempest. Grinding his teeth, he shot a glare at Yang Chunhua. "You, rotund woman, I shall remember you." Since acquiring the system, he had not felt pain for a long time. In a twisted sense, he was grateful to her for reminding him of what it felt like. He vowed that she would one day experience it too. Everyone in the yard was moved by Ning Yi's selflessness. Yen Su remarked, "I never expected this seemingly reckless lad to exhibit such bravery in a critical moment." Lining added, "Our Ning Yi is truly remarkable, yet his injury appears quite severe. With that hefty woman present, I dare not move. What should we do?" The three brothers of the Gu family affirmed, "Our elder brother is indeed worthy of the title. You will always be our big brother." Others echoed, "Impressive." Feeling the pain in his back slightly subside, Ning Yi murmured, "Is this acceptable? How could my hard-earned phone simply be ruined?" Fortunately, the others had not overheard him. Yang Chunhua, upon witnessing her skill manifest upon Ning Yi, felt her body tense, her flesh quivering. She attempted to retract the skill, but it was too late. Should she cause a fatal incident within the confines of the ability enforcement team, there would be no escape for her. Chapter 29. We are all happy, however. She discovered that the child was unharmed, even casting her a malevolent glance. Although she had not succeeded in killing him, she found it utterly perplexing that her silver 3-star strength had merely injured a high school student of only black iron 4-star rank. While she had not exerted her full power, only employing a fraction of her strength, the disparity in realms should have dictated a far graver outcome for him. Ning Yi mused, "Reason would circumvent me. Do you still wish to engage in rational discourse?" Just as Yang Chunhua remained in shock, Meng Yongfu took decisive action, delivering a resounding slap that sent Yang Chunhua crashing to the ground. In a fit of rage, Meng Yongfu pointed at Yang Chunhua on the ground, his eyes wide with fury, unleashing a torrent of invective. "Yang Chunhua, you are utterly oblivious to the gravity of the situation. Daring to strike in the presence of the ability enforcement team and have left a high school student on the brink of death." Ning Yi immediately gasped and collapsed. Struggling to her feet, Yang Chunhua shot a venomous glare at Ning Yi. She recognized that he was in cahoots with Meng Yongfu, but felt cornered. Any further mischief could lead to dire consequences for her as well. "Just you wait," she spat, before hastily retreating in a disheveled state. Ning Yi rose, casting a disdainful glance towards the door. Why do antagonists always resort to such cliched threats? Could they not conjure something more original? "Ning Yi, are you all right? Let me see your injury." After Yang Chunhua's departure, Lining hurried to his side, her concern palpable. Upon inspecting Ning Yi's back, she discovered that the wound had miraculously healed, though his shirt was torn with a gaping hole. Gently brushing against his restored skin, it felt as if he had been reborn. His defensive abilities were indeed extraordinary. Meanwhile, the other students clutched Meng Yongfu's arms, their faces etched with terror, while 3 female classmates wept in fright. "What are we going to do now? We can't possibly remain in this courtyard indefinitely. Should we send someone to protect us?" Lining feigned calmness, standing behind Ning Yi, her heart filled with trepidation, yearning for a reassuring response. She had witnessed the formidable power of that stout woman. If targeted, even the top-ranked student of the assessment would be easily vanquished. Observing Lin Ying's anxious demeanor, Ning Yi turned to reassure her. "I am the top student from our school's assessment. There's no need to worry." This only intensified Lin Ying's concern. Standing in the center of the courtyard, Meng Yongfu had procured a large megaphone from somewhere. "Students, please remain calm and focus on your studies. Your lives will not be infringed upon. The members of the ability enforcement team will protect you. The spirit management agency will also ensure your safety. Rest assured, they will monitor her constantly. She would not dare act recklessly. Meng Yongfu's words brought a sense of relief to everyone, and after receiving this assurance, they began to disperse from the enforcement team's courtyard. Ning Yi found himself perplexed. Was he out of touch with the times? He had just heard the stout woman mention the Spirit Management Agency, and now Meng Yongfu referred to it as well. Curiosity piqued, he inquired, "What exactly is the Spirit Management Agency?" Meng Yongfu elaborated, "If the Ability Enforcement Team is akin to a government office, then the Spirit Management Agency is like the Imperial Guards. We operate in the open, while they function in the shadows. I wish to join the Spirit Management Agency." Ning Yi blurted out almost impulsively, "You must first vanquish 100 demons before you can even think about that." Meng Yongfu retorted, "Isn't that the requirement to join the Ability Enforcement Team? Who told you that?" "Brother Yansu." Where is Brother Yansu? Shall we go look for him?" Ning Yi suggested upon leaving the enforcement team. He felt it was time to relax. Both recent homicides were connected to him. Was he experiencing negative reinforcement? Moreover, the appearance of the overweight woman today made him realize that there were countless individuals in the world stronger than himself. Venturing out for a stroll, he contemplated how to engage in conflict with those slightly more formidable and those vastly superior. One cannot become a great figure in a single bite, nor can one triumph over an invincible opponent in a single skirmish. At that moment, Lin Ying's face flushed with embarrassment. The two were merely out shopping, or more precisely, on a date. Was he indeed asking her out on a date? Had Ning Yi finally come to his senses? Excitement surged within her. Of course, she could agree. But was he not concerned about that crazy woman finding them? As a mother, she might not withstand such a blow and could alert the authorities. It would be wise to let her calm down for a few days. Besides, with the Spirit Enforcement Agency watching discreetly, what was there to fear? Having said that, Lin Ying nodded shyly, realizing she had concocted numerous justifications to meet him. "By the way, let me buy you a piece of clothing." They soon found a nearby clothing store, where Lin Ying picked out a blue short-sleeve shirt for Ning Yi, as well as one for herself. "Your clothes are perfectly fine. Why waste money?" Ning Yi questioned, puzzled. "With so many beautiful garments, I couldn't resist buying one for myself." As she spoke, she headed towards the fitting room. When Lin Ying emerged, Ning Yi was even more bewildered. Is this style unisex? Lin Ying felt a pang of frustration. She even began to suspect that Ning Yi was feigning ignorance. "This is a couple's outfit, you know?" Yet, unable to articulate her thoughts directly, she settled on a casual excuse. "I think this piece looks nice. I wanted to try it on." Ning Yi shrugged, expressing indifference as long as she was unconcerned about others' opinions. After leaving the store, they ventured to a beef noodle shop. Ning Yi had initially been reluctant. His previous outings had been limited to parks that charged no admission fees. Those places offered beautiful scenery, perfect for pondering life's mysteries. In the past, he would stroll there whenever he finished selling melons and had time to spare. However, now, following Lin Ying, he frequented places that required expenditure. Yet, Lin Ying insisted that the noodle shop's chef possessed a unique ability, the art of noodle pulling. His noodles were renowned for their elasticity and delightful taste, drawing many eager patrons. This revelation piqued Ning Yi's appetite. Beef noodles, but where is the beef? Why is there only noodles? He lifted the noodles, which appeared satisfactory in quantity, but lacked the promised beef. Does a wife cake contain a wife? Does fish-flavored shredded pork contain fish? Does Buddha jumps over the wall contain a Buddha? By your reasoning, should a donkey rolling not only include a donkey, but also require it to roll? Perhaps I should prepare one for you? After finishing their simple meal, Lin Ying dragged Ning Yi to an arcade and then to a movie theater. Now they were heading towards the zoo. The animals, there were no longer the ordinary creatures of the past. With the advent of the Demon God Tower, humans could awaken extraordinary abilities, and even the animals had undergone transformations, with some plants becoming quite perilous. After the animals in the zoo underwent mutations, they no longer resembled their wild counterparts and remained remarkably docile, which attracted a multitude of visitors. During his first year of high school, Ning Yi's school organized a trip for students to visit the zoo. As they walked along the path to the zoo, both were filled with joy, their faces radiating smiles. Lin Ying was particularly delighted because she had shared some couple-like moments with Ning Yi that day, with only a few more to complete their list of shared experiences. Ning Yi was equally pleased, having spent not a penny while being accompanied by a stunning beauty. He mused that life would be perfect if it could remain this way forever. As they approached the zoo, they noticed that all the visitors were in a state of panic, hastily fleeing the premises. They exchanged concerned glances, sensing that something was amiss. Ning Yi stopped a passerby. "Excuse me, what is happening at the zoo?" The man replied, "You should hurry to the emergency shelter. The animals in the zoo have gone berserk." The emergency shelters were constructed as a defense against the invasion of demonic beings. Following the emergence of the demon god tower, the demons orchestrated successive waves of invasion, prompting the creation of these protective facilities to safeguard the less powerful extraordinary beings and ordinary citizens. The shelters, built underground in designated areas, were well equipped with ongoing water and electricity supplies and ample food provisions. Each shelter could accommodate approximately 5,000 individuals, sufficient for a week's survival. After responding to Ning Yi, the man turned and continued to follow the crowd toward the emergency shelter. "Quick, call Aunt Lin and let her know," Ning Yi urged. Lin immediately dialed the number. Fortunately, the call connected, and they learned that Aunt Lin had already reached the emergency shelter, which eased their worries. At that moment, the air raid siren blared. Following a prolonged wail, a female voice echoed across the city. "All ordinary citizens, please enter the emergency shelters quickly and in an orderly manner. Without panic. All extraordinary beings of black iron 8 stars and above, please gather at the zoo entrance to address this emergency situation." Upon hearing this, Ning Yi and Lin quickened their pace toward the zoo. Upon arrival at the entrance, Ning Yi observed Yen Su and others efficiently coordinating their tasks. Many law enforcement officers bore bandages, a testament to injuries sustained earlier that day from Yang Chunhua. As the saying goes, healing from serious injuries takes time. The wounds would not mend swiftly. Yet, they had merely wrapped their injuries and, without resting for even a day, immediately set out to fulfill their duties upon receiving orders. In their eyes, the welfare of the ordinary populace outweighed their personal afflictions. As long as the people were in need, they would undoubtedly respond. Fortunately, they were not alone in their efforts. A dozen or so individuals had already arrived at the zoo entrance, responding promptly to the sound of the air raid siren to lend their assistance. More would surely come. "Brother Yen Su, we have come to help too," Ning Yi declared. As extraordinary beings, they bore the responsibility and honor that accompanied their status. Each extraordinary being was entrusted with a duty to uphold. Yen Su was intently studying the zoo's map. After a while, Ning Yi finally noticed the situation. "Your strength is too weak, but the girl beside you might be of assistance." Ning Yi secretly curled his lips. "Who are you looking down on? Do not judge me through your mundane perspective. Those creatures are indeed formidable. Their power ranges only from black iron 8 stars to bronze 5 stars, a low level of cultivation. However, they are numerous and diverse, making them quite troublesome to capture. Brother Yen, with Lin protecting me, I shall serve as a support. Allow me to perform tasks within my capabilities. I will take care of myself, rest assured." Ning Yi pleaded earnestly. What a splendid opportunity it would be to be dispatched to an emergency shelter. There would be no place for me to weep. Yen Su furrowed his brow, contemplating thoroughly before ultimately conceding to Ning Yi's request. "Very well, prioritize your safety. Xiaozhong, provide them with signal flares." Yen Su grasped Ning Yi's hand, reiterating, "If you find yourself in over your head, call for help immediately. Your life is of utmost importance." After advising Ning Yi, Yen Su and the others hurriedly departed to other locations. "Ning Yi, I know your defense is formidable, but this is not a game. You must stay close to me, and we shall cooperate effectively." Lin was genuinely apprehensive, despite her strength being black iron 8 stars. This was her first encounter with a life-threatening situation. Ning Yi nodded beside her, but his mind was occupied with another matter. Upon entering the zoo, they found the place in disarray, devoid of its former vibrancy and laughter. Newspapers swirling in the wind added a touch of melancholy to the atmosphere. Suddenly, Ning Yi clutched his stomach, claiming he needed to use the restroom, conveniently located nearby. "I will be out shortly." Ning Yi left this remark without heeding Lin Ying's response and hurried into the restroom. Lin Ying sighed helplessly. One cannot criticize the urgency of nature, so she began to survey the layout of the zoo. The zoo was surrounded by mountains on 3 sides, with the northern entrance facing 2 main thoroughfares. Most of the animals that had escaped in a frenzy had likely fled into the mountains, although a few might have ventured along the main roads into the bustling city. Moments later, Ning Yi emerged with a look of relief. "Let us head east, inspect the area, and then proceed to the eastern rear mountain, shall we?" Ning Yi nodded in agreement. Subsequently, the two made their way eastward. The restroom door creaked open, and a head cautiously peeked out, assessing the surroundings. And upon confirming it was safe, stepped out confidently. Support? Collaborate with you? That is not a position I excel in. I am the primary damage dealer. Thus, Ning Yi. Do your best. Accompanying Ning was, in fact, a clone of Ning Yi. Ning Yi had named him Ning Yi, while he retained the name Ning Yi, phonetically aligned with Ning Yi, and it was perfectly reasonable for the clone to be called Ning Yi. Soon after, Ning Yi produced additional clones, Ning San, Ning Si, and Ning Wu. The system indicated that these clones possessed all his memories and habits, trusting that Ning would not discover the truth. Moreover, these clones could also absorb pain points. Given this, why not have the best of both worlds? No, rather 5 worlds. 4 individuals gathered together, with Ning Yi gesticulating animatedly. His movements a vivid display of body language. After a moment, he inquired, "Do you understand?" The other 3 shook their heads in unison. With a sigh, Ning Yi lamented, "You claim to be my avatars, yet you exhibit no cooperation whatsoever. Ning San, proceed south. Ning Si, head west. Ning Wu will traverse the first main road, while I shall take the second." Having assigned their tasks, the quartet dispersed to embark on their respective journeys of conflict. As long as they encountered foes ranging from black iron 8 stars to bronze 1 star, they would possess the strength to engage in battle. Upon reaching the streets, Ning Yi observed that the city resembled a desolate ghost town. Not a single passerby graced the thoroughfare, and the shops flanking the road stood shuttered, emanating an air of despondency. Occasionally, a shadow flitted overhead, revealing other extraordinary beings in pursuit of animals. After a few strides, Ning Yi arrived at a furniture store. Although the main entrance was securely closed, a large hole had been smashed into the concrete wall beside it, indicating that an animal had managed to escape within. Uncertain of the creature's prowess inside, Ning Yi steeled his resolve and ventured in. Fortune favors the bold. Upon entering the ground floor of the furniture store, Ning Yi's gaze immediately fell upon his target, a black iron 10-star alpaca. Ah, splendid. The alpaca was blissfully gnawing on a sandalwood cabinet, exclaiming, "Delicious." Upon noticing Ning Yi's presence, it cast him a glance that was both comical and condescending. With a haughty demeanor, it seemed to disdain him, as if to say, "Just a mere black iron 4-star, don't disturb my meal." Ning Yi chuckled to himself. Such an amusing alpaca was simply too entertaining to resist. However, its arrogant expression provoked him, prompting Ning Yi to charge forward and attempt to tame it. The alpaca, engrossed in its feast, regarded Ning Yi with disdain, as if to warn him of the consequences. Suddenly, it unleashed a torrent of corrosive yellow liquid towards him. To Ning Yi, it resembled nothing more than thick phlegm, reminiscent of the beef noodle soup he had consumed earlier. Swiftly, he leapt back a couple of paces, narrowly avoiding the vile substance, which subsequently corroded the ground beneath, creating a gaping hole. Ning Yi understood that the alpaca's skill would not harm him, but would provide pain points. Nevertheless, it was far too distasteful. He wasn't desperate enough to endure such a repulsive encounter. Ordinarily, alpacas would spit, but this one had mutated in an unfortunate direction, resulting in a foul discharge. Keen to avoid further disgust, Ning Yi activated his phantom skill. With a swift movement, he mounted the alpaca's back. The creature, taken aback, thought, "This human dares to ride me? I am a noble divine beast." With a powerful leap, the alpaca bucked and flailed, its strength overwhelming. Ning Yi, unable to maintain his balance, was thrown off and landed unceremoniously. Before he could rise, the alpaca raised its hooves and kicked towards his chest. Beep. Sustained ordinary attack. Pain value 6,000, absorbed. Beep. Sustained ordinary attack. Pain value 6,000, absorbed. Chapter 31. The llama's unruly antics. The llama, with its adorably naive countenance, was momentarily taken aback, questioning the very essence of its existence. What is happening? This audacious being dares to affront me and remains unscathed? Let me have another go. Feel the force of my iron hooves. With a determined lift of its forelegs, it aimed another strike at Ning Yi. The system notification chimed twice more. Ning Yi was in fits of laughter. The llama was indeed gullible, as pain points quickly accrued. It appeared that a more fervent performance was in order. After numerous skirmishes, Ning Yi had become adept, finally grasping a crucial element. When engaged in combat, one must convincingly exhibit signs of agony, instilling in the adversary a sense of their own advantage. Only then could one nurture a flicker of hope within the enemy, thereby emboldening them to continue the fray. The fleece must be thoroughly sheared. At this moment, The unsuspecting llama remained oblivious to the fact that it had fallen victim to Ning Yi's ruse. Observing the man's increasingly pained expressions and the cacophony of his wails, the llama sensed that he was nearing his limit. Just one final blow was needed. Behold, I shall strike again. It raised its hooves and delivered a forceful kick toward Ning Yi, who was now writhing in apparent torment. Surely, one last effort will suffice. The llama proclaimed with fervor, "Witness the full might of my kick." Indeed, Ning Yi coughed up blood. "Let me deliver the final blow." The llama was convinced that this time would seal his fate. After this decisive attack, Ning Yi lay motionless, appearing to have met his demise. With a haughty demeanor, the llama pranced on its four hooves, relishing the moment. "Who told you to attempt to ride me?" Just as it turned to depart, it spotted Ning Yi struggling to rise, trembling fingers pointing accusingly, his mouth spewing curses. The llama charged once more. "I refuse to believe it." It began to stomp wildly upon Ning Yi. Once again, Ning Yi reclined. The llama snorted heavily. "At last, he has perished." Yet, as it turned to leave, Ning Yi sat up again, feigning weakness as if to convey, "I am truly at my limit. One final strike, I implore you. I swear, I am not deceiving you." Infuriated, the llama retorted, "What manner of human are you? Have you transformed into a cockroach? If you possess the audacity, utter the phrase. A Huaxiao person would not deceive a Huaxiao llama." The llama opted instead to unleash a glob of phlegm. "If I cannot vanquish you, then surely I can corrode your spirit." Ning Yi sprang up in alarm, hastily dodging. "Hey, can't you take a joke?" The ghostly technique activated, allowing him to mount the llama once more. At that moment, the llama comprehended that this scoundrel had been unscathed all along, merely toying with it. "Get off. My noble back is not meant for your kind." However, regardless of how it bucked and leaped, the llama could not dislodge him. Its stamina was waning, and Ning Yi, having endured numerous kicks, had fortified his physical resilience. He clung tightly to the llama's neck, letting it thrash about. Yet, the jostling was becoming unbearable, as if his very essence was on the brink of rupture. No wonder saddles were invented. Ding! Sustained a normal attack. Pain points. 5,500 absorbed. The realization struck. Even injuries sustained in such a manner yielded pain points? The system undoubtedly possessed a wicked sense of humor. At long last, the alpaca relinquished its efforts. It had come to the realization that, alas, there was no way to contend with this foolish human. The only recourse was to seek out its superior. With a determined stride, it led Ning Yi directly to the third floor of the furniture store. Upon arrival, Ning Yi was astonished to discover that there were 7 or 8 more alpacas leisurely indulging in the wooden furniture. It seemed as though every alpaca from the zoo had gathered here. Observing the furniture, now reduced to a state of utter disrepair, Ning Yi understood their peculiar penchant for this place. "What an odd taste you possess." The alpaca tugged Ning Yi into the midst of its companions, emitting pitiful bleats as though recounting its tragic plight. Naturally, Ning Yi, being atop the creature, attracted the attention of the others, who gazed at him with a blend of aloofness and pride, as if longing to strike him. Among them was a particularly robust alpaca, towering above the rest. This was the leader, a bronze 2-star alpaca. Ning Yi quickly glanced at his pain threshold, 6000 to 8000. A sigh of relief escaped him. Fortunately, the earlier encounter with this very alpaca had elevated his capacity for pain. Let the storm intensify. The leader alpaca kicked Ning Yi down, bleating indignantly. "How shameless can you be? Are you waiting for me to kick you down?" Ning Yi decided to simply lie on the ground. After all, if he was to be kicked, why not turn it into a foot massage? Seeing Ning Yi seemingly surrender, the leader commanded all the alpacas to encircle him, raising their hooves in unison before delivering a simultaneous kick. Instantly, the sound of the system echoed like shattered glass, a cacophony that lingered in the air. While relishing this unconventional massage, Ning Yi inquired of the system, "Do you not tire from such incessant shouting? Is your throat dry? Are you thirsty?" The system replied, "I traversed from the southern heavenly gate to the second bridge without so much as a blink. Do you ask if my eyes are dry? This is the nature of my profession. We revel in such exclamations. What of it?" 5 minutes later, the system notified him that his pain level had dipped below his threshold, thus no absorption occurred. Only then did Ning Yi turn over and stretch his limbs. After enduring such a barrage, he felt as though his meridians had been unblocked. However, he pondered why the alpacas had not ceased their assault. How could they possibly know that he could no longer absorb pain? Just as he was lost in thought, he suddenly heard the familiar sound of goodness. Can you not behave like proper alpacas? If I perish, it shall surely be from sheer disgust. Now encircled by the alpacas, with nowhere to escape, Ning Yi flipped over once more, resigned to endure the onslaught. Ding! You have suffered corrosive damage. Pain value 6,500, absorbed. Ding! You have suffered corrosive damage. Pain value 6,500. Absorbed. Ding! You have suffered corrosive damage. Pain value 6,500, absorbed. Such a relentless assault saw the system absorb the pain 3 times. Isn't this an absorption system? Why do you only absorb 3 times at a time, as though on a diet? You are far less persistent than these alpacas. After all the corrosive liquids had vanished, Ning Yi rose to his feet. Although his trousers remained intact, the short-sleeved shirt he had just purchased that morning was completely corroded, leaving him bare-chested. Upon noticing that Ning Yi stood unharmed, the alpaca leader led its herd a step back. We are no match for this human, it seemed to murmur. The leader swiftly turned to flee with its companions, but in an instant, Ning Yi leaped onto the back of the alpaca leader. Ah, this fur is remarkably comfortable. Thick and soft, he thought as he grasped the alpaca's ears and shouted, "Giddy up!" The alpaca leader let out a series of cries and leaped from the 3rd-floor window, followed by the other alpacas jumping down after their leader. Thus, the empty street witnessed an extraordinary scene, a bare-chested youth riding atop an alpaca, trailed by 7 or 8 others, all bleating loudly, exuding an air of fierce intimidation, yet with a hint of foolishness. Chapter 32, Rise of the Ape Planet. Meanwhile, Ning Yi diligently inspected the southern section of the park and, as expected, found no animals. They had all fled. Approaching the eastern perimeter, he suddenly spotted a hole that had been forcibly opened, leading out to the park's eastern back mountain. This area had yet to be included in the government's planning, thus remaining in a relatively primitive state. Ning Yi squeezed through the hole and discovered numerous animal footprints on the ground, varying in size and depth. Cautiously following the tracks while remaining vigilant, he unconsciously ventured deeper into the mountains. As he walked, Ning Yi felt a surge in his physical strength, a surge that filled him with quiet triumph, but also a competitive spirit. Who found the animals so quickly, and even engaged in a fight? I must keep up. I cannot fall behind. At this point, Ning Yi had entered a region with towering trees and relatively flat terrain, where the occasional calls of animals echoed, creating an eerie atmosphere. Suddenly, a small figure darted from a tree above, soaring past Ning Yi and disappearing into another thicket. One after another, more figures emerged, accompanied by a chorus of "oh-oh" sounds. The cacophony resembled a blend of a baby's cries and a woman's screams, amplified by the reverberation through the woods, enveloping the forest in a terrifying ambience. Ning Yi scoffed inwardly, steadfast in his core values, undeterred by such theatrics. He recognized the sounds as those of the swift monkeys, purposely made to instill fear. These creatures had evolved from ordinary monkeys, distinguished by their sharp cries and nimble forms. Clearly, they intended to frighten him away with this terrifying atmosphere. Unfortunately for them, he was not so easily intimidated. Ning Yi sat cross-legged, allowing their chaotic cries and movements to unfold around him. Indeed, the terrifying sounds soon dissipated. To his astonishment, these swift monkeys began to articulate human words. Human, get out, get out, get out. Ah-woo-woo. In the heart of the forest, incessant chattering echoed, a cacophony that was rather irksome. Ning Yi, somewhat exasperated by the noise, bellowed, "What are you all shouting about? Do you all enjoy making such a racket? A bunch of little monkeys, barely resembling humans in demeanor, yet proficient in pretense. Can you even curse? Are you monkeys or mere echoing machines, repeating the same line? If you have the guts, come out and engage in a brawl. Otherwise, do not blame me for setting this entire mountain ablaze." Ning Yi, undeterred by whether they could comprehend his words, persistently provoked them with fervent insults, his sole intention to draw them out. "Come and fight me. Anyone can bluster and posture." His taunts indeed summoned a multitude of agile monkeys, each baring their teeth and scratching at themselves in irritation. Many of the agile monkeys howled in an attempt to bolster their morale, lamenting their inability to hurl insults themselves. Ning Yi surveyed the scene and estimated there were roughly 20 of them. The entirety of the agile monkeys from Monkey Mountain had gathered. They had encircled him, yet their strength was woefully inadequate, the most formidable among them merely a black iron 9-star. With a sigh, Ning Yi mused, "Do you spend all your time merely grooming each other and snatching bananas? neglecting your training? With such meager strength, do you dare to rebel like other creatures? You should return and wash up for a good night's sleep. One adventurous agile monkey, testing the waters, lunged at him with incredible speed, claws bared. Ning Yi deftly sidestepped, capturing the airborne monkey with swift precision. I hear monkey brains are quite the delicacy. Upon hearing this, the agile monkey squirmed in terror, but Ning Yi's grip was unyielding, akin to iron shackles. The creature could only wail, seeking assistance from its kin. The surrounding agile monkeys displayed a sense of camaraderie, swiftly advancing towards Ning Yi, all extending their claws, intent on tearing him apart. Ning Yi, however, did not evade. He welcomed the onslaught. Moments later, as if an explosion had occurred, all the agile monkeys were sent flying backward. Ning Yi stretched lazily, having controlled the force of his actions to avoid any fatality. These agile monkeys posed no lethal threat, and thus, there was no need for him to resort to lethal measures. In that moment, Ning Yi felt a mix of frustration and disappointment. The zoo has treated you so well. They provide food and shelter, not to mention year-round holidays. Where else could you find such a splendid establishment? Some individuals would struggle to gain entry. Within the zoo, you are shielded from the elements, residing in comfort and luxury. Yet you wish to rebel? Humans seek freedom. At that instant, a rugged voice resonated, and a powerful gorilla riding a horse emerged from behind the trees, accompanied by a dozen other gorillas. The agile monkeys swiftly retreated behind the gorilla, relieved to have their leader arrive, no longer compelled to endure Ning Yi's incessant babbling. Ning Yi stood astonished. Is the age of the gorillas upon us? The gorillas, having evolved from their ancestors, were now towering figures, significantly enhanced in stature. The limbs of the creature appeared remarkably robust, at first glance resembling a tree. Ning Yi stood before it, akin to an infant gazing at an adult. However, Ning Yi remained unperturbed, for only this gorilla, capable of mounting a steed, could engage with him in playful combat, having attained the strength of a bronze 3-star. The other gorillas shifted aside, cautious not to incur any harm. With hands on his hips, Ning Yi pointed at the horse ridden by the gorilla, inquiring, "You incessantly profess your desire for freedom. Do you not think the horse you ride longs for freedom as well?" The gorilla momentarily paused, its small head adorned with a large question mark. Why ride a horse? Well, it was undoubtedly for the allure of it. Yet, such sentiments remained unspoken, lest they reveal a contradiction. The gorilla had intended to elevate itself to a moral high ground through the topic of freedom, but Ning Yi's remark rendered it speechless, forcing it to dismount awkwardly and conjure a feeble excuse. Only those with greater strength can possess freedom. Upon hearing this, Ning Yi erupted into hearty laughter, his derisive mirth echoing throughout the forest. The other gorillas felt an overwhelming urge to charge at this audacious figure, their patience wearing thin. You boast of strength? Are you truly the mightiest within this zoo? Are you stronger than the wild beasts outside? Are you superior to other humans? Are you stronger than I? Ning Yi's barrage of questions cast doubt upon the minds of all the agile monkeys and gorillas present. They indeed fell short of the strength of those beyond the confines of their enclosure. The world outside was undeniably more fearsome. Why then? Did they feel compelled to break free? What was the reason for our rebellion? They pondered, struggling to recall. The gorilla leader shook its head, finally coming to a realization. Only by venturing out can we grow stronger. With a fierce roar, the gorilla leader charged towards Ning Yi, its large nostrils flaring as it proclaimed, "We may lack the strength you attribute to us, yet we are certainly more formidable than you, a mere black iron 4-star. Ning Yi casually retorted, "Then let us put that to the test." The gorilla leader, known for its fiery temper, immediately raised its arms and aimed to strike at Ning Yi's head. "I shall show you the true meaning of demise." Ning Yi felt a sudden darkness envelop him, instinctively raising his arms in defense. Beep, sustained ordinary attack, pain value 7,800, absorbed. Although Ning Yi did not experience significant pain, he felt as though his lower body was being compressed. Looking down, he realized half of his body was buried in the ground. Yet this was insufficient to quell the gorilla leader's fury. To disturb the morale of the troops was a grave offense. Its arms descended like a piledriver, relentlessly pounding on Ning Yi. Beep, sustained ordinary attack, pain value 7,800, absorbed. Beep, sustained ordinary attack, pain value 7,800, absorbed. Beep, sustained ordinary attack, pain value 7,800, absorbed. Until only Ning Yi's head remained above the ground. The gorilla leader, initially intent on sparing Ning San, turned back to find this figure, half buried yet still grinning, exhibiting a rather insidious smile. With a firm grip, it seized Ning San by the head and, akin to uprooting a radish, yanked him from the ground. Ding! Sustained a normal attack, inflicting 7,500 points of pain, now absorbed. Immediately afterward, it clutched Ning San's head with one hand while seizing his legs with the other, attempting to snap him in half like a mere twig. Ding! Sustained a normal attack, inflicting 7,500 points of pain, now absorbed. Ning San's physical fortitude surpassed that of a mere branch, even exceeding that of steel, compounded by the system's consumption of pain values. He felt rather as though someone were performing a stretching exercise on him. The gorilla had exerted all its might, its entire black fur standing on end. Yet it could not break Ning San. With a furious roar, to Ning San, it sounded like a desperate display of impotence. He soared through the air like a javelin, impaling himself straight into a tree. Chapter 33. Is his mount more impressive than mine? With both hands bracing against the tree, Ning San extracted himself from the wood. Spitting out wood chips, he tidied his short hair. Although his upper garment had been lost, his hairstyle must remain pristine. Well, you fierce gorilla, you strike hard. Surely you have had your fill by now. It is my turn to perform. Ning San activated his ghostly technique. His figure vanished from sight, reappearing in a flurry of swift movements, too rapid for the gorilla chief to track. When he manifested again, he was already at the gorilla's head, his tightly clenched fist landing solidly upon its face, sending two of its teeth flying as the gorilla's hefty form was likewise propelled away. Boom! It struck the ground, causing the earth to tremble beneath it. Ning San clicked his tongue. This creature was indeed tough-skinned and resilient, as his earnest punch had not rendered it unconscious. The gorilla rose from the ground, incredulously rubbing its jaw. This human, despite being of the black iron rank, had inflicted damage upon it. Its defense was formidable, its speed astonishing, and its strength terrifying. It even knocked out my tooth? Absolutely unforgivable. No matter how fearsome you are, you shall never rival my wrath. In a fit of rage, the gorilla struck its robust chest with tremendous force, producing a thunderous sound. Each strike caused its body to swell to twice its size, resembling a black mountain, more akin to a terrifying beast. Ning San could not help but exclaim, "This is no mere mutation. This creature must have consumed the seawater of an island nation." While he pondered this, the gorilla charged towards him, raising a fist larger than Ning San's head, intent on avenging its earlier humiliation. Ning San remained unperturbed, meeting its punch head-on, retaliating with a punch of his own, the collision resounding. The clash of fists unleashed a powerful gust of wind, blinding the surrounding agile monkeys and gorillas, with the weaker ones being blown away. The force was such that the ground beneath both the man and the gorilla began to crack. If the gorilla's fist was akin to a watermelon, then Ning San's was no larger than an egg. Yet, at this moment, this egg evidently proved mightier than the watermelon. The gorilla had not anticipated that this man would not only withstand its punch, but also dare to engage in a contest of strength. It exhaled heavily through its nostrils, channeling its muscular strength in a desperate attempt to leverage its size and overpower Ning San. However, Ning San was not one to grant such an opportunity. With a thunderous roar, he summoned all the power within him, causing his garments to shred into tatters. A faint golden glow enveloped his skin once more. With one hand, Ning San effortlessly lifted the colossal gorilla, whose size was more than 3 times his own, as if it were a mere toy. In the face of absolute strength, distinctions between infants and adults dissolved. One was simply a weakling. He then proceeded to slam the gorilla to the left and then to the right, each impact forcing the creature's face to collide intimately with the ground. Round and round, we engage in our exercise. Dust clouded the air, and the gorilla was sent into a dizzying state. In a moment of desperation, the gorilla cried out, "Almighty among humans, I am willing to submit to you. What of the freedom you desire?" Ning San inquired, though his hands remained relentless. "We wish to return to the zoo," the gorilla pleaded. "Freedom? Survival takes precedence." Only then did Ning San relent. To be honest, had the gorilla not begged for mercy, he himself would have struggled to maintain his grip. The creature was immensely heavy, making it quite a chore to throw. "Gather all the agile monkeys and gorillas. If one is missing, I'll throw you around." As the gorilla assumed the role of leader, it quickly rallied all the agile monkeys and gorillas, even retrieving several that had fled. In the forest, Ning San's voice rang out, "Attention! At ease! A line to the right." He was thoroughly pleased with the results of his special training. Before him stood 2 rows of 5 gorillas each, flanked by 5 rows of agile monkeys. The scene was orderly and impressive. Ning San mounted the horse he had ridden in on with the gorilla, exuding an air of authority. I am undoubtedly the most successful incarnation of myself." Suddenly, he realized something was missing. He picked up a stick from the ground, wielding it as his command scepter. With a great flourish, he proclaimed, "Onward." After only a few steps, Ning Yi abruptly halted, causing the animals behind to skid to a stop, scattering the formation. Ning San turned to the gorilla leader and inquired, "Where are we headed?" "Wherever you say, we shall go," replied the gorilla. "Let us seek out other animals." Ning San then remembered something and added, "Make sure to march in formation." Meanwhile, on the main avenue, Ning Wu was in a frenzy. Bare-chested and bald, he rode a flaming ostrich at breakneck speed, leaving a trail of sparks in his wake. A throng of flaming ostriches followed closely behind. Ning Wu excitedly shouted to the flaming ostriches, "We are the bravest riding squad. Charge forth, fearless ostriches, unafraid of adversity." The flaming ostriches, which Ning Wu had discovered in a shopping mall, numbered 12 in total and had been wreaking havoc without restraint. These creatures were a result of elemental mutation from ordinary ostriches, their bodies igniting with flames that deterred any approach. Upon seeing the flaming ostriches, Ning Wu's first thought echoed Ning Yi's. Ride them. The highest tier among the flaming ostriches was the bronze 1 star, the leader of their flock. At the outset, the flames of the fiery ostriches were indeed quite bothersome, inflicting considerable pain upon him. Not only did his attire suffer destruction, but his hair was also singed, leaving him in a rather disheveled state. However, as he engaged in battles with his other avatars, consuming pain points and enhancing his physical prowess, these fiery ostriches ceased to pose a threat to Ning Wu. With remarkable efficiency, he subdued the leader of the fiery ostrich pack. Riding atop this magnificent creature, he galloped through the streets, marveling at its impressive speed. Undoubtedly, his mount was the most flamboyant of all. Not to mention, even his original self couldn't match his level of dashing charm. Ha ha ha. As he reached the end of the road and made a left turn, Ning Wu encountered Ning Yi. He was momentarily taken aback, exclaiming, "My goodness, the original? Where did you find such an astonishing divine beast? Just look at its rebellious gaze, its aloof demeanor, and that elegant neck. It is truly the epitome of a perfect steed." Ning Yi, upon seeing Ning Wu's appearance, fell into a contemplative silence. With his bare torso, bald head, and the fiery ostrich beside him, he thought, what an impressive combination. How can Ning Wu's mount be more striking than my own? And how is it possible that I look so dapper as a bald man? Shall we perhaps exchange our mounts? They both queried almost in unison. Perfectly agreeable. Ning Wu chuckled. Wait, am I tricking myself? Never mind. I have an even more impressive mount. The alpacas and fiery ostriches were utterly befuddled, witnessing their elder brother switch mounts. Aside from a slight difference in hair, everything else, their appearance, aura, and the unified bare torsos, was indistinguishable. While they could not claim to be identical, they were, in every meaningful way, perfectly alike. To be safe, they decided to regard both as their elder brother. Thus, the exchange of mounts did not incite any resistance from the alpacas and fiery ostriches, as they expanded their search for even more impressive mounts, or rather, a greater variety of creatures. Ning Wu flashed a mischievous smile. Since they were essentially the same person, there was no need for pretense. I understand. With their objectives delineated, Ning Wu and Ning Yi parted ways once more to seek out animals that had escaped from the zoo. Chapter 34. I am too handsome on the expansive street. Ning Yi rode the fiery ostrich, traversing aimlessly for over an hour without spotting any other creatures. Instead, he observed numerous extraordinary individuals who had already subdued various types of animals or employed special methods to return the majority back to the zoo. Larger animals required 2 or even more people to transport them back. At that moment, an air raid siren echoed through the streets. Attention all extraordinary individuals participating in this event. Please gather at the zoo plaza by 9 o'clock tonight. Ning Yi pulled out his phone to check the time and realized it was already past 8. With the sun setting and the evening drawing near, he pondered whether to return. Continuing the search seemed fruitless, so he decided to hasten back to meet with his other avatars. On his return journey, Ning Yi opted for an alternate route. Primarily, I approached this endeavor with a sense of experimentation, hoping for a stroke of luck that might lead me to encounter other creatures, thereby earning a substantial amount of pain points. As I passed by the entrance of an alleyway, I faintly heard a cry for help tinged with desperation. Peering into the dimly lit passage, I indeed spotted a young woman sprawled upon the ground, encircled by a group of 7 or 8 phantasmal raccoons, slowly inching towards her. The phantasmal raccoon, a creature born from the mutation of the common raccoon, possesses the ability to read one's soul, sensing their vulnerabilities, and transforming into the very embodiment of their deepest fears. The young woman wept profusely, her body paralyzed by terror, seemingly forgetting how to resist. Strands of her blue hair lay scattered around her. Her clothing, a light blue skirt, was soiled and torn, and her over-the-knee stockings bore several gashes, all evidently the result of the phantasmal raccoon's assault. Without a moment's hesitation, I bellowed, charging in astride my flaming ostrich. "Release that young lady. Allow me to intervene." Just as I drew near, the system's voice abruptly sounded. Beep. Soul attack detected. Pain points, 7,500. Absorbed. Oh, do these phantasmal raccoons dare to instill fear in me? My greatest dread is the absence of fear itself. What could they possibly use to frighten me? Yet, a question arose in my mind. The most formidable among these phantasmal raccoons was merely a black iron 9-star, yet they offered a considerable amount of pain points. How peculiar. Ostriches, encircle them. In an instant, all the flaming ostriches formed a circle, creating a counter-encirclement, leaving the phantasmal raccoons with no avenue of escape. As I approached the young woman, her cries grew increasingly frantic. Wah! The ostriches have gained sentience. Is there no one to rescue me? Clad only from the waist down and mounted upon an ostrich. What a bizarre spectacle this was. I frowned. Do you believe I would simply turn and leave? I lifted the young woman from the ground, devoid of any tender regard, even displaying a hint of disdain. Look at you. Your strength has reached bronze 3. Yet you allow yourself to be intimidated by these feeble, phantasmal raccoons. Is your mindset so fragile? Beep. Soul attack detected. Pain points, 7,500. Absorbed. These phantasmal raccoons truly had no fear of death. Any attempt at instilling terror was utterly futile. A quick glance at the phantasmal raccoons revealed something odd. They appeared remarkably stiff, as if caught in a slideshow. Thank you, kind sir, for your assistance. I shall forever remember your act of salvation. The young woman raised her gaze, looking at me with deep emotion. It was then that I truly perceived her beauty. Indeed, she was strikingly lovely. With a delicate oval face, eyes that sparkled like autumn waters, and a smile that could rival the brilliance of the stars, her cherry lips parted slightly, revealing pearly teeth. She was the epitome of pure allure. If a perfect score were 100, then Su Hui and Lin Ying would both rate a 999. But this young lady before me undoubtedly deserved a full 100. I found myself blushing under her gaze. She was so stunning. It was only natural that suitors would flock to her. Oh, this could prove to be quite an interesting situation. With a piercing sound, I was struck by a soul attack, suffering 7,500 pain points, now devoured. Alas, these phantom raccoons are truly bothersome. Have you not witnessed my heroic act of rescuing this young lady, which has captivated her so deeply? Yet you persist in your disruptions? Ostriches, seize these phantom raccoons. Upon hearing Ning Yi's command, the flame ostriches each snatched a phantom raccoon in their beaks. What Ning Yi did not notice was that at the moment the phantom raccoons were lifted by the flame ostriches, their eyes cleared significantly, and their expressions became much more normal than before. Ahem, further gazing will incur a fee. The young lady's cheeks flushed. Yes, I apologize. What is your name? I am Ning Yi. You possess at least the strength of a bronze 3. How could you be frightened by mere phantom raccoons? The attacks of phantom raccoons are not bound by levels. They transform into what instills fear in me, and thus I was frightened. What do you fear? Ning Yi's eyelids twitched. Must you probe at my scars? Shouldn't you be concerned about my injuries? Are you alone in this? We originally had 5 members, teaming up to combat this zoo rampage incident, but I accidentally got separated. That is how I found myself in this predicament. As she spoke, Ning Yi began to sob softly, her helpless demeanor appearing exceedingly pitiable, evoking an irresistible urge to assist her. Ning Yi swiftly mounted the flame ostrich, gathering all the phantom raccoons, resembling a dashing cowboy. Hurry to find your teammates. Although the crisis is mostly averted, remaining cautious is paramount. Surely, I must look incredibly suave. With a striking silhouette, a free-spirited character, and mature words, I have undoubtedly left a positive impression on her. What a perfect encounter, or perhaps not. I neglected to ask where she resides or acquire her contact information. Oh well, I should be able to meet her again at the zoo tonight. I can inquire then. Surely, she would have no reason to refuse. Still standing in place, Ning Yi was yet to comprehend what had transpired as Ning Yi had already departed the alley. What did he just say? The wind was too strong to hear clearly, and he simply left? Ning Yi ground her teeth in frustration, stomping her feet in place. At that moment, several figures emerged from a concealed location, gradually approaching Ning Yi. Upon nearing, they formed a line, obediently standing behind her, not daring to breathe. Each one rendered mute with fear. The leader's mission has once again failed. Ning Yi was perplexed, feeling as though her worldview had been shattered. She had assumed this would be an unequivocal success. A simple E-level bounty should have been easily manageable. He is merely a black iron 4. While I am a bronze 3, how could my abilities be ineffective against him? He even saw through my control of the phantom raccoons. Remembering Ning Yi's self-satisfied smile, she concluded he must be toying with her. Go, fetch me Wang Laowu. Let us join forces to deal with him. Wang Laowu is the leader mentioned by the others. Chapter 35. Born as a clone, I apologize. On the northern hillside, Ning Yi and Lin Ning found themselves in grave peril. No, it should be Lin Ning facing the dire crisis while Ning Yi, with his hands behind his head, appeared rather relaxed. They were confronted by a formidable thunder serpent of bronze 1 star. Behind Lin Ning and Ning Yi lay several incapacitated thunder serpents. Yet their realms were merely black iron 8 star, clearly inferior in both size and strength to the one before them. Having dispatched the lesser foes, it was time to face the boss. The thunder serpent, a mutation of the rattlesnake, belonged to the category of skills, specifically the enhanced dual mutation. The mutated thunder serpent was colossal, its robust body extending over 10 meters in length, occasionally emitting thunderous roars that sent shivers down one's spine. Coiled around a tree, it flicked its tongue, glowering at Lin Ning and Ning Yi with predatory intent. Lin Ning was drenched in perspiration. The brief skirmish had made it painfully evident that she was no match for this serpent, and her mind raced to devise an escape. Ning Yi, you must flee first. I will hold it back. Hurry and call for help. I will buy us some time. Although fear gripped her, and she longed for rescue, it was her duty to protect those weaker than herself. Moreover, this individual was Ning Yi. Though Lin Ying's words moved Ning Yi deeply, what he desperately wished to shout was, "What nonsense are you spouting? Let me escape first while you hold it off. With what will you hold it back? One bite, and you're done for." Suddenly, a hiss echoed as the thunder serpent lunged forward, moving with lightning speed towards them. Confinement, Lin Ning cried. Her skills unleashed relentlessly upon the thunder serpent, her spiritual energy visibly depleting, yet to little effect. As a black iron 8 star, her ability was confinement. It proved effective against foes of lower realms, but against this serpent, which surpassed her in strength, it was nearly futile. Each time she employed the confinement, it would only last 2 or 3 seconds before the serpent broke free and charged at them once more. All her efforts merely delayed the inevitable. Run, Lin Ning urged anxiously. The thunder serpent would first ensnare its prey, injecting venom before crushing their bones, and then commence its gruesome feast from the head down. She could not allow Ning Yi to witness her demise in such a wretched manner. What was he doing? Why hadn't he fled yet? At that moment, Ning Yi was counting something. Striking the serpent at its vital point was crucial, and given its size and constant movement, it was no easy task. However, thanks to Lin Ning's confinement, he had the time to locate it. He found it. Ning Yi activated his spectral skill, charging towards the serpent's weakness. His iron fist struck true against its form. The thunder serpent hissed in pain, clearly affected. Bolts of lightning crackled around, targeting Ning Yi's crown. Yet they bore no effect. Alert! Lightning attack received. Pain value 7,000, absorbed. Alert! Lightning attack received. Pain value 7,000, absorbed. Realizing that the lightning was ineffective against this human, the thunder serpent coiled around Ning Yi, tightening its grip while its fangs lunged menacingly towards him. With a resounding crack, the fangs of the thunder serpent were propelled away. Steel plates. He reinforced it with steel plates. Ning Yi, undeterred, fixated on a single point and swung his fists with all his might. Even if he were to beat it to death, so be it. This was merely an act of emergency avoidance. Could the zoo owner truly hold him accountable? Lin Ying watched in astonishment as Ning Yi unleashed a flurry of punches, the once formidable thunder serpent now resembling a drenched chicken. Lin Ying's admiration for Ning Yi's strength was once again refreshed. She had always known of Ning Yi's formidable physical prowess, but she never anticipated it to be so overwhelming. A black iron 4-star suppressing a black iron 9-star, rendering the opponent utterly defenseless. Before long, Ning Yi dragged the thunder serpent towards Lin Ying. Is it dead? Lin Ying tentatively kicked the motionless serpent and, to be safe, restrained it once more. It was not dead, merely unconscious. As they walked back, Lin Ying suddenly inquired with curiosity, "If I were to fight you, would you be able to kill me with just 2 punches?" "Not at all," Ning Yi replied earnestly, shaking his head. Lin Ying covered her mouth with her small hand, stifling a laugh. "I knew you couldn't bear to hit me. Just 1 punch would suffice." Upon returning to the zoo, they found numerous extraordinary individuals already present, with most of the animals having been recaptured. After handing over all the thunder serpents to the ability enforcement officers and completing the registration, their mission was deemed a success. As they approached the zoo entrance, Ning Yi suddenly clutched his stomach, his expression tense. "I need to use the restroom. Could it be the toxin from the thunder serpent?" "No, just stay put. I'll be right back." He then hurriedly made his way back to the restroom they had visited prior to their departure. Knock, knock. Ning Yi rapped on the restroom door. "Heavenly King, cover the earth tiger?" A voice emerged from within, clearly responding to a secret code. "Little chicken stews mushrooms." The restroom door swung open, and Ning Yi slipped inside. Inside the restroom was none other than Ning Yi. "Ning Yi, you finally made it. Hurry, lend me your clothes." "What about the others?" "They returned long ago and have already dismissed their clones." "How did they fare?" Ning San captured a swift monkey, a silverback gorilla, and a multi-faced baboon, among others. Ning Wu also caught quite a few animals. Both of them lost their clothes. "I can't go out bare-chested." As Ning Yi removed his shirt, he suddenly recalled someone and asked, "What about Ning Si? Didn't he head west?" That unfortunate fellow encountered a bronze 5-star fierce-toothed tiger right away. It wasn't long before he was done for. Ning Yi finished dressing and continued, "And you?" Just a snake." Ning Yi felt a tinge of embarrassment. Hearing about the others' achievements made his own as a clone seem rather shameful. "Just one long worm?" "As a clone, I deeply apologize." "You're hopeless." Ning Yi chuckled, patting Ning Yi on the shoulder. "It's all because the landlord's daughter limited my potential." Ning Yi paused momentarily before adding, "But she's quite decent. She knew to let me escape first in the face of danger." Ning Yi nodded in agreement. "In the past, I had little interaction with her, always perceiving her as an aloof girl. However, I have now come to realize that she possesses a delightful charm. By the way, you must remain in the restroom for a while, as I need to reach my room to dispel my duplicate. Otherwise, my clothing will vanish as well." Ning Yi expressed understanding, repeatedly reminding him not to forget his presence in the restroom. Ning Yi exited the restroom and immediately spotted Lin Ying at the entrance of the zoo. She was squatting on the ground, playing with a stray kitten. Under the dim glow of the streetlight, Lin Ying appeared exceptionally adorable. Chapter 36. Home inside the zoo, Yin Su was walking alongside an elderly gentleman. "Thank you immensely, Su Lao, for dispatching such a large number of personnel." "Captain Yin, you flatter me." The old man chuckled heartily, stroking his beard. "In the face of adversity, it is our duty to act. That is our responsibility. Moreover, without the efforts of your special law enforcement team and all involved in this unexpected incident, it would have been impossible to resolve matters within 3 to 4 hours." The elderly man, known as Su Lao, was dressed in an elegant white tang suit, exuding a remarkable presence. Despite his age and white hair, he walked with a certain grace, his complexion rosy and vitality evident. "We have compiled the data. A total of 153 individuals participated in this operation. Their commendation must not be diminished. Certainly, if funds or resources are insufficient, simply submit a request to the Su family." Su Lao declared emphatically, "We must not let those who contributed to this incident feel disheartened." He recognized that, even in the absence of rewards, people would not complain. It is customary not to offer a reward, but should one be given, it must carry heartfelt gratitude. "Are all the animals accounted for?" Su Lao inquired further. The director has arrived. We can inquire with him." Yin Su pointed to a figure approaching from a distance. Su Lao, Captain Yin, greeted the director, who was also an elderly man, stooped and appearing pale, a stark contrast to Su Lao. "Director Chen, how is the situation?" Su Lao asked, his expression tense, a hint of worry in his eyes. The longer it takes to gather the animals, the longer the alarm remains active, which only heightens the panic among the people. Rest assured, the last ferocious tiger has been returned. The alarm can now be lifted. He had hurriedly sought out Su Lao and Yin Su to convey this news. Since 6 o'clock that afternoon, he had not relaxed for a moment, as this unforeseen incident was closely tied to his responsibilities. It was his negligence that had led to today's turmoil. Captain Yin, I leave the task of lifting the alarm in your capable hands. Yin Su nodded and promptly called the other special law enforcement officers. Their efficiency was remarkable. Soon the alarm echoed across the skies of Lanbei City. Attention everyone, the alarm has been lifted. The emergency evacuation exits will soon be opened. Please exit in an orderly manner. Repeat. Attention everyone, the alarm has been lifted. The emergency evacuation exits will soon be opened. Please exit in an orderly manner. Only then did Su Lao exhale a sigh of relief. Yet his previously relaxed demeanor tightened as he suddenly remembered something and asked, by the way, have those two matters been thoroughly investigated? Yin Su and the director simultaneously shook their heads, their expressions filled with concern. Yin Su remarked, we only know that this sudden incident was orchestrated by that organization, but we have no inkling of who exactly is behind it or when it all began. During the investigation, their insignia was found at every location. Whether examining surveillance footage or questioning those present at the time, no useful intelligence was gathered. Elder Su, seething with rage, let out a cold snort, his formidable presence radiating power, causing his garments to rustle ominously, instilling fear even in Yin Su and the director. Was this the might of the Diamond Realm? That organization was becoming increasingly outrageous. It was rumored they had even devised a ghastly bounty task, endangering numerous lives. In a fit of anger, Elder Su struck a nearby tree, severing it cleanly in half. Yet, despite his fury, he knew he could not openly utter the name of the organization. Its mysteries were too profound. He could not guarantee there weren't beings of a higher realm involved or that they wouldn't target his family. Regarding the bounty on that child, you must ensure his safety, he insisted. We have already begun arrangements. Elder Su's demeanor softened as he recalled the matter of the alpacas and the swift monkeys returning in an orderly queue. Was there truly no clue about it? An hour earlier, he and Yin Su had been inspecting the zoo when they suddenly noticed a line of alpacas entering the entrance in an orderly fashion, followed by mountain goats, obstinate camels, and, amusingly, flame ostriches, with phantom raccoons riding atop them. These animals were remarkably well-behaved, forming neat ranks, as if awaiting human admiration. Before they could comprehend the situation, another orderly formation appeared on the back mountain, consisting of swift monkeys, gorillas, and baboons. The unexpected scene left Yin Su and Elder Su utterly astonished. Even the well-versed Elder Su found himself filled with considerable bewilderment. What was happening? While it could be understood if they returned out of nostalgia for zoo life, the fact that they were doing so in an orderly fashion was perplexing. Exchanging glances, both Yin Su and Elder Su comprehended a singular truth. Someone of great ability must have intervened. For others to return animals, there were typically two methods, either to knock them unconscious or to control them through special means. Yin Su promptly inquired with the gorilla about what had transpired and who was responsible, but the gorilla dismissed him entirely. The gorilla conveyed that only its elder brother, who was strong and resilient, warranted its attention. Though the other animals could not speak, their expressions mirrored that of the gorilla, as if to say only the elder brother had the right to converse with them. Returning to the present, Elder Su sighed, yet a smile played on his lips. Although he was unaware of the identity of this remarkable individual, the current information suggested that this person was indeed present in the vicinity. Otherwise, they would not have intervened in this sudden crisis. Very well, inform me when you have further findings. I shall take my leave now. Yin Su and the director nodded. We will see you off. No need. You should attend to the aftermath. Old Su waved his hand, and, seeing Yin Su and the principal insist on seeing him off, deliberately adopted a stern expression and declared, then I shall not leave. I will accompany you this evening. Yin Su and the principal chuckled heartily. Old Su, now in a lighter mood, added, then we shall not see you off. Take care, Old Su. Ning Yi and Ning, along with other extraordinary individuals, awaited news at the entrance. Upon hearing the alarm lifted, they finally departed. As they neared home, they unexpectedly spotted Aunt Lin standing at the community entrance, rubbing her hands together and occasionally blowing warm breaths into the chilly air. Her expression was fraught with anxiety and fear, her gaze fixed intently on the road, yearning for the appearance of two familiar figures. Though nearing 50, Aunt Lin sprang into action upon seeing Ning Yi and Ning, rushing towards them and grasping their hands. The fear that had gripped her was swiftly replaced by relief, her complexion beginning to soften. You two have finally returned. I was so worried. Are you both unharmed? Quick, let us go home. I'll prepare dinner for you. Both Ning Yi and Ning responded in unison, then exchanged a smile, supporting Aunt Lin on either side as they made their way home together. At the dining table, the trio engaged in light-hearted conversation under the warm glow of the lights, creating an atmosphere of profound warmth. We initially intended to assist, but they deemed our abilities insufficient and sent us to the emergency shelter, Ning Yi remarked. Hearing the first part of his statement, Aunt Lin tensed momentarily, but the latter part eased her worries. Aunt Lin was aware that her children were extraordinary, yet in her eyes, they remained mere children. That's good. For now, you should focus on enhancing your strength. Only by becoming stronger can you help others. Aunt, you have no idea how close Ning was to tears at that moment. Nonsense, I was incredibly brave. Thank you very much. Ning retorted, lightly pinching Ning Yi's arm, her lips pouting in defiance. Ha ha, then you must protect Ning. As long as he doesn't bully me. Don't speak nonsense. You've always been the one to bully me. After dinner, Ning Yi returned to his room, eagerly opening the system panel, brimming with anticipation over the pain points he had accrued that day. Based on his preliminary calculations, he estimated at least 20 points. Host name, Ning Yi. Pain points, 376. 575 realm, black iron 4 stars physical strength, celestial body soul strength, pure cultivated soul skills, beast transformation, level 2, shadow clone, level 3, ghostly technique, level 2, endurance range, 6000 to 8000. Upon seeing that the pain points exceeded his estimation, Ning Yi could not contain his joy, bursting into laughter that strained his face. Utilizing the shadow clone technique to accumulate pain points was nothing short of remarkable. Moreover, his physical strength had once again been enhanced. One must ask, who could withstand a punch honed over 20 years? Ha 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 ha, system, elevate my realm. Wait for the signal. Be careful, host. As the saying goes, money is hard to earn, and excrement is hard to digest. That's only because you're unaware of the proper methods. You are even more silent than Hua Mulan. Quickly elevate my realm. I wish to spend. To upgrade to black iron 5 stars requires 100,000 pain points. Shall I proceed? Don't ask. The answer is to upgrade. Ding. The realm has successfully ascended. The current level of the host is black iron 5 stars. In an instant, a magnificent surge of spiritual power enveloped Ning Yi, and he absorbed it entirely. A formidable force surged within him, causing his blood to boil, and his skin turned crimson, as if he had been immersed in boiling water. Yet, he felt an unparalleled sense of comfort. Each elevation of his realm was akin to a complete rebirth. Ding. Skill extraction in progress. Skill acquisition successful. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the skill, invincibility. Upon hearing the name of the skill, Ning Yi leapt from his bed, filled with exuberance, and began to dance with delight. The ability to become invisible. How many men yearn for such a skill? With this power at his disposal, certain endeavors would become considerably easier. He chuckled, implying that those with impure thoughts would face immediate consequences. Ning Yi referred to the convenience it would provide when engaging in righteous acts. Ding. Host, do not become overly excited. The current invisibility skill is the most rudimentary form. It is hardly formidable. What do you mean? Ding. This invisibility merely cloaks your physical form. For instance, when you become invisible, your clothing remains visible, and your heartbeat, pulse, and breath can still be perceived by others, lasting only 5 minutes. Ning Yi's previously fervent excitement was doused like a splash of cold water. Is this some sort of ghostly trick? After becoming invisible, it would appear as though a set of clothes floated in midair, while shoes walked upon the ground. Those who understood would recognize it as a ghostly phenomenon, while the uninformed would assume the garments had come to life. Well then, the system must surely be taking delight in my misfortune. System, could you refrain from personal vendettas? If you wish to learn how to indulge in certain pleasures, I could certainly teach you. Ding. You may choose to upgrade your skill. You previously proclaimed a desire to expend resources, did you not? Upgrade it then, let us proceed. Ding. Upgrading the invisibility skill requires 10,000 pain points. Will you upgrade? Yes. Although Ning Yi was aware that the initial upgrade of a skill typically required only 5,000 pain points. He understood that inquiring why the cost was so exorbitant would lead to a barrage of incomprehensible terminology from the system. Rather than exhaust his mental faculties in such a manner, he preferred to anticipate the enhanced invisibility that would result from the upgrade. He was determined to see if the upgraded skill could still retain its comedic edge. Ding! The invisibility skill upgrade is complete, evolving into chaotic invisibility. Ning Yi quickly examined the characteristics of this newly upgraded skill. Chaotic invisibility, by its very name, exuded strength. This was true invisibility in every sense, nearly impossible for an ordinary person to detect. Firstly, at the very least, there would be no need to remove his clothing. With chaotic invisibility, the caster's garments would be rendered invisible as well. Furthermore, the sounds of the heartbeat and breathing would also be concealed. In essence, everything associated with the caster would vanish, with an enhanced duration of a full 30 minutes. Now, that was true perfection in invisibility. Ning Yi glanced at his remaining pain points, over 200,000. Having an abundance of pain points was a burden in itself. He was uncertain how to expend them. The most vexing dilemma in life is to exist with pain points to spare. An even greater concern is to have departed from life while still possessing pain points. After a moment of contemplation, he resolved to upgrade another skill. He decided to hold off on upgrading chaotic invisibility, as its current strength was sufficient to match the present version's capabilities and did not require further enhancement. Next Friday marks the highly anticipated Extraordinary Competitors Tournament for high schoolers across the city, necessitating thorough preparation. System: upgrade the spectral technique. Beep. The upgrade requires 20,000 pain points. Shall I proceed? Upgrading. Success. The spectral technique has been elevated to the instant flash. As the name suggests, instant flash embodies the essence of instantaneous appearance. With Ning Yi's current realm and spiritual energy, he can now leap up to 50 meters in a single bound, executing this feat in an instant. To onlookers, the speed of the spectral technique appears akin to teleportation, although in reality, it is merely Ning Yi sprinting at an extraordinary pace. However, instant flash represents a true manifestation of instantaneous movement, devoid of any semblance of akin. Upon completing the upgrade of the spectral technique, Ning Yi expended an additional 50,000 pain points to enhance the shadow clone technique, which has now transformed into the external incarnation. This external incarnation is immensely powerful, boasting enhanced functionalities. Ning Yi can now summon it at will within a radius of 500 meters, no longer restricted to the vicinity of his original form. Furthermore, communication between the clones and the original body occurs in real time, significantly improving their interaction. Utilizing the external incarnation effectively establishes a small group chat. He opened the system panel once more. Host name: Ning Yi. Pain points: 216. 575 realm. Black iron 5 stars. Physical strength. Celestial body soul strength. Pure refined soul skills. Beastification, level 2. External incarnation, level 4. Instant flash, level 3. Chaotic concealment, level 2. Damage threshold, 800, 000 to 1, 000. Ning Yi calculated simply. He could now withstand attacks from adversaries below the bronze 7 stars. As long as they were not of that caliber, he could unleash his full potential. System: is it truly impossible to upgrade beastification? Beep. I wish to, but it is not in the same category, and thus cannot be managed. You must find a solution. Beep. I had already contemplated this upon binding with you. Sighing, Ning Yi lamented that his primary extraordinary ability was ironically the weakest, having never been utilized even once. Skills enhancement cards were also unavailable for purchase, as the system lacked a store function. System: why not elevate my realm once more? Beep. Ha ha ha. Your pain points are insufficient. What? Ning Yi exclaimed in shock. Logically, it should only require 200,000 pain points. Glancing again at his remaining points, 216, 575. This seems correct. System: have you miscalculated? Beep. To ascend to Black Iron 6 stars requires 250,000 pain points. That cannot be correct. Ning Yi began, but the system interrupted. If we were to adhere to logic, I would not be a system. Ha ha ha. Awakening from despair, he realized the fool was himself. No, I refuse to accept this. Woe is me. This wretched system only seeks to ensnare me. Beep. At this moment, it is just as it was before. Since I am in a good mood, I shall not deduct pain points for your insults. Ning Yi, filled with frustration towards the system, found no outlet for his anger and struck the wall several times in impotent rage, daring not to strike forcefully for fear of losing control. One might inadvertently demolish the wall. With the blanket covering his head, he succumbed to slumber. Chapter 38. I, the Wild Thief. Quickly get in the car. Ning Yi awoke with a start. He had been ensnared in a dreadful nightmare. In his dream, he found himself confined within a shadowy realm. The air thick with a foul stench that relentlessly eroded his very soul. Despite his desperate cries and futile struggles, even the system had vanished, rendering his efforts utterly futile. Sitting on the edge of his bed, cold sweat streamed down his body, and the memory of the nightmare haunted him. They say dreams are often inversely prophetic. Perhaps good fortune awaits him next. Adjusting his mindset, Ning Yi casually reached for the clothing beside his pillow. As he gazed upon the garment in his hands, silence enveloped him. Hadn't his attire been corroded by the alpaca? Had he not spent the entire afternoon bare-chested? Where did this piece come from? It feels as though I've forgotten something of great importance. Oh no, the doppelganger has not been dismissed. Ning Yi is still in the restroom. Spending an entire night in there must have been quite a trial for him. Ning Yi quickly concentrated, dispelling the doppelganger. My apologies, Ning Yi. I was so busy last night that I forgot about you. Upon exiting his room, he found everything in perfect order, spotless and tidy. Lin Ying and Aunt Lin were nowhere to be seen. Lin Ying had returned to school, and Aunt Lin was likely out playing mahjong again. After hastily consuming a few bites of food, Ning Yi hopped onto his tricycle to continue selling melons. The melons he had wholesale purchased from the greenhouse 2 days prior would surely spoil if left for much longer. Arriving at the familiar street corner, he spotted the ever-familiar Wang or Matzi, who appeared to be in good spirits. Wang or Matzi, why do you arrive so early each time? The elderly rise early. They adore apples. So I sell well. Wang or Matzi chuckled, wiping away a trickle of mucus. This morning, 2 young ones came to buy 2 pounds of apples. It seems the youth are rising early these days. If you see young people out early, it's not because they woke up early, most likely. They haven't slept at all. Ah, that explains their pallor. Ning Yi organized his fruit stall, meticulously arranging the electronic scale, watermelon knife, plastic bags, and loudspeaker. Placing a sign atop that read, "These melons are guaranteed to ripen. Today is yet another splendid day." Ningzhenren, are you aware of the unexpected incident at the zoo yesterday? Indeed, we all took refuge in the emergency shelter. What about you? I also sought refuge there. Did you take action? They wouldn't let me. They deemed me too weak. Huh. I told you, they are blind to true strength. I had no doubt of your prowess. Ning Yi smiled at Wang or Matzi. It seems you truly understand me. After all, we are in the same line of work. Ha. I tell you, had I been present, those animals would have called me big brother. Me too. Then we would have made them line up to enter. Indeed. Ha. The day swiftly passed. In the end, only 3 melons remained, which Ning Yi tossed onto Wang or Matzi's cart. All gatherings must eventually disperse. We shall meet again next week. Ningzhenren, do bring along 2 bags of apples. Ning Yi waved his hand to indicate his refusal and then gracefully departed on his beloved tricycle. The following day, as he entered the school gates, all the students called out in unison, "Ning Cat God," with sincere attitudes and nervous expressions. As he walked down the corridor, everyone instinctively parted to create a path, collectively exclaiming, "Ning Cat God." Ning Yi unconsciously adopted an air of arrogance, resembling a school bully. The spectacle was almost embarrassing for me. Had they not eaten? Could they not be any louder? Upon entering the classroom, Ning Yi immediately spotted the familiar head of red hair. Oh, had she recovered so quickly? At that moment, all the classmates stood up in unison. "Good morning, Ning Cat God." Ning Yi awkwardly replied, "Good morning to you all. Please sit down." It was indeed disconcerting to experience such a sudden shift in their demeanor after nearly 3 years of camaraderie. Slowly but surely, I would grow accustomed to it. Keep it up, Ning Yi. While I was chatting casually with my classmates, disregarding the image of a demure lady, Su Hui also spotted Ning Yi at the first opportunity. Like a kitten drawn to a scent, she kicked aside her chair and rushed over. "Ah, isn't this the newly minted cat god?" Su Hui's smile radiated brightly. "So, how does it feel to receive such treatment this morning?" Ning Yi ruffled Su Hui's red hair. "How did you recover so quickly? My elders had their ways." I only got better last night. Otherwise, you wouldn't have seen me today. Your elders must have some impressive connections in Lanbei City. Not quite that exaggerated. Su Hui paused before changing the subject. I was asking you, how did it feel this morning? Did you orchestrate it? Of course not. No wonder. It was quite pleasant. But it won't be allowed again. Unlike you, I am not part of the campus underworld. Su Hui clenched her fist and feigned a threat. I am not. Ning Yi settled into a comfortable position in his seat, sleepily inquiring, by the way, there's a citywide high school extraordinary competition this Friday, requiring teams of 6. Are you interested? Absolutely. Can you help me find suitable candidates from our school? After saying this, Ning Yi closed his eyes and casually added, class is about to start, so return to your seats. Just as Su Hui was about to shake him awake, the class bell rang, chiming precisely. Had this guy timed it so accurately? As the morning passed and lunch break arrived, Ning Yi picked up a desk in one hand and a chair in the other, making his way to the center of the playground. On the desk lay a piece of paper that read, Team of 6 missing 3. I'm jungling, hop on. The news quickly spread throughout the campus. Ning Cat God was forming a team. What could he possibly be up to? I want to join, but I'm not worthy. I heard it was for the competition on Friday. Have they gone mad? Who would participate in that competition? Seeking punishment? Why not give it a try? Clinging to Ning Cat Goddess coattails, what is there to fear? Is Goddess Su Su participating too? I'm definitely signing up. If Goddess Su Su isn't afraid, what is there for us to fear? Let us go, brothers. The first to rush over was Li Tian. He nearly sprinted over, embracing Ning Yi with fervor as he gazed at his elder brother with deep affection. Brother, second brother, I have missed you dearly during these few days of separation. I have missed you too. But please, step aside. I am quite busy. What are you up to, brother? The citywide high school extraordinary beings competition. Will you be participating? At the command of his elder brother, Ning Yi declared, if it is a life and death contest, I shall join as well. He sighed, rubbing his forehead in melancholy. Oh, Li Tian, only my brother possesses such kindness. Otherwise, you would have been sold and still counting the money for others. Ning Yi glanced at the queue behind Li Tian, astonished by its length. Are they all this enthusiastic? Chapter 39. Hope must exist soon. The first brave soul stepped forward to register. Ning Cat God, I wish to participate. Ning Yi looked up to see a student from class 4 of the senior year, whose realm was merely at the Black Iron 4 stars. Brother, I do not mean to discourage you, but you are truly too weak. I can cling to your thigh. You might as well cling to your brother's waist. With a darkened expression, Ning Yi helplessly replied, next, please. The subsequent candidates were either Black Iron 4 stars or Black Iron 2 stars. Additionally, there were first and second year students who came not to register, but merely to catch a glimpse of the Ning Cat God. Some turned away upon discovering that the goddess Su Hui was absent. An hour of lunch break passed without Ning Yi finding a suitable candidate. After the afternoon classes concluded, he returned to the playground, carrying chairs and tables, with Li Tian still energetically trailing behind him. This time, he added a sign, no disturbances. Students below Black Iron 5 and Black Iron 5, please take a detour. Consequently, not a single shadow appeared in front of the table. All the students glanced from afar and shook their heads. We too wish to bring glory to our school, but alas, our abilities are too low. Ning Yi waited for over an hour in boredom, feeling as if he were selling melons in a pitiful manner. It is quite difficult. Just as he contemplated packing up and leaving, a voice broke through his thoughts, filling him with surprise and illuminating his gaze. I am Wanchong from class 1 of the senior year. I meet your requirements. Ah, I remember you, the one who withdrew from the competition. Wanchong awkwardly smiled, wishing not to revisit that embarrassing history. Ning Yi promptly grasped Wanchong's hand and earnestly stated, at long last, I have found a recruit after a day of searching. You are fortunate to seize this opportunity to bring glory to our school. Indeed, indeed. After they made arrangements, Ning Yi finally returned home with a sense of satisfaction. On Tuesday, Ning Yi continued his recruitment efforts at the playground. Yet after an entire morning, no one volunteered to register. Were there not enough students above Black Iron 5 at Lanbei No. 7 High School? There were plenty. A small team of 6 could be easily assembled. However, their opponents were far too formidable. Lanbei No. 7 High School was the weakest institution in all of Lanbei City, due to its low tuition and minimal entrance requirements. It had become a refuge for students deemed undesirable by other schools, which accepted them without question. When Ning Yi first left the orphanage, he had no money, which is why he chose this school. Had he chosen to attend another school at that time, and subsequently awakened his beastly feline form in his first year of high school. He would have been promptly advised to withdraw. Instead, he was able to continue his studies at Lanbei No. 7 Middle School until the third year. The overall academic proficiency of the students varied significantly, with the weaker individuals constituting the majority. Although Su Hui, the strongest among them, held the rank of Black Iron 7 stars, the average level at Lanbei No. 7 was merely Black Iron 4 stars. Were Su Hui to be placed in Lin Ying's school, he would be regarded as of average caliber. Not to mention, the city's most formidable institution, Lanbei No. 1 Middle School, reportedly had a top contender whose rank reached bronze 9 stars. The disparity in strength was far too great. How could one dare to recklessly register for the citywide high school extraordinary competition amidst such prodigious talents? It would be nothing short of self-inflicted humiliation. Brother, what if we can't gather enough participants? Life must hold some hope. Let us think positively. We are only too short. Isn't that encouraging news? Suggested the younger brother. How about the two of us team up, effectively representing 6? Li Tian interjected, frustrated, shaking his fists. Even if those cowards showed up, they would be swiftly defeated. I share your sentiments. But the issue remains that with only 2 participants, we wouldn't even qualify for the competition. We need at least 5. The school bell rang, signaling the start of afternoon classes. Second brother, you head back first. I will wait a bit longer. Brother, I will return to ask our classmates once more. If they refuse again, I will compel them to join. There's no need for that. Those who are coerced are more likely to lose the match. Ning Yi leaned back in his chair, shaking his head. Otherwise, I would have already gone to rally participants from every class. Only those who come willingly possess the fighting spirit. Otherwise, what is the point of my setting up a table here? Li Tian pondered this thoughtfully, then gave a thumbs up. You're still the smartest, brother. Another day passed swiftly. On Wednesday, Ning Yi skipped classes entirely and went to the playground early to await potential teammates. Today was the final deadline. If no one arrived, he would summon a clone, disguise himself, and impersonate a student from his own school. The competition was set to commence the day after tomorrow, and tomorrow would be crucial for team coordination. If they lacked synergy on stage, before they even engaged in battle, they might be utterly annihilated by the opposing team. At noon, Su Hui approached Ning Yi with a second-year female student in tow. Ning Yi, I think I've found a great candidate. You must praise me. Ning Yi was overjoyed, and it seemed there was even more good news. Excellent indeed. He sprang to his feet and promptly scrutinized Su Hui's companion, assessing her capabilities. At this moment, could we refrain from jesting? The greater the hope, the more profound the disappointment. How could Su Hui have brought someone of merely Black Iron 4 stars? Was this a jest? Who has the time for jokes? After searching from Monday to Wednesday, I finally found someone. This junior is quite strong. The timid girl beside Su Hui greeted Ning Yi, her voice laced with a desperate need to prove herself. Senior Ning Mao, hello, my name is Qin Zhu. Although I am only Black Iron 4 stars, my extraordinary abilities are quite formidable. Su Hui nodded in agreement beside her, eagerly anticipating Ning Yi's acceptance of Qin Zhu's participation. Qin Zhu, quickly inform Ning Yi about your extraordinary ability. Ning Cat God, my extraordinary ability is time suspension. Before Qin Zhu could finish her sentence, Su Hui anxiously seized the card on Ning Yi's desk. Qin Zhu, let us demonstrate directly. That would be truly impressive. Yes, yes. With that, Su Hui tossed the card into the air. As the card descended rapidly, Qin Zhu extended her hand and silently intoned, time stop. The card froze in midair. Ning Yi propped his chin on his hand, wearing an expression of worldly wisdom. He had indeed encountered abilities related to immobilization before. There was no need for them to deceive him about their strength, was there? Noticing the confusion in Ning Yi's eyes, Su Hui nudged Qin Zhu with her elbow. Qin Zhu hurriedly explained, Senior Cat God, we all know that this card would take a maximum of 3 seconds to fall to the ground. However, my extraordinary ability allows me to halt the card during its second of descent. In other words, this card remains forever suspended at the second, with time eternally paused. Only when I release it will the card continue its timeline, ultimately reaching the ground. Ning Yi finally grasped the concept. So, it was the suspension of time that confined objects. It truly had a connection to time. What an astonishing ability. Can it be applied to people as well? Qin Zhu nodded, and Su Hui excitedly agreed. It is indeed a joyous occasion when one's shared gift is acknowledged by others. But what if one encounters someone of a higher realm? Su Hui interjected, even more animated than Qin Zhu. This is the power of time suspension. It can halt time regardless of the realm. Is it exaggerated to claim that a Black Iron 4-star can suspend time against a diamond-level expert? Ning Yi was skeptical. The mere association of extraordinary abilities with time was already formidable. What sort of twisted premise was this? Even those of a higher diamond realm could be subjected to time suspension. What then was the significance of their realm? Qin Zhu interjected. The realm S enhancement increases the range and duration of the time suspension. The higher the realm, the greater the area that can be affected, and the longer the time can be halted. Ning Yi decisively proclaimed, I choose you. I will support you. Su Hui exclaimed, what great insight. Absolutely. With your significant contribution, you shall be appointed as the head of the logistics department. Ning Yi, you are finding new ways to insult me. As Qin Zhu observed the playful banter between them, she could not help but feel a pang of envy, wishing to be as familiar with Ning Cat God someday. Chapter 40. Lethal Strike, then it is settled. Let us convene at the school gymnasium tomorrow, Ning Yi said with a smile to Su Hui. Yes, yes. After Su Hui and Qin Zhu departed, Ning Yi sought out Li Tian and Wan Chong, informing them about the training and coordination scheduled for the gymnasium tomorrow. Although there was only one day to prepare, sharpening one's skills at the last minute is still beneficial. In the stairwell, Ning Yi encountered Lin Fei. Oh, your eyebrows have grown out, he remarked, feeling no fondness for this madman who wished harm upon Su Hui. I wish to join. Lin Fei disregarded Ning Yi's mockery, his expression cold and indifferent. Ning Yi shook his head in refusal and turned to leave. What are you here to stir up trouble for? Lin Fei seized Ning Yi's arm with fervor. Is my strength not up to your standards? That is merely the overt rule. Ning Yi paused briefly before whispering. In truth, I possess a set of unwritten rules. Is that how the sophomore girls gained entry? Lin Fei's voice rose significantly, echoing through the corridor, deliberately amplifying his tone to ensure others overheard. How could one expect to extract ivory from the mouth of a dog? Ning Yi rolled his eyes, exasperated. You can't discern good advice when it's offered. You refuse to take a step down and instead seek to overreach. Haven't you heard the saying, doubt those who you employ, but never doubt those who are loyal? You are the one I doubt. Do you comprehend my meaning? Seeking personal vendetta? You guessed correctly, but there's no reward for your correct guess. Lin Fei's face darkened, his teeth clenched in frustration. He had been biding his time for 2 days, awaiting the opportune moment. With only 2 days remaining until the competition, his team had yet to recruit the necessary 6 members. At this critical juncture, he believed that if he were to speak up, Ning Yi should cast aside past grievances and warmly welcome him into the fold. His intentions were not altruistic. His priority was solely himself. He intended to play the part of an actor at the most crucial moment of the competition, perhaps even turning against them to infuriate Ning Yi. However, with Ning Yi's refusal, his scheme was stifled before it could even begin. A glint of ruthlessness flashed in Lin Fei's eyes, followed by a cold smile. If you have the capability, come forth and challenge me. Oh, but wait, you're not worthy. Surprised? I still remember your words. Furthermore, this individual posed no threat to him, being far too weak to warrant his time. Ah, have you gone timid? Lin Fei retorted defiantly. Did you get your head caught in a door this morning, only to be kicked by a donkey? This arrogant fool should recognize he was no match for Lin Fei. Such audacity indicated he must have a trump card hidden away. What if he summoned a formidable opponent? That would spell disaster. Yet the prospect of gaining pain points stirred a curiosity within him. Curiosity kills the cat. He mused. Never mind. I'll face whatever comes my way. I'll agree for now and see what trick he has up his sleeve. Come now, let us set a time and place. 8 o'clock tonight. At the abandoned bus station in the eastern suburbs. With that, Lin Fei turned and departed. Even if my plan A fails, Ning Yi will never suspect I have a plan B. Tonight, your doom is sealed. As the school day concluded, Ning Yi hastily found a noodle shop to grab a quick meal before heading to the abandoned bus station in the eastern suburbs by 7 o'clock. The site was littered with discarded vehicles, leaving a vast empty space in the center. Upon his arrival, he found himself alone. Seeking concealment, he immediately employed his external avatars. Ning Heir to Ning Lu, 5 clones materialized. During the previous encounter at the zoo, he had only utilized 4. This time, he summoned all 5 for added security. The moment Ning Heir emerged, he grasped Ning Yi's neck, wearing an expression of mutual destruction. I have repeatedly reminded you, fearing that you might forget, yet you truly have. Just try spending a night in the toilet. Ning Yi, with a face full of remorse, extricated himself from Ning Yi and hastily said, good brother, good brother. We shall discuss this later. There is a pressing matter at hand. He then recounted to the others the incident of Lin Fei challenging him at school. Let us charge at him and overpower him, Ning Lu exclaimed, brandishing his fists. This was their first collective activity, filling them with excitement and exhilaration. No, no, no. That would be dull, Ning Yi replied with a mischievous grin, orchestrating their subsequent plans. First this, then that, and finally this, and we're done. Hearty laughter echoed from the abandoned bus station in the eastern suburbs, sending chills down one's spine. As the clock struck 7:55, Ning Yi and his other selves utilized the technique of chaotic concealment. Ning Yi stood alone in the center of the open space. Shortly thereafter, Lin Fei arrived, and immediately, his gaze fell upon Ning Yi. To him, distinguishing Ning Yi from his doppelgangers was impossible. He leaped onto a pile of scrap cars. Looking down upon Ning Yi with disdain. I didn't expect you to come to your doom. He sneered. Do you think everyone is as fearful of death as you? Next year on this day shall be your memorial. Your bravado is amusing, but let us see how you fare. Aware that he could not best Ning Yi in verbal sparring, Lin Fei refrained from further banter and inexplicably clapped his hands. Ning Yi, puzzled by this gesture, soon saw fissures appearing on the ground, which widened rapidly, forming a circular gap beneath his feet, akin to a gaping maw that swallowed him whole. A wave of despair washed over him, followed by a thud as he landed at the bottom. Darkness enveloped him, and the space was so confined that he could barely turn. Ning Yi surmised that he was likely trapped in some sort of container. Anyone with claustrophobia would be driven to panic at that moment. Although there was an opening above, the depth rendered sunlight unable to penetrate. He touched the material encasing his prison, discovering it to be an unfamiliar metal. He struck it with a fist, initially applying a third of his strength. But it yielded no effect. Increasing to half strength still proved futile. Even with full force, he left not a single crack. How dense! His physical prowess was powerless against it. Where did Lin Fei procure such a formidable contraption? Since I cannot break free, I shall leap out. As Ning Yi readied his legs, he noticed a lid of sorts slowly sliding over him, sealing shut with perfect precision. All avenues of escape were locked. As the lid clamped down, he heard Lin Fei's reckless laughter and arrogant proclamations from above. Huh, Ning Yi, you are finally going to meet your end. Upon your demise, I shall hunt down Su Hui and bring her to join you. Ha ha ha. Ning Yi scoffed inwardly at Lin Fei. This man's mind is unhinged. It remains uncertain who will perish. Soon after, Ning Yi felt the air around him thin and the temperature gradually drop. Beep. A fatal attack has been endured. Pain value 8,500, consumed. Beep. A fatal attack has been endured. Pain value 9,000, consumed. Beep. A fatal attack has been endured. Pain value 9,500, consumed. Beep. A fatal attack has been endured. Pain value 10,000, consumed. Beep. A fatal attack has exceeded the threshold of endurance, unable to consume. The system emitted 5 beeps in quick succession, nearly 1 per second, and as the final sound faded, Ning Yi vanished completely. Outside, concealed in invisibility, Ning Yi clicked his tongue in astonishment. What kind of treasure has Lin Fei procured? A clone of equal strength lasted a mere 4 seconds. Had it been himself, he would have already perished. Moreover, it was his first encounter with the term fatal attack. Indeed, it was exceedingly lethal. However, there was a silver lining. For the first time, he witnessed the pain value rising. Perhaps the system itself was taken by surprise. Ning Yi hastily opened his group chat, as they were all invisible and could only communicate through it. Brothers, how fascinating. Once again, I am witnessing the rare phenomenon of an increasing pain value. Ning-san, I'll go next. I'll try to endure a little longer. Ning-si, don't emulate Ning Wu from last time. He perished the moment he stepped out. Ning Wu, don't mimic Ning Lu either. He didn't even make it out the door. Ning Lu, what does that have to do with me? At that moment, atop the heap of cars, Lin Fei wore a satisfied smile, having sensed the life signs of Ning Yi extinguish completely. He was assuredly dead beyond revival. Ha ha. This treasure is indeed formidable. It lives up to the reputation of that organization. Anything taken from it can annihilate any adversary. Next, all that remained was to silently recite the incantation and withdraw the treasure. Chapter 41. Lin Fei takes flight. Lin Fei felt a profound sense of satisfaction. The feeling of having everything under control was exquisite. Suddenly, He noticed a familiar face appearing unexpectedly beside him. It was Ning Yi. "This toy of yours is quite impressive." Lin Fei's face turned ashen in an instant, followed by a shriek that startled the surrounding birds, causing them to scatter in fright. "A ghost? How can you come back so soon after dying? I've never heard of a spirit collecting debts so quickly. Don't kill me. Even in death, I would become a vengeful spirit seeking you." Ning San delivered a sharp slap to the back of his head. "What are you babbling about? Open that infernal contraption." I was just about to enter. Though Lin Fei did not comprehend his words, he cautiously manipulated the treasure, sliding the lid open. Ning San executed a perfect 360-degree flip in midair and dove inside. No splash, full marks. Lin Fei wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, feeling considerably calmer. "Oh, he hasn't entered yet. I thought for a moment I was hallucinating. Surely, there are no ghosts in this world, only people scaring one another." Turning his head, he gasped. A high-pitched scream erupted once more. How could there be another Ning Yi? He had just witnessed one dive in. How could there be another? Must you scream every time? You claim to be the king of the third class, yet you are not even as formidable as a mere spirit. Ning Si sat calmly beside Lin Fei, reciting numbers in a monotone. 6 seconds later, Ning Sin could no longer bear the pain and vanished. Lin Fei once again sensed the waning signs of life within the jar. However, the tangible presence of Ning Yi beside him raised profound doubts. Could this treasured artifact be malfunctioning? "Open it. I wish to enter." Ning Si echoed the same sentiment, further destabilizing Lin Fei's composure. It must be an illusion. In truth, Ning Yi had long perished. Yet in this illusion, I still believed he was alive. Let us then compare. Who can go mad? I shall devour every Ning Yi that appears. As the lid opened, Ning Si cast a pitiful glance at the slightly deranged Lin Fei before leaping inside. How far has this gone? This time, Ning Si managed to endure for a full 8 seconds. The threshold of pain soared to a terrifying range of 1-500, 020, 000. Habitually turning back, Lin Fei indeed found another Ning Yi standing behind him. Before Ning Wu could utter a word, Lin Fei had already lifted the lid, demonstrating a proficiency that tugged at the heartstrings. Ning Wu held on for a solid 10 seconds this time. During those fleeting moments, Lin Fei had to monitor the life signs within the artifact while also observing the manifestations of Ning Yi. The frequent turns began to strain his neck. On one such glance back, he was confronted by not one, but 2 Ning Yis. "Ha ha ha, bring on 10 more. I fear not." Though his words boasted bravado, his countenance betrayed an overwhelming trepidation. This time, Ning Yi chose to appear alongside Ning Lu. After Ning Lu leaped in, Ning Yi leisurely inquired, "What is this thing?" As he spoke, he leaned in for a closer look. "Wow, you certainly possess determination, digging such a deep hole. I am asking you a question. How impolite can you be?" Noticing Lin Fei's silence, Ning Yi delivered a kick to his chest, sending him tumbling into a heap of discarded vehicles. Before his body even touched the ground, Ning Yi flashed behind him, aiming for his rear with another kick. Lin Fei soared. In midair, Lin Fei endured the fiery pain in his chest and backside, intending to target Ning Yi on the ground with a compression maneuver. But where was he? At that moment, Ning Yi again executed a flash move, reappearing behind him to deliver yet another kick. Flash kick. Kick flash. Only when Ning Lu vanished into the jar did Ning Yi finally relent. Whoosh. Lin Fei finally returned to solid ground, having been airborne for a full 20 seconds. Lying on the ground, Lin Fei appeared to have gained considerable bulk, looking remarkably robust. The handiwork of Ning Yi, leaving him bruised. "Will you speak?" Ning Yi sat heavily upon Lin Fei. Seeing him remain silent, he raised his fist and struck him, compounding the injury. "Will you speak? Will you speak? Will you speak?" Lin Fei spat out a mouthful of blood, his face pale, and weakly uttered a few words. "Big brother, do ask. You keep demanding I speak. But what should I say? What is this thing imprisoning me? The cosmic furnace. What is its purpose? Within the furnace, the environment transforms to mimic that of the cosmos. Vacuum. Lacking oxygen. So this was the scheme at play. No matter how strong one may be, a carbon-based life form cannot subsist without oxygen. Ning Lu had stayed for 20 seconds, and the most he could endure was half a minute. The threat to oneself is indeed substantial. However, this cosmic furnace is only applicable to extraordinary beings below the diamond rank. Those at the diamond level can traverse the cosmos with their physical form alone. Are you akin to toothpaste? Just squeeze and it spills out. From where did this universe furnace originate? How is it controlled? Speak up. I will relinquish this universe furnace to you. Will you spare me, please? Lin Fei forced a slight smile. So, you are resorting to clever tricks, are you? You are aware of the art of misdirection. Do you wish for the true owner of this furnace to trouble me? Surprisingly, despite your unattractive appearance, your thoughts are rather fanciful. Ning Yi delivered a slap, saying, do you truly believe I am naive and innocent? I advise you not to inquire about the origins of this furnace. It would be detrimental for both of us. Upon hearing Lin Fei's words, Ning Yi deduced and cautiously asked, are you part of that organization? How did you know? Lin Fei's expression shifted to one of shock and fear. His face flickered with uncertainty. If he were indeed a member, a sincere apology might suffice. If not, he could only call for help. His secret must not be exposed. Look, isn't this akin to a flood overwhelming the Dragon King's temple, one family against another? Ning Yi got off Lin Fei and even kindly helped him to his feet, brushing off the dust from his body. You too? Lin Fei regarded Ning Yi with suspicion. I joined not long ago. Do you know someone named Sunqi? Lin Fei shook his head, unaware of this minor character. I too have accomplished numerous peculiar tasks to successfully join. Ning Yi's words immediately alleviated Lin Fei's wariness. Indeed, joining that organization necessitated completing bizarre and even perverse tasks. His knowledge of the inner workings suggested he might be an ally. Let us consider today's events as bygone, shall we? Lin Fei looked at Ning Yi earnestly. Ning Yi was vastly superior, far more so. In the future, his standing in that organization would undoubtedly eclipse Lin Fei's. If he did not cultivate a favorable relationship now, the days ahead would be bleak. What has passed is done. Let us sit and converse. And take a moment to rest. Lin Fei nodded. If that were the case, it would be splendid. When did you join? At the beginning of my sophomore year. Then you have been here longer than I. Have you completed any bounty tasks? As for the bounties, I have eliminated 2 individuals, both with D-rank bounties. Lin Fei said with a sense of pride. Bounty tasks are exceedingly lucrative, providing both monetary rewards and cultivation resources. This treasure was acquired through the points earned from completing such tasks. In a moment of clarity, Lin Fei recalled someone strikingly similar to him. Ning Yi, you mentioned you joined not long ago. I seem to remember you on an E-rank bounty task. Isn't taking on bounty tasks a roundabout way of joining? Chapter 42, The Cosmic Furnace of Fulfillment? Just a second ago, Ning Yi was chatting cheerfully, but in the next moment, he seized Lin Fei by the throat. His right hand swinging in a punch that sent Lin Fei reeling, causing him to lose consciousness, his eyes filling with stars. Ning Yi retrieved his second-hand mobile phone. The recording application already activated, capturing the entirety of the conversation that had just transpired between the two. Previously lacking evidence had hindered action, but now, with both witnesses and tangible proof in hand, it was time to hand you over to the Special Abilities Law Enforcement Team. A call was placed to Yen Su. While awaiting Yen Su's arrival, Ning Yi noticed a peculiar black stone on Lin Fei. It bore dark, intricate patterns and felt chilling to the touch, exuding an aura of mystery. Intrigued, Ning Yi examined it for an extended period, yet he remained baffled regarding its purpose. In novels, treasures typically recognize their masters through blood. Perhaps he should try it himself? With that thought in mind, he pricked his finger, allowing a drop of blood to fall upon the stone. The moment the blood touched the ebony surface, it was absorbed, and then the stone's temperature surged dramatically. So intense was the heat that Ning Yi could scarcely hold it, causing him to toss it aside. The stone then levitated in the air, shaking violently, as if resisting something. Was this stone truly so extraordinary? It seemed almost fantastical, reminiscent of urban supernatural tales. After a minute, the black stone settled down, drifting smoothly towards Ning Yi and landing steadily in his palm. He toyed with the seemingly unchanged stone, pondering what to do next, still quite perplexed. Oh well, perhaps he could study it further at a later time. He casually tucked the stone into his pocket. Observing Lin Fei's impending awakening, he swiftly delivered a punch to his face, knocking him out once more. After securely binding him, Ning Yi ventured back to the vicinity of the deep cave. According to Lin Fei, this contraption known as the universe furnace could create a vacuum and lower temperatures. Upon reflection, it appeared to be more efficient than a refrigerator. If he could store melons within it, he would no longer need to worry about them spoiling. Alas, he could not transport it. Just as Ning Yi contemplated this, a hum emanated from the stone in his pocket. Suddenly, he felt the ground beneath him tremble, followed by a resounding rumble. Before his eyes, a large metallic object, resembling a black canister, emerged from the earth, landing right in front of him. Was this device voice-activated? Remarkable. He circled around the universe furnace, which stood 5 meters tall and boasted a circumference of 1 meter, akin to a chimney. It was far too cumbersome to carry or conceal. Sooner or later, it would be discovered. Wouldn't it be wonderful if it could shrink? As Ning Yi continued to fret, the black stone in his pocket emitted another brilliant glow. The ensuing spectacle dazzled Ning Yi's eyes like 24K titanium. The universe furnace first expanded significantly, then rapidly shrank to the size of a fingertip. Ning Yi was left utterly astonished. The universe furnace, as if responding to his thoughts, resumed its original form. Large, large, large. The furnace reached an impressive height of 50 meters before ceasing to grow. Small, small, small. It then reduced to a fingertip-s size, stabilizing in its miniature form. Today had truly been a bountiful day. Ning Yi beamed, tossing the universe furnace into his pocket. What belonged to you or me mattered not. Anything he laid his hands on would unequivocally become his. The taxi ride was quite pleasant, offering not only a salary but also prizes, which was delightful indeed. It seems young Lin Fei is showing signs of awakening. Perhaps another punch is in order. Before long, Yen Su arrived with 3 companions, his urgency palpable. You mentioned another individual from that organization? Where are they? His concern was understandable, as he was a pivotal figure in the current plan, and it was troubling that he had caught the attention of that organization once again. It seemed prudent to execute the plan sooner rather than later. Ning Yi recounted the events selectively, concealing the details regarding the cosmic furnace. If they were to discover its existence, his refrigerator would surely be confiscated. When someone inquired about the deep hole on the ground, Ning Yi casually concocted an explanation. That trap was set by Lin Fei long ago. Fortunately, I am quite astute and did not fall for it. Yen Su frowned upon hearing this, stepping back slightly from Ning Yi. Perhaps you should consider changing your luck. Your fortune seems rather unfortunate. Encountering members of that organization so frequently. Standing with his hands clasped behind his back, Ning Yi sighed dramatically towards the heavens. Exceptional individuals often attract envy. Yen Su's lips twitched, recognizing the troublemaker for what he was, albeit one with a flair for self-praise. Very well, we shall take the person back. And we have made a backup of your recording. Do take care of yourself. By the way, would you like us to accompany you for a while? Ning Yi smiled and shook his head, expressing his desire to walk alone and clear his mind. After they departed, he wiped the sweat from his palms, reflecting on whether he had appeared overly anxious. He wondered if someone of Yen Su's caliber could sense the presence of treasures. If discovered, he would bear the weight of a falsehood. Thankfully, it seemed he had been overly concerned. Activating the instant flash, he hurried home, securing the black stone and the cosmic furnace within his bookshelf, finally releasing the tension that had gripped him. With a jubilant leap, he collapsed onto his bed, sinking into a comfortable slumber that lasted until the following morning. Upon waking, Ning Yi rubbed his head, bewildered at how he had fallen asleep so easily. He had intended to elevate his realm, but perhaps he had overexerted himself with the use of his avatar and instant flash skills yesterday. Glancing at the time, he realized with alarm that the first class had already concluded. As he rushed to the school's gymnasium, the black stone in the bookshelf emitted a soft hum, the previously dim patterns now gleaming slightly brighter. Upon arriving in haste, he found that the other 4 had already gathered. Su Hui and Qin Zhu were engaged in whispered conversations exclusive to girls, their eyes crinkled in laughter, while Li Tian and Wan Cheng stood silently, seemingly stricken by social anxiety and hesitant to speak. I apologize for my tardiness, Ning Yi said with a radiant smile as he approached them. As long as he remained unembarrassed, it was they who would feel the awkwardness. Li Tian, as usual, rushed to stand behind Ning Yi. One must embrace their role as the younger brother. The other 2 greeted him with smiles and polite exchanges, but only Su Hui dared to chime in. You lazy bum. You must have overslept. Sister, as the captain, I deserve some respect. Ning Yi instructed everyone to sit down in a circle. You all must be familiar with each other by now, right? Ning Yi surveyed the group, noting that since you arrived so early, you must have chatted for a while. However, only Su Hui and Qin Zhu nodded, while Wan Cheng and Li Tian shook their heads in confusion. We all know Su Hui, but we are unfamiliar with this sophomore, primarily feeling too shy to approach her. Both of them flushed slightly. Well then, let me introduce you. Ning Yi said with a hint of exasperation. What is there for 2 grown men to be shy about? It took Ning Yi approximately 10 minutes to elucidate Qin Zhu's unique abilities, with her providing clarifications along the way. Each time Ning Yi explained something, the two would invariably turn to Qin Zhu for confirmation. Ning Yi realized that these two were the quintessential shy types, always eager to engage her at any opportunity. Once everyone grasped each other's abilities, they gained a clearer understanding of their collective strength. Interestingly, the most enigmatic individual among them was Ning Yi himself. On the surface, he exhibited beastification, yet he possessed remarkable prowess in other areas, easily outperforming opponents of higher ranks. He was a man shrouded in mystery. Only Su Hui stifled a laugh, for she alone knew about Ning Yi's dual abilities. Cough. Ning Yi's expression grew solemn. Do you all understand why a team should consist of 6 members? Everyone nodded in unison, as this was stated in their textbooks. Any squad is required to have 6 members, encompassing control, elemental, beastification, mental, enhancement, and support abilities. In special circumstances, a team can consist of 5 members, particularly when there is an individual with a unique ability. Coincidentally, Qin Zhu belonged to that special category. Her presence alleviated Ning Yi's inclination to forcibly recruit others. Though we are a 5-member team, 1 plus 1 can indeed exceed 2. We must create our own opportunities. Su Hui is elemental, Li Tian is control, Wan Chong is enhancement, Qin Zhu is special, and I represent beastification. Everyone must have a clear understanding of their roles. Chapter 43. The system crashed? This is akin to us engaging in a team battle. Su Hui blinked excitedly, saying, even though there is a significant economic gap, with proper coordination, we can still turn the tide, right? Yes. We will center our strategy around Qin Zhu and Li Tian. Ning Yi turned his gaze towards Wan Chong. Wan Chong, you will serve as the front line, primarily protecting the two of them. And you two should assist Su Hui. Su Hui nodded, appearing to grasp the concept, then suddenly asked, and what about you? I will act as both a warrior and an assassin, charging in to eliminate the enemy's key player. Brother, my area of effect only needs to cover Qin Zhu and Su Hui, correct? Clever, my younger brother. Wan Chong comprehended as well and nodded. I will ensure that the opposing team cannot breach Li Tian's area. Ning Yi's strategy illuminated everyone's minds. Since we are outnumbered and outmatched in strength, we should prioritize defense while simultaneously launching our attacks. This preliminary tactic is set, but remember to remain adaptable. Once we are in a real arena, it will not merely be theoretical. Upon hearing this, everyone nodded in understanding. Ning Yi chuckled heartily, invigorating the atmosphere around him. With a flourish, he retrieved the essence cleansing fruits and spirit refining pills from his backpack, placing them in the center. Consuming these himself would yield little benefit. It was far more advantageous to distribute them among his companions, potentially elevating their realms and enhancing their chances of success. In total, there were 7 essence cleansing fruits and 7 spirit refining pills. He allocated 1 of each to Li Tian, 2 of each to Wan Chong, and the remainder to Qin Zhu, whose realm was the lowest. Su Hui, however, declined the offering, asserting that these items held little value for him now. I am currently at the Black Iron 7 stars. After a night of cultivation, I should, barring any unforeseen circumstances, advance to the next level by tomorrow. Su Hui's words served as a potent tonic for the group, instilling a sense of hope. With a Black Iron 8 stars to bolster their ranks, they would not face undue embarrassment. That is all I wish to convey. Our school has dispatched our team. We are not here merely to compete, but to claim the first prize. The crowd roared in unison, let us go. On Thursday, the classes were largely abandoned as everyone hurried home to prepare. The teachers, well aware that their students were competitors in the upcoming tournament, offered all possible conveniences. Ning Yi stretched languidly, feeling the fatigue of the previous day still linger. He resolved to take a restorative nap upon returning home. Upon his arrival, Aunt Lin was in the living room engrossed in a television program. She looked up in surprise at Ning Yi's return. Xiaoning, how could you skip class? Aunt Lin, tomorrow is the citywide high school extraordinary contest, and I am one of the competitors, hence my day off. You are a competitor too? Aunt Lin set down her remote control, her brow furrowing with concern. Ning Yi just messaged me that she is participating in that competition as well, which has me quite worried. How could you both enter? You truly do not give me a moment's peace. Aunt Lin, have no worries. It is merely a competition, and no lives are at stake. Ning Yi settled beside her, reaching for some fruit from the table and taking a bite. My greater concern is whether you two might face off, and how that could affect your relationship. It remains uncertain whether we will even compete against each other, and even if we do, it shall not affect our feelings. Ning Yi suddenly choked. Auntie, what did you just say? I didn't catch that. You too. Auntie can see that you are quite capable. Aunt Lin, we are still young. The future holds many possibilities. As they say, innocent affection between childhood friends. Ning Yi hurriedly retreated to his room, fearing that if the discussion continued, arrangements for a banquet might soon be underway. Women only slow me down in my battles. He opened the system interface, noting that his pain value had amassed over 400. 000. System, come forth and assist. Beep. Here I am, brother. The host has been quite diligent in combat these past few days, leading to such a substantial accumulation of pain value. As a system, I am thrilled to have such a dedicated host. System, are you certain that ascending to the next realm requires 250. 000? That has not changed, has it? Beep. Of course not. Proceed with the ascension. The swifter the realm ascends, the greater the range of pain value that can be endured. Thus it is indeed best to advance as quickly as possible. Once I become invincible, I will seek trouble with the robbery organization. Grasping their leader by the collar, I will demand, where is my most valuable possession? How else could I have taken on a bounty mission? Beep. Realm upgrade in progress. Realm upgrade successful. Current realm, black iron 6 stars. A wave of euphoria washes over me. The sensation of invigorated vitality is truly delightful. With the enhancement of Ning Yi's realm, his pain threshold has now expanded to 500. 3 000. Now, all extraordinary beings of silver rank and above, take your seats. Those present are but mere novices. The victory in the martial arts tournament is secured. Beep. Skill extraction in progress. Skill extraction successful. Congratulations to the host for acquiring a skill enhancement card. Oh, splendid. My luck has finally shown, and I have drawn the coveted skill enhancement card. System, enhance the beast transformation skill immediately. I am eager to see if, after transforming from a little kitten to a big cat, you can now turn me into an old cat. Beep. Skill enhancement card successfully utilized. Beast transformation skill is upgrading. Ning Yi waited patiently, but why is there no response from the system? For 60, has it stalled? Previously, upgrades took merely a second to succeed. Today seems to present quite the challenge. Ning Yi sat in silence for about 10 minutes, dreading the sudden stillness in the air. Is the system malfunctioning? After another 5 minutes, the system finally spoke. Beep. The beast transformation skill has successfully upgraded. Phew. Why did it take so long? Beep. As I mentioned, the initial 2 units can upgrade swiftly, but this time it was reluctant, and I had to force the upgrade. My beast transformation skill can autonomously refuse. Beep. You wouldn't comprehend. Suffice it to say, you should know that your feline lineage has evolved. Lineage evolution? The more I listen, the more perplexed I become. Why does it sound increasingly mystical? Beep. The host's current cat is now a 9-tailed life cat. A 9-tailed life cat? I have only heard of the 9-tailed fox. Beep. Legend speaks of a cat with exceptional cultivation talent. For every tail it grows, its power increases tenfold. Upon growing its 8th tail, it is but a step away from being the strongest in the world. Only by cultivating the 9th tail can it achieve ultimate strength. Yet, no matter how hard it tries, the 9th tail remains elusive. Until one day, it granted a wish, and the 9th tail finally sprouted. However, the first tail fell away. Does this not imply it is caught in a perpetual cycle, forever unable to grow the 9th tail? Beep. Hence it is called the 9-tailed life cat. A cat toyed with by fate. I have no desire to become that cat. Beep. With the system in place, as long as the host engages in battles, not only 9 tails, but even 10, I can manifest them for you. Chapter 44. Hello, classmate Lin. My surname is Fu. Excellent. This is quite the system. Now, let me behold the transformation following the lineage evolution. In a mere thought, beast transformation is activated. Gazing at my reflection, Ning Yi felt overwhelmed. Is this what lineage evolution entails? I have fallen for the trick once more. A daily deception, yet each time is unique. System, is this the outcome you provide me just 10 minutes after the upgrade? Aside from the elongation of my 2 canine teeth, the sharpening of my claws, and the thickening of my tail, what other transformations have occurred? I am a cat, not a werewolf. You certainly have high expectations. Such evident changes are commendable. However, these alterations offer me no enhancement. What purpose does my beast transformation serve? Then let us forego the beast transformation altogether. Ning Yi, do you truly have the audacity to voice that? A dog will forever remain a dog. Sometimes, the system may not even function as a system. If it weren't for the pain value deduction, I would gladly engage in a thorough discussion with you about what it means to be a competent system. Forget it. I shall cancel the beast transformation and not entertain this vexation. By the way, how does my tail emerge while wearing these supposedly indestructible trousers? With this question in mind, Ning Yi activated the beast transformation once more. He turned his head to observe closely. A small opening had formed at the tail's base in his trousers. He then reverted from the beast transformation. As the tail vanished, the small opening seamlessly stitched itself closed. Quite considerate indeed. System, how much pain value do I have remaining? Over 200,000. How much is required for the external transformation upgrade? Not much, merely 80,000. I bought a watch last year. Are you a bandit system? The price hike is rather rapid, targeting familiar faces for plunder. Host, are you foolish? Do you know the range of pain value you can currently withstand? 2, 500. 000 to 3,000,000. Do you understand inflation? Do you comprehend the concept of fundamental value enhancement? Ning Yi could only smile bitterly at the grand truths espoused by the system. Yes, I understand. It is true. I could easily recoup my losses by engaging in a brawl with just anyone. Upgrade external transformation. Skill upgrade in progress. Skill upgrade successful. External transformation has evolved into illusionary immortal transformation. The sheer power of illusionary immortal transformation made Ning Yi's mouth water. From the simplest clone technique, it had now escalated into something extraordinarily formidable. The 5 clones produced by illusionary immortal transformation were so lifelike that even a master of the diamond realm would struggle to see through them. Furthermore, it possessed the ability of consciousness exchange, a power that could be deemed as life-altering. For instance, if Ning Yi uses illusionary immortal transformation to create Ning Air, and then undergoes consciousness exchange, Ning Air becomes Ning Yi, while Ning Yi assumes the form of Ning Air. The line between reality and illusion blurs beyond distinction. With a spirit of experimentation, Ning Yi continued, System, can illusionary immortal transformation be further upgraded? Are you asking if the ocean can still hold a few more drops? It has reached such strength, and it can still be upgraded? I am rather curious about what it would become after further enhancement. The host's pain value can be increased once more. Shall I proceed with the upgrade? Very well. Today's expenditure will conclude here. I shall save the rest. You wish to deceive me into using my pain value? I have not forgotten the lessons of blood and tears from last time. It is wiser to reserve a bit for unforeseen circumstances. After taking a final glance at his status panel, Ning Yi noted, Host name, Ning Yi, pain value, 227. 515 points, realm, black iron 6 stars, physical strength, celestial body, soul strength, pure refined soul, skills, beast transformation, level 3, illusory transformation, level 5, instant flash, level 3, chaotic concealment, level 2, acceptable range, 2, 500, 030, 000. It was nothing short of a masterpiece. The following day, Ning Yi arrived at school early. As the captain, he could not afford to be late. Upon reaching the school gate, he was astonished to see a magnificent luxury vehicle parked outside. Rubbing his eyes in disbelief, he was soon reassured when he spotted the principal standing beside the vehicle, engaged in conversation with another individual. His eyes sparkled with excitement. Could this be for them? The school exuded grandeur, and the principal radiated authority. The luxury vehicle was equally imposing. Clenching his fist, Ning Yi motivated himself. The school treated them so well. He must not bring shame upon it. Approaching the principal, he wore his signature radiant smile. Good morning, principal. Ah, just speaking of you. And here you are. The principal's bald head gleamed brilliantly in the morning sun. Ning Yi, this is your team leader, Mr. Hu. He will accompany you to the competition at Yizhong. Ning Yi nodded, casting a glance at the teacher. He appeared middle-aged, unkempt, with a scruffy beard. Clad in short sleeves and shorts, he even wore flip-flops. Was this the teacher leading them on a beach trip? He seemed rather unreliable. Hello, I am Mr. Fu, as handsome as a painting. Mr. Fu, I am Ning. All right. Since you've arrived, let us board the vehicle. The principal gestured grandly. Ning Yi, filled with anticipation, followed the principal towards the luxury vehicle. It was his first time to ride in such a vehicle. Wait, what? Why was it turning? And why was there also a silver van parked nearby? Glancing at the license plate, he realized it was the legendary Huaxia vehicle, the Wuling Hongguang. The principal swung open the door. I don't allow just anyone in my ride. Did anyone actually want to ride with you? His cheerful mood evaporated instantly. Let us give our best in this competition. If we don't win, don't blame us, Mr. Hu remarked politely after clearing his nose. Teacher, my surname is Ning. Yes, I know, Lenny. Ning Yi sighed, deciding it was pointless to argue. Once inside the vehicle, the principal took the driver's seat while Mr. Hu settled in the passenger seat. They chatted amongst themselves, completely ignoring Ning Yi. Don't you believe me? The principal spoke with a hint of disdain. You'll understand once you see it. Have you forgotten our bet? Of course not. Ning Yi listened intently to their conversation, unable to restrain himself from interjecting. Principal, is one van enough for us? Aren't the other students coming to watch? This time, it's voluntary for the competition. The other students have chosen to wait for you at the school gate, so they thought they would just go and return. It seemed last year as students had left at 8 and returned by 9. He understood their sentiments. Before long, Su Hui arrived. She stood at the doorway and glanced at the RV, realizing it was absent. Upon moving to the other side, she was filled with disbelief until she caught sight of Ning Yi inside the vehicle, which confirmed that this was indeed the car she was meant to board. It was of little consequence. It was certainly better than walking. Today, she was exceptionally beautiful, with her red hair styled into a high ponytail. Clad in an off-shoulder top and denim jeans, she appeared remarkably stunning. Ning Yi stared at Su Hui for quite some time, causing her cheeks to flush with embarrassment. She had indeed captured his attention. Ning Yi furrowed his brow and asked, "We are going to compete, and you're wearing jeans? I deliberately did not eat enough this morning, knowing it would frustrate you. I could just as easily roast your eyeballs over a fire. It's not like we're going to play basketball or soccer. Wearing jeans is not a hindrance." Su Hui retorted defiantly. "That's good," Ning Yi nodded. Then astonishingly noted that Su Hui's cultivation had indeed reached the black iron 8 stars. "Your cultivation has truly improved?" "Of course. I am the top student in our school. My cultivation must be the highest." Chapter 45. Are they strong? 2 minutes later, Li Tian rushed onto the vehicle, and the excitement in his heart dissipated upon seeing Su Hui beside Ning Yi. "You got here first. How infuriating. Sitting next to the big brother means I must take on the task of protecting him. I hope you can manage that. Then I will sit in the back. Big brother, your rear is in my hands. Big brother, you wouldn't believe it, from a distance. I thought this vehicle was the offspring of the RV next to it." As Li Tian finished speaking, the principal in the driver's seat suddenly coughed, eliciting laughter from teacher Hu beside him, who revealed his yellowed teeth. Ning Yi pointed ahead for Li Tian to see. "Did you not notice the principal? My eyes are only for you, big brother. You are indeed stubborn. Li Tian, has your cultivation improved?" Su Hui sensed the change in Li Tian's cultivation. "I will not disgrace my big brother's mission. I have broken through to black iron 7 stars. Truly worthy of being my younger brother," Ning Yi responded. Before long, Qin Zhu arrived, saying nothing as she obediently boarded the vehicle. Li Tian was restless, his face alternating between red and pale. "Please don't sit here. I don't know how to converse. Sit here, grant me a chance." Even Li Tian was unsure whether he truly wished for Qin Zhu to sit beside him. His heart raced like a startled deer, colliding chaotically within him. Qin Zhu, however, remained oblivious to the fluctuating expressions on Li Tian's face, calmly taking a seat beside him, her fragrance rendering him utterly entranced. "I am lost." The reason Qin Zhu chose this seat was simply due to its proximity to Ning Yi, making conversation easier. "Thank you, Senior Cat God, for the cleansing fruit and spiritual elixir. My cultivation has advanced." Qin Zhu's tone was filled with gratitude and excitement. Thanks to the cleansing fruit and spiritual elixir provided by Ning Yi, her cultivation had soared to black iron 5 stars. Now, Qin Zhu had become the strongest in her sophomore class. Ning Yi turned back with a smile and said, "That's wonderful." The last to board was Wan Chong, who, upon entering, shot a glance at Li Tian with a rival's gaze before quietly taking a seat in the last row. His cultivation had also successfully risen a level. As Ning Yi felt a surge of joy, he also breathed a sigh of relief, grateful that he had elevated his realm just the day before. Otherwise, being the captain would have been quite embarrassing. "Is everyone here? Let us set off." The van emitted the sound of an old engine, and with a puff of black smoke, a powerful thrust propelled them forward as the vehicle wobbled onto the road. Upon arriving at Lanbei No. 1 High School, the first to leap out was Qin Zhu, who immediately crouched by a tree pit, and began to retch violently. Li Tian and Wan Chong anxiously hovered beside her, concerned. Su Hui gently patted her back and inquired, "Are you car sick?" "I usually don't get car sick. I don't know why I'm feeling it today," Qin Ju replied. Ning Yi glanced at the principal, who awkwardly scratched his bald head, and at teacher who was digging in his nose. And a wave of melancholy washed over him. Leading a team was no easy task. At that moment, the entrance of the high school was teeming with people, bustling and lively. A banner hung above the gate proclaimed, "Warm congratulations on the commencement of the 27th Municipal High School Extraordinary Competitors Tournament." Students from all high schools in Lanbei had gathered to participate in this annual grand event. The principal vanished the moment he entered the school, leaving Ning Yi and his group to follow teacher Hu straight to the gymnasium of number 1 high school. The gymnasium was vast, 5 times larger than that of No. 7 high school, equipped with cutting-edge facilities and comprehensive amenities. At the entrance of the gymnasium was the registration desk. Affiliated school, Lanbei number 7. Upon hearing the name, the registrar lifted his head, casting a scornful glance at the group before shaking his head in disappointment. Indeed, it was the worst school. None of the students had reached the bronze realm, and this year they couldn't even muster 6 participants. It was likely that the school would be dismantled by next year. He carelessly tossed 5 forms in front of them. "Fill these out and go in." Teacher Hu, still pinching his nose, casually rubbed his right foot against his left leg, exhibiting an indifferent attitude toward the registrar. However, the 4 young individuals behind Ning Yi could not tolerate such disdain, their tempers flaring. Su Hui's palm even ignited with a flicker of flame, ready to hurl it at the registrar. "If we're not participating in the competition, we'll certainly show you what we're capable of." Ning Yi hastily restrained them. "You dare to cause a scene? You'd be in serious trouble. This is not the time for such antics." He took the forms and filled in the basic information: name, school, extraordinary ability, and so forth. In the last section, he was to write the team name. With a sly grin, he unhesitatingly penned, "Are they really strong? Team." When Su Hui and the others saw Ning Yi's whimsical team name, they burst into laughter and copied it down. After submitting the forms to the registrar, who barely glanced at them and ignored their presence, he called out to the next team. Just before leaving, Ning Yi cheerfully remarked to the registrar, "Thank you, teacher. With such pale skin, your child must be quite dark." With that, he led his companions hurriedly inside, leaving the registrar fuming with indignation. As Ning Yi and his companions entered the gymnasium, they were greeted by a bustling atmosphere filled with spectators, competing athletes, and a medical team diligently preparing for any unforeseen incidents. The audience seating in the gym was divided into 3 tiers. The first tier was segmented into 20 distinct sections. The second tier served as the viewing area for spectators. And the third tier comprised small rooms offering the best vantage points. At the center of the gym stood an enormous stage, ample enough for the athletes to engage in their displays of skill. Teacher Hu guided Ning Yi and his group toward their designated viewing section, located on the first tier within one of the 20 divisions. As they walked, Ning Yi glanced around, inadvertently stepping on someone's foot. Just as he was about to apologize, the individual erupted into a furious tirade. "Are you blind? If your eyes are useless, you might as well donate them. How dare you dirty my shoes? You couldn't afford to pay me back even if I sold you. Get down and clean them." The speaker, Hualiang, a student from Lanbei No. 3 middle school and one of the competitors, was infuriated to discover that a mere black iron 6-star weakling had dared to tread on him. Regardless of whether it was intentional, he felt compelled to lash out, confident that Ning Yi wouldn't retaliate. Hualiang's companions looked down on Ning Yi and his friends, pitying their apparent weakness. Turning to Su Hui, Ning Yi wore an expression of misfortune as he remarked, "How annoying. I just stepped in something foul. It's utterly disgusting." His words elicited laughter from Su Hui and the others, momentarily rendering them speechless. Realizing that Ning Yi was mocking him, Hualiang's rage boiled over. Veins bulged on his forehead as he seized Ning Yi's collar, bellowing, "Say that again." In an instant, Ning Yi's demeanor shifted to one of chilling seriousness. He grasped Hualiang's wrist and twisted it gently, causing a sharp pain to shoot through Hualiang's arm. With a swift motion, he flipped Hualiang around, repositioning his own arm to lock Hualiang in place while delivering a kick to his knee joint. The sudden force overwhelmed Hualiang, forcing him to kneel in submission. "Do you think I have a kind temper? You dare act like a clown in front of me?" Initially, Hualiang attempted to wriggle free, relying on his brute strength to escape Ning Yi's grip. However, Ning Yi bent his leg, pressing his knee into Hualiang's back, the immense weight crashing down upon him. In that moment, Hualiang felt as though his spine was burdened beyond its limits. Any movement could lead to a grievous injury. Beads of sweat formed on his forehead. And although fear gripped him, his expression became increasingly ferocious, ready to unleash his latent abilities. You little brat, once I activate my powers, you're finished. Even if you beg for mercy, I won't spare you. Yet, Ning Yi had no intention of granting him any reprieve. The moment Hualiang's spiritual energy shifted, Ning Yi exerted his strength, effectively bending Hualiang's arm to nearly a 90-degree angle. With a piercing cry of agony, Hualiang's pain rendered him incapable of focusing on harnessing his abilities. As you advance another step, do not blame me for rendering you incapacitated. Ning Yi stood atop Hualiang, a wicked grin adorning his face as he surveyed Hualiang's comrades eager to charge forward. The other four were equally undeterred. Su Hui stood beside Ning Yi, a sphere of flame coalescing in her palm as she boldly declared, "Come on, dare to make a move." Though their strength was not formidable, their momentum was palpable. The opposing party remained fixated on Ning Yi and his companions, knowing that wounds could be healed. But pride must not be tarnished. "Hualiang, we shall avenge you." Tension mounted between the two factions. Onlookers in the gymnasium gathered, forming a circle, relishing the spectacle. They preferred chaos over calm, wishing for an escalation in conflict. No one would intervene or seek a mediator. They secretly hoped for disqualification of one team, as less competition would mean fewer obstacles. At that moment, Teacher Hu, standing slightly behind the group, approached Ning Yi with a toothy grin. He extended his index finger, gently tapping Ning Yi's right shoulder, reminiscent of a dragonfly skimming the water's surface, creating ripples. Beep, subjected to a mundane attack, the pain exceeded the threshold of tolerance, rendering him unable to absorb it. A wave of pain surged through Ning Yi, causing him to release Hualiang and rub his shoulder, desperately seeking relief. To his dismay, the discomfort spread from his shoulder to his entire arm, inducing a numbing sensation akin to standing after a prolonged squat. Coupled with the fiery sting of chili powder scattered across his skin and the scalding sensation of immersion in boiling water, his arm was a cacophony of numbness, spiciness, and heat, more intense than any spicy hot pot. Ning Yi gritted his teeth, clutching his arm, striving to suppress any sounds of distress. After 10 agonizing seconds, the pain gradually subsided. He understood all too well that Teacher Hu's intervention had actually alleviated an awkward predicament. Had Hualiang's 5 companions recklessly charged at once, Ning Yi might have escaped unscathed, but it could have led to unforeseen consequences, endangering Su Hui and the others. Ultimately, they would face disqualification from the competition due to brawling, an entirely futile endeavor. Yet, having experienced pain anew, Ning Yi meticulously noted this incident in his little notebook. He vowed to return the favor. This incident was a consequence of your impulsiveness and disregard for repercussions. Teacher Hu scratched his head, flakes of dandruff scattering about. Ning Yi lowered his head, sincerely acknowledging, "I understand." Teacher Hu nodded in approval and proceeded towards Hualiang. At that moment, Hualiang felt a surge of triumph. Believing his ally had arrived, he provocatively glared at Ning Yi, contemplating methods of revenge. Should he strike directly at him or target those beside him? The girl next to him was quite attractive. Perhaps he should incapacitate her instead? Only when Teacher Hu stood before Hualiang did he sense impending doom. As he beheld the approaching finger, his first instinct was to flee, yet his legs felt as if burdened with lead, rendering him immobile. Teacher Hu's index finger gently tapped the crown of Hualiang's head. A scream akin to that of a slaughtered pig echoed throughout the gymnasium. Hualiang's entire body was engulfed in a sensation of numbness, spiciness, and heat, accompanied by a faint aroma reminiscent of a spicy hot pot wafting from him. This was punishment for his arrogance, rudeness, low character, and bullying of the weak, with countless words omitted here. In short, Teacher Hu enumerated a multitude of Hualiang's transgressions. Endure it quietly for 10 minutes and learn your lesson. Ning Yi shivered, nearly collapsing from the pain in his bare arms after just 10 seconds, having provided that fellow with a full suite of services. The thought alone was terrifying, fortunate that it was his own teacher. "Let us go." Ning Yi and the others hurriedly followed Teacher Hu, obediently trailing behind him like dutiful students. Anyone who claimed that Teacher Hu was unreliable would have to contend with Ning Yi's ire. Meanwhile, on Hualiang's side, The team leader from the 3rd middle school rushed over upon hearing the news. After understanding the situation, he asked with concern, "Is he someone who looks exceedingly disheveled and wears flip-flops?" The group nodded in affirmation. "Then wait here for Huaoyang. Encountering him will only bring you more pain." "Teacher, who is he?" "Who? You dare to call him by name? Remember, you need only remember one nickname. Fu Huatua." After leading Ning Yi to his designated area, teacher who sat in the front row, casually tossing aside his flip-flops and sitting cross-legged, resting his feet on the chair. Ning Yi and the others initially intended to occupy the front row, but, upon witnessing teacher whose demeanor, silently took their seats in the 2nd row. "Who is he?" "Unknown. We don't know him at all." By this time, the gymnasium was filled with a substantial crowd, and many of the competing teams had gathered, including the one that had just been involved in the conflict, now positioned directly across from them. However, the distance made it difficult to discern their facial expressions. At that moment, Ning Yi heard someone calling his name. Turning to the sound, he was surprised to see Lin Ying. She was seated diagonally across from him, standing up and waving. Ning Yi reciprocated the gesture, signaling that he had noticed her. Beside him, Su Hui suddenly caught a whiff of an ominous scent. "Who is Ning Yi greeting?" Following the direction of Ning Yi's wave, she soon spotted another girl waving back at him. She was also quite beautiful, with an impressive figure, definitely not inferior to her own. A woman's intuition alerted Su Hui that this girl posed a significant threat to her. "Ning Mao Mao. Who is she?" "The landlord's daughter. I suppose she's an acquaintance." "Oh." Su Hui nodded thoughtfully, realizing she needed to ponder this matter carefully. Over with Lin Ying. Her teammates quickly surrounded her, eager to gossip. Who would have thought? Lin Schoolflower knows a boy from another school. As the ancients often said, the fertile water should not flow to outsiders, and how the ancients had deceived her. How vexing. That position seems to belong to Lon Bay's 7th middle school. Lin Schoolflower even knows someone from the gathering place of losers. Lin Ying frowned and shot a fierce glare at the one who had spoken. Subsequently, she explained to everyone that Ning Yi was a tenant in her home who had aided her significantly during the Zhangqi incident, which was how their relationship had gradually improved. While explaining, Lin Ying also noted the girl beside Ning Yi. Her intuition told her that she might have found a rival. "Strike first, and you shall prevail. Act late, and you shall suffer. I must act swiftly." Chapter 47 times swiftly approached 9 o'clock, and the 27th Citywide High School Extraordinary Combat Tournament commenced with the resonant notes of a song. The audience was filled to capacity, with all participating teams gathered, and the judges and medical teams in their respective places. At the center of the arena, an elderly gentleman with white hair took to the stage, holding a microphone. He habitually tapped it, producing a piercing sound, confirming the equipment's functionality before he began to speak leisurely. "Good morning, dear students. I am Yao Haitao, the principal of Lanbei No. 1 High School. On behalf of all the faculty and students, I extend a warm welcome to all participants and spectators here today. Let us remember the old adage, the essence of martial arts lies in the exchange of skills, while competition results are secondary. Do not fight merely for the sake of glory. We must grow through our battles. Whether we win or lose, we should glean insights from our experiences. Do not let victory breed arrogance, nor should defeat deter your spirit. Understand that both the peaks and the abysses offer invaluable lessons. Give your utmost effort, never surrender, and strive to earn the glory that belongs to you. Let that glory become the emblem of your life." "All right, I conclude my speech." As he finished, thunderous applause erupted throughout the venue. Ning Yi had anticipated that all principals would deliver lengthy, tedious speeches that would lull listeners to sleep. However, he was pleasantly surprised by the straightforwardness of this elderly gentleman. He liked it. Suddenly, Ning Yi noticed that after Principal Miao stepped down, the next to take the stage was a group of sheep. No, that wasn't quite right. What were they called again? A flock of sheep? Whatever the term. It had been a long time since he had seen them, and he felt a wave of nostalgia. "Hello, fellow students. I am your beloved host, Yang Yichun. It is an honor to preside over this competition. Together, we shall witness a series of exhilarating matches, each worthy of our earnest attention. Now, I shall proudly introduce all the participating teams. First up is the Jixian team from Lanbei No. 1 High School. As the 6 students from the school stood up, the entire gymnasium erupted in thunderous applause, cheers ringing out like a storm. Simultaneously, the large screen displayed Lanbei No. 1 High School's impressive collection of 26 consecutive trophies. Amplifying the cheers, and elevating the atmosphere to new heights. Outside the gymnasium, the sound of celebratory cannon fire could even be heard. Driven by love, one finds preference. Ning Yi, observing the enthusiastic crowd, could not help but ask Su Hui, "Isn't Lanbei number 1 high school reputed to be the strongest? Why do they only have one team?" With a sigh of resignation, Su Hui responded, "They sent one team because one team is sufficient." Li Tian interjected, "We sent one team because we only have one team." Qin Zhu and Wan Chong nodded in agreement, expressing their strong concurrence. Leaning back in his seat, Ning Yi closed his eyes calmly and stated, "They will surely regret this. If others were to hear this, they would undoubtedly find it laughable. Your joke is far too cold." Yet, to Su Hui and the others, it seemed perfectly normal. Ning Yi had always spoken with conviction, and they believed in him wholeheartedly. What appeared to be a ridiculous statement to others served to invigorate their spirits, especially Li Tian. Ever since Ning Yi finished speaking, he has been incessantly murmuring, "They must regret it, they must regret it, they must regret it." On the stage, Yang Yichun continued to introduce the subsequent teams. From Lanbei No. 2 Middle School, we have the Yaoyang team and the Qianjin team. This time, a sparse applause echoed throughout the venue, likely out of courtesy, as the enthusiasm was evidently low. The three teams from No. 3 Middle School, the Crumbling World team, the Destroy Star team, and the Glory of Battle team. Oh, Yang Yichun sequentially introduced all the participating teams from other schools, totaling 15. Finally, it was time to introduce Ning Yi and his companions. Lastly, we have the team from No. 7 Middle School. Are they strong? As Yang Yichun's words fell, a deep silence enveloped the gymnasium. The sound of a needle dropping could be heard. Suddenly, someone shouted, "Got it, understood." This phrase ignited the atmosphere like gunpowder. Su Hui looked at Ning Yi beside him, who feigned ignorance of the commotion, with a wry smile. "Brother, you truly are impressive. You must be a social terror." In the audience, murmurs of disbelief filled the air, with some even tossing down beverage bottles, fruit peels, and garbage bags. Naturally, those who threw objects were promptly apprehended, expelled on the spot, and sentenced to write a 500-word reflection. However, confusion lingered in everyone's hearts. Why would the host first inquire about the strength of other teams and even answer himself? If it were the team from No. 1 Middle School, it could be understood. But what about the team from No. 7? Where's the dignity? And that student who shouted understood, do you possess any sense? You understand nothing. This host must have been bribed by Lanbei No. 7. They are utterly weak. In the center of the stage, Yang Yichun stood awkwardly, at a loss, staring at the list in his hands, repeatedly confirming that he had not misread it. What good does it do for you to scold me? This is their team name. What can I do? Let us hastily move past this incident. Next, I will announce the competition rules. This competition adopts a team format, testing the cooperation and rapport among teammates, so individual valor alone will not suffice. If any participant falls or is eliminated from the stage, or loses the ability to fight, and only one person remains on stage, the match is declared a failure. The first round of the competition will be the quarterfinals, and the first match promises to be exceptionally thrilling. I believe everyone is eagerly anticipating it. The Jixian team from No. 1 Middle School will face off against the Qianjin team from No. 2 Middle School, in a small room on the third floor of the audience area. Many prominent figures were seated. They were undoubtedly here to scout for promising talents or harbor other intentions. In one of the rooms, a spacious, simply designed floor-to-ceiling window allowed only an inward view. Inside, there were only two individuals, an elderly man and a middle-aged man. With a plate of fruit resting on the coffee table, a middle-aged man leaned forward, addressing the elderly gentleman seated on the sofa with utmost respect. Old Jiang. In the team from Lanbei No. 1 High School, although the other 5 members possess only a Bronze 6 level, they are already significantly ahead of the other schools. Moreover, their captain is at a remarkable Bronze 9 level, setting the record for the highest realm at the age of 17. He is undoubtedly the strongest high school student in Lanbei City. Indeed, a promising talent. A glimmer of insight flashed in old Zhang's eyes before he quickly regained his composure. However, we must observe their performance in the competition before making a decision. Standing beside old Jiang, a young man stood upright, his expression impassive as he coldly regarded the arena where the competition was about to commence. It was laughable how this practice match, intended for No. 1 High School, had incited such fervor among students from other schools. Chapter 48. On our days of merely existing on the arena, both teams had taken their positions. The Jixian team from No. 1 high school consisted of 5 boys and 1 girl, while the Qianjin team from number 2 high school was made up of 3 boys and 3 girls. Despite having an equal number of participants, the disparity in strength was stark, an absolute dominance. Among the 6 members of the Jixian team, 5 were at bronze 6, while their captain, Lu Heng, had reached the esteemed bronze 9. In contrast, the Qianjin team had only their captain at bronze 5, with the remaining members at bronze 3. It was clear to everyone, even with the slightest consideration, that Jixian was destined to win. The Qianjin team was well aware of Jixian's strength. Were they afraid? Yes, they were, but they had to fight. Even if they were outmatched, they were determined to put forth their utmost effort. As both teams arranged themselves, the Qianjin team appeared significantly more disciplined compared to the seemingly relaxed Jixian team, who showed little concern for their formation. In the face of overwhelming strength, all else seemed trivial. Captain Lu Heng summoned forth a surge of lightning in his hand and declared, "Swiftly resolve this." The 5 members behind him nodded in unison, activating their unique abilities. World of the Painting, Manifest. The lone girl from the Jixian team softly chanted. Immediately, a vast scroll appeared out of thin air, depicting a breathtaking landscape, with animals within it rendered in exquisite detail. However, the 6 members of the Qianjin team had no time to admire this artwork, for the scroll, seamlessly connecting at both ends, ensnared them within its confines. Water Surge. One member of the Qianjin team, whose ability was water, attempted to break free from the scroll. As the water collided with the scroll, it was instantly absorbed, and a gentle stream began to materialize within the blank spaces of the artwork. Suddenly, a thick fog enveloped the arena, expanding in both area and density. The mist severely obstructed visibility, rendering even the magnificent painting nearly invisible. The 6 participants could only discern objects within half a meter, instinctively clustering together, backs pressed against one another, bracing for any impending attacks. Without warning, a gigantic foot emerged from above the fog, cleaving through the mist and tearing through the air, exuding immense power as it descended upon the 6. The captain of the Qianjin team reacted swiftly, his body radiating a golden light as a shimmering barrier materialized just in time to shield against the colossal foot. Sensing their captain's struggle to maintain the barrier, the other 5 members unleashed their abilities, channeling their utmost strength to fortify their defense. All attention was riveted upon the impending threat of the gigantic foot, surrounded by a canvas, beneath a colossal foot, and enveloped in thick mist. One may ponder how the advancing team could proceed. Suddenly, the spectators on the arena witnessed a flash of blue lightning dashing towards the Thunder team at an astonishing speed. By the time the advancing team caught sight of Lu Heng, the lightning had already struck. The boundless thunder, 6 bolts of blue lightning, as thick as an arm, shattered the golden barrier and mercilessly struck the 6 individuals. They were utterly unable to withstand such damage, enduring the onslaught for a full 5 seconds, their bodies smoking and skin charred, before they collapsed backward. The ascending team achieved victory with absolute superiority. The audience erupted once more into deafening cheers. What a visual feast! This is the might of the first school. This is the ascending team of the first school. With formidable strength, seamless coordination, and flawless teamwork, all other teams were left in awe of this battle. Previously, one could only hear rumors of the first school's prowess. But hearing 10 times is not as enlightening as witnessing it once. Only by witnessing it firsthand can one truly perceive the disparity in strength. The second school's team was utterly powerless to retaliate. Could they even hope to achieve anything? Not only could they not, but they might even be swept away by the second school. As the school second only to the first, the second school still possesses some strength. Yet the first school is simply too formidable. In the viewing area, Ning Yi and his 4 companions chose to lay low, reflecting on their days of being mere spectators in the mortal realm. "Captain Ning, have you devised a strategy?" Su Hui gazed at the ceiling of the gymnasium, his tone tinged with helplessness. "Alas, none." Ning Yi shook his head. "If it were a one-on-one duel, I would not be troubled. But the issue lies in the team competition. It is no longer a matter of one person being full while the family goes hungry. Brother, I have a plan." Li Tian suddenly exclaimed, clapping his hands. "Oh, what scheme does the second brother propose? When the mist rises, shall we not disperse and act as individuals? Have you been paying close attention to the match? Did you not notice the surrounding scroll? That is undoubtedly a control-type ability. and encountering it would likely lead to elimination even sooner. In a small room on the third level of the audience section, Elder Jiang. How does he perform? The elder, known as Elder Jiang, shook his head, a hint of regret in his voice. This individual focuses solely on team performance, completely neglecting his own strength. A middle-aged man smiled. What Elder Jiang says is true. You old codger, are you playing with me? When I speak of individual capability, you refer to match performance. And when I mention match performance, you bring up individual capability. Huh. Elder Jiang continued, leisurely. Forget it, go find him tonight, and break the norm just this once. Yes. Understood. The middle-aged man's expression brightened at this. At this moment, the second match had already commenced. The third school's Disintegration World team faced off against the second school's Radiant Sun team. Ning Yi glanced towards the arena. Ah, are those not the Gu brothers? The Demolition team dares to disintegrate the world, quite an ambitious endeavor. The three Gu brothers, along with another individual, stood side by side in the forefront. All tall and robust, clearly indicating they were of the enhancement type. However, their realms were quite lacking, only at the level of Black Iron 8 stars. Since their last encounter, the realms of the Gu brothers had all ascended by one tier. The two individuals standing at the back appeared relatively frail, yet they possessed the strength of Bronze Tier 3. The Yaoyang team consisted of 4 males and 3 females, all equally formidable at Bronze Tier 3. The 6 members of Yaoyang were perplexed. How could a single team boast 4 enhancement-type abilities? No matter how resilient one might be, without offensive capabilities, it would be futile. Suddenly, the 4 enhancement-type members let out a thunderous roar, simultaneously activating their unique abilities. A drill, a shovel, and a spherical roller materialized in succession. While another individual expanded in size, his abdomen gaping open to reveal 7 or 8 rotating serrated blades, transforming him into a veritable shredder. Ning Yi was nearly beside himself with glee, nearly slipping off his chair in disbelief. Who would have thought that this seemingly inconspicuous third school could assemble a demolition crew? Fusion, bellowed a figure standing behind the quartet as he clapped his hands together. To their astonishment, the 4 began to merge in an uncanny manner. Metallization. Yet, the spectacle did not end there. Another individual continued to unleash his unique ability. A flash of white light erupted, followed by a thunderous crash as the war machine made its grand entrance. The war machine appeared with a stunning display, featuring a rapidly spinning drill at the front, flanked by swinging shovels, with the shredder positioned at the rear. 2 individuals stood atop, maneuvering the machine towards the Yaoyang team. The 6 members of Yaoyang exchanged knowing smiles. They were certain of victory in this match. Although the machine appeared formidable, it was riddled with weaknesses. In unison, the 6 dispersed, their sights set solely on the 2 individuals atop the machine. The machine swung its shovels, attempting to keep the 6 at bay. Yet even the most meticulous scheme has its flaws. Among them, the team captain possessed a psychic control ability. Seizing the moment, he pulled the individual with the metallization ability from the demolition machine, compelling him to deactivate his power and step down from the arena. The ensuing situation was gradually seized by the Yaoyang team, dismantling their opponent step by step, ultimately securing victory. In the next match, would the 7th school of Lanbei prove formidable against the fearless team of the 6th school? Ning Yi and the others were taken aback. Was it truly our turn? Without further ado, they charged forth. Chapter 49. Lin Yi, a thoughtful young boy upon hearing the match announcement. The 6 members of the fearless team from the 6th school of Lanbei leaped with excitement. Hooray! Thank you, Lady Luck, for your favor. We originally came here merely to make up the numbers, intending to take a quick spin and leave. Yet, we find ourselves matched against the weaker team of the 7th school of Lanbei. Rally your spirits. Let us vanquish them with the might of thunder. The 7th school of Lanbei is the weakest, and the 6th school is not far behind, akin to brothers in misfortune. Any team we face would likely lead to our elimination, yet who would have guessed our luck would shine, allowing us to confront the weakest team? We can hold our heads high, for we have triumphed over a team. When asked which team it was, they would simply respond, "Oh, it slipped our minds." But a victory is a victory. As the 2 teams ascended the arena, they began with the customary assessment of their opponents' realms. The fearless team boasted 1 Black Iron Tier 9, 3 Black Iron Tier 7, and 1 Black Iron Tier 6. They believed themselves superior to Ning Yi and his companions, who possessed 1 Black Iron Tier 8, 2 Black Iron Tier 7, 1 Black Iron Tier 6, and 1 Black Iron Tier 5. It was evident that they were outmatched. Captain Zhou Qi of the fearless team pointed at Su Hui and spoke earnestly. As the captain, you should possess self-awareness. Surrender early to spare yourself from unnecessary suffering. Her prowess was unparalleled. How could she not be the captain? Isn't it a bit awkward, Captain Ning? Su Hui teased as she glanced mischievously at Ning Yi. Wait here. I shall return shortly. In a fleeting moment, it seemed as though 5 Ning Yis had appeared simultaneously, only to vanish in less than a second. Was it merely an illusion? Ning Yi activated his instantaneous flash, appearing directly behind the captain of the fearless team, and launched a powerful kick. Zhou Qi, possessing exceptional combat instincts, instinctively leaped backward at the moment Ning Yi emerged, narrowly evading the attack and promptly unleashing his unique ability. Domain. While Li Tian's domain centered around himself, Zhou Qi's domain could be projected outward, akin to a targeted skill. As Zhou Qi employed his ability, the other 5 teammates simultaneously activated their powers, unleashing a barrage of skills toward Ning Yi, who stood at the center of the domain. Witnessing this scene, a smile crept onto Zhou Qi's lips. Victory was within grasp, achieved with such ease. How dare he charge in alone, disregarding his teammates and failing to feign an attack. What audacity! Just as Zhou Qi believed triumph was assured, an astonishing scene unfolded. The other members of the fearless team inexplicably soared into the air, their bodies arcing bizarrely toward the edges of the arena, resembling those propelled by a powerful kick. Upon landing, they soared once more, ultimately being ejected from the stage. The dramatic turn of events left Zhou Qi astounded. Had he lost? He could scarcely believe his eyes. Yet the anguished cries of his teammates outside the arena rang painfully clear. His gaze shifted back to Ning Yi, who remained unscathed, even sighing. Why was he sighing? With so many abilities unleashed, it was unfortunate there was no pain inflicted. Ning Yi glanced at Lu Heng in the spectator area, who met his gaze in return. This individual was far more than a mere black iron 6-star. He was undoubtedly a fascinating and formidable opponent. In the audience, all eyes were wide with curiosity, eager to discern what had transpired. How could those individuals have been inexplicably sent flying? Eliminating an entire team single-handedly appeared almost surreal. Undoubtedly, Lanbei 7th Middle School had become the focal point of the event, with Ning Yi firmly etched in the memories of many. Even the influential figures in the third-tier boxes of the audience were stirred. I want to see all information about him within a minute. The ability to create invisible clones was intriguing. Make contact with him in advance. Our school is interested. Old Jiang, this black iron 6 fellow is quite intriguing. Dual abilities. Perhaps? I shall inquire with Baishur regarding his potential acquisition. The middle-aged man was astonished. On what grounds did old Jiang assert he possessed dual abilities? He recalled the last individual with dual abilities who ascended to a position among the organization's top 10 fate-bearers. If old Jiang was not mistaken, this young man had limitless potential and a promising future, regardless of the path he chose. After meeting with Lu Heng, seek him out again tonight. The best outcome would be if both could agree. If you disagree, you know what to do. With that, Elder Jiang rose and departed, for there was no one left here whom he deemed worthy of his attention. The middle-aged man wore a troubled expression, while he had no qualms about eliminating Ning Yi. The thought of slaying Lu Heng, his own nephew, weighed heavily on his conscience. More compensation was necessary for this endeavor. Come on, why are you dawdling? Ning Yi remarked, leisurely strolling towards Su Hui and the others with his hands clasped behind his head. Su Hui and her companions were still in a daze. Brother, what about the tactics you mentioned? What about the formation? We haven't even formed a team yet, and you've single-handedly wiped out the opposing side, making us look rather foolish. I expended quite a bit of spiritual energy in this battle. I will rely on you all moving forward, Ning Yi reassured them, though his face belied any sign of fatigue. As the 6 returned to their seats, the already slumbering teacher who rubbed his eyes upon seeing them. You're back. Come on, cheer up. Teacher, we won. Qin Zhu timidly announced, feeling the surreal nature of her own words. We won. Teacher who scratched his head, still bewildered. Yet his expression was devoid of surprise. Ah, indeed, a victory by mere chance. A truly fortuitous win. He regarded the group, finding their composure amusing. They had triumphed yet remained so unflustered. Observing Ning Yi's contemplative demeanor, teacher who silently commended him, self-reflection post-battle is a commendable habit. Ning Yi, who can provide me with the pain index? Chapter 50, a wealth of talent in Class 4 in the next match. The fearless team from Class 6 faced off against the divine retribution team from Class 5. Class 6 displayed remarkable generosity, sending forth 2 teams. The combined name of these 2 teams was fearless and unyielding. Though our strength may be lacking, society demands we remain fearless and unyielding. As the 2 teams took the stage, their strengths were evenly matched, predominantly ranging from black iron 7 stars to black iron 9 stars. The exchanges during the battle were captivating, enthralling the audience. After 10 minutes of intense combat, only 1 member of Class 6 Fearless team remained, while 3 members of Class 5's Divine Retribution team emerged victorious. Following their treatment, everyone from Class 6 departed from Class 1. On their way back, a sense of gloom enveloped them. In previous competitions, they had secured second to last place, yet this time they found themselves at the very bottom. Alas, we have regressed. In the subsequent match, Class 5's Divine Light team was set to face Class 4's Sweet Candy team. The moment Ning Yi heard this name, he sensed excitement brewing within him. As the 2 teams took to the stage, the Divine Light team comprised 3 males and 3 females, while all 6 members of the Sweet Candy team were strikingly beautiful, with delicate features, flowing hair, off-the-shoulder crop tops, and short skirts complemented by an array of colorful stockings. They presented a stunning tableau. Each individual possessed a distinct charm, some exuding classical beauty, others a cold allure, while some radiated gentle grace. Together, they formed a breathtaking sight. Meanwhile, the Divine Light team contemplated their strategy. The 3 boys were particularly conflicted, reluctant to make the first move, while the 3 girls, with fierce determination in their eyes, seemed eager to leap forward and confront their opponents. The Candy is Sweet team appeared to have forgotten that they were there to compete. The 6 members turned to the audience, beaming with smiles, and exclaimed, "We are Candy. Sweet." They transformed the arena into a stage. Just as the Divine Light team was poised to make their move, an explosive DJ track filled the gymnasium, forcing them to pause once more. What transpired next would remain etched in the memories of the 3 young men from the Divine Light team for a lifetime. The 6 members of the Candy is Sweet team swayed to the rhythm, dancing joyfully. Their movements were graceful and synchronized, a true feast for the eyes. The entire gym erupted in excitement, cheers and whistles echoing throughout. Some audacious young men even rushed to present flowers, only to return with bloodied noses and sparkling eyes. The fervent and jubilant atmosphere spread through the venue, uplifting everyone's spirits. However, the students from the 4th school shut their eyes in distress, covering their ears. They dared not look. This was beyond shameful. Fear not, for it must be said that all 6 of them are, in fact, boys. It was utterly impossible to restrain them. Ning Yi, Li Tian, and Wan Chong shook their heads, swaying to the music, their own spirits buoyant. "Hey, haven't you guys ever seen a girl before?" Su Hui nudged Ning Yi, feeling quite envious, for here she was, a striking young lady. While they were captivated by a few flamboyant boys, "This cheerleading squad is rather impressive. I am quite pleased," Ning Yi remarked while observing the Candy is Sweet team, not bothering to glance back. Wan Chong shook his head, slightly disgruntled. "The lights are just too bright. If only they were dimmer, it would be more enjoyable." Su Hui shot Wan Chong a disapproving glance. "You certainly have experience. Did you all notice? They have Adam's apples." The moment Su Hui said this, it drew the attention of the 3 boys. "Look closely, they lack chests." Qin Zhu pointed at the 6 on stage, adding her observation. The 3 quickly focused on Candy is Sweet, and indeed, as Su Hui and Qin Zhu had noted, it was true. Ning Yi felt more uncomfortable than if he had swallowed a fly. Recalling the earlier embarrassment, he awkwardly traced patterns on the ground with his toe. "Bro, I'm going to confront them. Are you in?" "Little brother, I share your sentiment. Can I join? I want to take them down a peg." Su Hui and Qin Zhu stifled giggles. Had it not been for jealousy, anyone could have discerned that they were indeed 6 boys. As the dance concluded, the 6 stood together, bowing in gratitude. "Join us for our performance at the end of next month." After this, they lined up to exit the stage, clearly satisfied with their show. The response was positive. They would strive for even greater success in the future. The Divine Light team from the 5th school inexplicably emerged victorious. The 3 boys were in a state of shock, their eyes wide and unblinking, overwhelmed by the spectacle before them. They had feasted their eyes to the point of excess, causing them to nearly faint from the intensity. When asked why they had not realized that the performers were boys, one could only surmise that their gaze had been captivated by those long legs and the subtly enticing scenery. It is said that the three of them sought out the sweet candy team to inquire about their communication style, and they succeeded, engaging in lengthy conversations that kept them awake through the night. In the upcoming match, the Yitai team from the 4th school would face off against the Xingyao team from the 5th school. Both teams appeared quite composed, meticulously observing their opponents and establishing their formations. The Yitai team consisted of 5 members, yet their skill levels surpassed those of the Xingyao team significantly. The Yitai team boasted 4 members at the Black Iron level 7 and 1 at Black Iron level 8, while the Xingyao team comprised only 1 at Black Iron level 7 and 5 at Black Iron level 6. Nevertheless, the Xingyao team held a firm belief in their ability to secure victory. What puzzled them, however, was the uniformity of the Yitai team's attire, as they all donned identical blue overalls. Was this their team uniform? The sight alone exuded a formidable aura. Furthermore, their hairstyles were identical, all styled in a middle part, which added to their striking appearance. The members of the Xingyao team exchanged glances, acutely aware that this would be a challenging match. We shall never give up, let's go. The captain of the Yitai team, Kai Ji, was a beastly transformation type, resembling a proud and gallant red-crowned rooster. As the match commenced, Kai Ji activated his unique ability, transforming into a rooster. Though he advanced with a wide stance, his speed was remarkably swift, charging directly at the opponents. His attack methods relied on pecking and lunging. Endearingly nicknamed Rooster Brother by his teammates, Rooster Brother was truly magnificent. Perched upon his back were 3 teammates, who began to sing, dance, and rap as he charged forward. They poured their sweat into their performance, singing passionately, dancing vigorously, and rapping enthusiastically. All were support-type abilities. Their combat prowess was modest, but they could significantly enhance their teammates' attack, defense, and speed through their melodies and movements. Thus, singing, dancing, and rapping were indispensable, and Rooster Brother appreciated their talents. Upon first sighting the opposing team, he recognized them through their gaze. They were precisely what he had been looking for. Moreover, Rooster Brother was not alone in his efforts. A fiery basketball spun around him, consistently shielding him from incoming attacks or serving as a feint to assist him, proving to be quite formidable. This basketball was the skill of another individual, who had mentioned that he felt no connection when pairing with others, but felt an affinity only with Rooster Brother. Under the relentless assault and synergy, the Xingyao team initially managed to hold their ground, but as the match progressed, they grew increasingly alarmed and fatigued, ultimately succumbing to Rooster Brother's overwhelming offensive. The Yitai team declared their victory with triumphant crowing. Ning Yi couldn't help but marvel at the abundance of talent in the 4th school. Chapter 51. Teammates perform me with only 2 matches remaining. The top 8 teams were on the verge of being determined. As the tournament reached this stage, the enthusiasm of the spectators soared. This year's martial arts competition had been nothing short of spectacular, featuring the flawless teamwork of the 1st school, the song and dance of the 4th school, and the unexpected dark horse from the 7th school. In the next match, the Dying Star team from the 3rd school would face the Feeling Good team from the 4th school. True to their name, the 6 members of the Feeling Good team approached the arena, each beaming with smiles, giggling, and bouncing with delight. In stark contrast, their opponents, the Dying Star team, appeared considerably more somber. Ning Yi fixed his gaze upon them. Isn't this Star Extinction team merely comprised of those who had a disagreement with themselves in the morning? Suddenly, the thought crossed my mind to send out a few clones to stealthily impede them, but upon further reflection, I decided against it. It is better to confront conflicts openly. I hope they emerge victorious and meet us in the quarterfinals. At this moment, the battle on the arena had already commenced. May joy accompany you always. Allow me to join you in your playful endeavors. Always wear a smile upon your face. I suggest you glide gracefully. Abracadabra, magical energy of happiness. Life is as sweet as a lollipop. The 6 members of the Joyful Mood team each possess unique mental abilities, chanting peculiar phrases as a pink haze envelopes the arena, gradually eroding the will of the 6 members of the Star Extinction team. Hualiang struggled to maintain his clarity as he observed his 4 teammates behind him, drooling and grinning foolishly. Another teammate was dancing exuberantly, laughing incessantly in a rather eerie manner. As the captain, his strength was at the bronze 3-star level, while his other teammates were merely at the black iron 8 or 9-star levels. In contrast, the 6 opponents boasted strengths ranging from bronze 1 to bronze 2. Overall, their prowess surpassed that of the Star Extinction team, aiming to defeat their adversaries without a fight. These pathetic weaklings. Hualiang cursed under his breath, biting his tongue to awaken his senses with a surge of pain. Earth reversal. Hualiang's unique ability pertains to the earth. Typically, the term earth evokes a sense of weightiness and resilience, with related abilities primarily utilized for defense. Yet Hualiang, ever the maverick, employed the earth for offense. The best defense is a strong attack. With a decisive utterance, Hualiang summoned the earth to rise, forming two towering earthen walls on either side of the joyful mood team, which swiftly converged upon them, intent on crushing them. He was the first contestant to disrupt the arena in this match. Originally, this maneuver was meant to be executed in conjunction with his teammates to seal off the terrain and eliminate the opposition. However, with his teammates failing to contribute, he had no choice but to act alone. Hualiang exhaled heavily. Although this attack drained considerable energy, he believed victory was assured. These mental weaklings could not possibly withstand such a move. Yet, to his utter astonishment, the two converging earthen walls began to waver as they approached, akin to seaweed swaying in the currents, dancing amidst the waves. Finally, with a resounding crash, they crumbled into disarray. Hualiang gritted his teeth, seething with rage as he beheld the 6 individuals before him, their faces alight with joyous smiles. Damn it! Not only are they weaklings, but they are also perverse, capable of controlling even emotionless entities. A glance at his own teammates revealed them joyfully dancing hand in hand, utterly carefree. His own mental state was on the verge of exploding. These foolish comrades. Once we return, I must change my online name to One Man Leads 5 Pigs to Slay 6 Dogs. With a loud roar, Hualiang expended his remaining energy, determined to fight them to the bitter end. As he did, a portion of the arena beneath him disintegrated into scattered fragments, gradually adhering to his arms and fists. His arms and fists grew robust and formidable, exuding a sense of tremendous power. Hualiang strode forward with heavy steps, charging towards the team of happy hearts. I refuse to believe that your spiritual prowess can withstand my physical might. However, the objective of the Happy Hearts team was not Hualiang himself, but rather the 5 individuals who flanked him. Their strategy was crystal clear: avoid his strength and target his vulnerabilities, while evading Hualiang's assaults. They were relentless in their efforts to control his teammates. 2 minutes later, Hualiang had already felled 2 opponents with his fists, victory seemingly within reach. If he could just hold on a moment longer, their grip would weaken, and his teammates would regain their wits, turning the tide of battle. Yet, at that moment, the referee suddenly declared the demise of the Star Destroyer team. Hualiang froze, his fist suspended, dumbfounded. Surely, you must be mistaken. We were on the verge of victory. What nonsense is this? The captain of the Happy Hearts team wiped the trickle of blood from his mouth and gestured for Hualiang to look behind him. Upon turning, Hualiang was horrified to see his own teammates had inexplicably leapt off the stage, engaging with the audience in a chaotic display. They looked utterly deranged, provoking disdain. A surge of blood erupted from Hualiang's mouth as the last flicker of hope extinguished within him. I refuse to accept this. My teammates have betrayed me, and I must report this. Ning Yi and the onlookers suddenly found a twinge of sympathy for Hualiang, whose well-coordinated team battle had devolved into a solitary struggle, manipulated at the hands of the opposition. Alas, they failed to reach the top 8. Yet, in the realm of misfortune, there often lies a kernel of culpability, such as the nature of retribution. In the final match, the team from the 3rd Middle School of Glory faced off against the 4th Middle School of Hope. The 4th Middle School had dispatched 4 teams, with only the last, Hope, being the official school team, while the first 3 were voluntary student entries. As the 3rd Middle School team took the stage, Ning Yi noticed Ning among them. Her prowess had surprisingly ascended to Black Iron 9 stars, showcasing her considerable talent. However, the man preceding her possessed strength equivalent to Bronze 5 stars. Dressed in black and bearing a Tang saber, he cut a striking figure. The remaining 4 members were all Black Iron 7 stars. Such a stark disparity within a single team is undesirable. When there exists a significant gap in strength, achieving synergy becomes challenging. Members of lower ranks struggle to keep pace with their more advanced counterparts. In contrast, the Zhuxian team, led by Lu Hong, a Bronze 9 star, had teammates at Bronze 5 and 6 stars, allowing them to maintain a semblance of cohesion and execute a flawless team battle. The adversaries of Lin Ying's team, the Hope team, were led by a captain of Bronze 1 star, while the other 5 were all Black Iron 9 stars. As the battle commenced, a flash of cold light illuminated the arena, as the captain of the Glory team, Chao Sun unsheathed his Tang saber from his back. The once keen blade crackled with electric energy, enveloped in arcs of blue lightning that not only amplified its power, but also provided a protective layer. The same unique ability can manifest in myriad applications. Thunderblade, Thousand Peaks. Amidst the thunderous clamor, Chao Sun charged forward with his blade raised, shouting, "Lin Ying, make your move." Lin Ying's voice rang out, targeting the strongest opponent, the opposing captain. Although his strength surpassed her own, she couldn't confine him for long. However, a mere 5 seconds would suffice. Yet, Lin Ying distinctly sensed that her confinement had only lasted a second. This was troubling, as her opponent possessed an ability capable of dispelling her control. Upon closer inspection, she noticed a girl standing at the back, smiling directly at her. "Captain, there is someone who can counter my abilities. I cannot maintain the confinement. It's the girl at the back." Chao Sun brandished his blade, swiftly maneuvering around the 3 individuals in front of him, charging towards the rear. Chapter 52. Turning the tide. Chao Sun raised his thunderblade, aiming to strike the girl who had disrupted Lin Ying's control. Just as the blade was about to make contact, another figure unexpectedly jumped into view. Chao Sun did not halt his strike. Anyone who suffered a wound from his blade would experience the electric current coursing through their veins, resulting in paralysis at best, or severe internal damage at worst. The presence of an additional opponent merely delayed the inevitable by a few seconds. His blade struck true, inflicting a wound. But to his astonishment, the lightning that clung to the blade inflicted no harm whatsoever. "My ability is rubber, specifically designed to counter you." It was Su Gao, a member of the Hope Team's Black Iron 9 stars. It was only due to Chao Sun's superior prowess that he could inflict injury upon Su Gao's rubber form. Otherwise, the elasticity of rubber would have rendered him impervious to harm. Chao Sun sheathed his blade and leapt backward, his initial instinct to return to his teammates. As he caught a glimpse of the other 5 members of the Hope Team disregarding him entirely, charging straight towards Lin Ying and her companions. However, Su Gao relentlessly pursued him, showing no intention of relinquishing his hold, even at the cost of injury, determined to keep Chao Sun occupied. On Lin Ying's side, the 5 members of the Hope Team had already encircled them completely, including their captain, who was at the bronze 1-star level. The situation appeared dire. Outside the arena, all spectators felt that the Glory Battle team was exceedingly unfortunate, completely countered by their opponent's abilities, and their tactical coordination paled in comparison, leaving them with little hope of victory. They would not yield easily. Ning Yi wore a grave expression, closely monitoring the developments in the arena, but showed no signs of concern about the current state of the match. "Why?" Su Hui inquired, puzzled. "The strategy of the Hope Team is sound. Inferior horses contend with superior ones. Superior horses challenge those of medium standing, and medium horses face off against inferior ones. The Black Iron 9 stars are holding back the Bronze 5 stars, creating opportunities for their teammates to dominate the opponents." It must be said, they were indeed clever. Ning Yi smiled faintly, continuing to observe the match, saying, "Yet they have overlooked a crucial point. Why is it that the other members of the Glory Battle team remain calm and unhurried, rather than panicking? Their anxiety is futile." Wan Chong expressed his thoughts. Li Tian echoed in agreement. "No, among them is one whose ability can create a reversal at the right moment, turning the tide of the battle," Ning Yi asserted confidently, for he understood Lin Ying well. The anxious and fearful Lin Ying was certainly not the one displaying her current demeanor. In the arena, Lin Ying's confinement was as good as non-existent, while Chao Sun was firmly held in place, and the 5 opponents were too preoccupied to assist him, as the onslaught from their adversaries intensified. With abilities unleashed one after another, they were relentlessly pressured by successive attacks, inching closer to the precipice of the arena, where a fall would signify defeat. Yet, they remained remarkably composed, deftly countering the assaults while keenly observing the situation around their captain. At that moment, Lin Ying suddenly discerned a lapse in the captain of the Hope Team's vigilance. Positioned at the periphery of his 3 teammates to thwart any attempts by Lin Ying's side to break through the encirclement, he turned back to glance at Su Gao, concerned for his injuries. However, this very turn provided Lin Ying and her team with an opportunity. Sun Ming now? Swap. Sun Ming, a member of the Glory Battle team, possessed the ability of swapping, contingent upon an adversary facing away from him. A turn of the head sufficed. At that juncture, Su Gao was battered and bloodied, barely able to stand, yet he displayed no sign of fear or retreat, He was determined to endure just a little longer for the sake of his team's victory. As Chao Sun continued to swing his blade adorned with crackling blue electricity towards him, Su Gao laughed heartily. Don't waste your energy. I fear no amount of electricity. He braced himself for Chao Sun's strike. Suddenly, in an instant, Chao Sun vanished, replaced by their team captain. Meanwhile, the four members of the Hope team felt a searing pain coursing through their bodies, swiftly followed by paralysis, rendered immobile by the electric shock. As the four lost their combat capabilities, Su Gao also collapsed, urgently transported to the infirmary. The Glory Battle team turned the tide and emerged victorious, igniting a fervent applause throughout the arena. If the first team exhibited a flawless collective effort, theirs was a thrilling display of teamwork that captivated the audience. Well done. Chao Sun sheathed his Dao, a rare smile gracing his otherwise meticulous demeanor. Everyone contributed significantly. Each of you played a crucial role. Sun Ming's ability, Swap, was pivotal in reversing the situation. Tang Zifu, with his psychic ability of mind communication, facilitated timely connections among the team, enabling Chao Sun to prepare in advance. Shan Zhao Luan, with his physical enhancement abilities, and Gai Kong, transforming into a ferocious bear, provided the necessary resistance to endure such prolonged combat. Lin Ying seized the opportunity. Strategizing effectively, had her ability not been countered, its impact would have been even greater. Upon returning to her designated area, she noticed Ning Yi giving her a thumbs up, the gesture seemingly conveying, "You are the best." A sweet smile illuminated Lin Ying's face, a moment that brought her more joy than winning the match itself. Ning Yi acknowledged her. She felt immense gratitude towards him, had it not been for their shared experience during the unexpected zoo incident, which had endowed her with a modicum of combat experience. She might not have maintained her composure in this competition. However, this match also imparted a vital lesson. Her constraints were not infallible. For every individual she managed to overcome today, 2 more would arise tomorrow. The only path forward lay in her own empowerment, both in terms of strength and mental fortitude. If she recklessly wielded her abilities too soon, she would only hasten her descent into despair. At this moment, Yang Yichun took to the stage with a microphone, his voice brimming with fervor as he declared, "Dear students, the top 8 teams have been revealed. Let us extend our warmest applause to the victors, and of course, this applause also serves as encouragement for the teams that did not succeed. Today's competition concludes here, but tomorrow promises an even more thrilling battle among the top 8. Be sure to arrive on time." Upon finishing his speech, the crowd began to disperse. Ning Yi and his companions followed Teacher Hu out of the gymnasium, encountering the Jixian team from No. 1 high school along the way. Ning Yi and Lu Heng exchanged a brief glance, their eyes conveying a fierce fighting spirit despite the fleeting moment. Ning Yi yearned to gain insights from Lu Heng's prowess, while Lu Heng aspired to evolve further through their impending clash. As they boarded the van, they noticed the bald principal had returned, waiting for them in the driver's seat. "Congratulations on winning the match," he exclaimed excitedly. "After more than a decade since the school was established, we have always ranked last, but this year we have finally broken that curse. Ning Yi truly surprised me. My judgment was correct. I'm overwhelmed with emotion, almost brought to tears. Let me share some good news." Teacher Hu interjected as he took his seat in the passenger side. He cleared his throat and gestured outside. "Did you see that small room on the 3rd tier of the audience stands?" The group nodded in unison. "The principal of the exceptional university is seated there. If we perform well, we could be directly admitted, receiving not only ample cultivation resources, but also with no tuition fees." "No tuition fees." The phrase echoed in Ning Yi's mind persistently. "In the upcoming matches, my primordial power is poised to erupt." As rain began to fall outside, cooling the air significantly, the principal generously ensured that all students were returned home. Ning Yi was the last to be dropped off, as his residence was the farthest. However, through this opportunity, he had also discerned the location of Su Hui's home, a villa district. As for the specific building, that remained a mystery. Upon returning home, the sky had darkened, and the rain poured heavily, accompanied by the occasional rumble of thunder. Remarkably, Aunt Lin was at home. Wasn't this the time when her luck at cards was at its peak? "Xiaoyi, you're back. Did you sustain any injuries in the competition?" After gulping down a large sip of water, Ning Yi replied, "Not only did I avoid injury, but I also emerged victorious." He paused and continued, "Lin Ying won too. So rest assured, she isn't scathed. That's all that matters," Aunt Lin said, rising to return Ning Yi's empty cup to its place. Then I shall go play mahjong. There's food in the kitchen. Don't go spending money unnecessarily. With a cheerful demeanor, Aunt Lin exited, confident that she would have a fruitful game today. As for her mahjong games, there were many venues, but due to the rain, she decided to head to Wang Ma's house on the 3rd floor, where a lively crowd would easily form a table. Ning Yi hastily finished his meal and returned to his bedroom, collapsing onto his bed while engaging with his phone. Today had yielded no pain points, a significant loss. The system had remained dormant for an entire day. Meanwhile, a dispute was unfolding in Lu Heng's room. I told you I want to go to that place you mentioned, Lu Heng said, his brow furrowed, his tone laden with impatience. Oh, come on, uncle, I'm doing this for your own good. The speaker was the middle-aged man encountered earlier in a small room on the 3rd floor of the sports hall. At this moment, his expression bore a hint of urgency. What could he do if his nephew refused to listen? He was waiting online, feeling quite anxious. Seeing his uncle continue to prattle on, Lu Heng felt a surge of irritation. Do you still think I'm a 3-year-old? Am I unaware of the schemes your organization engages in? One day, I shall eradicate you all. The middle-aged man, exasperated, pointed at Lu Heng, his expression one of deep grievance. What? Do you intend to betray your own kin? Don't forget how you attained your bronze 9 stars. And let us not overlook the fact that I nurtured you from infancy. Though these words sounded odd, Lu Heng had no desire to see him. He pushed back vehemently. Regardless of the good you've done for me in the past, present, or future, I will always remember it, but you must never cross my bottom line. With a sigh, the middle-aged man lingered at the doorway, turning to gaze at Lu Heng for a long moment, heartbroken. Think it over tonight, and tell me your final answer by tomorrow night. If you refuse again, don't blame your uncle for taking drastic measures. Upon exiting the room, the middle-aged man pulled a card from his pocket, scrutinizing the information upon it before proceeding to his next destination. Alone in his room, Lu Heng lay on his bed, staring blankly at the ceiling. He had heard of that organization. They colluded with demons, wreaking havoc upon society, treating human lives as mere trifles, acting with impunity. He found it incomprehensible why his uncle would join such a group. Perhaps it was because joining that organization promised everything he desired, including immortality. With this thought, Lu Heng clenched his fists and struck the bed with force. Immortality? What a ludicrous pretext. He would be the one to obliterate their so-called immortality. Ning Yi was currently engaged in a conversation with Su Hui on his phone. Have you figured out how to strike tomorrow? Normally, I can handle it alone. Are you kidding? We want to showcase ourselves too. Do you think we're just spectators in the arena? Rest assured, I can't manage the following team alone. I need your assistance. Now that sounds more reasonable. By the way, if you happen to meet your landlord's daughter tomorrow, you wouldn't just concede, would you? The probability of that happening is quite low. But what if you do run into her? If that happens, I will undoubtedly give it my all. But I doubt I'll even encounter her. On the other end of the phone, Su Hui was chuckling to herself, reveling in her perceived advantage. Suddenly, Ning Yi's phone vibrated with a new message. Oh no, my cabinet is moving. I have to go. Su Hui looked at this bewildering message, puzzled. What was this guy rambling about now? Ning Yi had just sent a message about encountering a ghost and giving it his all. Afterwards, Ning Yi instinctively glanced out the window and was startled to see a shadowy figure cloaked in black. A flash of lightning illuminated the scene momentarily, revealing a dark form with a ghastly pale visage, drenched in the rain, evoking a sense of terror. After sending his final message to Su Hui, Ning Yi rose and approached the window. If his memory served him correctly, he was on the 6th floor. Was it truly possible that he would confront Lin Ying and the others tomorrow? Had he indeed encountered a ghost tonight? A thrill of excitement coursed through him at the prospect of witnessing something extraordinary. He had never laid eyes on a ghost in his entire life. He wondered if they could comprehend human speech. If a ghost were to attack him, would it be able to inflict pain? All would soon be revealed. With a sudden push, Ning Yi flung open the window, only to find that the black-clad figure had vanished, leaving behind only the persistent patter of rain and the occasional crackle of thunder. How peculiar, he mused. Had the ghost fled? Moments later, he noticed a hand gripping the edge of the windowsill, followed by the emergence of a grotesque face. As lightning flashed, the light cast upon the filthy visage adorned with vegetable leaves, which glared at Ning Yi with an expression of malice. Goodness, such ugliness. This must surely be a ghost. Ning Yi again pushed open the window, but the hand and head quickly disappeared. Puzzled, he scratched his head in confusion. What did this mean? Was it trying to frighten him, yet hesitating? Resolutely, he opened the window wider and returned to his bed, patiently awaiting the return of his ghostly visitor. Indeed, it was not long before the familiar hand reappeared, clawing at the edge of the window, followed by the hideous head once more. The entire figure, draped in tattered black clothing, sluggishly crawled into the room. As it entered, a foul odor permeated the air, pungent and overwhelming. The ghost gradually stood upright, swaying its head, letting out a low growl before asking a question that left Ning Yi utterly baffled. Why does your window open outward? The middle-aged man was nearly driven to madness. After laboriously scaling the 6th floor, he had intended to make an entrance shrouded in mystery. Under the full moon and rain, a figure in black standing outside the window seemed increasingly enigmatic. Yet, when the window was opened, the ghost had been unintentionally pushed down. Below lay 3 trash bins. In his first fall, he had not adjusted his orientation, landing headfirst and emerging with a vegetable leaf stuck to his head, not to mention a fishbone lodged in his throat. The second time, however, his rear end had met the trash bin first. The issue was not merely the direction of his descent. He had fallen twice. He harbored serious doubts that this mishap was accidental. Ning Yi stood on his bed, an air of righteousness about him, unable to fathom the ghost's realm. Perhaps ghosts possessed no realm at all. Why should he fear a ghost devoid of boundaries? He chuckled, inviting the specter to unleash its tricks. Whether its eyes fell out or its mouth split open, he was eager to witness it all. What tricks could it possibly have? They hadn't even begun their conversation yet. Only after conversing would he determine if he needed to employ any tactics. The middle-aged man was taken aback and quickly inquired, "Is there a segment for chatting?" Having watched countless horror films, he had never encountered a ghost that engaged in such a considerate prelude to fright. Why did this ghost have so many concerns? Very well, let us converse. We invite you to join our organization, and you can succeed in joining without completing any tasks. What? There are organizations among the spirits? Chapter 54. Rainwater conceals tears, yet I still live. Can I join? If one must be dead to join. The price is too steep. Do not blame me for my refusal. We do not desire the dead. You seek the living? Ning Yi was quite astonished. Why would a spirit's organization require the living? Surely, they do not intend to use them for sacrifice. It is best to inquire further. What is the purpose of my joining your organization? There are tremendous benefits. You will be revered by countless individuals and have access to endless resources for cultivation. Power and glory lie within your grasp. Chao Zheng spoke with pride. This is the strength of our organization. Ning Yi rested his chin on his hand, lost in brief contemplation. From the sound of it, these spirits seem intent on rebellion, set on world destruction. Perhaps he should join them, becoming a spy among spirits, playing the role of a ghostly infiltrator. When the time comes to destroy them, he could be considered a contributor. Who knows? He might even receive titles and rewards. Very well, I will join. A smile crept across Chao Zheng's lips. He could see the ambition gleaming in Ning Yi's eyes. The organization thrives on ambition. Alas, why could his own nephew not grasp this? When can I officially join? This very night. First, we will head to the base, complete a few formalities. And when you have time later, you can gradually learn more. Okay, let us proceed. With that, Ning Yi opened the bedroom door to step outside, but was abruptly pulled back by Chao Zheng. Maintain an air of mystery, understand? Exit through the window. Ning Yi suddenly comprehended. This is what one calls professionalism. Who would enter through the front door? Chao Zheng instructed Ning Yi to go ahead while he followed, actually concerned that Ning Yi might have a sudden change of heart. Ning Yi nonchalantly nodded, and in an instant, he flashed down to the ground floor. Chao Zheng cursed inwardly. He moved like a ghost. Outside, the rain continued to fall, and upon reaching the ground floor, Ning Yi furrowed his brows, gazing perplexedly up at the building. Had he just seen 2 shadows in the bedroom? Hadn't the elders stated that spirits had no shadows? Surely, he must have been mistaken. Chao Zheng leapt from the 6th floor. It was merely a 6-story drop, quite effortless. Oh dear, I forgot there was a trash bin below. Ning Yi's eyes widened as he witnessed Chao Zheng land squarely in the trash bin. A perfect landing. Emerging from the bin, Chao Zheng glared intensely at Ning Yi, who had entered the trash bin thrice. The green bin, the open lid, and the heavy silence spoke volumes. Chao Zheng's face turned green with rage. This was nothing short of mockery. How dare you? Chao Zheng placed his right hand on the bin, activating his extraordinary ability, causing the entire trash bin to gradually disintegrate into fine powder. Under the drenching rain, it vanished without a trace. Trash bin, what have I done wrong? At this moment, Ning Yi was greatly astonished. He was an extraordinary being, not a spirit. Moreover, he was not just any spirit. He was an extraordinary being of such high caliber that Ning Yi could not perceive his realm. The organization he spoke of was likely a band of robbers. This little kitten had unwittingly leaped into the fire pit. In the first moment, he contemplated a swift escape. Suddenly, he was struck by a ceiling attack, the pain exceeding his threshold of tolerance, rendering him unable to devour. Instantly, Ning Yi felt his spiritual power being confined, leaving him unable to utilize any skills. Apart from his physical strength, he now resembled an ordinary person. Xiaozheng approached him, brushing off the debris from his clothing. Do not be afraid. The confinement of your extraordinary abilities is not a matter of suspicion. It is merely protocol. Everyone heading to the base must have their spiritual powers sealed. Ning Yi forced a smile in response, internally pleading, legs, please do not turn to jelly, I beg of you. The rain lashed against his face, concealing the traces of his tears. By the way, you did not witness anything earlier. Xiaozheng suddenly remarked. What incident? An astute child, Xiaozheng replied, feeling gratified. With this young man joining the organization, it would undoubtedly grow stronger. Chapter 55. Is this the conclusion? Let us proceed swiftly. The sooner we depart, the sooner we return. Do not delay your competition tomorrow. Yes. Due to the rain falling that evening, the streets were deserted, creating a desolate atmosphere. The two walked along the path, their shadows elongated by the streetlights. Ning Yi suddenly inquired, actually, I possess a certain understanding of your organization. Oh, Xiaozheng felt a flicker of curiosity. How much could a high school student truly know about them? Ning Yi continued, is it forbidden to utter the name of the organization? Xiaozheng nodded. Moreover, there is a bounty task. Indeed, such a thing exists. Part of it is issued by the organization itself, while the other portion is released by others through the organization. It is primarily designed for lower-tier members, enabling them to complete tasks and earn points, thus stimulating their motivation. As for someone of my rank, I find it quite beneath me, particularly the bounty tasks below grade B. However, if a bounty were to present itself, I would not mind indulging myself. In truth, I am quite pained. There is an A-grade bounty task I accepted, and even after a month, it remains unfinished. At this moment, hope rekindled within Ning Yi. Perhaps he could indeed infiltrate the organization, rising from the lower ranks to the upper echelons, at which point he could simply erase his own bounty task. Xiaozheng wiped the rain from his face and continued, speaking of bounty tasks, I recall an amusing incident. There was a fool who thought that joining the organization would exempt him from the bounty. Unbeknownst to him, the lower-tier members had all the bounty tasks memorized, to an extent that they could not be more familiar. Consequently, the next day, he was reduced to minced meat. Huh? Wouldn't you agree that this person is quite the fool? Ning Yi's mouth twitched. Just give me your ID number. The flicker of hope that had ignited within him was extinguished once more. It seemed he was doomed beyond doubt. With his extraordinary abilities rendered useless, he had no chance to call for help, and on the streets, there were not even ordinary people to encounter, let alone extraordinary beings. It was a pure deadlock. Were the bounty tasks arduous? Could newcomers like him even undertake them? He thought of Xiaozheng claiming to be of higher rank, hoping to extract the reason for his own bounty from him. If I must perish, let me do so with my eyes closed. Certainly, your current capabilities are still suited for E-level bounty tasks, which is the more prudent choice. What sort of individuals might take on such bounty missions? There are many. It's hard to say. Would the organization issue a bounty on a high school student? Or perhaps a very impoverished one? Xiaozheng cast a puzzled glance at Ning Yi, bewildered by the peculiar nature of the question. Surely not. What purpose would the organization have in pursuing a high school student? What could they gain from his lack of cultivation or strength? Have you ever witnessed a cannon being used to swat a mosquito? Ning Yi rolled his eyes, expressing his own curiosity. Xiaozheng added, however, it is possible that others might release bounty tasks through the organization. If such a high school student truly exists, his fate would be quite dire. I imagine the grass on his grave would be 2 meters tall by now. Ning Yi smiled faintly. Indeed, if luck were not on his side. Ning Yi's footsteps felt heavy, akin to marching towards the gallows, yet he had to maintain a facade of composure, occasionally forcing a laugh. Internally, he was filled with regret. If only he had been more cautious, if only he had understood his intentions from the outset. Yet, in this world, there are no ifs and no elixirs for regret. System, dear host, Your time is running out. Will you not assist? Beep. The only help the system can offer is a 3-second moment of silence. At such a time, could you refrain from your banter? Beep. The person beside you possesses golden tier strength. What can I do? Golden. The disparity in power is insurmountable. One must ponder how an ordinary person, toughened and resilient, could contend with a transcendent being of golden caliber? It's a deadlock. Beep. A situation so dire it could not be more fatal. I refuse to accept this. Chapter 56. The hope of the entire village. The rain continued to pour, drumming against the leaves and creating a soothing rustle, while rivulets of water gently flowed past Ning Yi's feet. I forgot to bring an umbrella. Chao Zheng grumbled, soaked through, his hairstyle in disarray. If you could help me unlock my spiritual energy, I could dry off my clothes, Ning Yi said, impatiently twisting the corner of his garment. The two had been walking for nearly an hour, during which Ning Yi attempted every possible means to persuade Chao Zheng to release his spiritual energy. This bit of rain posed little trouble for us transcendent beings. We wouldn't catch a cold or require dry clothes. Yet, Chao Zheng consistently deflected his requests. Ning Yi's unusual behavior naturally aroused Chao Zheng's suspicions. This fellow was increasingly off-kilter, but fortunately, they were nearing their destination. Even if he regretted it now, it would be of no consequence. Ning Yi sighed, lamenting the wretchedness of his fate. Stop! Suddenly, a clear and piercing voice rang out. Despite the heavy downpour, Ning Yi heard it distinctly. His heart skipped a beat. Could it be that someone had come to rescue him? He lifted his gaze towards the source of the voice. Under the round moonlight and the rain, a striking figure stood atop a street lamp. Dressed in a sleek black outfit, masked save for her captivating eyes, she wielded a sword. Her long hair and the hem of her attire dancing in the wind. She appeared remarkably gallant and strikingly handsome. For the first time, Ning Yi felt the significance of an entrance. She was so impressive that he found himself almost becoming her little admirer. This is indeed the legendary heroine. Chao Zheng also spotted the woman by the street lamp. He expressed envy, gazing at her with a mixture of admiration and jealousy. Was this not precisely the effect he desired? Infuriatingly, he felt outmaneuvered by her. Release him, or face immediate consequences. A chilling voice resonated, and one could perceive her aloofness and haughtiness from her gaze. Ning Yi felt a surge of joy, nearly moved to tears. The heroine had truly come to his rescue. He suddenly empathized with those on the brink of execution, saved by a mere utterance of mercy. Life's fluctuations were rapid and exhilarating. He pondered whether the heroine could prevail against Chao Zheng. He silently cheered. Go, heroine. Huh. Who is this little girl? I advise you not to meddle in affairs that do not concern you. Chao Zheng's expression turned cold as he seized Ning Yi by the chest. He volunteered. If you wish to kill me, do so together. Her imperious gaze remained unchanged. The long sword in her hand sliced through the air with remarkable speed. Just as it neared Ning Yi, it abruptly altered direction, aiming at Chao Zheng's side. In a moment of desperation, Chao Zheng released Ning Yi and leaped backward to evade the attack. Yet, the sword executed a swift maneuver, lunging towards him once more. This time, Chao Zheng chose not to evade. He understood that dodging against a foe wielding a flying sword was futile and would only deplete his stamina. With a deft twist of his body, he seized the flying sword in a flash of agility. Molecular disintegration. His extraordinary ability activated, causing the sword to disintegrate into dust, scattering across the ground. Chao Zheng smirked disdainfully. It seemed his opponent was a 5-star extraordinary being. Although he himself was a 4-star, his ability countered her flying sword. Now that she had lost her controllable weapon, how would she respond? Hiding behind a roadside tree, Ning Yi watched the woman with concern, his heart racing. Come on, heroine. You are the hope of the entire village. Suddenly, 3 piercing sounds cut through the air, and 3 flying swords soared from behind her, once again targeting Chao Zheng. What? She has more? And 3 at that? Chao Zheng's heart raced in alarm as he hastily activated his ability to destroy them again. But the 3 flying swords moved with such swiftness that he had no opportunity to seize them. Nevertheless, Chao Zheng's agility was remarkable. The fierce onslaught of the 3 swords failed to inflict serious harm. With a scornful snort, 3 more flying swords emerged behind her, aimed directly at Chao Zheng. 6 flying swords danced like butterflies amidst the flowers, fluttering through the rain. They struck, thrust, and swept with increasing speed and power. Ning Yi watched in awe, overwhelmed by the spectacle, continuously cheering, "Well done! Qiao Zheng found himself unable to withstand the assault of the 6 flying swords, gradually becoming overwhelmed, his body riddled with wounds. Blood streaming down, staining the ground crimson in the pouring rain. Dust to dust, earth to earth, annihilate. Enraged, Qiao Zheng let out a thunderous roar. A powerful wave of spiritual energy erupting from him. A transparent circular barrier rapidly expanded around him, centered on his form. Within the barrier, 6 flying swords simultaneously shattered into powder, transforming not only the raindrops and trees, but also the road beneath and the very earth into a fine dust. Ning Yi, observing the ever-expanding circular barrier, took to his heels, grateful for his unchanged physical strength. Otherwise, he would have certainly been caught in the maelstrom. Should he be swept away, he would likewise be reduced to mere powder, leaving no ashes to scatter. The woman, who had been standing by the telephone pole, swiftly retreated, creating distance to evade Qiao Zheng's indiscriminate assault. After 5 seconds, the circular barrier finally ceased its expansion. Qiao Zheng's arrogant laughter echoed from the center of the pit. He was keenly aware of the villain's need to refrain from excessive chatter, and with his hands stacked upon one another, he aimed at the distant woman. Let me turn you into dust. This marked the second phase of Qiao Zheng's awakened powers, allowing him to disintegrate anything within his line of sight without the need for direct contact. A formidable and grotesque ability indeed. Meanwhile, the woman, poised and aloof, remained unchanged, calmly extending her hand. Her slender fingers twirled in the air as if conducting an orchestra. In an instant, the raindrops surrounding her appeared to be paused in midair. With a flick of her finger, thousands of droplets surged towards Qiao Zheng like bullets. Ning Yi, witnessing this maneuver from afar, was utterly astonished. Was she intent on turning Qiao Zheng into a sieve? Chapter 57. The distinction between novice villages and elite villages. The woman's assault was as splendid as fireworks, shrouded in an aura of mystery. Thousands of raindrops pierced Qiao Zheng's body, each one perfectly avoiding his vital points. Ning Yi gasped in astonishment, nearly choking on his breath. With a resounding thud, Qiao Zheng collapsed, and the woman gracefully descended from the lamppost. Her ethereal form, with hair flowing like the wind, resembled a celestial being amidst mortals. Unfortunately, her visage remained obscured. Seeing the heroine land beside the unconscious Qiao Zheng, Ning Yi hurried over. By this time, Qiao Zheng had already succumbed, with numerous wounds oozing blood. The woman gently lifted her finger, causing Qiao Zheng's body to rise into the air, limbs and head drooping, utterly devoid of will. Subsequently, she leaped a few steps out of the pit, and Qiao Zheng's body floated closely behind her, under her control. Noticing the woman was about to depart, Ning Yi rushed forward. Heroine, wait. Upon hearing his call, the woman slowed her pace, casting a fleeting glance at him, her proud expression tinged with a hint of curiosity. What a peculiar appellation, heroine. Thank you, heroine, for saving my life. Though I cannot express my gratitude in words, I shall repay this kindness in deeds. Should you require anything in the future, do not hesitate to seek me, Ning Yi stated, clasping his fists and then patting his chest. The woman nodded slightly. Though her understanding of his words was minimal, Ning Yi continued, Heroine, might you assist me further? My spiritual energy has been sealed by him. Could you possibly? Before he could finish, he felt his spiritual energy return, and his abilities were restored to normal. How was this accomplished? It seems as though she merely cast a glance in my direction. With a mere command, the door locked. With another, it opened. Qiao Zheng and the female knight both displayed an impressive skill, I must admit. Sister knight, might you impart this technique to me? I inquired, only to receive a disdainful roll of the eyes from Ning Yi. She chose to ignore me this time, swiftly turning to depart with Qiao Zheng. I stood there, momentarily stunned, gazing at their receding figures. This sister knight possesses admirable qualities, yet she exudes an air of aloofness. By this time, the rain had diminished to a mere drizzle. I pulled out my phone, glancing at the time, 1 in the morning. In a flash, I activated my ability and returned to my bedroom, collapsing onto my bed. I pinched myself to confirm I wasn't dreaming. To my astonishment, I had indeed returned to my cozy quilt adorned with teddy bears, a warmth enveloping me. Reflecting on the night's events, a wave of melancholy washed over me. How arduous this life is. Just earlier, I was dominating others in the novice village, only to find myself in the domain of the formidable, subjected to a thorough defeat. The worst part is, I didn't even accrue any pain points. What a significant loss. Just wait. Tomorrow I shall extract every ounce of wool from you." In the courtyard of the supernatural law enforcement team, a loud thud resonated as an individual was unceremoniously thrown inside, followed closely by a sheet of white paper that settled atop them. Yin Su, hearing the commotion, donned his coat and stepped outside to assess the situation. Upon seeing the departing figure on the eaves, he immediately grasped the nature of the occurrence. He commanded that the unconscious Chao Zheng be taken for treatment, then picked up the white paper, which bore neat handwriting proclaiming, "Member of the robbery organization, incited the target individual to join, incitement successful. Intercepted." The phrase incitement successful was particularly glaring, causing Yin Su considerable distress. That child, Ning Yi, is no fool. How could he have been so easily swayed? Chapter 58. We play on the West Coast the following day, as was customary. Ning Yi gathered with his peers at school before boarding a van headed to Lanbei No. 1 high school. The van screeched to a halt at the entrance, the door flung open violently. Not only did Qin Zhu regurgitate, but Ning Yi and Su Hui also succumbed, all 4 of them collapsing to the ground in a fit of vomiting. Who could withstand such an assault? Thanks to Teacher Hu, the breakfast we had was as good as non-existent. This time, Teacher Hu was not clad in flip-flops, but rather wore cheap plastic sandals. The stench of plastic mingled with foot odor assaulted our senses, nearly corroding our souls. The entire van felt like a biological bomb, emitting a noxious green gas despite our attempts to ventilate it by opening the windows. Wherever we went, everything turned to nothingness. "You will thank me later," Teacher Hu proclaimed, pinching his nose, reclining against the vehicle with an air of indifference. Upon hearing this, Ning Yi and his companions turned simultaneously, glaring at Teacher Hu. How could such words escape your lips? If we weren't at such a disadvantage, we would surely consider tossing you into a vat of disinfectant for a couple of days. Hurry up, we are the last to arrive. These little rascals, why are you looking at me? Is it out of gratitude? Once we entered the gymnasium, we found it filled to capacity, all participating teams having already gathered. Ning Yi scanned the audience and suddenly spotted a familiar face. "Su Hui, look. Is that not Ji Yan?" "Indeed it is," Su Hui replied, equally astonished. "What brings him here?" "Wait a moment. It appears that the area is filled with students from our school." Wang Chong fashioned a makeshift canopy with his hands, squinting as he spoke. Indeed, Ning Yi and his companions were pleasantly surprised, a warm current coursing through their hearts. The news of their victory in yesterday's competition had undoubtedly spread throughout the school. Their presence undoubtedly uplifted Ning Yi and his friends, signifying their classmates' belief in them. Ji Yan sat anxiously in the stands, his gaze fixed on the teams in the competition area for the 9 a.m. match. He had arrived at 7 a.m. with over 20 classmates to reserve seats for those arriving later. This section was to be claimed by Lanbei No. 7 High School. Some used books, others water bottles, placing whatever they had at hand on the seats to signify their occupancy. Ji Yan had claimed a seat with his headphones, although it seemed he had misplaced them. Upon seeing Ning Yi and the others arrive, he excitedly stood up, waving his hand, prompting several large red banners to be raised by his classmates. Senior year of No. 7 High, Tigers descend. Cat God marches forth, nothing shall remain. Queen of Flames, the world's mightiest. Lord of the realm, enter the grave. Popeye, close the door on the dog. Time stops in hand, drums resound in harmony. 6 banners, elevating the atmosphere to an exhilarating height. Everyone was captivated by the vibrant colors and exaggerated phrases of the banners, glancing over in intrigue. Had the previously modest No. 7 High become so audacious? The more you flaunt, the closer you inch to demise. Who told you to be so arrogant, unprepared for the impending defeat? Oh, Burrow, this is all about the West Coast. Seeing the banners, Ning Yi laughed until his stomach hurt. Indeed, our school has an abundance of talent. A sentiment that resonated deeply with him. The others also expressed satisfaction, though only Wang Chong gazed at his arms in confusion, wondering how he had become Popeye. The name Invincible Tyrannosaurus Warrior would have sounded far more appealing. The host, Yang Yichun, stepped onto the stage, reiterating his passionate words. Yesterday's match was incredibly thrilling, allowing us to witness their prowess. Let us continue to cheer for them. Today's competition is surely much anticipated. Who will emerge victorious, becoming an unyielding force? Let us await the outcome. After speaking, Yang Yichun rubbed his mouth, feeling quite dashing with his eloquence. In the first match, was No. 7 High truly formidable? They were pitted against No. 4 High's team, the Reverse Tie Squad. When the results of the match were announced, The audience erupted in cheers. Number 7 High cheered, confident that Ning Maoshan and the team would win decisively, while others cheered in hopes of eliminating this dark horse from the top 8. After all, their opponents were the well-coordinated Chicken Brothers. Chapter 59. Of course, I am watching from my seat as both teams took the stage. The students from No. 7 High rose to their feet in the stands, waving flags and rallying with cheer flowers. Number 7 High is invincible. Go, Cat God. God is Susu. Set them ablaze. Miss Jinju, be cautious. Those two, do not hold us back. On the stage, Li Tian and Wang Chong wore expressions of helplessness, lamenting the obvious bias. Yet, the more biased they were, the more determined they felt to prove themselves. Ning Mao Mao, how do you view this match? Su Hui asked, a hint of worry in her voice as they ascended to the stage. What is concerning is that this individual has once again single-handedly eliminated the opposing team. We are here to compete, not to watch a spectacle. The others gazed at Ning Yi with eager anticipation, as if to say, shall we not also engage? The strengths of both sides were comparable, with equal numbers. The captain of the reverse team and Su Hui both held the rank of Black Iron 8 stars, while the rest were Black Iron 7 stars, creating a balanced contest. Although Qin Zhu possessed only the strength of Black Iron 5 stars, her special ability transcended rankings, rendering her equivalent in power. Ning Yi wore a radiant smile, cheerfully declaring, this time, I shall simply observe. He ascended the arena and indeed sat down, propping his chin on one hand while tracing circles on the ground with the other. The opposing team was so feeble that he felt no inclination to engage. A group of Black Iron underlings posed no threat whatsoever. He decided to treat this match as a training opportunity for Su Hui and the others, only intervening in the most desperate of circumstances. Although he too was of Black Iron rank, his physical prowess was formidable. Unless faced with adversaries of Bronze 7 to 9 stars, none could inflict harm upon him. Only those of that caliber could pique his interest. Su Hui and her companions observed Ning Yi sitting idly, yet they remained silent, their morale soaring, their fighting spirits ignited, eager to engage in battle. With the referee's whistle, the match commenced. The reverse team continued to center their strategy around Brother Chicken, employing feigned attacks while 3 others provided support. Their formation was consistently effective. Brother Chicken flapped his wings and charged towards Su Hui and her team with unrelenting determination. Despite the peculiar figure seated nearby, they dismissed Ning Yi as inconsequential, considering him merely a Black Iron 6 stars weakling, irrelevant to their plans. Brother Chicken's speed was astonishing. Within mere seconds, he was upon them. His sharp beak aimed directly at Qin Zhu. Recognizing the soft target, they naturally made her their focus. Qin Zhu, quickly, Su Hui urged, hastily prompting her to unleash her special ability. Clearly flustered, Qin Zhu was overwhelmed by nerves. Though she shouted her intent to strike, it was her first competition, and she lacked practical experience. Her face turned pale with fright, and in her panic, her mind faltered, rendering her unable to activate her ability. In a moment of desperation, Su Hui conjured 2 fire dragons that roared as they surged toward Brother Chicken. Yet, before they could close the distance, they were scattered by a basketball. The sharp beak continued its relentless trajectory toward Qin Zhu's head. Should it connect, it would surely create a grievous wound. Just as the situation grew dire, a stout arm suddenly appeared, delivering a thunderous blow to Brother Chicken's head. The powerful impact resonated throughout the arena, effectively halting Brother Chicken's advance. The force of the strike sent him reeling, his claws scraping against the arena floor. Whoa! Brother Chicken regained his footing and crowed defiantly, gathering his resolve. In the next moment, a basketball hurtled toward them with incredible speed, akin to a cannonball, threatening to obliterate Su Hui and her companions. Hot on its heels was Brother Chicken, ready to follow through. You cannot defend against me while you are occupied with basketball. Let us see how you respond. Time stop technique. With a thunderous shout, Qin Zhu seemed to expend every ounce of his courage. How could I possibly stumble in the same place twice? The basketball and the Chicken Bro suddenly froze in the arena, maintaining their original postures. The Black Iron 5-star Qin Zhu could only hold them for 3 fleeting seconds. Yet, those mere seconds were ample for Su Hui and the others to execute their plans. Domain. Li Tian unleashed his extraordinary ability, enveloping the basketball and Chicken Bro in a sphere. Swiftly, he transformed the basketball into a balloon and crafted chains from Chicken Bro's claws. Simultaneously, Su Hui employed elementalization, enveloping Chicken Bro in flames. determined to scorch its feathers to nothingness. Wanzhong enlarged his other hand, grasping at the assistance on Chicken Bro simultaneously. 3 seconds may seem short, yet it provided Su Hui and his companions with sufficient time to prepare, though it was also fleeting. Unbeknownst to Chicken Bro and his allies, time had long ceased for them. In their perception, time remained unaffected. Suddenly, under the immense force of inertia, Chicken Bro toppled to the ground. Glancing back to discover chains had mysteriously appeared on his feet. What on earth? My beloved basketball has transformed into a balloon. The one controlling the basketball exclaimed in shock. My extraordinary ability is to summon a basketball. How did it inexplicably become a balloon? Huh. What is this delightful aroma of roasted chicken? How enticing. Chapter 60. You underestimate us too much. The trio of rap singers on Chicken Bro's back had already been swept away by Wanzhong. Losing their protective shield and consequently their combat capability, their poor physical condition rendered them incapable of overcoming Wanzhong even in a 3-on-1 scenario. Wanzhong, wielding his colossal arm, swiftly dispatched them from the arena. At that moment, the once formidable Chicken Bro found himself in a desperate predicament, rolling on the stage, attempting to extinguish the flames engulfing him. However, his feathers served as the perfect fuel, the roaring fire consuming him, producing a crackling sound akin to divine flames from the heavens that could not be quelled. With a wretched cry, Chicken Bro lamented, "Oh, oh, oh," before succumbing to unconsciousness. Losing all will to fight, his feathers were singed to a crisp, revealing tender white meat beneath. A sprinkle of cumin and chili powder would surely enhance its allure. In the audience, the students from the 4th school mournfully gazed upon the pitiable Chicken Bro. You are so cruel. Tears have begun to trickle from the corners of my mouth. Yet, to everyone's astonishment, the 7th school's team could secure victory even without their captain's intervention. Moreover, the exceptionally beautiful girl showcased elementalization, a technique typically reserved for those at the silver rank, while she was merely at the black iron rank. This is utterly outrageous. How does this 7th school harbor such hidden talents? Could it be they have enlisted external aid? As Ning Yi announced the victory of the 7th school, the students in the audience erupted with excitement, joyously waving their arms in celebration. Upon returning to the viewing area, Su Hui stood with hands on hips, laughing heartily, embodying the spirit of triumph. What a thrill! This has been the most exhilarating fire I have ever set. Brother, did you see my performance? Impressive, isn't it? In a mere 3 seconds, an astonishing array of actions unfolded. Li Tian proudly recounted his achievements before Ning Yi. The trio of inept competitors, alongside their captain Kai Ji, were nothing short of pathetic. Wanzhong's face, laden with excess flesh, bore a grin reminiscent of a villain. The 3 individuals engaged in a fervent analysis of their recent battle, their faces unable to conceal their exhilaration as they reflected on their performances. Meanwhile, Qin Zhu sat quietly to the side, hesitant to speak. Although victory was theirs, it could have been achieved more swiftly and elegantly. Her own anxiety had inadvertently hindered the team's progress. Calm down for a moment. Don't get too excited, Ning Yi remarked, digging into his ears, as the raucous chatter of the trio had dislodged the earwax. Though you have triumphed, in my eyes, it is but a Pyrrhic victory. Su Hui puffed her cheeks, eager to retort, yet thought better of it. Let us hear your perspective first. If you nitpick, don't blame me for singeing your cat's fur again. Now, regarding Qin Zhu, you must be aware of your own shortcomings. I shan't elaborate further. Comfort? This time you receive consolation, but what if you face a demon next time? Should you plead for the king of hell's solace? Turning to Su Hui, he continued, your greatest flaw lies in your excessive reliance on your secondary awakening of your extraordinary abilities. Elementalization ought to be your trump card, reserved for critical moments. There is no need to squander excess spiritual energy if you expend a significant amount on your secondary awakening without inflicting a fatal blow. What if the enemy has a counter-strategy? Ning Yi had witnessed the battle between Chao Zheng and the enigmatic woman. Neither had invoked their secondary awakening until absolutely necessary, with Chao Zheng resorting to it only when left with no options. Ning Yi was uncertain if the mysterious woman had even utilized her secondary awakening. Li Tian, your predicament is more severe. When the enemy enters your domain, why are you still resorting to those flamboyant tactics? Can a bizarre chain alter the course of battle? If it were just you alone, would that chain have any effect on that little chick? Wanzhong, let me pose a question. During the 3 seconds of suspended time, Did you directly employ your extraordinary ability to seize the three individuals on your back, knowing beforehand that their physical resilience was lacking? Wanchong shook his head. I was merely guessing. Thus, this is your collective flaw, overconfidence. After delivering his critique, Ning Yi turned his gaze to the arena, where the two competing teams were the Yaoyang team from the 2nd high school and the Tianxian team from the 5th high school. As anticipated, the Yaoyang team was mercilessly dominating the Tianxian team. At that moment, Su Hui and her companions sat obediently in their chairs, reflecting on Ning Yi's words. Stealing a glance at Ning Yi, Su Hui thought to herself that although he often appeared aloof, he proved to be quite dependable when serious. His advice echoed her grandfather's frequent reminders: do not become overly reliant on the secondary awakening. Not only does it deplete substantial spiritual energy, but it also hampers the development of a potential tertiary awakening. Yet, she mused, the allure of the secondary awakening was too captivating to resist. Chapter 61. To support or not to support. The Yaoyang team from the 2nd high school emerged victorious. The audience erupted in cheers, the students from the 2nd high school celebrating with exuberance. Today, everyone was electrified. It seemed the arrival of the 7th high school students had invigorated the spirit of the crowd, each student fervently rallying in support of their respective teams. Alas, how lamentable that they lacked a striking banner. The next match would pit the Xinguang team from the 5th high school against the Zhuxian team from the 1st high school. Before the two teams ascended to the arena, the captain of the Divine Light team stood in the spectators' area, representing all the team members to announce an unconditional surrender. We are merely a team that advanced by sheer luck. Had we not fortuitously encountered the dancing girl group, it would have been impossible for us to reach the quarterfinals. Now, being pitted against a first-tier team? Only someone lacking in common sense would take the stage to be beaten. It is far more dignified to surrender gracefully. The audience understood this well. When faced with a first-tier team, surrendering is simply a matter of course. In the next match, the Glory Battle team would contend against the Joyful Mood team. For this competition, the strategic approach of the Joyful Mood team remained focused on targeting the 5 weaker players of Lin Ying's group. Their bizarre psychic abilities were indeed formidable. As the pink mist enveloped the arena, affecting the 6 members of the Glory Battle team to varying degrees, the 4 less capable members had already succumbed to laughter. Hand in hand, performing the seaweed dance. Lin Ying's face flushed crimson as she bit down hard on her tongue. I absolutely refused to partake in such a humiliating dance. Activating her special ability, she momentarily restrained all 6 members of the Joyful Mood team, albeit for just 3 fleeting seconds. Chao Sun, initially affected, struggled to steady his blade, yet he struck himself with lightning to maintain his clarity of mind. Upon witnessing Lin Ying's successful restraint of their opponents, he charged into the pink mist with his lightning blade, unstoppable by the Joyful Mood team. Like a wolf among sheep, he wreaked havoc. With a flash of electricity, the lightning blade carved numerous gashes into the 6 members. As he sheathed his blade, Chao Sun coldly uttered, "Chain blade." As the words fell, lightning erupted from the wounds of the Joyful Mood team members, linking them together. The crackling sounds echoed as blue lightning illuminated the entire arena, its immense power instilling a sense of dread. In the spectators' area, Lu Heng regarded Chao Sun with admiration. This individual wielded electricity with a finesse surpassing his own, delivering the highest damage with minimal spiritual energy. The idea of channeling lightning through a blade was nothing short of genius. He could hardly contain his eagerness to face him in battle. As the flickering electricity subsided, the 6 members of the Joyful Mood team collapsed, smoke rising from their bodies. Utterly devoid of combat capability, the Glory Battle team emerged victorious. Yang Yichun stood at the center of the arena and declared, "The quarterfinals have concluded. Let our players rest for 2 hours. The semifinals will commence this afternoon, and the excitement shall continue. Let us anticipate the 2 teams advancing to the finals." Ning Yi assumed everyone would take the opportunity to relax and unwind, but upon surveying the surroundings, he found that all the competitors, including Su Hui and Lin Ying, were seated in meditation, eyes closed in cultivation. "Li Tian, let us go for a walk. Brother, I wish to cultivate and restore my mental state to its peak." "Su Hui, you are still cultivating? I am on the verge of achieving Black Iron 9 stars. Do not disturb me." Ning Yi was somewhat astonished. "So soon to reach Black Iron 9 stars? Even with a system, I have not advanced as swiftly as you. Could it be that you are truly a player with an advantage?" After inquiring with Wan Chong and Qin Zhu, Both shook their heads in refusal. Fine. If you won't join me, I shall venture out alone. Stepping out of the gymnasium, Ning Yi leisurely meandered around the campus. He took a moment to sample the cafeteria's offerings, which were rather mediocre, though the lunch lady's remarkably synchronized movements were amusing. The campus was notably sparse of students, with only the occasional couple seen embracing in the trees. A sudden cough from Ning Yi startled the young lovers, causing them to flee in panic. Upon glancing back, he noticed they were merely students, leading him to mutter a curse under his breath. Your cough scared my brother half to death. Ning Yi strolled towards the vicinity of the restroom when he unexpectedly witnessed an elderly man with white hair stumble, landing heavily on the ground while groaning in discomfort. Stunned, Ning Yi hesitated. Should he assist? Chapter 62, The White Envoy. Without further deliberation, he rushed over to help the fallen elder. The righteous light shines upon the earth. What is there to fear? He exclaimed. Are you all right, old man? Ning Yi inquired. You knocked me down, the elder retorted, grasping Ning Yi's arm tightly and refusing to relent. You're the only one around here. Who else could it be? Pay up. Do not slander me without cause. The school is equipped with surveillance cameras. A quick review of the footage will clarify everything, Ning Yi replied, momentarily taken aback by the elder's audacity. Indeed, it appeared that even wrongdoers could grow old. Haha, I have conducted my research. There are no cameras in this vicinity. The elder continued to cling to Ning Yi's arm. Upon hearing this, Ning Yi paused, then smiled slightly, gently placing the elder back on the ground and freeing himself from the elder's grasp before turning to leave. Without cameras, who will believe you? I'm not here to frighten anyone. The elder, now lying back on the ground, struggled to comprehend Ning Yi's peculiar actions. What is this? Why have you returned me to the ground? He exclaimed. Quickly, he stood up, brushing off the dirt and calling out, Hey, young man, I was just joking. How could I possibly deceive you? Ning Yi, unfazed, kept his head down as he continued walking forward. That old rascal is quite cunning, he thought. I shall not look back. Who knows what tricks this wily elder might employ next? As Ning Yi disappeared from the elder's sight, the old man turned around and slowly entered the restroom, locking the door behind him. Inside one of the stalls, he gestured mysteriously, his spiritual energy manifesting and gradually coalescing into a human form. As the figure neared completion, his expression shifted to one of utmost reverence. He bowed his head and bent his body as if awaiting some esteemed figure. Before long, the ethereal silhouette formed, resembling a projection. Clad in white, the figure possessed striking features and an alluring beauty. Although male, his long hair cascading down to his waist lent him an air of delicate elegance. What is it? The man inquired, his demeanor haughty, exuding an aura of authority that instilled fear. Your subordinate, Jiang Dao's, pays his respects to the esteemed white envoy, Jiang Dao said, first bowing deeply before continuing. My lord, I bear unfortunate news. Chao Zheng has been taken by the Spirit Enforcement Bureau. Humph. The white envoy merely emitted a cold grunt, causing Jiang Dao's to tremble in fear, sweat pouring down his brow. My lord, I am at a loss to comprehend the occurrence of this event. He was walking steadily towards the stronghold with Ning Yi when, inexplicably, he was discovered by the personnel of the Spirit Enforcement Division. There must be some hidden circumstances surrounding this. Take heed of your own safety. With that, Baishir uttered these words, and after a few fleeting moments, vanished from sight. My lord, Baishir, please save me. Jiang Dao's cried out in terror, but no amount of calling or gesturing could summon Baishir again. Last night, when Chao Zheng did not return, a sense of foreboding gripped Jiang Dao's heart, and waiting in the gymnasium for an entire morning yielded no results. Seizing an opportunity, he utilized his extraordinary ability while gripping Ning Yi's arm to glean information about the previous night's events. A sense of dread enveloped him. His greatest fear was that Chao Zheng had been captured, and under severe torture, might divulge his secrets, leading to his own demise. Not only would he be finished, but the entire clandestine network of the organization in Lanbei City could be eradicated in one fell swoop. In a flurry of anxiety, he called upon Baishir, hoping for assistance. Although Jiang Dao's held a position of significance within the organization in Lanbei City, within the grand scheme of things, he was merely a small fry. If Baishir took an interest, a mere flick of a finger could suffice. If not, the life of this insignificant creature would hold little consequence. Jiang Dao's composed his expression and steadied his emotions before returning to the small private room on the third floor of the gymnasium. By now, 2 hours had elapsed, and the semifinals were about to commence. Chapter 63. Title not worthy of consideration, where have you been? Upon Ning Yi's return, Su Hui, having completed her training, inquired with curiosity. The moment Ning Yi arrived, he sensed that her spiritual energy had become significantly denser, almost reaching the pinnacle of black iron 9 stars. Oh, I merely wandered around the school and happened upon an amusing old man. Quickly, tell me everything. Ning Yi recounted the events in detail to Su Hui. Upon hearing this, Su Hui's eyes widened in astonishment, and one could almost see the flames of indignation flickering within. Where is that old rascal? I shall set his beard ablaze. Ning Yi chuckled heartily, ruffling Su Hui's hair. Your temper is far too volatile. The man was merely jesting. Moreover, are you certain you could best him? How formidable could an old man be who might stumble while walking? Had I been present, I would have burned him without a second thought. Su Hui scoffed, lamenting her missed opportunity. There were no surveillance cameras. Remember to flee after the deed. As the two bantered, Li Tian awakened, his curiosity piqued. What is going on, brother? Ning Yi contemplated offering a vague excuse, but Su Hui preemptively divulged the events that transpired after Ning Yi's departure. Brother, I'll be right back. Li Tian sprang to his feet, poised to rush outside. How dare they target my brother? I shall make them understand why flowers bloom so vividly. Ning Yi felt a wave of frustration wash over him as he swiftly pulled Li Tian back. I knew this fellow wouldn't make things easy. Come back. What are you doing? Seeking to dig your own grave? Ning Yi scolded, perplexed by the impulsiveness of his companions. The competition is about to commence. Awaken Qin Zhu and Wan Cheng. Cease your training. It is far more prudent to observe the practical battles of others. Li Tian nodded. For what his elder brother decreed was absolute. If his brother forbade him from attending, he would rather face death than disobey. In the first match of the semifinals, the first high school's Jixian team faced off against the third high school's Glory Battle team. Both teams ascended the arena, taking their positions on opposite sides. Chao Sun removed his broadsword from his back, gripping it tightly, his expression grave, lost in thought. In the audience, everyone anticipated the Glory Battle team's surrender. The disparity in strength was so vast that delaying the inevitable would be futile. The Jixian team comprised all 6-star bronze rank members, while Chao Sun, their captain, was merely a 5-star bronze, not to mention the other members. Captain, despite the considerable difference in power, can you truly accept surrendering without a fight? Are we content with that? Lin Ying encouraged, observing Chao Sun's knuckles turn white from his tight grip on the sword, his hand trembling slightly. Chao Sun was a prominent figure at the third high school, revered by students and favored by teachers. Having received abundant resources from the school for being the top contestant in the assessment competition, yet he never relaxed, continuously striving and cultivating. Aware of a genius named Lu Heng from the first high school, whose extraordinary abilities matched his own, but whose mastery was significantly superior. It wasn't until he saw Lu Heng on the arena today and felt his profound mastery firsthand that he realized the vast distance between mountains. However, Lin Ying's words reignited Chao Sun's fighting spirit. Indeed, one encounters numerous despairing moments in life. Should one simply surrender? Is that acceptable? Lu Heng, I have long heard of your prowess. Let us determine whose thunder is the true celestial lightning. Chao Sun drew his broadsword, electricity crackling around it, charging toward Lu Heng, the captain of the Jixian team. I've been eager for a duel with you. Lu Heng, equally spirited, radiated electricity, gathering a sphere of lightning in his palm before launching himself at Chao Sun. As the distance between them shrank, neither exhibited any inclination to retreat. Their eyes blazed with fervor, brimming with unwavering confidence in their respective lightning powers. The clash of thunderous might loomed imminent. As the tip of the thunderblade met the sphere of lightning in Lu Heng's palm, an explosive reaction ensued. The collision of their powers unleashed a multitude of electric arcs, dazzling like fireworks. Chao Sun coughed up blood, the backlash of power overwhelming him. He tightened his grip on the sword, mustering all his strength to push forward, yet it felt as though he were confronting an unyielding boulder, unable to overcome Lu Heng. Lu Heng was equally astonished. Under such a vast disparity in mastery, to hold his ground in a contest was remarkable. If he were a level 18 wielding 3 pieces of equipment, Chao Sun was akin to a level 6 with 6 divine artifacts. His control over lightning was more nuanced and precise than Chao Sun's. Brother, in comparison to me, you are indeed more refined. Although Chao Sun could not comprehend why he had inexplicably uttered such strange statements, he pondered the matter. Suddenly, he felt his thunderblade could no longer withstand the immense force. Starting from the tip, it began to splinter segment by segment until it reached the hilt. The black blade shattered into dozens of pieces, scattering across the ground. Half kneeling on the ground, Chao Sun's complexion had paled considerably. Yet he continued to gaze at Lu Heng with an expression of defiance. Just as Lu Heng believed victory was within his grasp and was about to urge him to surrender, the fragments on the ground began to levitate slowly, rotating to present their sharpest edges towards him. The thunderblade was indeed formidable. Gasps filled the arena, as the audience was astonished by this extraordinary spectacle. Ning Meow Meow. How did he accomplish that? Isn't his ability thunder? Su Hui inquired, perplexed. He is undoubtedly a top student, first refining thunder into electricity, then deriving electromagnetism from it. That blade of his is likely composed of an extraordinary material, controlled by electromagnetism. Remarkably, he had transformed urban abilities into a scientific experiment. Su Hui nodded, somewhat understanding, and continued to observe the arena with newfound admiration. Lu Heng, intrigued, regarded Chao Sun with growing fondness for his opponent. The real show is just beginning. With that, dozens of blade fragments surged forth under Chao Sun's command, aiming directly at Lu Heng. Infinite thunder. Lu Heng roared, and a dozen bolts of lightning, as thick as arms, erupted around him, striking the fragments and sending them flying. However, due to the distance, Chao Sun could no longer manipulate the shards. A particularly thick bolt of lightning struck Chao Sun directly, leaving him dazed and disoriented. Although his ability also pertained to thunder, lacking a secondary awakening, he could not achieve direct immunity to damage of the same attribute. This blow inflicted significant harm upon him. The damage from the fragments was reduced, merely grazing his skin. Yet their sheer number was vexatious, causing him considerable discomfort. Gritting his teeth, Lu Heng endured the pain as bolts of lightning continued to emerge, sending the fragments flying and striking at Chao Sun. The spiritual energy of both combatants was rapidly depleting. Ultimately, it was Chao Sun whose energy was exhausted first. All the fragments fell to the ground, and he collapsed backward, unconscious. Yet a smile lingered on his lips, for though he had lost, he had not been utterly defeated. Competing with a bronze 5 against a bronze 9, he had not suffered a catastrophic defeat. He remained the strongest among the third-year students. With Chao Sun's defeat, Lin Ying and the others also descended from the arena. From the moment the two began to battle, their respective teams had tacitly refrained from intervening, quietly observing the clash. They understood that this was a battle belonging to the two captains, a confrontation of thunder. Soon, staff members arrived to clear the arena, and once restored, the final battle among the four strongest commenced. The second-year Yaoyang team faced off against the formidable seventh-year team. Ning Yi found himself in a quandary. Should he intervene, risking pain? Yet if he refrained, Su Hui and the others would surely falter. System, can I lower my rank to adjust the threshold of what I can endure? Beep. Cheating will result in a deduction of pain points. Chapter 65. I just want to conclude swiftly as the two teams took to the stage. The competition commenced in earnest. All spectators widened their eyes, intently observing the arena. Indeed, it manifested again. 5 identical figures of Ning Yi appeared and then vanished into thin air. Was his extraordinary ability one of invisibility or duplication? With a hint of trepidation, Captain Han Sun of the Yaoyang team furrowed his brow. Though Ning Yi had not made many moves, each participant, being the creme de la creme of the school, possessed exceptional perceptive and analytical skills. Yet, they were unable to decipher this individual. At that moment, 2 fire dragons, exuding an intense heat, roared forth towards them. Gravity field, cement wall. The 2 members of the Yaoyang team promptly employed their extraordinary abilities. The fire dragons in midair suddenly tilted downward, their might and speed halved. Further hindered by the cement wall, the Yaoyang team effortlessly neutralized Su Hui's assault. Simultaneously, Su Hui's quartet felt their bodies grow heavy. The gravitational force altered, rendering their movements sluggish. Suddenly, Qin Zhu's eyes glazed over, and her body uncontrollably sprinted toward the edge of the arena. Li Tian's heart raced. He realized that Han Sun had taken action. With the lowest rank among them, Qin Zhu's extraordinary ability posed the greatest threat, thus naturally becoming the primary target to be neutralized. Li Tian's domain was consistently activated to protect Qin Zhu, but the opponent's realm far surpassed his own, making it impossible to pull her back. Moreover, due to the gravitational shift, they had no time to retrieve her. Just as Qin Zhu was about to reach the edge of the arena, she abruptly halted, as if someone had embraced her. Ning Yi, cloaked in invisibility, wiped a trickle of blood from his nose, bemused by the softness of the moment. The original body had never held a girl before. Today, he savored the experience. Han Sun quickly grasped the situation. It was undoubtedly the work of his clone. Thus, he exerted every ounce of strength to control Qin Zhu, urging her to struggle fiercely, attempting to break free from Ning Yi's grasp. Ning Yi remarked, "May I request one favor? Could you refrain from thrashing about? It's rather uncomfortable." Meanwhile, Wan Chong, having enlarged his arm, charged towards the Yaoyang team with the intent to send their captain flying, thereby liberating Qin Zhu. Yet, Wan Chong was struck and sent reeling by a powerful punch from a member of the Yaoyang team, who had transformed into a boxing kangaroo. Did he not possess even a modicum of strength? The uncontrollably airborne Wan Chong spun several times before plummeting toward the edge of the arena, only to be caught by the invisible Ning San at the last moment. Ning Yi exclaimed, "I demand a change. This fellow reeks of sweat." In the initial clash, Su Hui's team suffered a dismal defeat. Had Ning Yi not been present, two members would have already faced elimination. Ning Yi stretched lazily, contemplating that it was time to conclude swiftly and move on to face Lu Hong of the Zhongxian team, for only he could offer a modicum of pain value. The anticipation was palpable. Ning Yi, Ning San, ensure the safety of the four. The rest advance. After conveying his orders in the group chat, Ning Yi activated his instant flash, directly appearing behind Han Sun, and launched a punch toward him. However, Han Sun's reaction was remarkably swift. The moment Ning Yi appeared, he leaped aside and activated his extraordinary abilities, attempting to exert control over him. Yet, his efforts were as futile as a cow sinking into the sea, eliciting no response. Seizing the opportunity, Ning Yi executed a swift side kick, which, while not connecting with Han Sun, struck the boxing kangaroo that had rushed in to protect its captain. The impact was searing. Had it not been for the kangaroo's robust tail stabilizing its stance, the force of that kick would surely have sent it flying. The boxing kangaroo leaned back and retaliated with a punch. Ning Yi met the challenge head-on, his body radiating a golden light as their fists collided. He remained unmoving. Yet the boxing kangaroo was sent soaring backwards with a single blow. Just as Wan Zhong had soared across the ring, the boxing kangaroo experienced a similar fate. The only difference being that Wan Zhong had Ning Yi to catch him, while the unfortunate boxing kangaroo had no such support. Ultimately, it rolled to the edge of the ring, using its own strength to come to a halt. Ning Yi understood that it was improbable to kick such a resilient creature out of the ring. After all, it was a bronze tier 3, possessing a certain degree of physical fortitude. After sending the boxing kangaroo flying, Ning Yi activated his instantaneous movement, appearing directly in front of Han Sun, nearly face to face. "Hello," he said, delivering a sharp smack to Han Sun's head. The sound was surprisingly loud. Han Sun felt a tingling sensation in his scalp, quite literally. He cradled his head, retreating rapidly, while Ning Yi pursued relentlessly. Each time, Han Sun received another blow to the head, providing him fleeting moments to escape. But Ning Yi was relentless in his pursuit. Han Sun's mental state was on the verge of exploding. What kind of extraordinary ability did this guy possess? What was the true extent of his powers? Not only could he create duplicates, but he could also turn invisible, and once invisible, he moved with astonishing speed, wielded immense strength, and had an almost inhuman level of defense. Was he a crooked-mouthed dragon king or a returning soldier king? In a moment of distraction, Han Sun noticed his teammates being mercilessly pummeled by several invisible foes, appearing to dance when, in fact, they were making futile attempts at resistance. "Can you stop hitting?" Han Sun, panting and standing still, covered his head, which was now swollen with lumps, and shouted at Ning Yi, "Why do you only target me? You can hit. But why just my head?" Ning Yi raised his fist to his mouth, exhaling lightly, not satisfied. In a fit of frustration, Han Sun leaped down from the ring, pointing at Ning Yi and indignantly exclaiming, "I am dissatisfied. Which law prohibits me from being dissatisfied? Although I may not be able to defeat you, I refuse to accept this. If you have the ability, come down and fight me, even if it means you kill me. I refuse to accept this. Damn it. I've never felt despair even when fighting against someone from #1 high school." In the audience, Onlookers gazed at the incessantly babbling Han Sun below the ring, filled with admiration. Brother, collectively, we don't have as thick a skin as you do. We feel embarrassed just listening to you. Do you realize how disheveled you looked while fleeing in defeat? Ning Yi shrugged nonchalantly. What concern is that of mine? He then turned and returned to continue tormenting Han Sun's teammates. Han Sun remained at the edge of the arena, seething with rage. A minute later, the remaining 5 members of the Yaoyang team, utterly overwhelmed by the relentless onslaught of Ning Yi and his companions, scrambled down from the stage, crying for mercy. They were simply inhuman. It wasn't just Ning Yi. There were not merely 5 invisible versions of him, for even Su Hui and her trio were wreaking havoc nearby, tossing fireballs and freezing time, delighting in the chaos. The triumph of Team 7 left the audience in disbelief. How could a school that had languished at the bottom for 26 consecutive tournaments reach the finals? Moreover, they did so with 5 members, each possessing the lowest average realm. A notion bordering on the fantastical. Ning Yi scoffed. Who says there are only 5 of us? It has always been 10. Following the conclusion of the semifinals, the administration of the first high school decided to hold the finals the next day, primarily to allow the contestants to recuperate to their optimal condition. Ensuring that time was not too pressing. Let us go, let us go. Dinner is on me tonight. Su Hui declared grandly, her gesture exuberant. Not for any particular reason, but simply out of joy. Ning Yi was the first to raise his hand in agreement, seizing the opportunity to bask in the generosity of a little heiress. I want to go too, exclaimed Teacher Hu, just awake, scratching his head and shuffling his plastic slippers. Upon hearing the mention of a meal, he instantly perked up. The 5 friends exchanged glances of disdain towards Teacher Hu, apprehensive that he would be barred from the restaurant if they brought him along. Just as they pondered how to refuse him, a voice resonated. Ning Yi, shall we head home together? It was Lin Ying. Having observed the conclusion of the match, she approached with the intent of returning home alongside Ning Yi, perhaps to share a meal and engage in the tender activities befitting a couple. I'm sorry, but our small team has a gathering tonight. Ning Mao Mao has already made plans with us. Su Hui flicked her ponytail and stepped forward, her voice soft and her face adorned with a charming smile, exuding the grace and understanding of an elder sister. Lin Ying smiled back at Su Hui, her expression devoid of any jealousy or anger, and with a slight bow, she displayed utmost courtesy. Ah, then I shall not intrude upon your team's dinner. With that, she turned to leave, but after 3 steps, she glanced back at Ning Yi and said, I'll head home first. Do come back early. Her words carried an underlying threat directed at Su Hui, implying that regardless of where Ning Yi roamed, he would always return. All right, be careful on your way. Ning Yi replied calmly, seemingly oblivious to the tension in the air. How could there be any animosity when they were both so polite and smiling? Perhaps if Ning Yi had sensed the brewing tension, he would have feigned ignorance. Let us eat first. We can discuss the rest later. Teacher Hu, tenaciously following them, had no choice but to tag along. In an aged neighborhood of Lanbei City, there stood 10 decrepit buildings, each with only 5 stories, where one could only ascend by climbing the stairs. Every building here is imbued with a sense of nostalgia, its walls peeling to reveal the red bricks beneath, appearing precarious and resembling dilapidated structures. Few inhabitants remain. How many days have you been secluded in your training? If you don't emerge soon, I might just set the entire building ablaze. Do you believe me? Lan Ji, clad in jeans and with a lollipop between her lips, swayed her flowing blue hair as she kicked the door. The old iron door, already on the verge of collapse, echoed with a series of bangs, while her assertive voice resonated throughout the hallway. A few subordinates stood behind her, their faces bruised and battered, yet they bore no complaints. It was our fault for not handling matters properly. It's been days, and we still haven't summoned Wang Laowu, so we deserve this beating. After delivering a forceful kick to the iron door, it was finally opened from within. Wang Laowu, are you out of your mind? Lan Ji scolded without hesitation. This is my first time seeking your assistance, and what pathetic excuse do you offer? Do you truly think I wouldn't dare seize you by both ends and use you as a firecracker? It seems I must personally summon you for you to acquiesce. My dear sister, what seems to be the matter? Please, do tell. The one being chastised was Wang Laowu, the leader of the group. He appeared to be in his 30s or 40s, with a scruffy beard and a round face that belied any fierceness. He stood tall, nearly the height of the door itself, and when conversing with Lan Ji, he had to bow his head to meet her gaze. Despite her reprimands, he bore no signs of anger, only a sense of resignation, This little troublemaker should never have been allowed to come here. I truly regret it. There's an E-rank bounty task that requires your assistance. Sister, are you jesting? Wang Laowu exclaimed in surprise. An E-rank bounty, and not even a black iron 5-star? Have you not seen all the bounty tasks you collected from your superior over the past 2 weeks? Ning Yi stepped into the room. Perched on the sofa with one foot resting on the coffee table, adopting an interrogative tone. All of them are E and C ranks. What is the point? Wang Laowu followed her into the room, sitting opposite her, resembling a prisoner under scrutiny. There's one task that involves a high school student named Ning Yi. While I don't understand why a high schooler would be on a bounty list, I thought this task would surely succeed, yet it ended in failure. At this, Wang Laowu burst into laughter. Since her arrival, she had yet to succeed in any bounty task, and now she had even failed an E-rank mission. Hey, what is so funny? Ning Yi glared, visibly displeased. My wife just gave birth, he replied, shooting her a glance, but she dismissed him with indifference. Wang Laowu stifled his laughter. Fine, this is her first time asking for my help. I shall oblige her once. What is his level? At that time, it was black iron 4 stars. You want me, just promoted to bronze 9 stars, to take on a black iron opponent? That is quite a headache. He thought to himself, if this gets out, I would be utterly humiliated. TSK, I never asked you to kill him, just teach him a lesson. I'll handle the killing myself. All right, however you wish to approach it. Today is Saturday. Tomorrow, I have an appointment for a manicure, and the day after. There's a newly opened hot pot restaurant. Yes, let us go there the day after tomorrow. Wang Laowu shook his head with a wry smile, remarking on my leisurely attitude. All right, I shall visit you the day after tomorrow. Chapter 68. Xiaoming Shizenling Ning Yi and the 5 others exited the school. Glancing at the white van parked by the roadside, and then at teacher, who's plastic flip-flops. Each wore a look of discomfort. The morning scent still vivid in their memories, a thought that evoked trepidation. Let us take a taxi, Ning Yi declared resolutely, despite his usual reluctance to spend money frivolously. However, in special circumstances, one must treat them with special consideration. Money is merely a piece of paper. Hoarding it won't bring forth offspring, will it? Better for money to feel the strain than for people to suffer. Money should be spent wisely. Ning Yi, Su Hui, and Qin Zhu hailed a taxi and set off first. Li Tian, Wan Chong, and teacher who quickly followed suit and managed to catch another car. Where to? The driver inquired, raising the red passenger sign. Oh dear, Su Hui spoke too fast earlier. I didn't catch it clearly. Sir, do you see that car ahead? Please, don't lose sight of it. Li Tian said gravely as he entered the vehicle. Wan Chong's expression mirrored his unease. His already portly face now resembled that of a villain. The driver felt a chill run down his spine, wondering if he had stumbled into a gang situation. Rest assured, gentlemen, I am known as Xiaoming Shizenlang, and I guarantee the successful completion of this task. With that, he shifted into second gear and revved the engine. Aggressively pursuing the vehicle ahead, Ning Yi sat in the passenger seat and, through the rearview mirror, noticed that Li Tian's car was closely tailing them. What is this? Do they think we're too slow? Ning Yi couldn't help but feel concerned for them. They must be struggling with teacher who's sent. They likely wished for us to accelerate. Sir, could you please speed up a bit? Ning Yi requested. The driver nodded, as an experienced driver. He had already noticed the 2 cars closely following them. With Ning Yi's prompt, he shifted from 4th to 5th gear and pressed the accelerator, increasing their speed significantly. The driver behind burst into laughter. Huh, you think you can shake us off? My name is not Xiaoming Shizenlang for nothing. Li Tian and Wan Chong exchanged puzzled glances. Why was the driver laughing inexplicably? And why was he suddenly accelerating? What was he up to? The driver of the leading car stole a glance in the rearview mirror. Realizing the pursuing vehicle was still firmly on their tail, his expression turning more intense. Next intersection, we turn left, right? Su Hui inquired from the back seat. The driver smiled coldly. It's not true speed unless you can handle the curves. Anyone can accelerate in a straight line. After we pass the next intersection, you won't even see my taillights. Soon, they approached a curve, executing a drift to navigate the turn rapidly, leaving them in the dust. The driver in the following car gritted his teeth, placing a hand on the handbrake, ready to drift as well. Suddenly, an unpleasant odor invaded his nostrils. A foul stench. It was nauseating. What on earth? Did you just relieve yourselves in my car? The driver had no choice but to slow down and open the window. Yet that horrid smell lingered in the vehicle. Li Tian and Wan Chong silently retrieved small paper pellets from their pockets and stuffed them into their noses. I apologize, dear driver. The driver, pinching his nose, turned to see the middle-aged man's feet emanating a visibly green aura. Good sir, have your feet been soaked in the radioactive waters of an island nation? How did you know? What are you so proud of? The mission has failed, what now? Do not blame me. Had it not been for your incompetent teammate, I would never have lost. Master, let me make a call, Li Tian said helplessly. After a brief phone call, he remarked, Master, let us head to the Yao Century Hotel. Upon their arrival, Li Tian generously offered an additional 100 to the driver, who had fainted and was foaming at the mouth. Take care. Use this money to buy some nutritional supplements. Chapter 69. I strive to master domain skills. After Li Tian and Ning Yi gathered, they entered the opulent Yao Century Hotel together. This establishment was the most luxurious in Lanbei City, frequented by the affluent and elite. Although Ning Yi and his companions did not recognize anyone, he had previously thought the Hao Hen Entertainment Club was extravagant, but in comparison to this, it felt like a humble abode juxtaposed with a palace. The group, akin to Lu Lao Lao entering the Grand View Garden, curiously observed their surroundings. However, Su Hui appeared entirely unfazed, as if she were entering her own home. Teacher who maintained a calm demeanor. Good day. May I inquire how many of you there are? A charming young waitress approached them promptly. We would like to reserve the Tianzi number 1 private room, Su Hui stated with remarkable composure. To the waitress, this request seemed utterly incredulous. A group of high school students and a beggar wished to enter the Tianzi number 1 room? Surely, this is a jest. Yet her professionalism compelled her to respond with a smile. Access to the Tianzi number 1 room requires a black card. Before she could finish her sentence, Su Hui tossed her a black card. All expenses for tonight will be charged to this. The waitress, momentarily stunned, felt relieved that she had not revealed her disdain for them. Otherwise, she would have become a mere background character in an urban fantasy tale. Please hold on a moment. I will check for you. After a short while, the waitress returned, her expression apologetic. I am sorry, but the Tianzi number 1 room is already occupied. Would the Tianzi number 2 room suffice? What terrible luck. Su Hui expressed her displeasure, but reluctantly agreed to the Tianzi number 2 room. Ning Yi, is the Tianzi room very luxurious? He quietly inquired. There are 3 Tianzi rooms, each crafted by extraordinary beings at the pinnacle of their domains. They are akin to small worlds. Ning Yi could not help but marvel. Only urban dwellers engage in such extravagance, something he would not have dared to imagine before. Li Tian, did you hear that? You can come here too, Ning Yi teased. Indeed, a month's salary is calculated in millions, Su Hui added. Li Tian initially intended to refuse with righteous indignation, but upon hearing the mention of salary figures, he swiftly changed his mind. I will strive to become a golden-level being soon. Ning Yi thought to himself. This abhorrent system denies me the ability to acquire domain-specific skills. I strive to master this domain at the earliest opportunity. The allure of this salary is undeniable. A group of individuals ascends in the elevator to the top floor, guided by a female attendant to the entrance of room Tian number 2. Upon opening the door, the breathtaking scenery within leaves everyone in disbelief. The room reveals an endless expanse of ocean, where the azure sky seamlessly merges with the sea. Under the arrangement of the female attendant, a few individuals embark on a wooden raft. The raft drifts gently with the current, the waters calm and tranquil, a gentle breeze caressing them, providing immense comfort. Occasionally, seagulls soar across the sky, and dolphins leap from the water, creating a serene and relaxing atmosphere. The theme of room Tian No. 2 is encapsulated in the phrase, the sky is high enough for birds to fly, and the sea is vast enough for fish to leap. Not as good as last time, Hu exclaimed abruptly. The group cast disapproving glances at Hu, who boasted without a hint of modesty. Suddenly, Ning Yi inquired, Su Hui, do tell me honestly, how much did this meal cost? Oh, not too much, not too much. I am a member, hence I can enjoy a discount of 10 yuan. Su Hui nonchalantly replied before adding, please feel free to order whatever you desire. Very well, Ning Yi responded with his eyes closed, declaring, we shall have steamed lamb, steamed bear paw, and steamed deer tail, roasted duck, roasted chick, and roasted goose, marinated salted duck, sauced chicken, and cured meat with fragrant pork belly, dried meat sausages. Assorted delicacies, smoked chicken, tender belly, and steamed 8 treasure pork stuffed duck, canned wild chicken, and canned quail. Su Hui swiftly covered Ning Yi's mouth. Your rapid-fire ordering is quite excessive. Enough of that. In the end, after considering everyone's dietary preferences, Su Hui ordered a dozen signature dishes. While awaiting the food, Ning Yi stood up, claiming he was going to clear the stock, which essentially meant he was heading to the restroom. Upon finishing, as he was about to push the door back open, he suddenly heard cries for help and wails emanating from the adjacent private room. The voice sounded distressingly familiar. It was the female attendant from earlier. Ning Yi glanced up to find it was room Tian number 1. Chapter 70. I am the true master of spirit life. Only those of significant stature or extraordinary prowess can enter room Tian number 1, regardless of who they are. Ning Yi, with his current strength and status, would find himself in no position to confront them. Could he simply walk away as if he had heard nothing? Ning Yi questioned himself. He could not bring himself to do that. The moniker of the benevolent young lord was not bestowed lightly. To be cautious, he employed illusory transformation, summoning Ning Yi to return to his own compartment. This was to inform teacher Hu while ensuring that Su Hui and the others remained unsuspecting. Meanwhile, Ning Yi activated the Veil of Chaos, pushing open the door to room Tian number 1 and stepping inside confidently. Inside room Tian number 1, the ambience resembled a cosmic starry sky, with planets of various hues and clusters of nebulae, occasionally graced by the passage of a shooting star, creating a breathtaking spectacle that entranced all who beheld it. However, the presence of 3 individuals somewhat dampened the beauty of the scene. They were pushing and shoving the female attendant, tearing at her clothing, and toying with her. "Please, I beg you, let me go," the attendant sobbed pitifully. She had been walking down the corridor when these 3 men suddenly pulled her inside, her feeble strength rendering her utterly defenseless. Yet the 3 of them paid no heed to her pleas and cries. For them, tormenting and toying with the weak was the utmost delight. Hee. We haven't had our fun in the cosmos yet. This little one, so delicate and charming, I could devour her whole. Flower maiden, don't run. I promise. I won't bully you. The trio possessed powers ranging from Golden 3 to Golden 4. Among them was one sporting a small mustache, resembling a person from an island nation. Suddenly, they heard the door burst open with a loud bang, and the group turned in astonishment, only to find the doorway empty. They slowed their actions, glancing at one another, puzzled. Was it the wind that opened the door? That seems improbable. Just as their confusion deepened, a voice resonated, clear in their ears. I am the sovereign of Quandao Mountain, the master of Rongxin Cave, the spirit of destiny. I seek causality, divine providence, and celestial signs. And I have discerned that 3 individuals here are fated to meet me, one clad in white, another in black, and the last in patterned attire. Among them, 2 possess the power of Golden 3, while the other wields the strength of Golden 4. Moreover, one is not of this land. Am I correct? The 3 stared at one another, astonished that this voice, which seemed to materialize from thin air, had accurately described them. Could he truly be an immortal? Ning Yi observed their astonished expressions and let out a cold chuckle. How could I not know? Glancing at the answer key, could I possibly err? Nevertheless, this ploy is quite effective in holding their attention. Hee, how amusing. Let us continue to mystify them. Yet the trio felt a twinge of doubt. They had never heard of the mountain, the cave, or his name. Furthermore, the voice sounded rather juvenile. One among them pushed the female attendant aside and curiously inquired, "Might the immortal reveal his true visage? Ah, if you were to behold my true form, you would likely be unable to withstand the wrath of karmic retribution." The immortal continued, "With such exquisite calculations, can you unveil our names?" Ning Yi cursed inwardly. I have no doubt I can astonish you. Names. Your mundane titles are unworthy of my divination, for a name represents not the entirety of one's essence. Should you choose to become my disciples, I shall bestow upon you a true name, revealing your original spirit. The 3 were left utterly bewildered. The islander felt as though he were deciphering an ancient tome, finding it profoundly mysterious. Islander, your name is but an empty shell. I bestow upon you a true name. Let it be known as Nichikawa Gohan. What say you? Upon hearing this melodious name, the islander immediately knelt, bowing in reverence. My journey to Huaxia has not been in vain. I knew something fortunate would occur. The other 2 sensed something was amiss, but could not articulate it. You call yourself the spirit of destiny, yet I have never heard of you. One of them queried skeptically. I was born at the dawn of creation, the very first spark of intelligence in the cosmos. After 1,000,000 years of slumber, I waged wars for 1,000,000 years, created life for 1,000,000 years, and obliterate it all for yet another million years, only to fall into slumber once more for a million years. Now, with the demon god's arrival and the world's peril, my mission and glory have awakened me. After all, fabricating tales costs nothing. One should speak comfortably. Then, if you are so powerful, why have you sought me? Your incessant chatter has severed all ties with me. Ning Yi's voice suddenly rose, feigning anger as he solemnly declared, I shall soon dispatch the most feeble of my 3,000 disciples, a mere nominal apprentice tasked with menial labor. You shall undoubtedly meet your demise. The islanders, upon hearing this, were taken aback and hastily resumed their fervent bowing, the sounds echoing loudly. Please, do not trouble me. I have already knelt in reverence. I am the most devout among you. Indeed, Ning Yi had informed him that teacher who had arrived. Chapter 71. What lies within the dish? Teacher who entered, instantly drawing the attention of the three individuals. Observing his disheveled, unkempt appearance, they quickly became convinced that he truly was the nominal disciple of the weakest among the 3,000 disciples of Ling Mingzhenren. What should we do? It seems we have genuinely missed a fortuitous opportunity. Ning Yi, you should return and remember to close the door. Teacher who emphatically tapped his nose and spoke. Initially, Ning Yi, caught in a state of chaos, intended to stay and observe the spectacle. However, teacher whose unwavering gaze directed at him compelled Ning Yi to ponder whether his chaotic aura held any sway in the presence of such a formidable figure. Just how high was teacher whose cultivation? Why would such a powerful individual be associated with our bald principal? With these questions lingering in his mind, Ning Yi exited the private room designated as Tian No. 1. He exchanged consciousness with Ning Yi in the second private room and then dispelled his doppelganger. Ning Yi returned to the room without raising any suspicions from Su Hui and the others. At that moment, the dishes had been served, and Ning Yi eagerly picked up his chopsticks. Delicious, he exclaimed. Wow, this bursts with flavor in my mouth. Delightful. Oh, this is quite spicy, yet fragrant. Ning Yi silently vowed that in his lifetime, he must find a wife who can cook. 3 minutes later, teacher who returned, still pinching his nose. This Ning Yi lad is quite clever. Eating with an empty stomach is truly delightful. Ning Yi, with a sheepish grin, felt restless, yearning to inquire about the identities of the three individuals and their purpose. Yet, observing teacher who engrossed in his meal, he resolved to continue eating and ask his questions later. After all, one must not neglect the pleasures of gastronomy. Half an hour later, Ning Yi patted his round belly and let out a satisfied burp, exclaiming, what a splendid meal. The cuisine here is rather commendable, isn't it? Su Hui, with a genteel wipe of her mouth, inquired with a smile. Indeed, quite exceptional. Ning Yi nodded, speaking from the heart. He resolved to promote his wares more diligently and earn more, with the hope of dining here daily. I shall take my leave now. Do not be late for tomorrow's finals. Teacher who mumbled through his fingers, turning to exit the private room. Ning Yi stood up, intent on pursuing him for clarification. But teacher who departed swiftly, leaving no opportunity for Ning Yi to voice his questions. Resigned, he returned to his seat, pondering whether this was a secret forever beyond his grasp. What's wrong? Do you have business with teacher who? Su Hui inquired. Nothing of consequence. After a brief exchange of pleasantries and laughter, the group parted ways, heading home to rest. By the time Ning Yi returned home, it was already 10 o'clock at night. Aunt Lin had returned to her room to sleep. In the living room, the lights remained aglow, and a tedious soap opera played on the television. While Lin Ying had already succumbed to slumber upon the sofa, Ning Yi shook his head, bemused that a grown person still found delight in television dramas. Yet, the sight of her sleeping was undeniably adorable. Even the drool that escaped her lips added to her charm. He gently lifted Lin Ying and returned her to her room, tucking her in securely before departing. In her dreams, Lin Ying murmured, Ning Yi, why haven't you returned? System, are you well? Beep. Teeth in good order, body robust. Health splendid, appetite keen. How much pain value do I currently possess? Beep. 216, 575. Is that sufficient to upgrade my chaotic concealment? The fact that my chaotic concealment could be seen through by teacher who indicates it is still inadequate. Although it is confirmed that those at the Golden Realm cannot pierce it, there is no guarantee that its stealth will be effective against those above the Golden Realm. Therefore, for safety's sake, an upgrade is prudent. Beep. Upgrading chaotic concealment requires 20,000 pain points. Would you like to proceed with the upgrade? Yes. Beep. Upgrading. Upgrade complete. Chaotic concealment has transformed into divine concealment. With this, Ning Yi felt reassured and comfortably drifted into sleep. The following day, the grand finale of the 17th Annual City High School Supernatural Tournament officially commenced at the sports arena. Suhui, has your realm truly ascended to Black Iron 9? Ning Yi exclaimed, astonished as he sensed the potent energy radiating from her. Isn't this any impressive? I didn't sleep a wink last night. Ning Yi pointed at Suhui, incredulous. I report her for cheating. I have a system, yet I cannot level up as swiftly as she does. Casting a glance at the other three, he gasped, wow, Qinju has also elevated her realm, matching my own. Qinju, how did you manage that? Ning Yi inquired, perplexed. During his sophomore year, he had still been lingering at Black Iron 1. This just goes to show, comparing oneself to others can be disheartening. What use is this system if it only brings me frustration? Thankfully, thanks to Sister Suhui, that meal last night provided substantial energy that solidified my own, allowing me to level up. Ning Yi scratched his head in confusion. What was so special about that meal? I didn't notice anything extraordinary. Chapter 72, a long-awaited voice as the group conversed. Yang Yichun's fervent voice echoed throughout the arena. Fellow students, good day? Do you know what day it is today? He directed the microphone toward the audience, eager for an enthusiastic interaction. However, silence enveloped the venue, leaving Yang Yichun feeling slighted. Such a significant lack of enthusiasm. Yang Yichun wiped a bead of sweat from his brow, awkwardly retracting the microphone. Why are today's youth so unresponsive? Today marks the grand finale. Who will emerge as the reigning champion? Will it be Lanbei No. 1 High School, the steadfast victor, having claimed 27 championships, or the dark horse, Lanbei No. 7 High School, poised to dethrone them and seize the title? Let us await the outcome. As the two teams took the stage, the audience erupted into a cacophony of cheers, their excitement soaring to unparalleled heights. Once again, a banner was unfurled by the 7th High School, and Ning found herself inexplicably caught up in the fervor, clutching the banner alongside Ning Yi, her excitement palpable. Meanwhile, the 1st High School was not to be outdone, showcasing their own banner proclaiming their supremacy. However, it was evident that the 7th High's banner exuded a more commanding presence. The audience today was noticeably smaller than on the first day. Many students had chosen not to attend upon learning their own schools had been eliminated. Those who remained were predominantly driven by curiosity regarding which team would ultimately claim victory. Ning Yi exuberantly ascended the stage, exhilarated at the prospect of finally earning pain points after so many days of anticipation. The itchiness of his skin had become unbearable. Their captain, enigmatic in demeanor, declared that their primary objective was the other 4 opponents. LV Hung frowned, fixating on the beaming Ning Yi, emphasizing his thoughts with conviction. The last opponent he had deemed interesting had already provided a wealth of surprises. Now, he was eager to discover what marvel this intriguing contender could unveil. With swift movements, LV Hung charged towards Su Hui and her companions. A shroud of mist enveloped the surroundings once more, vividly encasing Ning Yi and his 4 allies. They hastily activated their unique abilities. Su Hui's blazing flames relentlessly dispelled the fog, while Qin Zhu employed time-stopping techniques to slow the encroaching canvas. Li Tian and Wan Chong dedicated their efforts to obstructing the colossal foot descending upon them. Yet, the disparity in their respective realms rendered their efforts arduous. Ning Yi utilized the illusionary transformation technique, rushing to assist Su Hui and her team, ensuring their survival while simultaneously facilitating their offensive capabilities, effectively granting them a temporary advantage. He soon spotted LV Hung maneuvering through the mist, his target being Su Hui. What a cunning player, Ning Yi thought. LV Hung had already coalesced a sphere of lightning within his palm, a smirk gracing his lips as he aimed to eliminate the strongest, the Black Iron 9 star. From close range, believing no one could detect him amidst the fog, as LV Hung raised his hand to strike Su Hui from behind. A sudden flash revealed Ning Yi's abrupt appearance. The lightning struck Ning Yi squarely, emitting a crackling sound. Beep. Elemental attack detected. Pain points. 29,000 absorbed. Beep. Elemental attack detected. Pain points. 29,000 absorbed. Beep. Elemental attack detected. Pain points. 29,000 absorbed. The system chimed 5 times consecutively until the electric sphere dissipated. A faint smile graced Ning Yi's face. It was a long-awaited sensation of satisfaction. Continue. LV Hung was momentarily taken aback. How could Ning Yi remain unscathed? He could distinctly sense the damage he had inflicted, and for a fleeting instant, he thought he saw a wound. Yet, that injury appeared to heal within a fraction of a second. Understanding dawned upon LV Hung. So that was it. Ning Yi did not possess superior defense. Rather, his recovery capabilities were extraordinary. Unbounded thunder. LV Hung bellowed, as dozens of lightning pillars, as thick as arms, erupted around him, striking not only towards Ning Yi, but also towards Su Hui and her team. Beep. Subject has suffered elemental damage, with a pain value of 28,000, now absorbed. Beep. Subject has suffered elemental damage, with a pain value of 28,000, now absorbed. Beep. Subject has suffered elemental damage, with a pain value of 28,000, now absorbed. Beep. Subject has suffered elemental damage, with a pain value of 28,000, now absorbed. Beep. Subject has suffered elemental damage, with a pain value of 28,000, now absorbed. 5 voices resonated simultaneously from Ning Yi and his 4 avatars. This was not just a singular occurrence. Lu Heng's lightning struck 4 or 5 times. All the bolts aimed at Su Hui and others were absorbed by Ning Yi's avatars. The pain value escalated 5-fold. Ha ha ha. Continue. Ning Yi laughed maniacally, reveling in the exhilarating experience. Meanwhile, disbelief and fury etched across Lu Heng's face. His mightiest killing move appeared utterly ineffective. The thunder of unending extremes. This time, all the lightning surged towards Ning Yi. He stood obediently in place, neither evading nor flinching. I shall serve as the lightning rod. Let the bolts strike with even greater ferocity. Thunder roared, and lightning crackled. A dark cloud loomed above Ning Yi, resembling the arrival of divine retribution, instilling trepidation in all present. In the audience, everyone was captivated by the grandeur of the spectacle. Even the combatants on both sides paused, transfixed by the duel between their captains. In a small chamber on the 3rd tier of the audience, numerous prominent figures focused intently on Ning Yi amidst the storm of lightning. What was once regarded as a practice tournament by the first school had now become a source of ridicule from other institutions. They wondered whether he could withstand Lu Heng's wrath. At that moment, Ning Yi, enveloped in countless bolts of lightning, savored the therapeutic effects of the electric shocks. Beneath him, the arena was engulfed in dust, a substantial crater forming. Beep. Subject has suffered elemental damage, with a pain value of 27,000, now absorbed. Beep. Subject has suffered elemental damage, with a pain value of 27,000, now absorbed. Beep. Subject has suffered elemental damage, with a pain value of 25,000, now absorbed. Beep. Subject has suffered elemental damage, with a pain value of 25,000, now absorbed. Beep. Subject has suffered elemental damage, with a value below the threshold, not absorbed. As the system's final notification concluded, Ning Yi stretched languidly. He had deemed himself devoid of worth. He ambled out of the pit, approaching Lu Heng, eager to bring this farce to a close. By this point, Lu Heng's mental state was on the brink of collapse. Why? He yearned to comprehend how Ning Yi, a mere black iron 6, could withstand the assault of a bronze 9-star opponent. For such an extended duration, even a stubborn rock would be reduced to dust. This was not an amusing adversary. This was a deranged opponent. Lu Heng expended his last vestige of spiritual energy, symbolically striking at Ning Yi. This was his final act of defiance. Then he collapsed thunderously to the ground. As Ning Yi approached, he weakly inquired, "Why are you so strong?" "Simply because I uphold justice and aspire towards the light." Ning Yi replied with a chuckle. "Huh, I do not believe you. I do not believe your rhetoric." Lu Heng shook his head. "Do I not harbor justice within my heart? Why have I not grown stronger?" Observing the considerable pain value Lu Heng had unwittingly provided him, Ning Yi was more than willing to engage in conversation. "You have diminished. Your perspective has narrowed. You must comprehend that harboring a sense of justice and yearning for illumination is not an endpoint, but rather a journey. The desire for justice and the pursuit of enlightenment are not justifications for strength, but rather the convictions that inspire one to grow stronger." Lu Heng listened, half comprehending, suddenly realizing that there was profound wisdom in what was being said. Li Tian observed this scene, feeling an uncanny familiarity. "Ah, the verbal escapades of my brother have begun." Chapter 74. May I address you as brother? What do you truly mean by justice and light? Lu Heng asked earnestly, sensing that he might find the right answers within Ning Yi, for he perceived a halo of sanctity enveloping him. Ning Yi regarded Lu Heng's earnest gaze, lost in contemplation. Initially, he had merely jested, fabricating excuses, yet suddenly confronted by Lu Heng's inquiry, he too began to ponder the essence of true justice and illumination. What constitutes the justice and light that belong to the extraordinary? Or rather, what should his own path resemble? After a brief silence, Ning Yi spoke. I believe that those endowed with extraordinary abilities must willingly embrace the mission, honor, and responsibilities that accompany their gifts. I hold firm to the belief that existence itself is rational. Abilities beyond the norm are not mere toys. Their emergence is laden with significance. They serve as our weapons against malevolent entities, tools for fostering happiness among the common populace. These abilities belong to the individual, yet are shared by all. This embodies the justice and light that every extraordinary being should uphold. With that, Ning Yi extended a hand to lift the sprawled Lu Heng from the ground. At that moment, Lu Heng was utterly entranced, the words echoing ceaselessly in his mind, as if they were celestial melodies from which he could not extricate himself. Suddenly, he queried, by rejecting an invitation from a nefarious organization, do I embody justice and aspire towards the light? Indeed, I am aware of that organization, and I too categorically declined their overtures. Had I known the true intentions of Cao Zheng when he sought me, I would have undoubtedly refused. Rest assured, Ning Yi held a deep respect for him. This young man possesses a commendable heart. He is truly a talent worthy of cultivation. Lu Heng gazed at Ning Yi in a daze, his heart fully acknowledging him. It turned out that his words were not mere lofty rhetoric. He would indeed act in accordance with his convictions of justice and illumination. May I call you brother? Lu Heng asked tremulously. Though our paths may differ, we may still align in purpose. Yet, when one shares a common path and is notably ahead, he is deserving of being called elder brother. Third brother. Ning Yi embraced Lu Heng with fervor, visibly excited. Elder brother. Li Tian was taken aback. Had he just gained a third brother? A third brother of the bronze 9-star caliber, no less. All the onlookers were equally bewildered. Ning Yi and Lu Heng conversed in hushed tones, their words inaudible. Yet they observed the two engaging in conversation before embracing. While others fought with passion, their bond radiated a different kind of fervor. The students from Class 7, accustomed to the previous school competition, expressed their nonchalance. Let us not engage in trivialities. The name Ning Yi, with the character for righteousness, embodies loyalty. With righteousness at the forefront, how can one not seek to recognize brothers everywhere? My dear brother, it is only after listening to your words that I truly comprehend the adage that a single conversation with a wise person is worth more than a decade of study. You are too gracious, my dear third brother. I shall wait for you below the stage. Travel safely, third brother. With that, Lu Heng executed the same maneuver as Li Tian did back in the day, joyfully leaping down from the arena, his face radiating delight. The other members of the Zhu Xian team, witnessing this, had no choice but to follow suit. With our captain having defected, is there any point in our continued struggle? Congratulations to the team from Lanbei No. 7 High School. They have indeed proven their strength by clinching the championship of the 17th Lanbei City High School Extraordinary Combat Tournament. Let us extend our warmest applause in their honor. The exuberant cheers of Yang and his group reverberated throughout the entire stadium. For the first time in 16 years, Lanbei No. 7 High School has secured the championship. All the students of No. 7 erupted in a chorus. We are champions. Tears of joy welled in the eyes of Su Hui and her companions. Despite the peculiar nature of their victories, Teacher Hu, rubbing his drowsy eyes, nodded in satisfaction. It seems the bald man was not mistaken. This Lin Yi indeed emerges as a dragon from a shallow pool, utterly enigmatic. Regrettably, I lost my bet and must devise a way to wriggle out of it. Next, we welcome the principal of Lanbei No. 1 High School, the president of the Extraordinary Management Association, the deputy commander of the Supernatural Enforcement Task Force, and the chief advisor of the Spirit Management Office, Lei Wanjun, to present the championship award. Ning Yi was taken aback by this lengthy list of titles. This principal is indeed a person of hidden depths. And what exactly is the Extraordinary Management Association? With a warm smile, Lei Wanjun ascended the stage, accompanied by 3 attendants bearing a box. As the principal of No. 1 High School, Witnessing the end of his school's 16-year championship streak, he displayed no anger, but instead warmly congratulated Ning Yi and his companions with handshakes. Is this not a positive turn of events? It serves to remind the students of number one that there are greater heights beyond their own achievements, preventing them from being blinded by pride, which is indeed a cause for celebration. There are 3 prizes in total. With a wave of his hand, Lei Wanjun signaled one of the attendants to step forward with the box. The first prize consists of 6 extraordinary fruits. The audience erupted in astonishment upon hearing this name. Such generosity for a city-level competition. The extraordinary fruits, when consumed by ordinary individuals, awaken their supernatural abilities directly to the level of black iron 4 stars. For extraordinary individuals, these fruits enhance their powers, making them even stronger. Rumor has it that consuming an extraordinary fruit increases the likelihood of awakening a second supernatural ability. Only Ning Yi felt a tinge of disappointment, as he had hoped for a cash reward to purchase an electric tricycle. Chapter 75. Do you want to cause some trouble? Ning Yi quickly masked his look of disappointment. Should anyone notice, they might think he had become arrogant. Lei Wanjun opened the second box, revealing a piece of paper. With this paper, one can claim 60 pounds of demon steel from the Supernatural Enforcement Task Force. Lei Wanjun announced, holding up the paper. Surely, they cannot transport 60 pounds of demon steel here. Demon steel, a special metal brought forth by the arrival of the Demon God Tower, possesses greater toughness and hardness than existing metals. Ning Yi expressed his satisfaction with this reward. My own watermelon knife has not only become dull, but is also covered in rust, making it the perfect candidate for crafting a brand new blade. I have long been in need of a reliable weapon. As for the third reward, 4 admission letters from extraordinary universities are available for you 6 to choose from at your discretion. Given that Qinzhu is only a sophomore, she may defer her acceptance until next year. Nationwide, there are 4 extraordinary universities: Baihu University, Zhuke University, Qinglong University, and Xuanwu University. However, there have long been rumors of a 5th institution, known as Qilin University, shrouded in mystery with little information available. At this moment, everyone cast envious glances. How delightful it would be to gain direct admission to a university without the need for cultural examinations. If only I were the one standing on stage to receive the award, but alas, my abilities dictate otherwise, leaving me to merely dream. To enter an extraordinary university, one must not only achieve satisfactory results in the extraordinary power assessment, but also pass cultural examinations. Different institutions have varying score requirements, but generally, achieving 1/3 of the total score suffices. Despite this, a significant number of extraordinary individuals still find themselves unable to gain admission and must repeat the year. Ning Yi felt immensely satisfied with the third reward. His performance in cultural subjects had always been lacking, primarily because he habitually dozed off during class. The classroom desks possessed an inexplicable allure, drawing him into slumber as soon as he touched them. I cannot control my drowsiness. Ning Yi had considered a last-minute review during the final 2 weeks to bolster his cultural scores, but now, he could afford to indulge for another fortnight. After distributing the 3 rewards, a certificate and trophy were presented. Following a commemorative group photo, Ning Yi and his companions finally descended from the podium, marking the official conclusion of the 17th Lanbei City High School Extraordinary Combat Competition. People began to disperse from the gymnasium, and with 3 days of vacation ahead, thoughts turned to potential adventures. As for the second and third prizes, none. Resources are limited, and only the capable shall reap the rewards. You youngsters truly excelled, bringing home the first prize for our school. Teacher who wore a rare smile, his first formal praise for Ning Yi and the others. The group approached him for a brief embrace, despite the strong odor emanating from him and his clothes being capable of wringing out 2 pounds of oil. No one expressed distaste. For 3 days, teacher who remained by their side, from start to finish, observing from the stands, even if he occasionally dozed off. Yet, Ning Yi and his friends could feel whose genuine support for them. I am grateful to Senior Cat God, Sister Su Hui, Senior Li Tian, and Senior Wan Chong for granting me this opportunity, but I feel undeserving of this reward and shall decline it. At that moment, Qinzhu suddenly bent down to speak, her voice trembling with excitement. Qinzhu, what are you saying? If you feel unworthy, we all share that sentiment. However, you need not be modest with Ning Cat. You should accept what is rightfully yours. Su Hui assisted Qinzhu to her feet, and then took an extraordinary fruit from Ning Yi's arms. placing it in Qin Zhu's hands. Let us arrange a time to retrieve the magic steel together, Ning Yi added from the side. This junior is once again lost in her thoughts. The corners of Qin Zhu's eyes instantly reddened. She was profoundly moved, her emotions stirred to an unparalleled degree, feeling immensely fortunate to have encountered Ning Yi and his companions. At that moment, teacher Hu pulled Ning Yi aside and discreetly inquired, "Would you like to stir up some trouble?" Ning Yi's eyes sparkled with excitement as he fervently nodded. "I relish causing a ruckus, for it leads to a chance for a brawl. Tonight, we shall rescue from the prison." Chapter 76. It turns out you are the true treasure rescue from the prison? This indicated that someone intended to stage a prison break, necessitating a watchful presence to counter their efforts. The prospect was thrilling. Ning Yi speculated it was likely connected to the 3 individuals from the previous night, undoubtedly something teacher Hu had extracted from them. He was nearly bursting with anticipation, eager to embark at once. Teacher Hu placed a hand on his shoulder, signaling him to remain composed and to adhere to the plan. "I shall seek you out tonight." Ning Yi nodded enthusiastically, steadying his emotions before returning to distribute the ability fruits among Su Hui and the others. They agreed on a time to gather on Monday to collect the demon steel. "I have already consumed this. It is of no use to me." Su Hui tossed her ability fruit to Ning Yi, since the same person consuming an ability fruit twice rendered it ineffective. It was better to pass it on to Ning Yi for him to utilize. Ning Yi, ever decisive, sought out Lu Hong and handed him the surplus ability fruit. After all, he was his younger brother, deserving of care. Lu Hong was moved to tears, feeling as though he had struck gold to have such a commendable elder brother. As the crowd gradually dispersed from the gymnasium, Ning Yi and his companions exited the school. After bidding farewell at the school gate, Ning Yi made his way home. And upon turning a corner, he spotted Lining waiting for him. "I thought you had returned already. Our tenant has won the championship, and as the landlord, I should extend my congratulations." "That sounds splendid. Let's head to the Yao Century Hotel, room Tianzi number 1. Lining shot Ning Yi a look. "Room Tianzi no. 1 is unavailable, but there's spicy hot pot by the roadside. Shall we go?" "That works too. After all, it's a free meal. I welcome anything." After a simple meal, the two returned home as the sky began to darken. Upon reaching his room, Ning Yi anxiously awaited teacher Hu's arrival. He surmised that he would likely climb through the window, so he decided to leave it open this time, to avoid being unceremoniously thrown out again. While waiting for teacher Hu, Ning Yi suddenly recalled the universe furnace and the peculiar black stone he had placed in the drawer. Tomorrow would be a day of rest, perfect for visiting the greenhouse to procure some melons, and then he could experiment with the mysterious object to see if it was indeed useful. "Where's my refrigerator?" Ning Yi exclaimed, pulling open the drawer only to be astonished to find the black stone lying within, while the universe furnace had vanished without a trace. He searched the entire drawer and even swept the floor, but it was nowhere to be found. Puzzled, Ning Yi toyed with the black stone in his hand, struggling to comprehend the situation. Could such a treasure possess the ability to seek itself? "I barely had the chance to warm it up before it was discarded. This is truly unfortunate." He sighed, wistfully longing for his refrigerator. Suddenly, he caught sight of the black stone in his hand, its surface shimmering with intricate patterns that flashed momentarily. To his astonishment, a universe furnace materialized flawlessly on the bedroom floor, standing there as if it had always belonged. Ning Yi stared vacantly at the universe furnace before glancing back at the black stone in his grasp. A revelation struck him. This black stone was indeed a spatial treasure. The universe furnace was concealed within it. It turned out that this black stone was the true gem among treasures. While he had naively thought it to be just an ordinary pebble, a spatial treasure, capable of storing items at will, how many would covet such a marvel? This was simply exhilarating. The universe furnace instantly lost its allure. However, how had Lin Fei obtained such a treasure? Never mind that, it was mine now. Ning Yi gleefully toyed with his newfound discovery, conducting numerous experiments. Firstly, the stone was approximately 10 cubic meters in size. It could not accommodate fruits or vegetables, let alone living creatures. Thus, he had to place his watermelon in the refrigerator before transferring it to the black stone. Each use required merely a thought, though it was quite taxing on his spiritual energy. After about 10 minutes of play, he felt utterly drained, his back and waist aching. He carefully returned the refrigerator to the black stone and then placed the stone securely against his body. Before long, he heard Lining knocking at the door, announcing, "Ning Yi, there's an exceptional person looking for you." Chapter 77. Mr. Hu's puzzling questions. Ning Yi recognized that it was Mr. Hu. He had half expected him to climb through the window. After dressing, Ning Yi stepped outside and instantly understood why Lin Ying referred to him as exceptional upon seeing Mr. Hu's attire. Clad in a tight black outfit and leggings, paired with a set of casual loafers, he sported black plastic-framed glasses devoid of lenses, purely for effect. Mr. Hu, what are you up to? Are you cosplaying as a spirited young man? Ning Yi inquired. Are you ready? Let us set off, Ning Yi. Mr. Hu exclaimed with unrestrained enthusiasm, striking an embarrassingly flamboyant pose. He was even more excited than Ning Yi. Ning Yi rubbed his forehead, exasperated. We'll be back shortly. He turned to hastily explain to the puzzled Lin Ying and Aunt Lin before departing in a hurry. The two descended the stairs and entered a black sedan, where the driver turned out to be Yin Su, someone Ning Yi recognized. Ah, Brother Yin, you're involved in this operation too? Ning Yi questioned. Yin Su managed a wry smile, turning to Mr. Hu with a hint of resignation. Fu Watua, we can't really argue with you on this. The safety of this kid is now in your hands. He then addressed Ning Yi. I know you're fast when it comes to running. Just make sure to flee when it matters. What do you mean by running fast? Yin Su, clarify that for me. Ning Yi shot an incredulous glare at Yin Su as he settled into the back seat. The vehicle roared to life, speeding toward Lanbei Prison. Nestled in the depths of the southern mountains of Lanbei City, this facility was a military stronghold. It housed numerous serious offenders guilty of abusing supernatural abilities, undermining social stability, deliberately endangering citizens, colluding with demonic entities to betray the nation, and members of criminal organizations. During their journey, Professor Hu finally addressed Ning Yi's long-standing question, elucidating the backgrounds of the three individuals. That night in the private room, after swiftly incapacitating the trio, Professor Hu summoned Yin Su, who then secured the trio with spirit-binding handcuffs and escorted them to the supernatural law enforcement team. Through rigorous interrogation by Yin Su, it was revealed that all three were members of a robbery organization, with one particularly significant individual being a key member from an island nation. Their purpose for arriving in Lanbei City was to partake in a prison break plan aimed at liberating certain inmates. This revelation essentially exposed their plot. Would they still proceed with their scheme? Halfway through, Ning Yi, filled with curiosity, inquired further. Yin Su, while driving, responded, they belong to the first squad. Can you guess how many squads there are in total? After a brief pause, he continued, a total of 10 squads, each comprising 20 members. Perhaps they are indifferent to whether their plan is exposed. Ning Yi's foremost concern was their capabilities, as it would determine his potential to acquire pain points. I have no idea. Yin Su replied. Well, I can only rely on luck then. Currently, I can endure pain points ranging from silver 1 star to silver 2 star. I hope there are more individuals within that realm. By the way, Brother Yin Su, there's something I need to tell you. Ning Yi recounted the events from the previous night involving Chao Zheng's appearance and subsequent rescue by a mysterious woman, hoping to glean insights about the true identity of the heroic lady. Oh, so that's why someone suddenly tossed Chao Zheng into the courtyard in the middle of the night. As for the heroine you mentioned, I'm not aware. Some matters are better left unknown. What happened to Chao Zheng? He has been thrown into prison. So, they came to rescue Chao Zheng? Not just him. Lanbei Prison houses many members of that organization. Oh, I see. Suddenly, Professor Hu, who had been silent with his eyes closed, asked. The islander kept saying he has a master named Ling Mingjunren, claiming to be the weakest disciple among the 3,000 disciples of Ling Mingjunren, reduced to a mere dung collector's nominal apprentice. Linny, do you know anything about this? I don't know. When I entered, I saw the islander kneeling on the ground, acting erratically. He looked quite unhinged. Are all islanders foolish? Why do they blurt everything out? Professor Hu continued. Did Lin Fei fight you in the last bout? He is currently in Lanbei Prison, lamenting the loss of his 2 treasures. Do you know anything about it? I don't know. I know nothing, and know not what to know, Ning Yi responded calmly, his demeanor unruffled. If you think you can retrieve those 2 treasures from me, you must be dreaming. Professor Hu, despite his disheveled appearance, posed increasingly intricate questions. Perhaps he had simply misremembered. The car sped along, and Ning Yi gazed out the window, watching as the scenery transitioned from urban to mountainous terrain. Before long, they arrived. Chapter 78. Hide and Seek. The vehicle came to a halt 5 kilometers away from Lanbei Prison. After a 10-minute trek along the mountain path, Ning Yi, Yin Su, and Teacher Hu arrived at a steep, densely wooded area. Quickly find a place to hide. Teacher who whispered to Ning Yi. The people from the organization haven't arrived yet. We must remain concealed and wait for them. Ning Yi nodded and began to search for an appropriate hiding spot. A thicket appeared to be an excellent choice. As he stealthily approached the bushes and parted the branches, he was startled to see a bald man illuminated by the moonlight, nearly blinding him. Principal, what are you doing here? Ning Yi exclaimed in astonishment, shocked to find his own principal concealed among the foliage. Shoo, look for another place, the principal urged. Reluctantly, Ning Yi moved on and discovered another thicket, only to find someone else inside. Meng Yongfu, the greasy leader of the Special Law Enforcement Squad. He had no choice but to find yet another location. Arriving at the base of a tree, he was about to ascend when a voice interrupted him. Brother Ning Yi, there are already 18 people hiding in this tree. You should find another spot. Recognizing the voice as belonging to a member of the Special Law Enforcement Squad, he greeted them and continued his search. This was proving to be more challenging than a game of hide and seek. Essentially, the area within a 5-kilometer radius was packed with people. Though Ning Yi was unfamiliar with many of those involved in the operation, he spotted the principal of the first high school, Lei Wanjun, who had awarded him earlier that day. Just then, a voice from above called out, "Young brother, come up. I'm the only one in this tree." Narrowing his eyes, Ning Yi peered through the clumps of leaves to see an elderly man with white hair, dressed in a traditional Tang suit, exuding a kind and benevolent demeanor. With a swift motion, he ascended to the elder's side. "Thank you, old sir. I didn't expect so many people to come. This is a prime opportunity to thwart that organization's ambitions, naturally drawing a crowd," the old man replied, his voice resonant and robust. Upon sensing Ning Yi's aura, he was taken aback, nearly losing his balance on the branch. "How is it possible for someone of your caliber to be involved in this operation?" "It was Teacher who brought me along." "Teacher who?" The elder pondered for a moment before understanding. "If it's Fu Huatua, that makes sense. He often engages in remarkable feats. May I ask your name?" "Ning Yi, with Yi symbolizing righteousness." "Young friend Ning Yi, you must ensure you remain well hidden," the elder warned with a look of concern. Ning Yi nodded, though he felt somewhat disgruntled. Why was everyone urging him to hide? While he appeared to be merely a black iron level 6, his true strength had already reached silver level 3. Is silver level 3 really strong? Others asked. Regardless, you should still conceal yourself. As time ticked away, the pale light of the full moon bathed the surroundings, and the chilling mountain breeze sent shivers down their spines. At that moment, Ning Yi heard the voice of the bald principal echo in his mind. "The enemy has moved. The first group consists of only 15 individuals." Ning Yi turned to the elderly man beside him and inquired, "Old sir, did you hear that?" "Indeed, we all can hear. This is the extraordinary ability of the principal from number 7 high school, an enhancement of the 5 senses, so there is no need for surprise." The principal's voice resonated once more. "Everyone, remain still. These prison guards can handle the situation." Their levels range from bronze 9 stars to silver 2 stars. Upon hearing this, Ning Yi's heart danced with joy. Was this not an exquisitely tailored banquet prepared just for him? He never expected to arrive to such a splendid feast. What does remain still even mean? Chapter 79. Please, you must believe me, old man. How do I contact the principal of number 7 high school? The mission calls, and time is of the essence. Ning Yi was eager to reach out to the principal and swiftly locate those individuals. Merely reciting his name in his mind would suffice. Wow, is it really that convenient? I don't even need a phone. Hello, 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 this is Ning Yi speaking. Principal, if you receive this, please respond. Over. The principal replied, "Could you be a bit more creative? Just speak plainly, no need for theatrics. I request your approval to duel those 15 individuals. What madness has overtaken you? After 3 years of our teacher-student relationship, you would so easily abandon trust? Stay where you are, while they may be weak. You are certainly no match for them." Ning Yi sighed deeply, lamenting a solitude that few could comprehend. "Principal, is there such a thing as a military order? If so, I am willing to pledge myself to it." Silence was the only response to Ning Yi's plea. Perched upon a branch, he anxiously gazed towards the foot of the mountain, his hands itching with anticipation as he felt the system urging him onward. Yet, without the principal's approval, he dared not act recklessly. Every move must adhere to the command. "Principal, I can truly do this. Please, you must believe me." Ning Yi persisted, repeatedly calling out to the bald-headed principal in his mind. "All right. They are at the foot of the mountain. You may proceed." After a moment, The principal's resigned voice echoed. Fortune favors me. It is my turn now. He recalled that prior to the citywide high school martial arts competition, the principal had summoned Teacher Hu, fervently discussing Ning Yi's achievements and performances, confidently asserting Ning Yi would seize the championship. At that time, Teacher Hu had been skeptical and even wagered against the principal. Now, the roles had reversed. Teacher Hu was adamant that Ning Yi would triumph, while the principal found it hard to believe. Once again, they placed a bet. The instant Ning Yi heard the principal's voice, joy surged within him, and in a flash, he arrived at a tree at the foot of the mountain. Indeed, as he arrived, he spotted 15 adults clad in black stealth attire, stealthily making their way up the mountain. Hello, what are you all doing here? Picking herbs for your mothers at this late hour? The moment Ning Yi's voice rang out, it startled the 15 individuals. Have we already failed our mission before it even began? Upon glancing back, they were taken aback to find a mere black iron 6-star before them. How dare you seek death? The leader gestured for a companion to swiftly deal with Ning Yi. A figure among the group, upon scrutinizing a familiar face, exclaimed with delight. I remember. He is the one from the bounty mission. Currently, it is only an E-level bounty, but in a week, it will escalate to a C-level task. The leader called back the individual he had just dispatched and, after a moment of contemplation, declared, let us join forces to capture him alive. It should take no more than a minute and will not impede our mission. The other 14 members were equally exhilarated, unexpectedly finding an opportunity for extra profit during their outing. They planned to capture him first, and once the bounty upgraded to C-level, they would eliminate him for double the reward. Ning Yi, perched atop a tree, felt his spirits lift upon witnessing the 15 individuals approaching as a unit. Initially concerned they might scatter, he was pleasantly surprised by their cohesion and willingness to contribute to the pain value. These individuals are indeed benevolent. I shall go easy on them later, he mused. Observing their demeanor, he thought, you are not the kind souls you appear to be. I shall vanquish you in the name of the moon. Prepare to meet your end. With a loud shout, Ning Yi leapt from the tree and plunged into the throng. The 15 could not suppress their laughter. They were faced with a fool. You claim to represent the moon's wrath? You will instead be crushed like an ant. In an instant, a barrage of skills rained down upon Ning Yi. After the competition, his pain threshold had soared to 30,000,000. Ding. Elemental attack received. Pain value 49,000. Absorbed. Ding. Soul attack received. Pain value 31,000. Absorbed. Ding. Sealing attack received. Pain value 40,000. Absorbed. The 15, each at different realms, unleashed a myriad of bizarre skills, allowing Ning Yi to absorb a significant amount of pain value in mere moments. As he reveled in the exhilarating baptism of explosions, he suddenly smacked his forehead. Oh dear, I forgot to use the illusory transformation. What a blunder. He hastily summoned duplicates. Ning Air through Ning Lu, and together they began to absorb pain value. Ah, what a thrill it is to have such an advantage. Chapter 80. Disturbing the peace on the mountain, those concealed in the shadows occasionally heard the sounds of explosions from below, punctuated by flashes of mysterious light. Baldy, what is happening? Questioned the principal of the 7th Academy. Who among your subordinates is this formidable warrior? What is going on? Is someone acting on their own accord? All eyes turned to the bald principal for answers. Fear not, it is one of my students. He has gone to intercept those 15 individuals. Understanding dawned upon the crowd. He must possess significant strength. An elder, hidden alongside Ning Yi, observed the vanishing figures and suddenly comprehended the situation. Rarely one to curse. He found himself inwardly cursing in shock. Good heavens, this is utterly absurd. The younger ones are reckless, and the older ones follow suit. To send a black iron 6-star to confront 15 individuals far beyond his realm is a clear path to doom. I will likely be left to collect the remains. If there are any to find, they might be reduced to mere ashes. He looked at Ning Yi, who was no older than his granddaughter, lamenting the impulsiveness that could lead to such a tragic end. What a pity. Meanwhile, down the mountain, Ning Yi lay in a deep pit, created by the multitude of skills that had bombarded him. With a deep sigh, he lay there, snoring in a deep slumber. The upper portion of his clothing lay in tatters, while the lower part remained surprisingly intact, showing no signs of damage. Outside the pit, a leader raised his hand, signaling the others to cease their assault. Brother, have we perhaps been too forceful? One queried. It can't be helped. This fellow is more resilient than we anticipated. We have already wasted over a minute on him. Thus we must intensify our efforts. Let the E-grade reward be what it is. Go, descend, and investigate. One individual leapt into the abyss, gazing at the motionless Ning Yi, sensing something amiss. How could he bear no wounds? His skin appeared remarkably smooth, and even his trousers were unharmed. Tentatively, he reached out to check Ning Yi's breath, but as he leaned closer, he was startled by the unmistakable sound of snoring. He recoiled in fright, hastily shouting, "Big brother, he's fast asleep." Suddenly, he felt a chill run down his spine, every hair on his body standing on end. A gust of wind swept through, and before he could react, a loud thud echoed as his head was thrust into the dirt. Ning Yi rubbed his bleary eyes, visibly irritated. "What are you shouting about? Do you not realize you are disturbing the peace?" The onlookers outside the pit listened intently to the commotion within, increasingly perplexed. What had that voice just said? Asleep? And what was that loud thud? Just as everyone pondered these questions, they were taken aback as one person leapt out of the pit. No, not just one, there were 6. All looking strikingly identical. How could they possibly emerge unscathed? This was no ordinary occurrence. Run, return, and inform the command unit. The leader commanded urgently, never having anticipated the presence of such a formidable entity. The vast disparity in abilities rendered the relentless attacks of the 15 individuals ineffective against him. Clearly, there was some trickery afoot. The group immediately scattered, but Ning Yi and his duplicates were not inclined to grant the 15 any opportunity. With a sudden flash, they appeared before them, each capable of incapacitating an opponent with merely 3 punches. 5 minutes later, Ning Yi declared, "I have knocked out 4. Huh, I have 6. Nonsense. There are a total of 15 of us." Ning Yi gazed in disbelief at his 5 competitive duplicates. "What is there to contest among ourselves? And who taught you such boastfulness?" After tallying with all his duplicates, he confirmed that all 15 were indeed present, unconscious and incapacitated. Why not simply eliminate them? They were to face the judgment of the law. Binding the 15, he unceremoniously cast them into the deep pit, where they would likely remain unconscious for quite some time. Suddenly, a voice echoed in his mind. "Ning Yi, return quickly. Everyone on the opposite side has mobilized. Their strength surpasses platinum." Chapter 81. The True Battle of the Extraordinary. Oh no, all high-ranking individuals, quickly flee. With a flash, he returned to the treetops in mere moments. The sudden appearance of Ning Yi startled the elder. "Old man, I have returned. You may call me Old Su," he replied. Ning Yi mumbled, "What an odd name." Su Lao twitched his brows, astonished by how this fellow remained so vivacious and mischievous. The scene before him felt almost surreal. "Are you all right? Just a minor issue. Having expended considerable spiritual energy. Well, as long as you're unharmed." This fellow, indeed, was Heidi Lu. Could he possess some secret technique unknown to me, concealing his true prowess? At that moment, the pale moonlight began to fade, as thick clouds of darkness encroached upon the mountain peak, shrouding it in an oppressive gloom, evoking a sense of impending doom. Suddenly, with a thunderous roar, a black dragon soared into the sky, likely a fiery dragon of obsidian hue. It writhed and roared, engulfed in an inferno of boundless flames, as if intent on incinerating the world. Ning Yi gaped, his eyes wide with disbelief, for he witnessed Su Lao transform into that very black fire dragon. In comparison, Su Hui's 2 red fire dragons seemed as insignificant as worms next to a true dragon. The black dragon plunged into the dark clouds, tumultuously scattering them as the moonlight once again illuminated the earth. Only then did everyone perceive the multitude of shadowy figures darting through the forest, their sights set squarely on Lanbei prison. "Ha ha ha, you old mudfish. Watch as I flay your skin and strip your tendons." A commanding voice resonated through the void, striking terror into hearts. Enormous hands materialized from the inky darkness, reaching for the black dragon that Su Lao had become. "This time, I shall ensure you face justice." Suddenly, another pair of colossal hands appeared, their clash creating ripples in the very fabric of space. Ning Yi recognized those hands all too well. They belonged to the head of the Special Abilities Law Enforcement Team, Meng Yongfu, who had made his move. On the ground, the battle had commenced. The robbery organization boasted over 180 members, most of whom possessed power ranging from platinum to beyond, with only 2 or 3 at the diamond level. In contrast, Ning Yi's faction consisted of 68 individuals, their strengths varying from silver to diamond, yet predominantly diamond tier. Though their numbers were vastly different, The disparity in average strength was not as pronounced. Ning Yi concealed himself among the trees, hastily regaining his spiritual energy, for the ghostly concealment technique demanded a great deal. He felt unqualified for such a battle at this level. Even against those at the golden tier, he would falter, let alone against the platinum and the elusive diamond elites. Those of the diamond realm could soar through the skies, and Ning Yi gazed up enviously. Su Lao's transformation back into the black dragon had returned to the ground, scorching other foes with its blazing flames. Amidst the aerial combat between the two colossal hands, another figure caught Ning Yi's attention. Teacher Hu. Was he engaging in a 1 versus 2? Upon closer inspection, he saw a teacher who clad in leather and bean shoes, wielding a pitchfork in one hand and a clump of refuse in the other, fruit peels, crumpled paper, and a greenish liquid oozing from it. The two diamond tier opponents facing him wore expressions of despair, suffering not only physically but psychologically as well. This man fought in such a filthy manner that it was unbearable. Ning Yi redirected his gaze to the battle unfolding on the ground. He has finally comprehended the true purpose behind Teacher Hu's invitation to partake in this endeavor. Gazing upon the battlefield below, he is profoundly shaken. The sounds that reach his ears are those of fierce combat, anguished cries, desperate shouts, and hoarse roars. Before his eyes lies a gruesome tableau of blood mingled with mud, trampled limbs, and lifeless corpses. The palpable presence of death is utterly harrowing. This is the authentic clash between extraordinary beings, a struggle where all is at stake, where it is either life or death. Reflecting on his own experiences, Ning Yi feels as though he has merely engaged in a trivial game of house. The glory and mission of the extraordinary are not merely platitudes spoken lightly. Chapter 82. Fighting while carrying a coffin? At last, Ning Yi's spiritual energy has returned to its optimal state. He activates ghostly divine concealment and immerses himself in the fray. Just because I cannot defeat them does not mean I cannot create chaos. I am quite the expert in disruption. The concealment effect of ghostly divine concealment is exceptionally formidable, rendering Ning Yi invisible even to the elites of the diamond realm, and its duration has been extended to 1 hour. He weaves through the forest, searching for his comrades who are at a disadvantage. Indeed, after only a few steps, Ning Yi spots 4 enforcers from the ability law enforcement team desperately resisting a member of a robbery organization. The strength of the 4 enforcers is merely at the silver level, while the assailant boasts a rank of platinum 5, a significant disparity in power. Upon witnessing this, Ning Yi rushes over and delivers a kick midair. These enforcers are familiar to me. How dare you bully them? Taste my foot. Alas, my leg nearly broke. Is this man made of iron? My current physical strength is utterly insufficient to contend with him. I must find a more suitable weapon. Ning Yi glances at his feet. Let's see, there are branches and stones. Will these suffice? He finds himself deep in contemplation, pondering where to procure a weapon capable of contending with those of platinum level and above. An idea strikes him. Ning Yi smirks as he reaches into his waistband, grasping the black stone concealed within. With a thought, the cosmic furnace materializes. He quickly touches his large refrigerator to make it invisible as well. Then he begins to adjust the size of the cosmic furnace. He initially intends to transform it into a staff, but cannot achieve the desired form no matter how he adjusts it. Reluctantly, he settles for a simpler modification, ensuring it is manageable to wield. Ning Yi gazes at the pitch-black cosmic furnace before him, which resembles a coffin, and cannot help but chuckle. One person cannot lift this thing alone. Thus, he uses illusory fairy transformation to summon Ning Air, Ning San, and Ning Si. The 4 of them join forces to lift the cosmic furnace, each taking a corner and hoisting it onto their shoulders as they advance toward their target. Carrying a coffin like a group of African Americans, he instantly feels invigorated. At this moment, the member of the robbery organization has already felled the 4 enforcers to the ground and drawn a knife, intent on concluding their lives. Observing this, Ning Yi and his companions hurl the cosmic furnace toward the assailant. The man hears the sound of air being torn behind him, followed by the sensation of something colliding with the base of his spine. What on earth is this? He felt as though he had been struck by a train. A searing pain radiating from behind him, the sound of his bones cracking echoing in his ears. His head and legs were twisted backward while his body lurched forward, contorting into an agonizing reverse 90-degree angle. A surge of nausea gripped him, and he violently expelled a mouthful of blood, as if his very organs were being ejected. Collapsing to the ground, He convulsed, gasping for breath, the balance of life teetering precariously on the edge of death. The 4 law enforcers who had survived the ordeal stared in shock at the fallen figure. What had transpired? Which formidable figure had unleashed such devastation? The sheer strength of the attack had proven fatal in an instant. Observing the gruesome demise of the criminal organization member, one amongst them delivered a final strike to end the suffering. After a brief respite, the quartet hastened to support their comrades. At that moment, Ning Yi and his 3 companions were laboring under the weight of the cosmic furnace, traversing the battlefield. Whenever they encountered members of the criminal organization, they would hurl the furnace at them, and if one blow failed, they would strike again, confident that eventually, fortune would favor them. It seemed as though a specter of the night had emerged on the battlefield, a grim reaper targeting the members of the criminal organization. The air was filled with horrified cries and the ominous sounds of bones snapping. Most members of the organization had lost their will to fight, uncertain of who would be the next to be struck, or from where the blow would come. The force of the strikes was unbearable. Initially, the elemental extraordinary beings held on to a semblance of hope, believing that once they had transformed, the terrifying entity would be powerless against them. However, the reality was stark. One could never truly be safe. The specter could be lurking nearby, and a momentary return to corporeality could result in catastrophic consequences. As time elapsed, half an hour passed. On the battlefield, the once formidable members of the criminal organization had dwindled to just over 20, their appearances marred by injuries, a testament to their dire plight. Huddled together, their psychological defenses had crumbled. They had never encountered such a bizarre and terrifying situation before. What manner of entity was this? If you possess the power, reveal yourself. Chapter 83. Have we been tricked? The ground battle featured formidable figures, including Su Lao and Lei Wanjun, for distinguished beings of diamond rank, alongside elites like Yin Su. Assuring victory was merely a matter of time. The addition of Ning Yi undoubtedly accelerated their triumph while minimizing casualties. Yet, the identity of their unseen benefactor remained a mystery, leaving Ning Yi an unrecognized hero in the shadows. Meanwhile, the aerial combat raged on. Teacher Hu faced 2 adversaries, clearly gaining the upper hand, rendering his opponents powerless and forcing them to retreat. Meanwhile, Meng Yongfu remained locked in a fierce struggle with another combatant, both of whom were at the Diamond 3-star level, evenly matched in their extraordinary abilities, neither yielding an inch. Let us assist them, commanded Su Lao, transforming once again into a fire dragon soaring into the sky. Lei Wanjun and the other 3 diamond rank beings first incapacitated the remaining members of the criminal organization on the ground with a single strike each before ascending to provide aid. Ning Yi stowed away the cosmic furnace, reverting from his ghostly form and standing beside Yin Su, both gazing skyward. Startled by Ning Yi's sudden appearance, Yin Su instinctively leaped aside. The man is always elusive, having vanished yet again. The anxious crowd awaits the outcome of the battle above, hoping that once the 3 individuals at the diamond level are dealt with, victory will be theirs. The triumph is far easier than anticipated. They didn't even catch sight of the prison before the entire army was annihilated. Tonight, a soothing foot soak followed by a leisurely sleep sounds delightful. Suddenly, a deafening explosion reverberates through the air, illuminating the night sky with a brilliant flash and giving rise to a colossal mushroom cloud above the prison. They have fallen for our ruse. Let us depart. The members of the robbery organization, who had been battling with Meng Yongfu, swiftly retreat, their arrogant laughter echoing through the forest, provoking each onlooker. Teacher Hu takes the lead, abandoning the 2 behind, and swiftly heads towards the prison, with the others trailing closely behind. Little did they know, it was merely a tactic to lure the tiger from its mountain lair. Curse that robbery organization for their treachery. A mix of shock, fury, and urgency floods the hearts of the crowd, propelling them to hasten towards the prison. A dark cloud materializes behind the 3 members of the robbery organization, and they vanish into its depths. Lin Fei perceives tonight as an ordinary night, much like any other. His routine within the prison is straightforward, attending ideological education classes, studying, dining, exercising, resting, working, and sleeping. After completing his tasks this evening, he lies on the hard bed, reflecting on his past. Why did he join the robbery organization? To grow stronger, to acquire resources, to satisfy his twisted psyche, to quench his thirst for bloodshed. Am I not a born killer? Otherwise, why is my special ability compression? My life was smooth sailing until I encountered him. My current predicament is all his fault. Without him, I would have already slain Su Hui. Without him, I would not have faced such an end, and without him, my cosmic furnace and spirit stones would not be lost. This is a thought Lin Fei contemplates every night before sleep, for only in this manner can he find peace. Suddenly, he hears an explosion. A wave of heat follows, toppling walls and pushing against buildings. Lin Fei rolls to the side and hides beneath the bed, narrowly avoiding the cascade of debris. Beneath the bed, he feels the scorching aftermath of the explosion, as if he were about to be cooked alive. Could he truly be so reckless as to come to the prison to kill me? Ning Yi has become a psychological shadow for him. At that moment, a crack resounds. Lin Fei notices that the binding spirit lock on his wrist has become ineffective. After a struggle, the spiritual energy returns to his body, allowing his special ability to function normally. Now, the priority is to find a way to survive. Chapter 84. The giant faced the explosion was singular. Yet its formidable power has reduced the entire Lanbei prison to rubble, resulting in countless casualties. Teacher who hovers above the prison, surveying the devastation below, a scene of chaos, intermingled with blood and flesh. He cannot help but feel an overwhelming surge of rage, a shadow of darkness enveloping his face as his body quivers in fury. A roar, filled with unrestrained fury, erupted, releasing the pent-up anger within. Waves of green surged forth, as if the surrounding space had withered into a haunting desolation. I want you all dead. Ning Yi and his companions had already plunged into the ruins, desperately striving to save every individual. Upon hearing Teacher Hu's voice, a profound sense of sorrow washed over everyone. Despite Teacher Hu's formidable strength, he dared not utter the name of the robbery organization, for none could ascertain if there existed even more powerful foes lurking behind it. This recent explosion was akin to a missile strike, striking silently, igniting chaos, and departing without a trace. Its might surpassed the Diamond Realm, possibly even transcending it. Brother Yansu, what lies beyond the Diamond Realm? Ning Yi inquired curiously while searching alongside Yansu. Beyond the Diamond Realm lies the legendary Emerald Realm, often referred to as the Demigod State. Ning Yi nodded, immersing himself back into the rescue efforts, yet his heart brimmed with astonishment. Black iron, bronze, silver, gold, platinum, diamond, emerald. Here he was, still floundering in the weakest realm. When would he be able to tread boldly into the heart of the robbery organization? Ding, host, do not underestimate yourself. If you engage in more battles and allow me to absorb greater pain values, you will undoubtedly rise to become the strongest. Ding, a side note. I, like the readers, am curious as to why you became a target for bounty. What nonsense is this? Ning Yi scoffed internally. It sounds easy, but we live in a society governed by law. Where are the opportunities for fighting? At that moment, countless tendrils of black mist converged from all directions, coalescing above the prison into a massive visage. Blood-red eyes glimmered like a crimson moon, an unsettling sight. Good evening, all you self-proclaimed apostles of justice. I am. Before the enormous face could finish its sentence, several Diamond Realm warriors, led by Teacher Hu, unleashed their attacks. Dozens of skills were hurled, scattering the visage. However, within moments, it reformed once more. Hey, is there no sense of decorum? Let us start over. Good evening, all you self-proclaimed apostles of justice. I am one of the 12 fate bearers of the organization, the Mist Fate Bearer. Do you remember me? The giant face, initially jovial, turned grave as it continued, its red eyes brimming with fervor and adoration. At that moment, a grand door, fashioned from swirling smoke, rose to a height of over 10 meters, revealing an abyss of darkness within. The organization's door is eternally open to you. Our organization shall be your paradise, your ultimate refuge. We are called the Robbery, born of calamity. With the boisterous laughter of the colossal visage echoing, many individuals began to approach the imposing door. The prison had already housed numerous members of the robbery organization, and after surviving the explosion, they now entered the door with exhilarated hearts. Teacher Hu and his companions sought to intervene, yet those individuals were enshrouded in a veil of dark mist that ensured their safe passage. Ning Yi recognized a familiar visage, and Lin Fei, too, caught sight of Ning Yi. Standing at the threshold, Lin Fei called out, "When I return, it shall be your day of demise." Chapter 85. Circumstances forge heroes. As Lin Fei was the last to enter, the great door first sealed tightly and then transformed into swirling black mist, dissipating into the air. Ha ha ha, farewell. The enormous face, accompanied by raucous laughter, also morphed into black mist, enveloping the night sky until it gradually vanished from sight. What indeed was the purpose of the Fuhuatua? Old Su furrowed his brow, gritting his teeth as he gazed at the pervasive black mist, lamenting his own feeble strength. Helpless against that organization, he couldn't even procure a shred of useful information. Their true objective was not merely a prison break. Nor could it be that they were bored enough to bomb a prison. Was it to recruit more members? Yet only 18 had entered that door, while they had captured and eliminated 197 in this confrontation. Such numbers were utterly disproportionate and impractical. Or perhaps it was to amplify their influence and notoriety. The issue was that the organization already boasted significant clout and recognition, rendering such ostentation unnecessary. What, then, was their actual intent? Truly, a deranged organization. Later, it became evident to all that this was not confined to Lombe City. Similar occurrences transpired in prisons nationwide and even across the globe. With the same colossal visage and identical gateway manifesting, the authorities swiftly sealed off the incident to prevent public panic. Teacher, who stood aloft, gazing at the moon in the night sky, momentarily engulfed in melancholy. He felt a profound injustice for this world, besieged by both internal strife and external threats. Beset by countless tribulations. Externally, 49 demon god towers loomed ominously, while internally, that organization continued its destructive path. This was an era of chaos, a lamentable epoch. Yet, circumstances do indeed forge heroes. Who can claim that this age is devoid of trailblazers? Teacher, whose gaze shifted to Ning Yi, who was tirelessly engaged in rescue efforts. Perhaps it would be he who altered the fate of the world. Regaining his composure, Teacher, who descended to the ground, methodically directing the others and relaying commands. Meng Yongfu, take all captured members of that organization back and report this matter to the higher-ups. Yin Su, lead a portion of the team to assess the number of casualties. Old Su, take your group to inspect the vicinity for any additional impacts and to secure the information. Everyone else shall follow Lei Wanjuan's command, exerting full efforts to locate the prison guards. Should you encounter any surviving inmates, eliminate them on the spot. Prior to the emergence of the Great Door, Ning Yi and the others had included the inmates in their rescue efforts. They had initially believed that, through their education and rehabilitation within the prison, these individuals would recognize their errors and embrace the light. Little did they know, they were dealing with a pack of ingrates. Everyone, including Ning Yi, toiled relentlessly until 5 in the morning, finally completing all post-incident tasks. Only then did they depart, leaving behind a few personnel to stand watch. On the return journey, Ning Yi found himself seated in the car of the principal of the 7th high school, with Teacher, who occupying the passenger seat. Don't forget our bet. Teacher, who suddenly exclaimed during the ride. What bet? Ning Yi inquired, recalling that the last wager had gone unfulfilled on whose part. Well then, we shall consider it even. He replied, realizing whose cunning. Ah, so this was your strategy. Ning Yi said, scratching the back of his head, bewildered by their conversation. Why is it that I can never comprehend what these two are discussing? He mused. Teacher, who? What exactly is your true identity? He could not help but ask. A rather disheveled individual, yet undeniably powerful, I am aware. After all, such a character is intriguing, but what is his background? Why does everyone heed his words? How long until your graduation? Teacher, who countered with a question of his own. Well, I have 3 weeks until the graduation exams, Ning Yi responded, reflecting on how swiftly time had passed. It had been nearly 2 weeks since his system had been bound. You will understand once you graduate, Teacher, who replied nonchalantly. Humming a tune as he gazed out the window, Ning Yi rolled his eyes, thinking that he was rather mysterious. Upon arriving at his destination, Ning Yi quickly exited the car and dashed back to his bedroom. Glancing at the sunrise outside, he collapsed onto his bed, unaware that he had inadvertently stayed up all night. The last time he had pulled an all-nighter was in a gaming cafe, passionately playing solo matches.